Warning: adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Alien Evolution System. Authors, John_Dover. /1/. The collector hurtled through the unending darkness of deep space at blinding speeds, pulverizing any stray asteroid or debris in its way into dust. It was encased in a ball of durable organic hyperalloy more capable than any dreadnought-class ship hull in the entire sector. Like a planetoid bowling ball of segmented, ashen-white, chitinous carapace, it traveled as a relativistic phantom of blurred white that promised nothing but death and destruction. The tinkering races that needed life support systems to brave the void of space and firearms to compensate for their weak limbs and all manner of trinkets to cover for their biological weaknesses might have conquered the ecosystems of their home planets and perhaps, as their individualistic, selfish tendencies were wont to do, even exploited them to destruction, but the collector symbolized a side of nature that could never be tamed. It was pure evolutionary progress honed to a razor edge sharper than that belonging to any plasmoid blade known in the galaxy. For the collectors were the premier heralds of the collective, a hive mind species that consumed all life, adapting their biological structures into its own to produce hyper-efficient, hyper-deadly organisms without equal throughout the stars, painting the vast, dark canvas of space with the blood and tears of billions. And for all the complexities involved in the so very many tools the tinkering species used, the collective's methods were rather simple. The collective, once consuming an interstellar species, would find more targets in their memories. It would track these targets, finding any weaknesses it could in the memories it absorbed and, over several of years tinkering with the best genetic material possible, morph a collector, an almost indestructible, unstoppable force of raw biological power, and send it onwards to harvest to the helpless civilization. It was nothing short of ironic that the greatest marvel of the tinkering species would lead to their downfall. With the advent of warp-link technology that could generate wormholes that connected the farthest ends of the galaxy together, interstellar commerce and interaction became commonplace, but with it came the rise of the collective. Once, the collective was an isolated species that had extended its tendrils only across its home solar system over the course of millennia. Over a century ago, the very first strange tinkering ships warped into the collective's then unknown home system. The collective consumed these adventuresome stragglers, and with their knowledge, accessed the warp gates they left behind. As it consumed more and more tinkering species, the collective eventually devised its own way of generating warp gates, and soon enough, it used the very same interconnected routes of gates meant for trade and peace to wage war and consumption. To any spacefaring onlooker, the collector would have raised immediate alarm. Any ship witnessing the collector's bald figure speeding through the starry void would have alerted every single nearby civilization it could. There were very few times a collector fell in battle, and it had always been through the united effort of several races. For no single civilization could best a collector with its many evolutionary adaptations tailor-made against the likes of weakling tinkerers. But unlike the missions granted to its past brethren, this collector knew not what it would face. A warp gate had opened strangely close to the collective's home solar system. The collective solar system had long since been closed to space travel, deemed far too dangerous to ever traverse. And so this wormhole's appearance so close to the collective home world was all too strange. Perhaps an attack. Perhaps an accident. But the collective did not like uncertainties. It thrived on knowledge, and so it sent a collector to this wormhole to face any potential threat on the other end. The collector felt pride in being able to serve the collective. Though it retained a mental independence crucial in allowing it to adapt to the high-intensity, high-uncertainty challenges of battle, it still had an undying loyalty to the collective. Its purpose was to defend the collective at all costs and destroy and consume all its foes, bringing back their genetic material as spoils of war. Nothing less, nothing more. It was an extension of the collective, utilizing only the best parts of free will the tinkering species had evolved while trimming the excess, the rebellious, unproductive tendencies that so often led to infighting. This was the mindset the collector held as it neared the wormhole, a pulsating mass of blinding light almost as large as a small planet. Waves of undulating gravity and space wreathed its horizon, drawing in the collector as it neared. When the collector touched the horizon, it felt itself drawing into the wormhole, its body warping every this way and that as the realities of space and time became fluid. Its body, hardened by countless evolutions and perfected by the collective, could survive the rigors of warp travel, and soon enough, it passed through without issue. It was an interesting process, warp travel was. The feeling of having every atom of its existence warped at the seams of spatial and temporal limitation managed to make the collector feel nausea, a feeling that no weapon in the galaxy, biological or munitions-based, was capable of. At the other end, the collector found itself floating above a vibrant planet. It did not take utilizing the collector's massive array of senses to know that this was a planet full of life. Even from high orbit, it could see that the planet, blue and green, had countless life signatures worth consuming. 7 rings, each a different shade of light, circled the verdant planet, glowing with a strange yet alluring intensity that promised life. Alarmingly, the warp gate behind the collector closed away, leaving it stranded. It did not panic, however, for that was not part of its evolutionary development. It merely recalibrated its goals. It did not have the capacity to open a warp gate, the collective alone had the combined genic power for that, so it would instead savage this planet to accumulate enough biomass for another burst of deep space travel to the nearest warp gate. Where exactly that gate was, the collector could not ascertain. It looked into system of memories embedded, built upon by collector after collector that came before it, to map out a path, but this star system was entirely foreign, this planet utterly unknown. Odd. All warp gates had to be built within a certain degree of proximity to each other, each gate forming a supportive node in a much greater system. Any warp gate that existed far beyond the reach of the greater whole would not maintain itself. The collector emitted a genic pulse, mentally attempting to establish connection with the collective. For so long as any member of its kind, no matter whether it was a lowly drone or another collector, was within distance of it, it could essentially pinball and amplify this mental message and reach the collective. The effective range of the collective's genic communication network spanned many light years and crossed dozens of warp gates. And yet, though the collector could feel the pulse reaching out, it could not find a signal returning to it. The possibility existed that the collector was stranded far, far from home, but that did not induce panic within it, nor was it biologically capable of feeling such an inefficient emotion to a high degree. The greatest likelihood existed that some life form on this world had created the aberrant warp gate. All the collector had to do then was to consume all life on this planet and, through extracted memories, find a method back to the collective. The collector unfurled out of its bald cocoon state. Suited for hyperspace travel as the compact form was, it was not suited for combat. Its appearance could now best be described as bestial, appearing like an armored, infinitely more monstrous kind of crocodile. It looked like something crocodiles would worship as a god. It was quadrupedal, supporting its enormous, 6,000+ ton weight on skyscraper-like legs muscled with the densest, most efficient ultrafibers and sheathed in ashen carapace impervious to even the strongest of blasters. Flexible spikes emerged across its back and through seams in its armor, acting as tools of war that could scythe through entire cities. Its neck, long but thickly muscled, stretched forwards eagerly, its carapace helmeted head opening a set of monstrous jaws in expectant hunger. Its multiple tails, prehensile and dexterous like arms, flitted about it, morphing between acid spitters, blades, bulbous electromagnetic pulse emitters, and any other variant of destructive weapon it required for assimilation. With a grunt of exertion unheard in the soundless void of space, the collector sprouted enormous wings bat-like in structure but dotted with pulsating tubules which emitted bursts of raw, blue plasmoid energy like jet engines, surging it towards the planet. But as the collector neared, there came forth a challenger unlike any it had ever known. A towering being of brilliant light. 12 feathered, energy-wreathed wings sprouted from its back, fluttering gently to propel it forwards. It was a good deal smaller than the collector, but still as large as any capital class ship. It was bipedal. humanoid and armored in platinum white with a blazing helmet of sterling silver that shone ever the more brighter in the contrasting dark of space. The collector reached into the genetic link it had with the collective to access the shared memory database of tinkering species wired into its brain. However, the humanoid structure's armor did not match any ship covering that the collector held in its memory bank. Especially not any belonging to the human race, one of the three tinkering species that comprised the united front against the collective. An entirely new species, perhaps? Or perhaps a strange new device that the other races had devised in order to try and kill the collective? It was not unheard of. One collector had even fallen to a similar humanoid machine titan of war created by the vast alliance that comprised the united front. Either way, the collector had to destroy it, whether for defense or consumption it did not matter. It stood in the way of this planet. "Halt!" shouted the being. Its voice resonated throughout even the soundless expanse of space, powered by a strange phenomenon that the collector did not understand. "I am Solarian, the High King of the Gods, Defender of the Seven Realms, Lord of Etheria, Keeper of the Eternal Light. On the authority vested unto me, I command you to stay your advance, monster." The collector did not recognize the being's language and continued forwards, its tails armed with acid spitters, its jaws bared, and its claws extended. "So be it," said the being. It materialized a blade almost as large as itself from light it generated out of nowhere. Solid light constructs were a phenomenon that the collector had witnessed before in its memory bank, but this was entirely different. It could not sense any of the regular energy signatures that accommodated the construction of such weapons. To think that the prophesied end was no undeath, no starstone, even, but a beast from the void itself. The being held the sword above its head. It flashed with all the brilliance of a sun, its white-hot blade generating a radiance that drove the cold of space away. "Come, foul creature of the stars!" shouted the being. "You will be reduced to ashes just as the countless demons and monsters I have slain before you." The collector did not recognize the being's language, but aggression was an universal indicator. It surged forwards, spitting acid and electricity as it barreled towards the strange organism or ship. The battle was fierce and on a scale the collector had never believed possible. It lasted for an entire day and night cycle, the humanoid being restoring its acid-ridden, electricity burned, claw-gouged flesh seemingly out of nowhere and the collector regenerating its own flesh with its advanced genetic traits. Organic hyperalloy claws the size of megastructures clashed with a heavenly sword of light. Streams of acid and blasts of condensed electric energy were countered with beams of burning, fiery, radiance. But eventually, there was a winner in sight. The collector. It was missing two limbs, its tails shaved off, its body littered with scorch marks and cuts that refused to heal, but the being was in an even worse state. It floated weakly with one remaining wing out of 12. Its armor had melted, burned, cracked, or sheared, leaving a bloody, beaten humanoid figure heaving with exhaustion underneath. The being did not heal anymore, nor did it generate scorching blasts of light. It had run out of whatever energy was fueling it, the aura of radiance dimming down all about it as its power escaped it, dooming it to death. The only thing that remained pristine was its blade, but the collector cared little of any tinkerer's construct. The collector felt excitement instead for the flesh of this being, for instead of being some kind of mechanical titan, it was instead a being of flesh and blood underneath its armor. In a way, the collector felt a sense of respect for the beaten entity, for it was with its own strength alone that it challenged the collector. The collector would show its respect by consuming the being. It would regenerate all of its wounds by consuming this strange and powerful new creature and also attain heights of power never before seen. It would destroy the blade, useless as it was as an inorganic piece of metal, to prevent it from falling to any errant hands and then lay havoc upon the denizens of this planet. Judging by how nothing aided the being, it was apparent that it was the planet's most powerful line of defense, and all that lay behind it was free for consumption. The collector surged forwards, slower and weaker than before, but all the being could do in response was attempt to hold its blade with arms barely functional with how badly they were bruised, burned and cut. "Forgive me, my brethren," the being said, looking back at the planet behind it, faintly glowing strands of white hair floating around its bloody head. Forgive me, all the mortals that believed in me. The chaos my death will cause. I hope you will all find it in your hearts to forgive me for it. But it will be nothing compared to the chaos this beast will wreak should I not do this. With a sudden burst of energy, the being raised the blade high above its head. O Dawnrise, blade of infinity, bringer of light, I will entrust to you my life, and so in return, create strength for me as you have created life. To that which is worthy to receive your strength after my passing, I grant all my blessings. The collector did not care about this theatrical show. Any analysis of the being's physical form indicated it had no real energy to fight with. But surprisingly, the being did not try to run, it met the collector head on. The being enveloped itself in a halo of power so bright that it seared all of the collector's optical capabilities out, and in the moment of blindness, the being charged forwards, driving the blade deep into the collector's chest. The collector felt white-hot energy comparable to the sun liquefy and instantly evaporate its flesh. A moment later, an explosion rocked the orbit of the planet. It was a blast of light so bright and expansive that every being on the planet could witness it. Those on the day witnessed their world grow infinitely white, while those on the other side of the planet saw night become day for in just an instant. And so came the end of Solarian, High King of the Gods, and the Collector, Herald of the Collective. Or so the peoples and gods of the world would have been fortunate to believe. For the Collector had survived, a single, small shard of its body surviving incineration and entry into the planet's atmosphere. It landed indiscriminately in the thick of a wild, overgrown forest, burning out a small clearing among towering trees that twisted high into the sky. From the crater emerged a grub no larger than a dog, all that the once mighty collector had been reduced to. But it had survived, and so it could still fulfill its purpose. This planet was dangerous, the collector determined. It had to be neutralized for the sake of the collective. Then, it would find its way back home. First thing was first, though. The collector had to survive, consume, adapt, and evolve to become the strongest being there was on this strange new planet. The collector squirmed its way around the jungle floor. It had lost almost all of its adaptations, but perhaps most distressingly, it lost its connection to the greater collective hive mind. This was unacceptable, and it could not understand how this had happened. There was not a single weapon throughout the known galaxy capable of severing the genic link that collectors had with the collective. And yet, the reality did not change that the link was gone. The collector adjusted to its disadvantages. Without the genic link it held with the collective mind, it could not signal its location, and its access to the collective database of shared knowledge became extremely limited. However, it still retained some basic functions that allowed it to survive. It was still composed of segments of ultra-fiber muscle, though far less dense and powerful than in its original state, as it could not possibly sustain such organic material with how little energy it had now. However, the muscle still allowed for quick, undulating movement reminiscent of a snake slithering across the leafed soil. The collector still retained basic senses that came with reducing itself to a larva. It had lost its sight, but fine hairs dotting its body were sensitive to all motion, allowing it to conjure up detailed, 360-degree imagery of its environment. Sound also registered through these vibration-sensitive hairs, allowing it to realize that as of now, its immediate surroundings were safe. Likely, the crash landing had scared off local fauna. This also indicated that there was little intelligent life in the area. Perfect to consume and regain strength. However, this planet was incredibly different. The collector could not match any of the plants or small animals it encountered with equivalents in its memory bank. This was truly a wholly new and foreign planet, and with it came dangers just as novel that put it on constant guard. Until it could develop its strength, it had to lie low. It checked its status for now, nothing how much it had degraded in strength, metamorphosis level 100 greater than 1, biomass level 0-100, stored genetic material, critical loss of stored genetic material detected, none, adaptations, critical loss of adaptations detected. Remaining adaptations, Ultrafiber musculature rank 1, external systems, critical loss of adaptations detected. Remaining adaptations, sensitive hairs rank 1, weapon systems, critical loss of adaptations detected. Remaining adaptations, none, current form, grub. The collector did not feel any panic, nor was it ever programmed to do so in any degree that would severely cripple its functions. This level of functions loss was within its observed calculations. It focused its mental and physical efforts instead on building up biomass to reach the next metamorphosis level. The collector spent its initial time feasting on plant life, chewing dead leaves fallen from the trees high above. Its once proud, building-sized jaws were reduced to a circular mouth lined with small, stubby teeth. Biomass gained, +5, biomass level, 0 greater than 5/100ths. The collector kept eating leaves, branches, whatever it could get its mouth on. The voice in its head was the memory bank of the collective, a repository of information implanted in every collector at birth and useful for recognizing new species and developing new abilities. Though losing the genetic link meant that the collective memory system was limited, the basics were still the same. Evolution centered around two elements, biomass and genetic material. Biomass meant the consumption of raw organic material. The more complex the biomass and the more of it there was, the better, though quality certainly took precedence over quantity. In this case, it was plant matter. Maxing out on biomass would allow the collector to metamorphose to increase its strength and potentially change its form based on what it had eaten and thereby gain new adaptations. Metamorphosis would also allow it to redevelop an adaptation from the collective's vast evolutionary arsenal, though at its current state that ability would be at a much weaker version, just like how its ultrafiber muscles were significantly atrophied compared to the sinews padding its original, towering form that could support thousands of tons. The adaptations themselves fell under the categories of internal, external, and weapons-based systems. Internal and external systems generally indicated adaptations that would help, as their titles indicated, internal and external parts of the collector's body. Weapons systems were offensive bioweapons the collector could develop, but many of them required first a solidly built-up base of internal and external systems to support them. Genetic material was any new genetic material it could consume that would grant it new forms and, by extension, the powers associated with those forms. As of now, these plants were nothing special, providing nothing new. Plant life tended to develop similarly across planets with water, so it was no surprise that their genetic structure was not sufficiently distinct or special enough to produce abilities with. Were they poisonous plants, then the matter would be different, but the collector encountered none. In a pinch, the collector could also sacrifice biomass to heal itself by entering into a restorative stasis, though this was ill-advised because it rendered the collector immobile and wasted biomass at high rates which, especially in later levels of metamorphosis, would require increasingly larger volumes to replenish. Ultimately, though, to gain any kind of new form and power, the collector would have to metamorphose first. Right now, the collector wanted to focus on gaining enough biomass to metamorphose and redevelop the hardened carapace over its currently soft body regardless of what form it needed to assume. Survival was its top priority and it felt too exposed right now. Any good blaster or rail rifle could punch a hole through it. So the collector kept eating, munching a decent clearing across the crater it had landed in. Along the way, it gobbled up insects of various kinds here and there. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level, 15/100ths, new genetic material gained, stored genetic material, jungle spider, black ant, striped centipede. The collector took a moment to analyze its options but found them lacking. Certainly, these insectoid forms were interesting, but they did not hold particularly unique powers. Weak venom and small wings, mainly, but perhaps when enhanced and spliced with its own ultrafiber muscles and soon to be developed organic hyperalloy carapace, these forms would be more useful. The environmental temperature started to lower. Though the collector lacked ocular systems in its grub form, it did possess sensitive hairs and a mind capable of creating a general visual map of its surroundings based on vibrational input. It sensed that little light would penetrate the thick canopy of tree leaves above it, explaining the cool temperatures on the forest floor, but now it sensed an even more gradual yet marked drop in warmth. The collector judged it was nearing night, and from a few basic calculations, deduced that this planet had a 24-hour daily cycle, so any creatures it encountered now were likely to be nocturnal. By now, local fauna had started to gain courage and repopulate the area. The collector could feel the stirs and heat of small mammals scurrying about, the rustle of creatures in the tree branches, and in the far distance, the thud of some sizable creature that the collector knew not to near until it was far stronger. The collector did not indiscriminately chew on plant matter anymore now. It did not want to attract too much attention. Yet it did need to quickly gain biomass to metamorphose. Metamorphosing would also allow it to change its form to something a little more efficient than a worm, so it had to eat. It decided to be riskier and attempt hunting some of the small mammals scurrying about. They would be far more complex and laden with higher quality biomass. The collector crawled into a patch of thick grass and flattened its pliable body so that it was concealed. Then it waited, feeling with its hairs for something to near. A short while later, something did. A rabbit, small and hungry. Its fur was midnight black and perfectly camouflaged in the darkness, but the camouflage was useless against the collector, which saw not with eyes, but feeling. It hopped forwards to the collector's hiding spot, wanting to munch on the tall, nourishing grass. The collector was absolutely still and patient. It had the collective knowledge of countless predatory species across many planets, so waiting and ambushing like this was a familiar tactic ingrained into every cell of its body. The rabbit made one little hop too close, and the collector surged forwards, its ultra-fiber muscles straining as its maw opened up, clasping on the rabbit's leg. The rabbit mewed as it kicked and tried to escape, but the collector's grip was unbreakable by such a weak creature. The collector sucked in, its segmented body undulating as it forced the rabbit further and further into its mouth, swallowing it bit by bit whole. When it drew in the rabbit completely, slurping in its ears like noodles, it checked its status. Biomass gained, plus 35, biomass level, 51/100ths, the collector was pleased. The rabbit had provided a good amount of biomass, but it also held something even more precious, memories. Non-sentient, dumber creatures such as the rabbit had scarcely few memories to retrieve, but there were some tied with strong instincts that the collector could easily pluck out. Not that it was possible to truly extract accurate memories from more sentient, intelligent species. Individually, cut off from the support of the collective, it did not have the processing power to extract full memories from sentient beings. Memories from sentient beings tended to be a jumble, a sea of remembered and forgotten thoughts laced with hidden knowledge and emotions and any other manner of variable that could diminish the accuracy of the memories. But the collector would deal with that issue when it came to it. For now, it sifted through the rabbit's simpler mind. Among the rabbit's memories included awareness of some of the predators in this jungle and also the location to the rabbit's den where its offspring lay. The den was not far. The collector slithered its way over, wary not to alert any dangerous presences. It knew now there were large felines and short, white-skinned humanoids in the jungle that lay in wait to ambush just as it had done to the rabbit. Thankfully, it did not encounter any such creatures as it found the den, a little dugout concealed by taller grasses and foliage a small way from the crash site. The collector forced its way into the den. Though it was larger than the rabbit, its worm-like form was malleable, able to squeeze into most surfaces. Inside the den was a golden treasure, a litter of 12 rabbits squealing in a terror enforced by instinct as they gazed at the hideous, saw-like mouth of the collector. The collector swallowed them whole. It did not want to lose any biomass to stray bleeding. And as it consumed the babies, another boon came. With its 360-degree range of sensory vision, it sensed the aggressive approach of another rabbit, likely the male counterpart of the female it consumed, attempting to bite the collector's tail outside the den in defense of his offspring. While the collector's mouth ground up the babies, its tail lashed backwards like a club as the rabbit leapt forwards to bite, striking the small creature on the head and breaking its neck. Without wasting time, the collector withdrew from the burrow and went to consuming the father. With the whole family in its stomach, it checked its status once more. Biomass gained, plus 50, biomass level 100 100ths, metamorphosis available, new genetic material available, stored genetic material, midnight rabbit, jungle spider, black ant, striped centipede, excellent. Now the collector could finally change out its form to something more agile and suitable to the forest and also gain a carapace to defend itself with. However, with each metamorphosis level it gained, it knew that undergoing further metamorphoses would become increasingly difficult, requiring more and more biomass. To reach its original state as a 200,000-ton paragon of annihilation would likely require consuming most of this planet. But a start was a start. And so, the collector underwent its metamorphosis, hiding in a thicket of grass as a cocoon of soft, beating flesh morphed around it. Its larval body melted into pure, primordial genetic ooze. From here, creation was its plaything. First off, it had to decide on a new form. It could choose to consume a maximum of 3 stored genetic samples and splice them together to create a new form or go with just 1 or 2. Had the collector still been linked to the collective hive mind, it could have done so much more. It would have been able to process more than 3 genetic samples. It could have redeveloped adaptations that did not originally belong to its initial warrior form strain, instead opting to spread parasitic devastation or disease through infector or dominator strains. For now, though, it was limited to restoring only what it originally came to this planet with. Regardless, it was inefficient to waste mental energy on hypotheticals. Either way, its next form would be what it would be stuck with until it reached its second metamorphosis, so it had to choose wisely. Unfortunately, it only had 1 mammal and various insects to choose from. The rabbit, as a mammal, would grant a warm-blooded body that could more efficiently use the ultrafiber musculature adaptation the collector already had. Not to mention that the rabbit already possessed fur which was compatible with the sensitive hair's adaptation. Compatibility was important, for the collector could not infinitely grow its adaptations atop its body. They had to match the creature bases it utilized to some degree, lest their manifestation cost too much biomass to manifest. The insectoid forms would provide extra limbs and a familiarity with carapaces that it could use later to more efficiently redevelop its organic hyperalloy carapace. From the beginning, the collective formed the organic hyperalloy through the study and melding of hundreds of different insectoid species across countless planets. Making sure to take forms that could easily interface with the collector's existing adaptations also had the benefit of speeding up the metamorphosis process. A crucial factor consider as right now, mid-metamorphosis, the collector was absolutely defenseless, easily killed if anything or anyone popped the soft, fleshy cocoon it evolved itself in. In a rush, the collector morphed together the rabbit, spider, and centipede genes. The metamorphosis was quick. The collector was not working with difficult or complicated genetic material, after all. In the span of 10 minutes, the collector went from primordial goo into a fully formed thing. If the denizens of this world could witness it, they would surely scream in terror. It fused what it believed to be all the useful traits of the rabbit, spider, and centipede together, and the resulting amalgamation paid no heed to conventional senses of aesthetics. Metamorphosis level 1 greater than 2, biomass level 100 100ths greater than 0 100, stored genetic material, black ant, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 1 greater than 2, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 1 greater than 2, new organic hyperalloy carapace rank 1, weapon systems, none, current form, jungle spider, striped centipede, midnight rabbit. To any of the sentient species on this world, it would have been an abomination. The collector's legs and body were that of a rabbit's, for it believed the rabbit's legs most suited to extensive movement. It also assumed the rabbit's body in order to have a more developed, warm-blooded circulatory system so as to fuel its muscles better. However, its skin was covered with a gleaming, white-bladed carapace that looked like a full suit of bony armor. In the seams of the armor, where the joints were exposed to maximize mobility, fur poked out, standing straight and sensitive to all manner of vibrations in the air and land. Though its general body was that of a rabbit, small front legs included, its head was all but. It had assumed a centipede's head, armored and patterned in the red and black bands of the striped centipede. Twin pincers lined either side of its flat, hardened head, acting like cleavers with which to slice apart or crush anything unlucky to near it. Multiple eyes dotted its head, a trait from the spider, providing heightened compound vision to pick out small details. Its rabbit feet ended in hideously curved claws dripping with centipede venom. Its tail was long and bulbed at the end, forming into a spine spinner that could eject powerful webbing. 4 arachnid limbs sprouted from its back, becoming versatile tools with which to stab, slash, balance upon, climb, and grab with. All in all, this monstrosity of nature stood a meter tall, far larger than any insect or rabbit. The collector clipped its centipede mandibles in satisfaction. This form would be competent in the jungle, capable of competing even with the jungle felines that roam these wilds. Knowing this, the collector set to hunting for real now. It now had the power and durability to hunt larger and stronger creatures for biomass. And it needed to. Each successive metamorphosis level needed significantly more biomass than the one before to fuel it. But every level would make things easier, ranking up all adaptations, increasing their efficacy to minor degrees until at ranks in multiples of 5, they could develop sub-adaptations to significantly boost their capabilities. In time, the collector would once more reign over this world, heralding its end. /3 The collector hunted, and it was efficient, making maximal use of its new body and the heightened capabilities it afforded. One thing that the collector retained that made it supreme above most of the jungle fauna was its intellect. It could still think and strategize, drawing upon predatory instincts wired into its very genetic code to ensure that its movements were absolutely efficient, deadly, and quiet. Over the next few hours of the night, the collector slew a few more rabbits, found a small pond to slake its thirst, and even took down an entire deer. It had even set up a massive web between the shade of 2 tree trunks, invisible to those not wary, to provide another source of potential biomass. Little bugs such as spiders and centipedes do not strike fear at their size, but when they are expanded to a meter, they become horrifying predators. Normally, the collector would not have been able to retain such a large size while utilizing insect genetic material unless it roamed a particularly oxygen-dense world, but somehow, something in this world's atmosphere made it possible to retain its mass. The collector stuffed the last of the slain deer's red flesh into its jaws, its 4 arachnid arms picking apart even the bones of the creature clean. Then it dismantled the skeleton, consuming it piecemeal like crunchy snacks. At this level of biological complexity, the collector could recognize what tasted good or bad, and this deer most certainly tasted nice, as did most flesh at this point. The more complex the collector became, the more its appetite would become predatory and carnivorous, seeking out larger, stronger, and denser life forms. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level 10/100ths, the collector clipped its mandibles in irritation. It would take a while to reach the next level. Progress was slow now. It needed more. Intelligent life would help the most, considering that intelligence was perhaps the most complex of evolutionary developments, but it could not risk fighting intelligent species. If they had even 1,000th of the power that being of light had, then the collector stood no chance in its current state. Any insignificant tinkerer with even small munitions arms could destroy the collector. As it contemplated its future struggles, the collector made its way back to its spider web. Before the web was even visible, it knew it had caught something. It could feel desperate vibrations in the air as something thrashed against the powerful silk. The collector scurried into leafy cover, nearing the trapped prey with stealth. It was best to kill whatever was trapped quickly and stealthily so as to prevent as much retaliation as possible. It did not want to waste any biomass on regenerating its wounds. In the cover of a particularly thick overgrowth of vines that drooped down from a low branch, the collector could make at the web it placed. In the middle thrashed a small, humanoid creature. Its skin was a black that glistened with sweat as it exerted itself, trying to break the silk. However, it was too weak, being a measly meter tall with pitiful musculature and bone density. It was bald with a large nose and beady eyes that glowed yellow in the dark, indicating nocturnal vision. Its mouth was lined with sharp teeth visible as it shouted gibberish in a high-pitched snarl. The collector recognized this thing was somewhat intelligent. First, it covered its privates with a ragged loincloth. Second, it wore a belt upon which lay tied a rudimentary stone knife. It kept squealing out the same set of vocal intonations, indicating an intelligible word to others of its kind. It also indicated that there were likely more in the vicinity. The collector, however, did not give the creature a chance to further vocalize its distress. It took this moment to silence the creature before its cries could draw its brother nearer. With a pounce, the collector leapt through the vines and landed just in front of the bound humanoid. The humanoid's eyes widened in a moment of fear before the collector thrust one of its arachnid back limbs through the humanoid's throat, tearing apart its jugular vein. The humanoid gurgled out a stream of blood, eyes even wider in death as it fell limp, tongue lolling out its mouth. The collector unraveled the humanoid from the web and savagely tore it apart, its four arachnid limbs extending claws that utterly massacred the body. It stuffed in chunks of meat and organs in its mouth as quick as it could, slurping off blood from its claws as it did so. The humanoid was utterly delicious. Truly, this was an intelligent life form, its wondrous taste was evident enough of that. However, it was not nearly as intelligent as most of the species the collector knew of. The humanoid was a barbaric, simple-minded creature capable of little more than crafting rudimentary stone tools and shouting basic commands and requests. The collector froze. It could sense additional presences nearing by. They were of similar size and build to this humanoid. Its brethren. The collector did not have time to consume all of its slaughtered prey's remains, so it took what remained of the mangled corpse and ran up a tree, using its spider limbs like picks to crawl across the bark. From high above, the collector looked down, eagerly assessing the situation. The collector witnessed with interest as the humanoids roamed below, their stone daggers drawn in alarm. There were only three. One of them knelt by a bloody patch of grass, the only remnant of their companion. The other two circled around, wary for attack. They grunted to each other, and the collector with its sharp hearing could barely make out their intonations. It seemed that these humanoids were a little more intelligent than the collector gave them credit for. They were engaging in a good amount of conversation, their faces animated with fear or concern as they squabbled with each other. The collector was curious. It checked its status. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level 2100. Genetic material gained, stored genetic material, new black goblin, black ant, 10 per humanoid it consumed. Not a bad rate. Far better than even the deer. The three blissfully unaware humanoids beneath became all the more appetizing, but the collector did not move yet. It instead searched the black goblin it had just killed for knowledge. When creatures became intelligent, it became far harder to extract their knowledge and memories. Basic instincts were programmed with biology, but higher thoughts and memories were more delicate, harder to maintain within a body after death and even harder to absorb. The great collective hive mind with its immense scale and power had the capacity to extract knowledge from entire species with its unparalleled genic processing power, but the collector itself, now cut off from the hive mind, was limited to absorbing one key memory or fragment of knowledge from an intelligent creature. However, this was enough. It decided to learn the language of these primitive creatures. The unintelligible squabbling below became understandable, albeit a little faint with how high up the tree the collector was. "We get out now," said one of the two goblins guarding their friend still checking the bloodstains. "No beast here," replied the goblin kneeling in the blood. "Strange. Very strange. Humans close, so no beast. So how Fricky die?" "No important," said the other goblin. It was shaking a little, its hold on the dagger unsteady. "Important is danger near. We leave to den. We tell drag." "We tell drag," said the goblins in unison, nodding in agreement at the idea. The collector was pleased. So, there was a den of these creatures. Enough of them, and it could evolve straight to the next metamorphosis level. But for now, It would claim the feast standing before its eyes already. With a swift motion, it scurried downwards. Up. Up. One of the goblins screamed, but it was too late. The collector had landed on the goblin, having launched itself down from 10 meters up. The sheer weight of the collector's dense musculature and carapace was enough to splatter the goblin on the forest floor, shattering its each and every bone. The other two goblins took a look at the collector, at its powerfully muscled, clawed and blood-stained hind legs, its 6 arachnid limbs protruding from the back like prehensile spines, and its insectoid head clicking with mandibles like axe heads, all 8, beady black eyes poised with hunger at their defenseless forms, and froze. The sight of the collector, a repulsive amalgamation of mammal and insect oversized to hideous proportions, overloaded the goblins' fear instincts, and kept them still for a second. That second was easily enough for the collector to extend 2 of its arachnid limbs forwards, thrusting them through both goblins' heads simultaneously. With a slick pop, the limbs withdrew, leaving 2 neat, circular holes in the goblins' skulls. Over in a few seconds. The goblins were aided by their primal instincts, but they were also slowed down by them. Fear had caught them, seized them by their throats, rendered their minds to mush and their feet to putty for a second, and that spelt the end of their lives. In contrast, the collector was not driven by instinct. No, it used instinct, used it as an efficient part of its body just as it used its claws or limbs or tails. It felt no fear, no hesitation, no mercy. The collector wasted no time in devouring the goblins. Even the fastest butcher in all the realm would have marveled at the collector's speed in dissecting and consuming them. The collector had an in-depth understanding of the goblins' anatomies now, having consumed one and cross-referenced its biological structure across the collective memories it retained, allowing the collector to accurately predict where each and every one of the goblins' vitals were, where the joints were easiest to pop, the tendons easiest to slice, the flesh easiest to tear. Biomass gained, plus 30. Biomass level, 51/100ths. A horde of these goblins would face no challenge to the collector now, not because of strength. 10 or so of these would have the manpower to injure the collector, but because the collector knew their behaviors, instincts, and vitals now and could exploit these to systematically execute them. From the goblins it had just consumed, the collector also absorbed key bits of knowledge, the location of their den, their numbers, and the being they called Drag. The den was not far from here. A little ways further in the jungle. In a safer area where no larger predators roamed. It was an underground network of tunnels and burrows that had been previously made by a different creature. There were quite a few of these goblins. 20 in total, led by a much larger, stronger variant of the species called a hobgoblin whose name was evidently Drag. The collector made its way towards Bite Tree Top, scurrying up a tree trunk and leaping from branch to branch. The goblins lived underground and did not pay much attention to the trees, so this would grant the collector the highest amount of stealth in approaching. As the collector moved, it calculated its chances. This Drag could definitely challenge it in a test of strength, and when aided by his goblins, would have an upper hand. It was confident that should it face Drag in single combat, it could win provided it had the benefit of an ambush. At the same time, the 20 goblins by themselves proved no threat either. It was only when Drag and his goblins were together that they became a significant threat. Then the solution was to eliminate one or the other. Divide and conquer. Isolate and consume. /4 The collector watched from above, keeping absolutely still as it watched the den. It hid itself in a thicket of leaves amidst a tree overlooking the den, and it had watched for an entire day, from last night to this night, moving only to track the den's denizens. It could regulate its metabolic processes to a slowed state such that it almost never had to eat or drink, and its bodily processes were absolutely efficient to the point where nothing it consumed was excreted as waste. These combined traits were what originally allowed it to traverse the vast, empty reaches of space unafflicted by weaknesses such as hunger or thirst. The collector observed there was a large pit in the ground from where the goblins routinely went in and out, carrying food, sticks, rocks, and leaves. Every so often, Drag would emerge. He was 2 meters tall, heavily muscled, and more built for combat than the goblins. A quick visual analysis indicated dense bones, thick limbs, and elongated tusks that jutted from his mouth. His overall structure, however, was similar to that of his goblin kin, with the same yellow, beady eyes and blackened skin. Presumably, his vitals were the same as well, for it seemed that they were all part of the same evolutionary branch of creatures. The collector memorized Dragon the Goblin's patterns of movement. The goblins made routine trips out to secure food, and Drag occasionally came with them to hunt larger prey. The movement of the goblins was relatively random, which was expected considering there were 20 of them. There would always be variables as to where they were. However, there were two important details of note worth. Drag himself had set patterns to his movement. Every so often, he would isolate himself from the goblins to go to his own personal watering hole with clearer water than that the common goblins drank from. Here, he would drink and then expel excretions before returning to the den. In addition, the goblins were nocturnal, sleeping during the day, but Drag was active both day and night. The collector clipped its mandibles as it settled on its ambush plan. It would ambush Drag when he left for water at noon, when daylight was bright, and his goblin entourage was sleeping. Early the next morning, the collector laid its ambush. It went to Drag's watering hole and extracted as much striped centipede and jungle spider venom as it could from its jaws, pulling it into the water and mixing it. The toxic liquid, iridescent blue with hints of green, dripped into the clear pond, clouding it just a little. The venom from both insects was not particularly strong, unable to kill even a goblin in normal doses, but at the mass quantities the collector could produce significantly larger than any little bug, it was enough to kill a goblin or slow down Drag. Then the collector weaved spots of thick webbing around the watering hole, being careful to avoid the well-worn path that Drag used and ensuring they were not noticeable. In the chaos of battle, Drag would have to move away from this path, and here he would find webbing to tangle his feet. The collector laid in wait, high up in a tree above the watering hole. This next victim would prove to be a challenge, but a worthy one. No doubt it would provide enough biomass to ascend to the next metamorphosis level. Just 10 minutes shy of noon, when the sun hung low in the sky, Drag came. The collector tensed its muscles, readying to pounce as it tracked Drag's every move. Drag stumbled forwards, yawning as he absent-mindedly scratched his genitals through a dirt-brown loincloth. Alarmingly, he dragged a wooden club behind him. This was outside the collector's calculations. The club was brutish, roughly carved from a tree trunk with splintering spikes left at the end to gore any unlucky victims. It was no gravitron mace, but at the collector's current state, it was still a threat. Drag's muscles rippled as he knelt by the pond, cupping some of the water and greedily shoving it in his mouth. He took a single gulp of water before he started coughing, spitting out the rest. The collector took note. By its calculations, it determined that Drag had taken in a dosage of venom not strong enough to immobilize him, but still potent enough to give him a general sense of numbness and slow down his movements. It waited now for an opportunity to strike. It had to make sure everything went perfectly to compensate for Drag's club. Drag took an angry look at the water and punched it. A great splash of water erupted upwards, a testament to his strength. Having vented enough immediate rage, he turned around with intent to order his goblins to find more water. However, the precise second Drag turned his back, the collector struck, using its powerful rabbit legs to eject itself down from the trees like a missile. It had its spider limbs stuck forwards like blades, aiming to impale through the hobgoblin's heart to end things in an instant. Surprisingly, Drag had the reactions to turn around. However, he did not have time to swat the collector away, only to cross his arms to defend against impact. The collector adjusted its angle of attack midair to adjust for the sudden defense, for now Drag protected his heart with his burly arms. The collector twisted, angling its descent a little further downwards, and pierced straight through Drag's right thigh, aiming for maximal immobilization if it could not ensure a lethal initial blow. Before Drag could retaliate, the collector withdrew its spider limbs and leapt backwards by pushing off the hobgoblin's body. The collector flicked blood on its claws away and onto the grass, eyeing the hobgoblin intently, analyzing, hunting. Drag roared in pain, one hand clutching at his now useless right leg and another wildly swinging the club, swatting at empty air. The collector had severed exactly the tendons and muscles required for leg movement in one fell, surgical swoop. "Curse you!" said Drag, spittle frothing from his mouth. He tried to stand, but the best he could do was awkwardly limp, unable to put any weight on his right side. The collector did not respond, nor could it due to a lack of vocal cords. Its 8 eyes focused on Drag, looking only for any weaknesses to exploit. His right side was open. Any attacks from there would be difficult for the hobgoblin to retaliate against. It would also force him to put more pressure on his right leg, speeding up his already profuse bleeding. "What are you?" said Drag through heavy breaths. "You monster? No, you not monster I see before. You must be human's pet. Human's monster." The collector used Drag's wasted effort in shouting as a moment to attack, pouncing to Drag's right side and striking at his throat with a clawed spider limb. It felt a surge of anger to even be considered the pet of a lowly tinkering race such as a human, but the anger, like any of the emotions it could feel, did not cloud it, but honed its movements. Drag, however, was surprisingly quick, using his one good leg to push backwards to narrowly dodge the swipe. It was evident that he was used to combat, his movements sharpened and trained. The collector recalculated the movements necessary to hit Drag. An expression of surprise came upon Drag's face as he moved back, past his familiar trail, and stepped on a mass of webbing with his one good foot. He lost balance, toppling over backwards. The collector leapt into the air and landed on Drag's chest, aiming to use its powerful mandibles to sever his throat entirely. Drag, however, was quick and devastatingly strong. He reacted to the collector's bite, quickly using his free hand to grab one of the collector's mandibles before it could close on his throat. With a guttural grunt, Drag ripped off the mandible entirely. The collector did not flinch or react. Such movements were inefficient. It registered damage and took to a more wary approach. It moved downwards a bit, dodging an attempt by Drag to grab it, and placed its sizable, full weight on the hobgoblin's damaged leg to keep him on the ground. Then the collector's 6 arachnid arms, their sharp, clawed tips exposed, savagely began tearing into Drag. Death by 1,000 cuts. Drag screamed in pain as he covered his face and chest with his arms, trying to preserve his vitals. However, the collector was a surgeon, and this was its operating table. Its attacks, fast and savage as they were not wild. They were precise, every single one meant calculated and meant to inflict as much damage as possible, cutting at tendons and major blood vessels. One swipe punctured a lung, finding the soft tissue through ribs. Drag shifted his arms instinctively lower to defend himself, leaving one half of his face open for a split second. Enough time for a limb to skewer out his left eye. Every single tiny movement the hobgoblin wasted and every single instance of pain that slowed it were openings for the collector to abuse. With a final burst of strength reserved only to those knowing death was near, Drag roared and abandoned his defense, reaching for his club and swinging it. The collector immediately swerved backwards, but Drag's attack inflicted some measure of damage. Following a sickening crunch, 3 of the collector's arachnid limbs sailed through the air, landing on the forest floor still twitching and oozing blackish-green blood from their dismembered lips. The collector could feel pain, but not enough to adversely affect it. Just enough to let it know that damage had been inflicted. Any more pain would have been useless, and anything useless biologically had long been cut away from it. Drag groaned weakly. He was bleeding from dozens of cuts, all of them arguably lethal, and sprays of arterial red spurted from his thigh and several ruptured blood vessels. The collector circled Drag's prone and weak body. It was cautious, not willing to enter his attack range. Even though Drag was soon to bleed to death, it did not want to risk any form of retaliation that might have injured it. That was one of the primary laws of a predator: take no risk. Among predators and prey, if prey could inflict even a single crippling wound, then the meal was not worth it. Drag made several attempts to attack, weakly lunging forwards or trying to swing its club. Each time, The collector simply leapt backwards just enough to dodge before circling again like a vulture waiting for its weakened carrion to slump over. Eventually, Drag knelt in grass drenched in his blood, breath wheezing from his damaged lung. He struggled to keep his eyes open and his body shook, resisting shock from blood loss. "Kill me," gurgled out Drag. The collector kept circling. "Kill me." The collector ignored Drag. It wondered why the creature was so eager for death. All it had to do was be patient. Drag grunted in defeat and acceptance of death, letting go of his club and using both arms to try and turn to his side to bleed out with a little more comfort. The collector saw Drag give up the club and struck once more, knowing that it was now risk-free to attack. It skewered a spider limb through the oversized goblin's empty eye socket, scrambling the soft brain beneath it. The collector was impressed. Drag had been a worthy foe to its current state. Collectors were created with a combat-oriented mindset that found value in battle and consuming strong opponents. This was the most compatible independent personality for a life of endless battle, of fighting and consuming the strongest and best genetic material across the cosmos. In contrast, a biological robot programmed only to consume would not have the independent thought to adapt to battle situations and find itself outmaneuvered by the ingenuity of tinkering, spacefaring races. That was why when the collector consumed Drag, it did so relatively slowly, cutting into the hobgoblin's body with slow, measured slices to enjoy the flavor. It wished to savor the taste of an enemy that had managed to wound it. Biomass gained, plus 50, biomass level. 100/100ths. Genetic material gained, black goblin, black hobgoblin, black ant. As predicted, the black hobgoblin, being powerful, large, and somewhat intelligent, granted an immense amount of biomass capable of allowing the collector to reach its next stage of evolution. /5 By this point, Drag had been reduced to a few bones, all that was once left of the proud warrior hobgoblin. The collector leapt up a tree. It did so awkwardly, having lost 3 of its spider limbs, but it knew how to compensate for the lost limbs with expertise, shifting its weight from side to side so that it could rappel up the tree at a speed that would have been hard to believe it was injured. There, it curled up and began its evolution. At lower metamorphosis levels, it could not afford to be picky with the genetic material it had, as growing stronger at any cost was its prime directive. It would use what it had. The collector's body began melting, secreting a slimy ooze that formed a cocoon over it. It was more monstrous than before, with large, beating veins streaking across its glossy surface. The collector also did not melt into complete primordial liquid this time, instead condensing into a sphere that pulsated like a heart at the center of the flesh cocoon. In its current state, the collector could not construct a form utilizing more than 3 genetic bases. As it reached higher metamorphosis levels and gained more capacity to process the material, this would increase, but for now, it would have to make do with what it had. There were 2 new pieces of genetic material, the black goblin and the black hobgoblin. However, the hobgoblin was simply superior in every aspect, and so the collector chose to switch out its rabbit genes with that of the hobgoblin. Although it did not like assuming a humanoid form because bipedal humanoids evolved through reliance on tools and not biological might, it was still the strongest base form it could achieve. It retained its spider and centipede genes, useful as they were for extra limbs, compound vision, webbing, and minor venom. The metamorphosis would take close to 30 minutes this time, as the collector was undergoing significant physiological changes. During this time, it searched the hobgoblin's memories using the keyword of human. Although the collector had ignored the hobgoblin's angry bleating during combat, it had remembered his words. Judging from the way the hobgoblin spoke about humans, it would seem they were an intelligent species, perhaps in direct conflict with these primitives. If they were anything like the humans the collector was familiar with, then this world would be a significant challenge to assimilate. Humans were one of the spacefaring races that resisted the collective, and though they had lost planet after planet to the hive mind, they still survived and fought with a tenacity that belied the weakness of their fleshy forms. By now, after nearly a century of warring against the collective, the humans had developed weapons of war easily capable of wiping out the collector in its current state. Finding out more information about these humans was imperative. The memories came. It was obvious that the hobgoblin held powerful emotions of humans, with many of his memories tied to that keyword. They came like hazy recollections or half-remembered dreams, murky and almost surreal, lacking in many details, but still understandable. A memory. The hobgoblin running. It was young and small, no larger than the goblins it lorded over now. It was injured, with burns and cuts littering its body. Behind it stood the entryway to a cave, smoke curling out from within. Powerful emotions of sadness and rage. The humans had come and exterminated the hobgoblin and his kin. Their swords and spears had skewered many friends, decapitated his parents, and dealt him many painful wounds. A vow of revenge against the humans. Later, the hobgoblin was grown, leading a large tribe of goblins and hobgoblins to a human village. He rallied his kind, raising his club into the air. He promised death and destruction to the humans. Their food and women would be the spoils of war. A cheer. Later, the hobgoblin lay bleeding under a tree, arrows skewered in his side. The battle had failed. Strong humans had appeared. Another vow of vengeance. He would find more goblins to his cause in the jungles, build up his strength and attack once more. Though the memories were exceptionally unclear, fogged over by emotion and other useless baggage that the collector did not have the capacity to adequately even feel or perceive, the collector could still tell that the humans on this world were far different than those the collective had encountered elsewhere. They were far, far more primitive, wielding sticks and chunks of iron and little else more. It would not have to worry about blaster bolts that could tear apart its carapace. Exosuits that had the strength to tear it in its current state from limb to limb. Seeker drones that would track its unique biological signatures and dispatch it with arrays of invasive explosives too fast and too small to defend against. Perhaps the humans of this world were a subspecies of human cut off from the main body. Or maybe they were a divergent but similar evolutionary line, for it was a fact that bipedal tinkerers seemed to evolve similarly throughout the stars. No matter. The collector would consume them all in due time. That they were weak and primitive would only hasten their ends. The collector burst from its cocoon and immediately fell from the tree. It had grown far too large to scurry about on treetops, being almost 2.5 meters tall. It oriented itself before it crashed into the forest floor, making sure to land on its 2 feet. The collector grunted as it moved its body, flexing its muscle and wriggling its extremities to improve blood flow that had been stemmed during metamorphosis. It did not like assuming a bipedal form. All the races the collective had destroyed had been bipedal tinkerers too weak to use their natural strength. Bipedalism came to be a symbol of relying on tools over biological might. But no matter. It could easily discard this current form following its next evolution. As of now, the collector looked far less hideous. It was a towering mass of muscle plated with smooth, bony carapace tinted black from hobgoblin's genes. Once more, 6 arachnid arms ripped out from its back. They were stronger now, thicker and padded with more muscle underneath the sleek, black carapace. This, coupled with the innate hydraulic movement system inherent to arachnid legs, would mean that these 6 limbs were far faster than its regular mammalian arms, though to maintaining the efficiency of the blood-based hydraulics meant sacrificing some muscular mass. A plus about this hobgoblin genetic base was that it was extremely compatible with the collector's natural ultrafiber muscle adaptation, as the main reason the hobgoblin was so much more muscular and stronger than the normal goblin was due to a mutation that affected its muscular hypertrophy and bone density. It was simply a matter of assimilating that gene into its ultrafiber muscle adaptation. In this manner, it was possible to upgrade and enhance adaptations the collector already had. This was the sort of continuous evolution and improvement that the collective did, though on a far smaller scale. The collector's head was a mix of insect and humanoid, being humanoid in shape but armored entirely in black carapace. 2 long, black antennae emerged from its forehead, dotted with its sensitive hair's adaptation. It retained its mandibles, which sloped down from its temples to its proper mouth, acting like shin guards. It checked its status. Metamorphosis level 2 greater than 3, biomass level, 100 100ths greater than 0 100, stored genetic material, black goblin, black ant, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 2 greater than 3, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 2 greater than 3, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 1 greater than 2, weapon systems, new monomolecular claws rank 1, current form, jungle spider, striped centipede, black hobgoblin. The collector was pleased with its new adaptation. It would console the fact that it had to assume a humanoid form with the opportunity to develop one of its national abilities that it had missed the most, monomolecular claws. It watched as almost metallic white claws curved like scythes emerged from its fingertips and protruded from its feet. It generated larger spikes on its elbows to use as stabbing and slicing weapons, compensating for the inefficiency of having so many frail and tiny bones in its hand, a common trait among tinkering species. Monomolecular claws were one of the crowning evolutions of the collective, being extraordinarily powerful tools and yet incredibly genetically efficient. To put it simply, they were composed of the same durable organic hyperalloy base as collector's carapace, but their edges had adapted to a different structure sourced through an unique predatory species on a harsh, metal-dense planet where metal and flesh melded together. The result was that the claws thinned to a razor-sharp, monomolecular edge capable of splitting apart substances at the molecular level, resulting in a sharpness unparalleled across the cosmos, capable of matching any superheated plasmoid blade or vibrosaber. As of now, the collector's offensive capabilities with its claws was devastating. Even at the height of its power, the sharpness of its claws was the same, making it one of the most efficient adaptations it could have obtained. The only reason it had not obtained it before was because it had prioritized the carapace for survival. The biggest flaw of these claws right now, however, was the fact that their durability was tied to their rank level, meaning that though they could slice through any known matter, they were brittle, capable of breaking apart by sufficient or appropriately applied force at the correct angles. In celebration of regaining one of its prized adaptations, the collector decided that it would feast, and there was no better feast waiting for him than at the now defenseless goblin den now that Drag was dead. /6 The entry to the den was quiet. It was a sizable pit in the ground, easily enough for the hobgoblin to have went in and out of, and covered with piles of sticks and a layer of leaves to camouflage it with the grassy environment around it. Presumably, the goblins did not want any unwanted visitors during the day when they slept. By now, afternoon had barely dawned. The temperature was still on the colder side, however, even at the peak of day when sunlight exposure should have been at its maximum. The collector looked up, peering at the sun through gaps in the canopy of branches and leaves above. It stared at the sun in questioning. Now that the collector had developed a sufficiently complex ocular system, it could take in wavelengths of colors that matched what the hobgoblin itself could. This also included the ability to perceive shapes and outlines clearly in the dark, but, as the collector understood, these evolutions still did not explain the aberrant nature of the sun's visual appearance in this world. The sun was entirely black, covered as if in eclipse, and yet, light still shone from it as if it was entirely unobscured. There were certain tinkering races that could construct great spheres around their suns to harvest its energy, and for a moment, the collector wondered whether such a class of civilization existed here independent of the primitive humans, but the possibility seemed vanishingly low. From orbit, the planet looked largely undeveloped, still covered in vast swathes of undisturbed nature. It decided to attribute the unnatural state of the sun as a visual anomaly created through light wavelengths interacting with properties in this world's atmosphere, though exactly what those properties were it did not know. Nor did it particularly care so long as they did not pose a threat to it or provide a resource for any tinkering species here. Yet any civilization here would be pitifully primitive, unable even to fight against and dominate the ecosystem of its home planet, let alone harbor extraplanetary or interstellar capabilities. This made the collector more confident in its hunting, and yet, it still knew to be careful, to lay low until it had further knowledge of this world. After all, there was that thing. That great construct or creature of light that could match the collector even when it was in its prime battle-ready state. Remembering that threat steadied the collector's focus. It trained its mind on the hunt at hand, listening. Insects and birds alike chirped aplenty, not knowing they were singing to a scene of impending massacre. Earthy scents lingered in the air. The smell of green flora and musky traces of goblins dominated the air, but there were no other scents. There would be no interference. The collector was thorough as it approached the entrance of the goblin nest. It hunched over the den and extended its burly arm with a silent, gliding motion that utterly belied its brawn. There was not a single rustle or crackle as the collector picked apart the sticks and leaves that made up the entrance, uncovering the den. With the den bare, the collector observed that it sloped downwards, into the earth and, using its night vision, saw that it led to a much larger cavern sufficient in size for 20 goblins to rest. The collector crawled in with a measure of difficulty as it was larger than the hobgoblin, and the den itself was made to accommodate at maximum capacity the hobgoblin's size, probably to deter entry by any larger predator. However, the collector had control over its musculature at a fine level that no ordinary species possessed, and it twitched and undulated and condensed its muscle fibers so that it seemed to shrink and warp, twisting its way into the den while making a bare minimum of sound. Now inside, the collector felt that the air underground was even colder, almost frigid. Each of its warm-blooded breaths left a trail of fog to mark it. It took its hand, now humanoid in shape, and extended an index finger. Fine lines of spider silk emerged from the fingertip, glinting in the few errant rays of sunlight that draped into the dark of the pit's entrance. It used its finger to draw up a web, sealing the entrance shut. The pit became darker, the webbing blotting out the sunlight. Nothing would come in. Nothing would leave. There would be no survivors. No wasted biomass. The goblin den was simple in structure. One large cavern where all 20 goblins slept, sprawled about and snoring. Underground, it was dark, but the collector's night vision and antennae could sense each and every one of these little creatures, their minute movements, the quick rhythm of their breathing, the beating of their small and fragile hearts. It was a testament to the collector's silence that it could stalk its way to the middle of all of them without alerting them at all. Or perhaps it was a testament to their laziness. Either way, it was weakness. Bray should always be on the alert. The collector was disappointed. This was what happened when animals gained unrefined intelligence. They lost touch with their most basic instincts, the very same primal instincts that had let them live and evolve to what they were now. It was only mercy to end their paltry evolutionary lines and make them part of something far bigger, far worthier. The collector knelt by one of the sleeping goblins. It rustled a little, perhaps sensing its impending doom, but instead of waking up and alert, it rolled over on its stomach, snoring and snorting. The collector decapitated the goblin with one clean swipe of its clawed hand. Blood spurted from the goblin's empty neck, spattering onto a companion sleeping nearby. This other goblin woke up, rubbing its eyes. They glowed yellow in the dark, but with how wide they became, the glow accentuated his utter terror. "Monster! Monster!" shouted the goblin, scrambling up. The collector punched its claws into the goblin's stomach and expanded its fingers from within, slicing the creature in two. By now, all the goblins had roused from sleep and started screaming a symphony of terror and alarm. One brave goblin attempted to bite at the collector's leg but instead shattered its teeth on blackened carapace. The collector raised its foot and squashed the goblin, grinding the creature's skull under its heel. The goblins, their eyes adapted to darkness, saw everything clearly, and knew at a deeply fundamental level that every ounce of their instincts screamed at them, telling them that they had no chance against this monstrous intruder. "Drag! Drag!" they shouted in unison. With mass hysteria gripping them, they collectively moved further into the cavern, into a secondary, smaller chamber. The collector took its time, following them with slow, almost lazy steps. It did not have to waste energy after all. The goblins had no way to escape. No way to fight back. Where drag? The goblins looked around in confusion. The collector also looked. This cavern was cozier than the one before. There was a semblance of privacy to it with a curtain of leaves and branches. Behind it, instead of cold hard earth for bedding, There was a rug of sufficiently complicated embroidery to indicate construction from a more advanced species with a basket filled with fruit by it. Drag's quarters, presumably. "I killed Drag," said the collector with newfound vocal cords. Its voice was deep and raspy, a clicking undertone emphasizing its every word with an unnatural, skin-crawling intonation. The side effects of producing vocal cords mixed with insectoid genetic material. "I butchered him wholesale at his watering hole. There is nothing left of him now. But none of you should feel any sorrow for his passing. He has become something more now, serving a purpose far nobler than what his simple-minded brutishness could have ever hoped to conceptualize." The collector neared the goblins, and they withdrew even further, huddling together and shaking in fear. "You strong. You Drag now," said one of the goblins. "You Drag. You Drag," repeated the others. "I am Drag?" said the collector. It knelt on the ground to look the goblins in the eye, almost as if it was talking to children. "What does that mean, little creatures? Drag is dead. I slew him personally. Consumed his flesh. Devoured his bones. Left not even an errant drop of blood staining the grass." The collector was no fool. Although it would have liked to simply annihilate all these goblins and consume them, if it could, it would still try to obtain some information from them, for memory extraction through consumption, especially with more intelligent species such as this goblin, was limited. Until the collector was at the height of its power, it was still in a strange, unknown world of potential dangers, and every bit of information mattered. /7 Thus, the collector realized, it would have to make more thorough use of language to extract information, though it had to admit that it did not like trying to navigate the nuances of tinkering speech and its decorum. These goblins were simple-minded and likely, their speech patterns too would be equally predictable, but having to engage with even slightly more advanced tinkerers such as humans, to know when they lied or hid the truth, would be a challenge it had never encountered before. None others of its kind before it had had any experience attempting to communicate with tinkering species, for either they raised them all or succumbed to their weapons. The very concept of parleying was unthinkable. Destroy or be destroyed was all the collector had known. Obvious, really, a straightforward evolution of the primary directive imbued in all life: consume or be consumed. Certainly, there did exist other collector strains such as the infector or dominator variants that specialized in creating spores, parasites, and symbiotes focused on taking over a world through disease and manipulation, but unfortunately, the current collector, cut off from the greater database system of the collective, could not regrow any adaptations from other collector strains. It was limited to restoring its own warrior-type strain abilities. And though those adaptations were certainly fearsome and exceedingly diverse, there was precious little in the means of enslaving and bending wills. To be sure, consuming the goblins to gain their memories was also possible, but the collector needed keywords about things and wanted to know first for that to be effective, and interrogating these goblins enough might give the collector some idea of what to search for. Optimally, it would be best to communicate and learn many things from the goblins instead of consuming them and learning only about one topic. Provided, of course, these addle-pated primitives could even engage in meaningful discourse. Drag means strong, very strong. Strong one. You are strong one. Drag mean you leader. We follow. You Drag. You Drag. The collector remained motionless. It would seem that Drag was not a name, but a title of leadership. It was amused that these lowly life forms wished to follow it, but it could see that this was simply a desperate plea for their lives. The greatest honor the collector could grant these primitives was to absorb them, placing their genetic material into the collective database where they would be immortalized. But for now, the collector humored them, using its newfound position of authority to ask about what it was most curious about. "Tell me, since I am leader of your pack now, do you know of humans?" The goblins jumped up and down, excited to be able to tell the collector of things they knew about, hoping that by being useful, they could save themselves. "Humans tall and mean. They kill us, so we kill them. Take food and women," said a goblin. "Many, many humans. They outside jungle. We won't kill them," said another. Humans outside Forest Week. We hungry, so we take from them. Here, here, said a goblin from behind the crowd. It grunted and heaved. Here human we capture. The goblin crowd parted, and one of them pushed forwards a limp humanoid. The collector analyzed it. Judging from the memories it had absorbed from the hobgoblin, this was a female of the human species. She was curled up in a ball, shivering with her unprotected body bare to the distressingly cold environment of the den. She was bloody and bruised, her auburn hair torn in many places. The collector clipped its mandibles in ponderance. An equivalent of muttering or I see. If you want, you use, said one of the goblins. The other goblins nodded in agreement. Use? The collector asked. It pressed one of its claws gently on the human's arm. The skin easily yielded to the monomolecular edges of the claw and started to bleed. There was nothing exceptional about this specimen. In many ways, it was very much like the humans it had known, comprised of weak and imperfect flesh and blood, but this specimen was even weaker. She did not even possess any of the genetic enhancements and bodily implants that made the spacefaring humans it was familiar with just a bit sturdier than what their enfeebled, evolutionary stunted flesh and blood bodies would allow for. Perhaps the collector had worried about these so-called humans for nothing. It was becoming increasingly likely that the humans of this world were a divergent but similar evolution of bipedal species. Such similar evolutionary paths were not unheard of, after all, especially among tinkerers that all tended to evolve similarly. Make babies, feel good, said the goblins. Ah, procreation, said the collector. It had no need to procreate. Reproduction as these primitive species understood it was a highly impractical and inefficient process that paled in comparison to the collective's process of assimilation and pure creation. Sex was useless to the collector. It was immune to unnecessary and exploitable instincts such as the drive to reproduce. Pro? Asked the goblins, confused at the difficult word. Interesting. The collector stood up. Your language is sufficiently complex, and yet all of you are too simple-minded to utilize it fully. Curious. Perhaps there are more intelligent subspecies of yourselves roaming about. I assume they will be far more useful than you. The goblins looked at each other, trying to see if one of them had understood what the collector meant. Do not worry yourselves over my rambling, said the collector. You will not have to worry at all anymore. The goblins sighed in relief. Your intelligence is too lacking for me to gain information through conversation. Your lack of neural complexity and adequate grasp over communicative language will be a time-consuming challenge to navigate that I would rather not endure. Consumption will tell me more than your primitive babbling. The collector slashed forwards, taking wide, arcing swings with its deadly claws extended. It was a slaughter. Each swipe cleaved multiple goblins into multiple pieces, their body parts flying in the air and their blood splattering everywhere. The goblins screamed, each swipe thinning their numbers and lowering the volume of their collective cries, but one had the wits to remain calm and dart through the collector's legs and attempt escape. The collector did not pay heed to it. It would find no way out. The collector retracted its claws. Blood had made its entire body slick and reeking of iron. It opened up its pores, draining the liquid biomass into its skin. The blood faded almost immediately, sinking into the collector's hungry cells. There was now the matter of the human. The collector grabbed her head in its palm and shook her ever so slightly. The human shivered. Goblin blood had drenched her, painting her pale skin red. Human, said the collector in the goblin's language. Please, the human whispered. The collector could not understand the human's weak vocalization. It was evident the human did not speak the language of the goblins, nor did it speak the language of the humans that the collector was familiar with. Save me, adventurer, save me, said the human in a weak voice no louder than a whisper. Her eyes were glazed over, her breathing shallow and cracked, straining against cracked ribs and internal bleeding. The collector sensed the human's vitals and registered a slowing heartbeat and internal hemorrhaging that had forced her into a state of delirious shock. She would be useless for providing information and soon to die anyway. With a quick jab, the collector stabbed its hand into the female's heart, ending her life in a merciful instant. The collector set about consuming everything it could in that den, devouring all the dismembered goblin bodies, the human female, and the lone goblin that had attempted to escape only to find itself ensnared by webbing. Biomass gained, plus 25, biomass level 25 1/100ths, disappointing. The goblins provided a meager 1 point of biomass at this point and the human a pitiful 5. However, this was to be expected. Higher levels of metamorphosis required exponentially higher levels of complex biomass, after all. More useful, however, were the memories and knowledge. /8 the collector observed the webbing it had drawn up over the den. There were bloody stains on it from the goblin that been trapped there in a final attempt to escape. The collector ran its hands and arachnid limbs across the stains, absorbing the blood through its skin. The last drops of red draining into the collector's integumentary system heralded the complete assimilation of all noteworthy living beings inside the den. The collector's next target was to scope out the more intelligent civilizations on this planet, and though it reasoned that the humans were highly primitive and not a threat, it still had not made any extensive contact with them. For there was still the matter of that thing that had reduced the collector's once mighty state into its current, pitiful form. Was it the creation of these lowly humans? No, it did not seem so. Then another civilization? And yet, there were no signs of any such advanced tinkering race. That left the collector only with the lead of finding information about humans, for it seemed the goblins had no other contact with more intelligent species. Thus it had extracted all the information it could about a nearby human settlement from the goblins. From the goblins' memories, it would seem that they, under the leadership of the hobgoblin, were intending on rallying their forces, calling from other dens further in the forest, and overrunning the village for their supplies and females. They did not normally clash with the militarily superior humans, but necessity drove them due to the presence of a fierce predator deeper within the forest that pushed them out. The exact nature of this predator was unknown, it would require further investigation on part of the collector. There were more hobgoblins as well, and they made better use of their mental faculties than their average goblin brethren, sending them out to scout the human settlement. A few of the goblins in the den had been part of these scouting missions, and from their memories tied to the key word of human, the collector perceived in greater clarity the nature of the humans in this world. The humans of the settlement were at the very early stages of development as a tinkering civilization, just past the stage when they were hunter-gatherers to cultivating the land, living off of harvests instead of migratory hunts. There was some semblance of hierarchy and division of labor among the humans, with there being an appointed leader and various laborers, farmers, gatherers, hunters, and warriors. Their level of technology was, as predicted, low. They worked with pliable plant matter such as wood, building homes and tools with a substance. They had some measure of metalworking, but they did not have the technological means to produce refined alloys, let alone infinitely complicated alloys such as smart steel. In fact, there simply was no complicated or advanced technology to speak of. Though these humans utilized tools, they still merely utilized them as an extension of their basic bodily strength, not relying on engines or artificial intelligences or anything that remotely reached that caliber of tinkering. There was one thing that confused the collector, however. It was the presence of a substance called magic. One of the goblins had a vivid memory of it. A robed human waving its hands and unleashing a torrent of flame from seemingly nowhere. The collector had searched its memory banks long and hard for any technology that the collective might have encountered that was similar, but in all instances where tinkering species created fire, it was through the aid of devices. To simply wave one's extremities and generate flames was not recorded. Certainly, the collector itself knew of an adaptation that involved igniting a chemical solution with a friction-inducing argon to generate gouts of flame hot enough to melt even smart steel, but the human from the memory did not have anything resembling such an adaptation. Some humans underwent significant bodily changes and artificial adaptations themselves, padding their skeletal and muscular systems with alloys and wiring and plating and whatever else they needed to compensate for their inherent weakness. And among some of these false adaptations was a flame-generating structure in the palm, but this was not that either. Perhaps, Had the collector been connected to the collective and its much broader database, then it could have found more relevant information, but for now, it would have to figure out this magic by itself. As of now, it was not particularly worried. If this magic only had the power to generate fire, then it was useless. Regular fire and its temperatures, especially in this atmosphere, would prove to be nothing of a threat to the collector's current level of organic hyperalloy carapace. The collector decided it would head to the human settlement the goblins had planned to attack for more information. It lay an hour run due south from the den, but it would wait around the settlement outskirts until night came to conduct its hunting and investigations. The problem with tinkering species, and one of the traits that allowed them to surpass the limitations of nature, was that they were social, sticking closely together and grouping their efforts when needed. The collector could not recklessly hunt down humans without expecting some form of group retribution. Thus, it would prowl at night, capturing and interrogating lone humans. It would not be odd for these weaklings to have members of their society disappear due to a forest predator or even goblins. In the time between capturing humans, it would see to investigating the other hobgoblins as well, consuming them for efficient biomass harvesting and, perhaps, as additional sources of information. But for now, the humans pose the greatest potential threat as an intelligent species, and so the collector would focus on obtaining information about them. The collector had already used its consumption memory extraction to learn the human language from the human specimen in the den, meaning it would require more humans to learn of additional topics. The acquisition of the human language, also known as Terran, also gave further credence to the collector's hypothesis that these were not the humans it knew. Their language was utterly different. Similar in some faint ways, but only in a capacity to confirm that their evolutionary developments were similar, requiring similar vocalizing structures to utter the intonations required for the language. Good. Then the collector would not have to worry about the presence of armored vehicles or autonomous weapon systems or seeker drones and the like. Though the collector craved battle and consumption, it recognized that there was never such a thing as too much information. The only issue is now how to approach the humans for it. The collector only knew of one way, and it was simple, really. The collector would appeal to the base, primal instincts that the humans still had embedded within them. The fear of death. It would interrogate them, threatening their demise, and if that proved useless, then it would not hesitate to consume them. With a plan in mind, the collector used its claws to tear down the webbing at the den's entrance. The blood-soaked silk wafted gently to the ground, letting in rays of light once more. With a swift motion, it hoisted itself up and over the den's entrance and onto the forest floor. There, a surprise awaited. A welcome surprise, in light of all the thinking the collector had done. Humans. 3 of them. 2 males and 1 female. 2 of them were grouped together standing a few meters away from the collector, while another, the female, stood further back. The collector emitted a low growl in instinctive response to the sense and body language the humans emitted. It could smell their aggression and fear, the sweat forming on their foreheads, the stench of adrenaline starting to reek from within their bodies. It extended its claws until they were like small daggers, the maximal length rank one of monomolecular claws could create. Its antennae stood up straight and alert, sensing every single minute movement from the humans. What in the name of Etheria is this? The hobgoblin? A variant, maybe? Said one of the humans. The collector conducted a sweeping and quick analysis. The human was male judging by sexually dimorphic traits such as its wider build, facial hair, and vocal intonations. He wielded what the collector identified as a sword, made of steel, a basic iron alloy. Good musculature. Tall and proportionally built. Garbed in hardened animal skins that protected his vitals. Movements rigid with alarm but relaxed enough to fight if needed. Perhaps your eyes would benefit from a trip to the temple if you mistake this thing as anything resembling a goblin, said his companion. Another male. He was shorter, but more muscled. He wore metal armor all over his body with a plated, interlocked thickness that far surpassed the protection the other male wore. Wielded what the collector identified as a spear, extending the male's damaging reach significantly. But this is the hobgoblin's den. According to the contract's details, that is, but gods know that the average farmer and frontier bumpkin cannot distinguish a goblin from a demon, said the sword-wielding male. Gunter, stay in front of me and try and see if the thing's aggressive. Feeling a little cowardly, are we, Dale? Said the spear wielder. He inched forwards, spear extended. You know as an adventurer that there's nothing I love more in this world than tearing apart a rare monster. We'll be paid handsomely by the sorcerer's order for anything new their grubby old hands can experiment on, said the sword wielder, bearing a toothy smile. He stood behind the spear wielder and spoke words of caution. If only us one-stars got to keep the course. But can't complain about coin either. The sword-wielding male known as Dale jutted his chin forward, signaling the shorter male, Gunter, forward. But we won't be enjoying our coin as corpses, and you're the one wearing full plate. Stay forwards. Soak the damage. And don't forget, said the female in the back. She grasped with both hands a stick that lengthwise ran approximately equal to her height. The collector did not see any sharpened tip or metal point like with a spear, nor had the wood been tempered any to harden it as a sufficient bludgeoning weapon. It did not understand the purpose of the tool, but if it posed no threat, it did not care. Even though I have your backs with my healing, it does not mean you two are as invincible as you would like to think, said the woman. I do not sense any mana from the monster, but you two still should not let your guards down. Gunter nodded. Yeah, I can't count how many times I would have been dead without you. What say you to a round of drinks afterwards? Token of my appreciation, you know? Plus, I know a pretty nice place back in town. Gods know I won't have any of the filthy swill that the village tavern can dredge up. Flirting on the job again, are we? Said Dale as he circled the collector, sword glinting under the sun. No, just raised with the know-how to treat a lady when I see one, replied Gunter. More like harass one, said Dale. And you wonder why we never can seem to have women stay in our party. The collector observed the humans exchange with some interest. They seemed to be a highly social species, communicating with each other well. Their language was complex, more so than that of the goblins, and it seemed that even the average member of the species had adequate mastery over it. Their ideas were of a relative higher order, capable of tactical planning under pressure. At a first glance, it would seem they would be good to interrogate. At the least, they would be more articulate than the goblins. Humans, said the collector. All the humans froze. /9 all the humans froze. It talks? Said the woman. The thing talks? The Tyron tongue, too? Quiet, said Dale. Intelligent monsters shouldn't be insulted. They can be reasoned with. Gunter, back off. Gunter hesitantly withdrew from the collector, but his spear was still raised. What is your name, good creature? Asked Dale. I require no such thing as a name, said the collector. Names are weakness. They signify individuality. The collective is all that truly matters. Dale nodded slowly. I see. Then, good monster, neither am I monster, replied the collector. I sense that in this language, monster connotes a being of inferiority and savagery. However, I am evolutionarily far beyond your primitive kind. A mere monster dares to lord over us? Said Gunter. The collector's sense heightened aggression. It stretched out its claws. Quiet, Gunter, you bumbling oaf, said Dale. My apologies, good creature, he said to the collector. We only wish to know why you are here. You see, we were tasked with exterminating the goblins in this very den. They are gone. I have consumed all of them, said the collector. The hobgoblin too? Asked Dale. The larger variant of the species too. Then we have no quarrel with you, good creature, said Dale. We are merely curious as to where you are going from here. A settlement of your kind due south of here. Gunter grasped his spear in both hands. Enough. We are adventurers. We slay monsters, not parley with them. This beast has made its intentions clear. It wishes to lay waste to a village. What more must we hear? Gunter, wait, you impulsive fool! Shouted Dale, but it was too late. Gunter roared as he sprinted, thrusting the spear outwards to the collector's stomach. The collector did not react. It had assessed the tensile durability of the weapon and determined it held zero threat. An object of mere wood and soft metal would do nothing. The spear thumped on the collector's hardened carapace, sliding off of it and screeching out sparks. Gunter cried out in surprise as he slipped forwards. He had not expected the spear to simply slide off the collector's armor, and his reckless forward momentum, so abruptly halted, ruined his balance. Strangely, the collector had miscalculated. The strength of the spear and its sharpness were a good bit beyond what its material qualities would suggest, managing to carve out a small chunk in its carapace. Odd. But no matter. The collector grabbed Gunter's helmeted head in its hand. At 2.5 meters of raw muscle, the collector's hand was large enough to wrap around Gunter's helmet and keep it in a vice-like grip. The collector raised Gunter off the ground with ease. The human flailed, kicking uselessly at the collector. "B. Spell. Cast a spell!" shouted Dale. B hastily aimed her staff at the collector and began chanting. Too late. The collector crushed Gunter's helmet like a tin can, turning the soft head within into complete mush. Blood and brains flowed from its fingertips, dripping on the grass. It tossed Gunter's limp body aside. It would have liked to question this human, but its aggression proved to be too much. The other humans, however, seemed more open to negotiation. The collector began walking forwards with slow steps. "Let loose the sparks of chaos." "Fireball!" shouted B as she pointed the stick at the collector. Sparks swirled around the tip of the stick for a second before coalescing into a ball of fire that ejected forwards. The collector stuck out its arm and blocked the fireball. It exploded violently, bursting out a torrent of thick flame that momentarily blotted out the collector's figure in an orange blaze. "Fuck!" shouted Dale. He pointed at Gunter's body, still twitching, and said to B, "Heal him. Quick." B bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. You know I can't heal something like that." Dale roared in rage, stomping the ground. "Gods above," he said. This was supposed to be easy. A quest for goblins, they said. Those fucking villagers. "What was that?" said the collector as it emerged from the pillar of flame burning behind it. Fires licked its whole body, but they were growing smaller by the moment, unable to burn a single inch of the collector's durable form. "You, female human, how did you generate this fire? The explosive force? I do not see a flamethrower on you, nor any combustion engine to speak of, no hum or electrical charge of machinery. And the language you spoke just now? That language, is that not the tongue of the humans in the United Front? Tell me, how do you know of it?" It began walking towards the female. Dale stepped in, sword drawn. "No, you don't, you damned monster. You tinkering species are so unpredictable. First, you extend me pleasantries, and just seconds later, you are pure aggression. Did you not see that your fellow human attacked me first? I allow you to strike me not only to show your weakness, but to show that it is in defense that I strike back." The collector waved the human male away impatiently. "Move. I have no use for you, and your biomass will provide me little. I must question the female." "Over my bloody corpse," said Dale through gritted teeth. "If that is what you desire. First, the hobgoblin, and now you. Why is it that you simplistic tinkerers wish so strongly for death? Did your evolutionary foray into higher order thinking erase your basic survival instincts?" Dale rushed into the collector, aiming up and slashing at the collector's head. The collector's antennae twitched as it sensed the attack almost before it happened, the sensitive hairs knowing how each and every single one of the human's muscles were twitching and how they would propel, calculating the exact trajectory and arc of its swing. It tilted its head back ever so slightly and caught the blade between its mandibles. Dale heaved as he tried to get his blade back, but the collector's grip was too tight. The collector exerted force in its mandibles and split the blade into two with a sharp crack of metal. "You are useless. Not a threat, nor are you open to giving me any information." The collector spit the blade from its mandibles and swiped at the male's head, slicing it into 5 neat chunks. One of the chunks still held Dayla's eyes, still screwed in an angry expression as it landed onto the ground with a bloody squelch. Had these humans fought the collector when it was at its previous metamorphosis level, then they would have defeated it. They were actually surprisingly fast and strong, more so than their simple musculatures and builds would indicate, but not to the point they challenged the collector. They would not even have individually been able to beat Drag, though as a group, they certainly could have, especially with the fire-creating capabilities of the female specimen. But now, to the collector, having consumed and far surpassed Drag, they were weak. Nothing but creatures that the collector would either ask or beat information out from, whichever was more efficient. Now, for my questions, said the collector as it stepped over the male corpse, towards the female. B pointed her staff at the collector again. Fireball. Another fireball emerged, hitting the collector straight on. Once more, the collector walked past the blazing inferno, now much closer to the female. Do not run, human, said the collector. Your leg muscles are weak. Your adrenaline will pass, and then the buildup of waste chemicals from anaerobic respiration will slow you to a halt. My musculature, on the other hand, produces no chemicals that hinder its movement. Its ultra fibers possess an efficiency that has been honed through genetic advancements sourced from countless species far stronger, faster, and better than you. Any attempt at escape will only prolong your suffering. The collector was now right in front of the female, towering over her. It was almost twice her size. She shivered in fright. Tell me, human, said the collector. Was it magic you utilized just now? The female dropped her staff and clutched at a pendant around her neck. I will never give up the secrets of the order, beast, she said weakly. The collector bent over, its mandibles grazing her soft, yielding neck. She was pale with fright and shaking so hard her teeth could be heard chattering. I am merely asking for information. You tinkering species value sharing information, no? I pledge myself to the order, and so shall order come to be. I pledge myself against chaos, and so shall order come to be. I pledge myself to the realms of life, and so shall order come to be. What are you saying, human? Said the collector. These words, they mean nothing to me. Explain. I pledge myself to the order, said B, her eyes wild with fear. She chanted out the one thing that gave some small measure of comfort to her fear-riddled mind, the oath she had taken to join the Order of Sorcerers. The collector stopped her, grasping its index and thumb fingers around her neck. Your pulse is dangerously high. Your vitals are out of control. You are in shock, babbling nonsense. It will take for too long to question information out of you. I do not have time for this. Perhaps I should reassess how I approach your kind for information. But for now, the collector crushed her neck and tossed her away, by the corpses of her two companions to line them up for easier consumption. Consumption will do. /10 The collector started with the woman, knowing that she had the most direct experience with this phenomenon known as magic. After all, she had utilized it herself, spitting out balls of flame that, though useless, had mechanisms of functioning that entirely eluded the collector. It inspected the woman's corpse, her attire, and the stick she held, and confirmed to itself that there was nothing anomalous about any of it. The female specimen did not utilize any tools of noteworthy advancement. Her clothes were comprised of a weave of soft plant fibers that did not even provide the pithy protection her male brethren wore with their clunky metal and animal skin paddings. And the stick the collector knelt down and picked up the stick, eyeing it from top to bottom. A simple stick of wood. Its many gleaming yellow compound eyes noted tiny inscriptions lining the stick, but this written language's meaning eluded the collector. Was it possible then that another civilization had crafted this tool? This fire-creating weapon that seemed intrinsically linked to magic? And why was it that this magic seemed to be tied to the utterance of the language of the spacefaring human variant? Was it perhaps that magic was technology passed from the spacefaring humans to this more primitive variant? The mere presence of that language gave the collector a cause for concern. It scrapped its previous hypothesis that the humans of this world were a divergent but similar evolution entirely separate from the spacefaring humans. Not to mention that with the presence of the language, there rose again caution for the presence of the spacefaring humans themselves, and they were a dangerous threat the collector could never surpass in its current state. Yet, nothing would indicate that the spacefaring humans had any presence here aside from the utterance of their language. The collector had already reasoned that through with the complete absence of signs of advanced civilization upon this planet. The most likely conclusion the collector reached was that the humans of this world were a subspecies split off from the main spacefaring group of humans. The collector knew that the spacefaring humans had experienced an era of interstellar colonizing, and that some of these colonies were lost when warp technology was yet new and unstable. It was entirely possible that this world held humans that had degenerated in advancement from the original spacefarers once they were cut off from the main body of the species and their support. This would explain how far away this world was, far enough such that the collector could not establish any connection with the collective, for a faulty warp was easily capable of sending errant groups of humans to the far-flung edges of space. Yet that still did not explain this magic and how it did not match any technology profile that the collector had in its memory bank. The collector bit down on the stick, chewing and swallowing the wood, but found that there was nothing useful about it. As the collector had expected, it was simply wood. Simple plant matter just as mundane and of the same nature as that comprising the countless trees surrounding it. Useless even for gaining a point of biomass. The collector threw the stick away in disappointment, though it did note that a tinge of warmth pricked the collector's stomach as it digested the wood. The nature of the warmth eluded the collector also, as it was unlike it to face any kind of biological reaction to consumption. Its innards and digestive fluids bioengineered to fend against any manner of toxin known throughout the cosmos. Odd. Was this also tied to magic? The collector would know once it consumed the female specimen. It picked the female's corpse up in one hand, its thick hand wrapping around her slim waist almost entirely. It opened its jaw and mandibles grotesquely wide, its jawbones unhinging and its mouth muscles contracting, and shoveled the female's form into its throat, and within a single second, she was gone, flesh and blood and bones and all. It was as if she had never existed at all. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level 35/100ths, the collector cocked its head in muted surprise. Unlike the other human female specimen from within the goblin den that provided a measly 5 biomass points, this one provided 10. Yet the female herself possessed nothing different about her. Searching her genetic code found no aberrations or mutations that set her aside from her brethren. Where did the additional biomass come from? And strangely, that warm feeling permeating throughout the collector's being from consuming the stick now intensified as the female was broken down, though it did not develop into anything that caused discomfort. Too many questions. The collector would find answers soon enough by searching the female specimen's memories before the short time frame in which her memories were accessible after consumption expired. It stood still as its mind focused on the key word of magic. The collector's mind blanked out, and it temporarily saw a flash of white and heard a dull, droning buzz hum in its auditory systems, signs that indicated a failure to extract memories. Why? The collector knew only of 2 instances where it could not extract any memories at all. 1. The consumed species was far too intellectually and evolutionarily complex. This was unlikely to a probability greatly hugging at 0. The human was indeed a relatively intelligent species and the collector's processing power was dampened from being severed from the collective, but the human was not nearly evolved as either a species or potentially aberrant individual to hamper the collector. She was just as primitive as the rest of her kind, ruled by an unnatural mixture of budding but underdeveloped higher thought and base instincts. 2. The consumed species held a genic connection to a far greater whole that could create a mental structure complex enough to resist extraction. In essence, the very same mind-to-matter mechanism that linked the collector to the greater hive mind of the collective. This did not seem likely, and yet, it was more likely than the first. The collector did not waste any time on doubt. It settled on this explanation and immediately geared its mind towards the potential threats this hypothesis would generate. There was one tinkering species known as the Clinxia that the collector knew of that did possess the rare adaptation to produce genic links, but they were weak ones that only linked their thoughts and emotions to each other among small groups. Not at all on the level of the collective hive mind that could unite billions of life forms into a greater, perfected whole. No, it was a grave insult to even begin to compare the two. The collective hive mind was an evolutionary marvel that developed alone and unique in its sheer scale and complexity among countless star systems. The probability that anything similar had developed here, especially with these primitive humans, was exceedingly low. But it was possible that potentially this subspecies of human did possess genic links with each other, and if enough were linked together, it could comprise a mental body sufficiently complicated enough to repel the collector's individual extraction effort. The collector hastened its movements. That meant that there was potential that other humans, particularly those in the nearby settlement, were linked to this human, and that meant they might already be raising an alarm against the collector. The collector quickly consumed the two males. Again, there was nothing of note worth on their bodies. The only commonality that existed among all three humans was the presence of a patch on their clothing that had a rudimentary weave representing the crude visage of a single star. What that meant, the collector did not know, though it did recall one of the males referring to the group as a whole as one stars. Possibly a term of classification that indicated humans that were genetically connected, for again, as with the magic familiar female the collector consumed, these males had memories it could not extract. Further investigation was needed. Biomass gained, 20, biomass level, 55 1/100ths, genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black goblin, human, frost spore. Again, these two males provided double the amount of biomass as the female specimen in the den. The animal skins that one of the males wore also provided the genetic material for a species known as a frost boar as well. The collector clipped its mandibles. The frost boar possessed a thick layer of blubber and insulating skin that would provide strong resistance to the cold. Useful. And an indicator that these humans were widespread across this world, for the male could not have obtained the frost boar's hide without a significant degree of travel or trade pre-established by the human species as a whole. As it thought to itself, the collector moved, wasting not a single moment of time. It sprinted out of the dense clearing and into the woods, shrinking its muscles so that it could weave across thickets of tree trunks with graceful agility. Its compound eyes, ultra-sensitive hairs, quick mind, and untiring musculature meant that it could cross through the heavily forested woods with a speed that made it almost seem that there was nothing blocking its way. It headed north, deeper into the forest and away from the settlement, for it had changed its mind. It would not near the human settlement now, not when there was the possibility that the humans had raised an alarm. No, it instead utilized the few bits of dialogue and memories it extracted from the goblins to head towards their other nests where there would be more hobgoblins that were part of the plan to overrun the human settlement. The collector mapped out the approximate locations of a total of 5 more hobgoblins spread across 5 more dens that would provide an enticing amount of biomass. The collector ran a quick calculation. 5 hobgoblins, if they were similar to drag, plus a number of goblins to accompany each, would provide easily enough biomass to reach its 4th level of metamorphosis. The collector clipped its mandibles in anticipation as it leapt across a bush, swerving its body so that it slipped past 2 tree trunks before resuming its quick sprint. Even with how quick it was, it created little to no sound. Every single one of its many steps carefully calculated and placed in spots with the least dead and dried foliage to minimize sound. Once it reached the 5th level of metamorphosis, it could begin to keep single adaptations it harvested from creatures native to this world even if the collector discarded their forms. It would also be able to increase the number of genetic samples it could splice together to create a new form from 3 to 4. Not to mention that if the humans had raised an alarm, then the collector had to become stronger to face them. It was confident that if the humans it had just consumed were the extent of threat that the humans could muster up at their primitive level of technology in this world, then even in its current state, it could annihilate dozens of them without a ease. But it erred on the side of caution, For it knew the humans could breed and populate and gather themselves in even greater numbers like the swarms of pests they were. Status recap, Metamorphosis Level 2, Biomass Level, 55 100ths, Stored Genetic Material, Black Ant, Black Goblin, Human, Frost Spore, Current Adaptations, Ultrafiber Muscles Rank 3, Sensitive Hairs Rank 2, Organic Hyperalloy Carapace Rank 2, Monomolecular Claws Rank 1, Current Form, Black Hobgoblin, Striped Centipede, Jungle Spider, /11 The collector spent a good hour sprinting through the woods, its sensitive hair adaptation picking up any changes in temperature and wind current around it to ensure that nothing escaped its spatial awareness. Small animals, mostly mammalians of little worth such as the rabbit it had consumed before, made way for the collector's charging yet deathly silent figure, scampering into burrows or deep undergrowth like retainers parting in fear-fueled hurry before the descent of an almighty tyrant. Good. That meant that the collector was not wasting its time. It would seem that the best sources of biomass in this forest biosphere would be the goblins, more specifically the larger hobgoblin variants. The collector knew that in terms of spatial orientation, the goblin den it had consumed was the one furthest positioned south, closest in proximity to the human settlement. The other four were more remote, with two of them located in what seemed to be a darker, harsher part of the forest biome located far north. The memories the collector extracted were hazy, sufficient enough to map out where it needed to go but not clear enough for it to be completely confident of what it would face. It could recall distinct emotions of fear and wariness from both the hobgoblin and the goblins it had consumed when they roamed the darker zone of the forest, but nothing in detail as to what exactly they faced. The northern part of this forest biome might house hobgoblin variants that were even stronger than the drag the collector faced. It seemed likely, in fact, if these northern hobgoblins were adapted to a suitably harsher environment. The collector clipped its mandibles as it slowed down, sensing that it neared the approximate location of the second den it would consume. This den, however, still sat within the warmer zone of the forest, just a small distance north of where the collector had initially crash-landed. It stood to reason then that the hobgoblin here would be of the same variant as the drag the collector had already consumed, indicating that there would be no threat. Yet the collector still moved with caution. By now, its once breakneck sprint had eased down into a sauntering walk focused on complete obscuration of presence. Each of its steps were soft, evading any breakable debris that could cause sound, and it utilized the thicket of trunks around it to its advantage, hiding its figure behind them as it advanced. The collector's olfactory system alerted its brain. The scent of the goblins was faint here, but sufficiently strong enough to follow. It paid attention to the forest floor, keeping its mini bulbous eyes alert for tracks, but did not find any. Equals 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 equals. A minute passed as the collector stalked its way forward. Then it tensed up. The scent of the goblins continued to intensify, but it quickly realized from a minor calculation that the scent was increasing at a rate near double to what it expected. Which meant that the goblins were on the move and headed directly towards the collector. It hid behind a tree trunk thick enough to cover its whole frame and waited, keeping all of its vast sensory array alert. All of its internal functions slowed down to a near halt, its heartbeat nearly deadening and its muscles freezing to an absolute stillness, preventing any sound from escaping it. It could not hide in treetops anymore as it did in its previous metamorphosis level due to its now significantly increased bulk, but it still had more than enough programmed skill in stalking and hunting to minimize its presence to a level far, far beyond what any evolutionarily backwards hunter was capable of in this world. It did not take long for the goblins to near. The collector sensed that up ahead, 20 meters ahead, an entourage of goblins moved through the forest. They did not care much at all to obscure their presences, obviously believing themselves apex predators in this specific zone of the forest biome. Their footsteps were heavy, crushing apart dead and brittle foliage, and their voices filled the air in conversation. The collector's vibration-sensitive ears were not effective at this range, But its hearing was developed enough for it to calculate that there was one heavier pair of footsteps accompanied by the faster, lighter scampers of 6 other bipeds. An entourage consisting of 1 hobgoblin and 6 goblins. Encounter approximately due in 10 seconds. The collector began to restart its heart, pumping blood back into its body to ready for battle. Its monomolecular blades slowly unsheathed from its fingertips and elbows. Drag, drag, we take village now, right? Said a goblin. Yes. If my brother ready, replied a gruff, deeper voice. The hobgoblin. But be careful. We no move yet. Have to wait for shaman. Then the lord. 5 seconds. How long we wait? Said another goblin. Want to eat. Hungry for days now. I know, Carrie. 2 nights. Just 2 nights, said the hobgoblin, its voice very near now. Then we eat. We take back our land. Make humans pay for stealing. Make Goblin Kingdom again like Lord says. At precisely the mark of 1 second remaining before the hobgoblin would pass the tree trunk the collector hid behind, the collector moved first. It swerved around the trunk in a single sweeping motion, calculating based on motions its sensitive hairs detected where the hobgoblin would be behind the trunk and slashing at the throat. The hobgoblin flashed into the collector's sight, and surprisingly, it managed to move backwards just in the nick of time, evading the claws aiming to shred its jugular by just a hair's breadth. Yet the collector was not so unsophisticated that it would botch a planned attack with any sizable margin of error. Its claws might not have slit the hobgoblin's vital parts into pieces, but it did inflict a deep wound. The hobgoblin stumbled backwards, putting a tawny black hand to its throat where 5 deep lacerations exposed pumping, soft and vulnerable major arteries to the air. Still, the collector did not like that it had managed to err in its calculations. It had done so before with the humans, too, misjudging their speed, strength, and the properties of their weapons. Though in the end its miscalculations were so minor that they did not affect the outcomes of its battles, such sloppiness was unbecoming of the collector. Of the collective and the evolutionary progress it exemplified. As a representative of the collective, the collector had to do better. It would prove itself now. What? Said the hobgoblin as it glanced down at its hand. Blood red smeared its black flesh in contrasting hues. It looked up to the collector, a snarl half forming at its mouth, but then its yellowed eyes widened. Brother? Wondered the hobgoblin aloud, and in that moment of hesitation or recognition or whatever it was that made the creature inefficient, the collector acted. The collector thrust its hand out, pointing its spider silk spinner at topped index finger at the hobgoblin. It contracted its ultrafiber muscles around its finger, and like a spring-loaded coil, a thread of spider silk shot forwards, latching onto the hobgoblin's forehead. The collector grunted as it grabbed the silk thread with its other hand and pushed down violently at just a precise angle to make the hobgoblin face plant with a heavy crash into the forest floor. There was an audible thump of impact as a cloud of decayed sticks and leaves fluttered up around the hobgoblin's head. The forest floor was too soft of a surface to cause lethal injuries, but the sudden blow would daze the hobgoblin for a moment, and a moment was all the collector needed. It leapt forwards and landed by slamming its carapace-encased foot into the hobgoblin's head like a falling sledgehammer, crushing the feeble biped's skull with a sickening, thoroughly audible crunch before the collector twisted its foot, grinding everything soft and vital under its heel. It was then, when their leader, the precious drag, was reduced to nothing but a pulp soup of brain matter mixed with cranial shards, that the goblins reacted with shrieks. The entire altercation must have lasted 3 seconds, if that, and shock had prevented the simple-minded goblins from doing anything in that short time frame. The goblins took a single look at their dead drag, then at the collector's hideous, towering form of musculature and carapace, and turned their backs. No survivors. The collector gleaned from the short conversation between the goblins and the hobgoblin that their forces were mobilizing. Any goblins that escaped would alert the other dens. The collector shot forward another thread of silk, and it latched onto the nearest fleeing goblin's back, and it fell backwards as the string grew taut from its attempted escape. Like reeling an unruly dog in by leash, the collector tugged at the string, sailing the goblin back. The collector grabbed the silk string like a lasso and started to swing it around above its head with the goblin still attached. The velocity of the revolutions was such that the tethered goblin could not even scream, the air sucked out its lungs. The other goblins were running now, and all in different directions. The collector had anticipated this, and there was no better way of dealing with scattering prey than ranged weaponry. Of course, the collector did not possess its acid spitters or spun shooters yet, so it made do with this improvisation. It did not like doing anything that remotely resembled tool usage, scornful of the tinkerers and their reliance on tools as they were, but this barely passed its standards. The collector swung down the thread, using the goblin at its end to slam down into another goblin, crushing both into broken and lifeless bodies. It made sure that the impact was not strong enough to completely explode the goblin's body, for it had to be used 4 more times. And 4 more times, the collector used the spider silk tethered goblin corpse as a wrecking ball to bludgeon the rest of its brethren to a broken bone demise before the little things could even dive into cover. The collector cut the spider silk from its finger and breathed in the iron-scented smell of its victory. It felt less rewarding than before, when it was at its previous metamorphosis stage and it had actually felt injury against the other hobgoblin. This was far too easy now. Perhaps the other hobgoblins in the harsher environment of the forest would provide a better challenge for consumption. /12 The collector consumed the spoils of its victory. It swallowed the tiny goblin's whole but had to carve up the much larger hobgoblin into pieces. It sliced apart the hobgoblin corpse with the rote and quick efficiency of a seasoned butcher with its claws, not at all interested in savoring the specimen's taste, as the fight it had offered was now beneath the collector, not worthy of respect nor slow tasting. As the collector's digestive system broke down the fresh corpses, it searched their memories utilizing notable keywords that would better uncover the nature of the darker zone of this forest environment. But in specifically searching the hobgoblin's memories, the collector utilized the keyword of lord. The conversation between the overgrown goblin and its lesser kin had not eluded the collector, and it understood the connotation of a lord as an authoritative figure, very likely the leader of these dens. Considering the goblins and their kind followed a societal hierarchy that valued strength and size above all else, the collector surmised that this lord was significantly more powerful than even the hobgoblins. The memories came, and the collector immersed itself into them. Grunt took tentative steps forward, looking around himself to see nothing but shadows. He could only follow the heavy footsteps in front of him, the steps of the champion. Never before had Grunt seen a goblin so big, so wide. He remembered when the champion first showed up. Out of nowhere, almost, from the dark side where nobody was ever supposed to go, where light never shone and big monsters were everywhere. At first, Grunt thought maybe he had drunk too much of the stolen spicy water from the humans that made him see all fuzzy and gave him headaches afterwards. There were no other hobgoblins here other than Grunt and his younger brother Grin. They had all died 10 years ago when the humans killed them and took their land. But the champion was real. Very real. His punches made sure of that. The champion told Grunt to swear fealty, and although Grunt did not know what that big word meant, he could still understand the intention, the challenge, behind it. Grunt was mighty, he knew it, mightier than any of the little ones he protected, mightier than Grin, his younger brother. Together, Grunt thought he and his brother Grin were the mightiest there were, the strongest of the few survivors left from the human attack 10 years ago, when the strong humans chased everyone away with swords and fire and built their big buildings and moved in their cows over the dens and grasses that once belonged to the goblins. But Grunt began to understand he knew nothing. He fought the champion, and the champion beat Grunt in just 3 minutes, even without the big armor and axe he brought with him. Grin, younger and weaker than Grunt, did not do much better either. Now, both of them and the little ones under them were traveling through the dark side their elders, back when they were alive, had told them they were never supposed to go to, all to meet someone the champion called the Lord. Grunt shivered, the first time he had done so in many years. He had lived through 15 cycles of seasons, but never before had he felt such cold before. Never before had he seen such darkness. His eyes could see at night and in the pits, and he often used his good eyes to sneak up on the humans who could not see so well in the dark, but this darkness was nothing like the night. It was so dark Grun could see nothing. Just black. Just shadow. To the point that Grun followed right behind Grun to avoid being lost, putting a hand on his older brother's shoulder to make sure he knew where he was. The little ones did much the same, holding their hands together and huddling around Grun and Grun. "Do not worry," said the raspy voice of the champion. "Light grows thin here, but all is good. I know the path to avoid the spiders. And do not feel bad about losing to me and falling under the Lord. I was like you too once. Young and thought myself mighty. You will learn as you have now with my fists. The Lord is might itself. Under his generosity, you will find new purpose." Grun felt Grun tap his shoulder in questioning, but Grun could only grunt in response, not knowing anything about this Lord, just that he was strong, very strong, if even the champion served him. The memories flickered and moved further underground. But not in something small and cramped like a den. Something far, far bigger. Grun had seen the likes of it. Sometimes, strong monsters lived in holes like the big worm by the river. But this pit was much bigger than any he had ever seen, hidden away far, far up, deep and deep into the dark place nobody was supposed to go and where nobody did go. "Kneel, hobgoblins, before Lord Zal, last of the royal blood," came a commanding and aged voice. A hunchbacked hobgoblin uttered the command with a flourish of his hand, the rattle of bone bracelets and accessories on his arm and neck accentuating the movement. His dull blue eyes peered through the sockets of a skull helmet, looking at Grun and Grun with cold contempt. When the bone-wreathed goblin approached, Grun and Grun felt a chill settle in their hearts, forcing them to stare down, to not meet those chilling eyes. The goblin circled the hobgoblin brothers then grunted. "The natives here are pitiful. Though this one," said the goblin as it tapped Grun's shoulder, "has managed to awaken his roots if even the slightest bit. But that is it. Even as hobgoblins, they are small and brutish. My brethren to the north will provide you far better stock to be your champions, my lord. Quiet yourself, runt. All goblin kind, no matter how little, how backwards they have become in the centuries I have slumbered, will find a place by my side. How sad a state my people have gone into, our old kingdom once great and tall reduced now to nothing, our people scattered as pests to be hunted down by the humans and their gods. I will break the humans down, bring forth our numbers back once more with their flesh, and establish our kingdom once more, and under the great shadow it will cast, all of us shall thrive while men and their gods die." Grun knelt down with Grun by his side, knowing by now that they were facing something far bigger than what they were. The little ones knelt behind them and trembled as the echoing waves of the Lord's voice washed over them. "Come, look here, my children," said the Lord. "And know I bring you a chance to prove yourselves. Fight for me and prove your worth. Bring me human skulls. Bring me the lands they have taken from you. Find the dull numbers hatred and vengeance in your hearts long forgotten by living in contented sloth and stoke them again." Grun looked up. There was light there. A single source, but just a little bit, and so much darkness made Grun want to run over to it, to go under that bit of warmth no matter what it cost. The light came from the Lord. From a big sword in his hand made of shiny metal, the kind that the human adventurers would use. The Lord was a big goblin just like Grun and his brother, but even bigger. Not bigger than the champion, but still, there was something different about the Lord. Something on the Lord's face, his red eyes that shone with power that was equal parts threatening and comforting, like being beside a raging wildfire on a cold winter's day, one step away from burning or freezing in the dark. And if Grun had to choose between the cold dark and the terrifying heat in front of him, he would choose the warmth. The memories ended. Biomass gained, plus 35, biomass level, 90/100ths, the collector clicked its mandibles, pleased at the 35 points of biomass the hobgoblin gave. It processed the significance of the hobgoblin's memories, identifying threats within them. The goblin champion. A sizable specimen possessing advanced musculature, tusks, white skin, and, curiously, thick, protective metal coverings and a large, crushing and slicing weapon of far better craftsmanship and quality than the roughly carved clubs the hobgoblins wielded. The other larger goblin, the one with bones decorating its body, seemed thinner and shorter, about as large as the normal hobgoblins, and yet, the hobgoblins deferred to it. Under what metric, the collector did not know yet. It did not seem that the bone-decorated goblin was a physically superior specimen. Perhaps the hobgoblins deferred to it on basis of age. The Goblin Lord. In bulk, between the size of the hobgoblin and the goblin champion, and yet possessing of distinctive authority. Whether that authority sourced itself solely from a strength-based superiority the collector could not confirm, but considering the simple, power-focused nature of the goblin society, it seemed likely. However, the Goblin Lord and the other variants in the Dark Zone were more sophisticated than the hobgoblins here, articulating their thoughts and utilizing their language in a much fuller extent. That would indicate a greater probability of higher thinking and tactical acumen. Troublesome. The collector went about extracting other details from the lesser goblins' corpses, such as the location of their den for additional clues, further specifications on the locations of the other goblin dens located in this Dark Zone, the exact nature of threats in the Dark Zone itself, and, finally, more details of this goblin champion and lord. The collector sifted through its thoughts as it moved, heading now to the den of the slaughtered goblins to pick up any additional clues there. It determined it would have to reach the third metamorphosis level before challenging the darker zone. Unfortunately, there would not be more goblins there, for it seemed the vast majority of them had moved to the other den, and those, the collector had already consumed. The collector would have to find another biomass source. From the goblins' memories, aside from the goblins, it knew that the primary predator that lived in the darker zone were spiders affected by some gigantification mutation, causing them to become almost as large as humans. Those, coupled with the new threats of this goblin champion and, more importantly, Lord, meant the collector had to evolve first before challenging this new environment and its threats. /13 with the collector's efficient movements, it reached the den within 30 minutes, and there it found the den much the same in structure to that of the other hobgoblins. Like the previous den, this one too was comprised of a simple system of tunnels made by a specimen much larger than the goblins, and, judging now by serrations on rock formations within the den, by a creature that did so with hosts of rotating teeth. Quite likely an annelid-type creature, perhaps the very same as the one the hobgoblin the collector recently digested, this grun as he was called, referred to in his memories as a giant worm. Interesting. A brief analysis of the rock formation and the mossy vegetation growing within the den indicated that no such specimen had occupied this area for quite some time, not to mention that the goblins themselves would not take up residence here should there have been a risk of encountering such a creature. A burrowing worm would allow the collector to easily access subterranean movement and vastly enhance them with adaptations of its own. This would be extremely useful in evading detection by the primitive humans of this world that lacked any of the advanced sensor systems that their spacefaring counterparts possessed. It simply needed to track down the worm. Further investigation needed on that end. For now, the collector focused on the case of the goblins, for if they were to mobilize soon, within the span of 1 to 2 days, then the collector had to act quickly. Any significant movement of these goblins clashing with the humans in the southern settlement would generate enormous amounts of attention that the collector did not wish to be dragged into. But at the same time, should the goblins and the humans clash, then the collector would lose its chance to gain easy access to the biomass and genetic samples of the goblins, and though the dull species did not interest the collector before, the discovery of this champion and lord piqued its interest. The collector, like many of its warrior strains, did have a certain degree of embedded personality within it, and unlike the dominator or infector strains, the warrior strains possessed traits that developed from the many predator-type genes that comprised them. Thus, the collector held pride for the fight, for the hunt, and once it set out to hunt a target, it would not easily give up its quarry, especially to lesser specimens such as humans. And perhaps more importantly, the goblins were an advancing force. They would fight, and if they failed, die on human territory. Their genetic samples would be difficult to scavenge there. Massively increased human surveillance and militarized presence throughout the forest was also inevitable in such an outcome. The collector wished for none of those. The forest was a quiet, remote biome that it could handle on its own with its current, weakened capabilities. It could not risk having to flee from this biome, especially if hostile human territory surrounded it or there were only harsher biomes elsewhere. The collector thus searched the den for more information, but after a few minutes of thorough investigation, found nothing anomalous about it. Its layout was almost exactly the same as the other den it had ransacked already, with a general living space for the lesser goblins and a private cavern for the hobgoblin. The only difference lay in the presence of remains in the furthest chamber, where in the other den the goblins kept human captives. Instead of live captives, there were instead 3 skeletons picked clean of flesh and blood, lined up neatly together atop a rough bed of grasses. The collector crouched down by the skeletons and analyzed them. Judging by their proportions, they were human in origin. An oddity. According to the behavioral habits the collector knew from consuming goblins and taking their form, the goblins did not consume bone and threw the bones of their prey out. Usage as a tool, then? No, the collector took up a skeletal arm and crushed it with ease. Too weak. Too brittle to utilize in any meaningful way. Perhaps, as the collector recalled the bone-wearing hobgoblin from Grun's memories, a simple means of gathering accessories for visual differentiation in a rudimentary societal hierarchy? Whatever it was, the collector would not pass up on consuming these skeletons. It passed up on biomass beneath its efforts, such as plants or, now that it was more developed, some of the smaller creatures scurrying about in the lowest grasses of this forest, but human remains were different. There stood the chance that certain human biomass samples were special, providing more than they should. And the collector found that it did not regret its decision as it scarfed down all the remains. Biomass gain plus 10, biomass level, 100/100ths, all 3 skeletons were special. A coincidence it could not place significance on yet, but noted in its mind. It could not extract memories from the skeletons, for extraction required fresh biomass from a neural center with sufficient structural integrity that, if expired, had not decayed too significantly. These bones, however, were still rather fresh, splotches of recently dried blood remaining along their skeletal curves. Along with the live captured woman, these human deaths likely provided the reason the humans had sent 3 of their kind against the dens. With the humans further potentially alerted by the collector causing the demise of their scouts, there was the potential that already the humans were readying themselves in greater numbers. Soon enough, if the advance of the greater and much more powerful goblin force in the darker zone was left unchecked, there would be quite the large-scale altercation. The collector would consume the goblins before their movements caused the forest to become too dangerous to inhabit. And to do that, the collector had to evolve. It headed outside of the den and found a secluded patch of taller grass to metamorphose under. The collector could access its 3rd metamorphosis level from consuming the special skeletons, though it would have spent time to hunt other creatures to reach the 3rd level anyway had the skeletons been mundane. The warm feeling in its body had steadily intensified with continued consumptions, and as the collector shrank into the ground, its hulking, muscle-bound figure breaking apart into a cocoon-encased puddle of flesh, it sought not only to adapt itself against the darker zone, but also to try and figure out what this warmth was. Every successive metamorphosis level meant that the cocoon the collector formed became larger, more complex, requiring more space, but for now, it still did not attract much attention, being perhaps 1.5 meters in diameter. Now, with its form broken down and its consciousness spread throughout primordial, pliable ooze capable of bending the raw essence of creation to its will, the collector first inspected the genetic materials it had available. Black ant, black goblin, human, frost spore. The collector inspected the human material, analyzing it to parse any abnormalities within it that could explain its aberrant levels of biomass. It found nothing. No mutations. No uniquely expressive genes among the special skeletons or female specimen. Further investigation needed on the subject. The collector took to splicing together a new form. It kept its hobgoblin and black spider genes, useful as they had been so far, but it discarded its striped centipede material for that of the frost spore, finally ridding itself of the bipedal form. The metamorphic cocoon housing the collector pulsed and grew, roots of flesh expanding outwards from its perimeter as it expanded, latching onto vegetation and consuming it. Within minutes, an embryo formed from within the liquid-filled, flesh-colored cocoon, visible as a dark nugget through the cocoon's membranous, vein-dotted skin. The embryo grew rapidly, and within minutes, was the size and vague shape of a goblin. A minute later, it was the size of a human. A minute later, the size of a hobgoblin. The collector incorporated the frostbore gene now, and the humanoid-shaped embryo completely altered in shape, morphing in a pulsing, twisting mass before becoming larger, wider, four-legged. Here, the collector also restored one of its previous adaptations, the pyrocytic glands that would allow it to invoke flaming misery upon this oxygen-rich world. It eagerly awaited as its metamorphosis entered its final stages, feeling the coveted glands the product of evolution the collective had carefully selected over 100 worlds, grown within its half-formed throat. When the collector burst forth from its cocoon, warm, viscous liquid steaming and dripping from its furred form, it found to its satisfaction the feeling of land under 4 stable feet. Yes, this was its structure, the same it had been born with when the collective initially birthed it. Metamorphosis level 3 greater than 4, biomass level 100/100ths greater than 0/100, stored genetic material, black ant, black goblin, human, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 3 greater than 4, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 2 greater than 3, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 2 greater than 3, weapons systems, greater than, monomolecular claws rank 1 greater than 2. Pyrocytic glands rank 1, new, current form, black hobgoblin/frostbore/jungle spider. The collector was as tall as it was before, being about a head taller than a hobgoblin, but were it to stand upon its hind legs, it would tower over any hobgoblin, even the champion from Grun's memories. Ultrafiber musculature rippled in dense coils all around the collector's four-legged, barrel-shaped body. And though the ordinary frostbore would have looked rounder, softer with blubber, the collector looked like a giant chunk of bulging sinews weighing close to half a ton. Much of the cold-resistant blubber from the frostbore had been condensed into marbling and a smaller, thinner layer coating the ultrafiber muscle mostly to maximize total muscle mass and strength for cold alone, unless it reached extreme freezing temperatures, affected the collector little, and the dark zone did not seem to possess temperatures low to that degree. If the collector charged through the forest right now, it had no doubts it would simply smash through trees and rocks alike utterly unimpeded, let alone the fleshy and weak bodies of humans or goblins. 2 massive, curved tusks tipped with monomolecular edges gleamed from its mouth. Thick, coarse light brown bristles and fur lined with ultra-sensitive hairs covered its body, with a particularly shaggy mane growing around its neck. 3 glowing yellow compound eyes along with thick, monomolecular edge-tipped mandibles dotted either side of its elongated, porcine head. And finally, 6 arachnid appendages burst out from its back, each of them tipped with small monomolecular claws with one of them possessing web-spinning capabilities. The collector could not infinitely manifest certain adaptations or traits. The monomolecular claws, for example, required significant biomass the collector did not yet have, so it could only tip its tusks and mandibles in them. Still, the collector was pleased with its new form. This was far sturdier, stronger, and faster than its previous one. In celebration, it stood on its hind legs, towering high and shaking off the last remnants of the embryonic fluid dripping from its fur, and loosed a controlled jet stream of chemically ignited fire from its mouth as it reclaimed once more one of the many prized adaptations the collective had gifted it with. Now the collector was truly ready to hunt. /14 the collector ran north to the edge of the forest's light zone. By now, it was simply too large to adequately slink around tree trunks, and though it did avoid obstacles when it could, those that it calculated it could not move by, it simply charged through. There was a sense of strength in this action that the collector relished, the feeling of using its body as a bludgeoning gavel to break apart and judge the weakness of this world. It rushed through the thick of the forest like a shooting star of muscle-bound destruction. The heat developing within the collector's being had not settled. Rather, it had intensified upon reaching this next metamorphosis level. Yet this development did not harm the collector. No, it instead made the collector feel. It felt the emotions most strongly programmed within it, the predatory instincts and drive to hunt and to hunger not only for biomass but for battle, for the fight itself, grow in intensity with the heat. Perhaps this heat was a symptom of something that affected its neural centers in some manner, but it could not sense any infections nor evogenic interferences within itself. The collector understood that the current flow of emotions pouring out from its neural systems exceeded the limitations placed by the collective hive mind, and had the collector still been genetically linked to the hive mind, then surely the hive mind would have dampened the collector's mind as it did when chinkering races attempted in rare occasions to genetically infiltrate collector strains. Yet, though this was unnatural, against the program limits the collective hive mind, the most sacred of authorities, the collector did not mind. So long as these anomalous neural activities did not hinder its directive to hunt and consume, it would place secondary concern for them. Fueled by hunger for battle, the collector sped through the forest. Its top speed exceeded that of its metamorphosis level even with the occasional tree or boulder it had to smash out of the way, especially with 4 legs dedicated to locomotion. There was even a stag it collided with, splattering the unfortunate specimen into an exploded mess of shattered bones and burst organs that split apart around the collector's speeding body, painting it red for a brief moment. The collector did not stop to gather all of the stag's biomass, absorbing only the blood and fleshy pieces stuck to its body from the impact. Biomass gained, +2, biomass level, 2/100ths. By the time the collector reached the edge of the light zone, the blackened sun's rays had darkened from a golden glimmer to a deep amber, the celestial body beginning to set in the sky. The collector looked down at the very little ledge it stood upon, at a deep ravine filled at the bottom of a near 100-meter drop with a raging river current that separated the collector's side of the forest from the dark zone. The darker zone of this biome was just as enveloped in shadow as it was in the goblin's memories. At first, the collector had thought their memories flawed to a degree, for the darkness in them observed far exceeded any naturally occurring dark. No, the collector noted with its yellow compound eyes, a huff escaping its fang and tusk-lined mouth, the thick growth of trees in dark zone, wider and taller than those in the lighter zone, were indeed as dark as they were in the memories. The trees did not just block light with their leaves, they absorbed it. Absorption to such an extreme degree that there was nearly an entire absence of visible light, the leaves and bodies of trees so black that their dark outlines stood out sorely against even the faintest shade of color or light. The forest floor, then, would have essentially zero visibility, explaining how even the goblins with their eyes adapted to low visibility environments were blind. There was not enough light even for their sensitive photoreceptors to perceive. No matter to the collector. Sight was simply one of several sensory systems it could utilize to function. Its sensitive hair adaptation as well as its advanced auditory systems would be more than enough to navigate an environment devoid of light. Likely, the larger spiders inhabiting this zone functioned in much the same manner. The collector clipped its mandibles, wishing also to take a sample of their biomass, for it was directly superior to the jungle spider genes it currently utilized. It did not waste more time. It looked ahead at the ravine and calculated how much force it would require to leap across the gap. The collector stepped back a few meters, gaining a head start to build up velocity. Then, it charged once more, its staggering bulk bolting forwards in a black blur before it jumped off the very edge of the ravine. Wind sailed past its form as it contracted its muscles, making itself smoother and more aerodynamic like a living missile. With surprising grace, the collector landed right on the edge of the dark zone. It was pleased. Its calculations had not erred, proving that the heat within it was not affecting its mind to any compromising degree. The collector entered the dark zone of the forest, slipping into the leafy void of light as it recalled the path the goblins used to reach their camps unharmed by spiders. Estimated time of arrival to the first goblin camp, 1 hour. Estimated distance between the first and second camps, 1 hour. Estimated distance between the second and third camps, 20 minutes. Reinforcements, if there were any, would come slow between the first and second camps. The collector would find sizable challenge in raising the second and third camps, however, for the risk of reinforcements seemed far likelier. And, as the collector clipped its mandibles in anticipation, the third camp held this goblin lord. The collector trotted through the darkness, its sensitive hairs upright and alert to any vibration around it while its developed ears twitched back and forth, finding an optimal angle for receiving auditory signals. It breathed out in anticipation, its warm internal temperatures loosing out a cloud of vapor in this cold, lightless environment. Here, the collector would prove to these primitives, these tinkerers that gathered so in such large groups, crowning one among them lord or emperor or president, that they were just as worthless and weak as the rest of them, that their titles were constructs granted to them by their societies, not by the infallible hand of evolution. The collector traveled the safe path through the dark zone for half an hour. It found that the route was safe because the goblins had placed down chunks of rock that glowed faintly in the presence of heat, shining quite bright when the high internal temperature of the collector neared them. Curious. The rocks seemed to emit a spectrum of light that escaped the absorbing properties of the trees around it. The collector had already consumed a sample of these trees, curious of whether its light absorption could be a useful adaptation in the future. These specimens were called deadwoods, and though they provided almost no biomass, their photoabsorbent qualities were indeed present as an anomalous mutation in their bark, allowing the collector to use it in the future. The collector picked up one of the rocks with a long, prehensile tongue, and it glowed a bright blue, sensing the warmth from the appendage. These were more noteworthy. The type of light that they emitted escaped the collector's identification, not matching the wavelengths of any light in its memory banks. At first, the collector had tried consuming the rocks, but found that they were completely inorganic. It was not some moss or microorganism within them that emitted this light. It was something inherent in the properties of the stone itself. A shame. The collector could have absorbed the rocks had it evolved an internal systems adaptation known as the autonomic neurobodily matrix, which would have granted it access to the metalloglottic ossifier, a modification to the throat and digestive system that would let it incorporate inorganic alloys into its carapace and body. The collector had skipped the adaptation at first because it did not provide immediate combat benefit, but now that it had enough tools of battle under its disposal to survive, it would focus on restoring its more utility-based adaptations, for to ensure maximum efficiency of its weapons systems, it had to build up a strong bodily foundation of internal and external systems adaptations. The collector broke off from the path at this point, knowing that the closer it neared the first encampment, the higher the chance there was of finding errant goblins that could escape and alert the rest. The collector stepped into the darkness, wishing to attempt circling around the first goblin encampment for an ambush attack. And of course, to also harvest the spider specimen. /15 Leaving the stone-lit path, the collector found a marked difference in the atmosphere and environment. Its sensitive hairs quivered as they detected heavy motion on the forest floor. Several dozens of gigantified insect and arthropod specimen writhing about on the forest floor, fighting against each other in a tightly packed, many-legged battle royale of stingers, pincers, and mandibles. The collector waded through the writhing mess of fighting creatures below it, occasionally crushing an unlucky specimen underhoof. Nearly all of them, though massive compared to their counterparts in the light zone, were still tiny in front of the collector, and their instincts understood not to try and test their luck on a much larger, stronger being. Still, there were some, those among the largest of the specimen, that sought to test their mettle against the collector. A massive scorpion emerged from the ground in a burst of uncovered earth, lashing out against the collector with its barbed stinger. The stinger bounced off the collector's durable hyperalloy carapace, and the collector dispatched the scorpion with a quick thrust of its tusks, goring the creature from the head clean through its abdomen. The collector swiveled its head back, sliding the scorpion corpse into its mouth as its mandibles chopped down, breaking down the creature in moments. Not a moment later, and the collector felt strong vibrations mounting behind it. The incoming presence of a heavy, charging specimen. A beetle, it seemed, surging forwards with its crown-like horns as sturdy and large as the swords the humans wielded. The collector swiveled around, pawed the forest floor once, and met the charge with one of its own. There was no contest. The beetle's horns broke apart, hitting the collector's carapace face, and then the collector's half-ton mass of brutally quick and dense, armor-plated muscle blew apart the beetle in all directions, spilling a rain of crushed shell and gooey innards everywhere. The collector consumed the two challengers, respecting if a little their willingness to hunt that which was far beyond them. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level, 13 100ths, new genetic material available, stored genetic material, black ant, black goblin, human, new giant scorpion, new stone crusher beetle. The collector clipped its mandibles in mild disappointment. Only 10 points for two of what should have been among the largest of specimen here. As far as it could sense with its hairs and hearing, there were no other specimen crawling about on the dirt that remotely came close to the size and complexity of the creatures it had just consumed. Though their biomass was pitiful, at the least these specimen were sufficiently strong and large enough for the collector to adequately incorporate their genetic material into a potential metamorphosis without having to sacrifice its size and strength to morph any adaptations they could provide. Analysis of the beetle and scorpion specimen completed. Analysis of the spiders engaged. On the forest floor, the beetle and scorpion were creatures that might have reigned at the top, but what about above? The collector ignored the crawling chaos of insignificant, mindless lessers around it and instead focused on the treetops as it wandered further into the wilds of the dark zone. It did not take long for the collector to feel the presence of a spider. The trees in this dark zone were 3 to 4 times larger than those in the light zone, perhaps growing more thoroughly since they were absorbing light and nutrients at far more efficient rates. This granted the collector ample space to move around without crashing into anything, but the actual treetops were far less spacious in their orientation. The gigantified and numerous branches of the trees grew at a volume that outpaced what their trunks should support, and they compensated by intertwining together from tree to tree, weaving together to form what was essentially one enormous web. The gigantified spiders thus did not inhabit webs of silk, but instead a web carved out from the forest itself. Yet that did not necessitate a complete lack of silk production. The collector was quick to sense a thread of thick, rope-like silk dangling down from above, drooping down like a lure to the forest floor. If anything touched the thread, the vibrations would alert the spiders and cause them to drop down from above. Still, the spiders would pose no threat to the collector, for it had readily prepared itself for them in this environment. Its newly developed pyrocytic glands would make short work of anything native to this darkened environment. Theoretically, the collector understood that it could hunt the numerous gigantified spiders in the treetops and any larger insectoid specimen on the forest floor, and with enough time, it could accumulate enough biomass to reach the next metamorphosis level. The issue is that it could not easily find a place here to metamorphose. The forest floor was far too busy, far too competitive, crawling with hungry creatures. The collector would store genetic material samples for now and think about evolving later. Analysis of how it would conduct an extended hunt to accumulate enough biomass indicated a significant probability of drawing the attention of the goblins, not to mention that it would take up several hours. The goblins might already have begun an advance down to the human settlement by then. And yet, the collector would not pass up the opportunity to consume the genetic material of what was considered an apex predator in this environment, and it reached out with its head to tap the hanging thread of web with its tusk, taking care not to use the monomolecular tip to cut the strand. The collector wanted the spider manning this thread to sense vibrations and come down from its treetop hiding spot. As expected, a rustle of movement sounded high up, and the collector's sensitive hairs stood on their ends as they felt rustling from large leaves, patter of several legs on wood, and the creak of branches moving under weight, the advance of the spider. The collector looked up, directly at where the spider would drop, and unleashed a small burst of fire. A controlled, minuscule burst emitted not to burn but instead to generate light to prevent the entire forest from burning down. But even that small blaze lit up the entirety of the collector's surroundings in blue-tinted, blinding bright white light. Though the light-absorbent darkwoods hungrily dimmed the light within a moment, a mere second of exposure to that intense light was enough to generate intense movement across the forest floor. Every crawling creature in the vicinity of the flash halted their hunting and fighting and fled, digging underground or skittering away to thicker undergrowths. And in the midst of the clearing the retreat carved out, a giant spider writhed and rattled in pain, its 8 legs seized up, paralyzing it and putting it on its back. The collector ended the giant spider's life in an instant by stomping down right below its head, where its ganglion nerve center would be located. Its hoof crushed through the carapace with a crunch before punching through softer, fleshier meat with a squelch. From memories extracted through the goblins in the presence of the glowing stones, the collector accurately hypothesized that all the life forms in this forest had an intense aversion to light. This was the primary reason why the collector had evolved its pyrocytic glands, as in the unlikely advent that there were creatures here that could overwhelm the collector, likely through numbers, it could ward them off by simply generating light. The collector reached down and flicked the spider corpse in the air, its teeth, unhinging its jaw wide with a crack and pop as it swallowed the creature down as a quick snack. Biomass gained, +6, biomass level, 19/100ths. New genetic material available, stored genetic material, black ant, black goblin, human, giant scorpion, stone crusher beetle, new jumping araca. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding. The gigantophyte spider, the jumping araca as it was noted in this world, was indeed the apex predator in this biome. The araca could not produce too much webbing, but in exchange, the material was extremely durable, created in an efficiently chained weave that made it several times stronger than the webbing the collector currently had access to. The araca's limbs were also far more efficient and powerful than those of the jungle spiders that the collector utilized now, capable of building up great hydraulic pressure in their joints which could rapidly accelerate their movements in short bursts. In all ways, the jumping araca's genes would be an upgrade. The jumping araca were not the apex predators of this biome, however, simply on merit of their size and strength. Those traits, some of the larger insectoids on the forest floor could match, such as the stone crusher beetle. No, it was the araca's social behavior that set them apart. The araca observed some level of communal behavior, nesting together in a massive, interconnected community in the treetops, making them a small army of sorts. Their neural systems were also surprisingly complex, incapable of higher order thinking but still possessing enough instinctual programming to employ basic tactics. At the least, it was probable that the araca had developed some level of tribe mentality, meaning they would cooperate and gather to face larger threats such as the collector. The collector realized then that the jumping araca would make any ambush against the goblins impossible. In the brief flash of light the collector manifested with its fire, it had seen countless other web strands dangling down, spanning throughout the whole length of the forest. There was a veritable sea of araca lying in wait above. It was only because the collector has been so precise in executing this jumping araca that none of the others were alerted. If the collector wanted to stray from the stone-lit path, it would have to wade through countless jumping araca ambushing it, and one stray movement might mean setting off a chain reaction of raining spiders. Though the collector did not mind dealing with the araca, knowing that they relied on powerful venom administered through jaws that could not breach the collector's carapace, a mass swarm of them could potentially find a chink in the collector's armor. For now, though the collector was resistant to the vast majority of minor poisons, sufficiently strong ones could affect it, for it had yet to evolve the necessary adaptation to grant it true immunity. Beyond the basic risk of bodily harm as well, the noise of the altercation would very likely alert the goblin encampment, especially if the collector had to generate constant, intense light with its pyrocytic glands. Though the darkwoods quickly snuffed out light, it was paradoxically this trait that made the presence of any light that much more noticeable. This meant that attempting to circumvent the path dotted with glowing stones would be difficult. The collector calculated that its chances to create a successful ambush dwindled drastically. No, the collector realized as it headed back to the lit path, it looked increasingly likely that it would have to attack the goblins head on. It would have to face every single defense the goblins had erected, Every single one of their fighters, their warriors, and their tricks without the cover of an ambush. So be it, then. The collector bared its fangs as it stared ahead to the rest of the path, spittle dripping from its carapace-covered lips in anticipatory hunger. The collector would not be hiding, waiting, stalking. All of those, it knew, utilizing when necessary for survival, but those traits were not what it was primarily bred for in the first place. The collector's true form towered over the mightiest of dreadnought-class ships, casting shadows over planets visible from orbit. It was not like the infector strains that burrowed into worlds, birthing parasites and drones from seclusion. Nor was it a dominator strain that hid from afar, utilizing strong genetics to drive deep madness into tinkerers. The collector did not hide at all, for though it was in tune with its primal instincts, it still was no mere animal. It was better than the countless, brutish fauna that comprised its genetic code. The sum of the many parts sourced over 1,000 worlds that built up the collector did not produce yet another simple creature, another thing that hid in the dark and ate and lived and died solely for survival. It produced a warrior, and warriors lived for battle. The collector clashed with the tinkerers head-on without fear, without hesitation, without care to their numbers or their trinkets. It brought them devastation and destruction and misery not through the impersonal means of disease and parasites, but with its own claws, its own fangs, its own muscles. It brought them battle. It brought them war. For the past few days, the collector had been weak, hiding, scurrying about on the dirt indistinguishable from the unevolved weakness at the bottom of this backwater planet's food chain, but no more. For the first time since it reached this world, the collector came to realize with hunger burning in its being that it would not engage in a hunt. This would be a battle. This was what it was born for, what it lived for. /16 Why we keep watch, said Ganth. The white-skinned hobgoblin stood in front of the goblin camp's entrance, an open space of a few meters in a perimeter of sharpened deadwood trunks. The stakes were positioned outwards in even, tightly packed intervals, ensuring that no bugs could come charging in without risking skewering themselves. Nobody come, continued Ganth, his breath forming an outline of fog visible under dim light cast by torches using light stones as their tinder. You do not know that, said Shun, a red-skinned hobgoblin smaller in height by a head and lighter in weight by a dozen kilograms compared to Ganth. At any moment, the adventurers might strike us. If the native goblins are right, then there is even tell of a gold-ring sorcerer in this forest. We as the stronger in our respective tribes have a duty to keep watch when such danger may befall us. So. Ganth grunted absent-mindedly, tugged at his jutting tusks. You speak well. Like our thrall. Ganth took in Shun's form with a dull blue eye. All goblins from Zin like you? Unna, said Shun in a corrective tone. Where I am from, we are called Unna. And we have kept more of our ancestral tongue than you have here in Terra, said Shun. A shame, really. I see precious few humans where I hail from, but it does irk my heart to know that the humans in this realm look down upon our kind so. Should they hear our poetry, what our language is truly capable of, they would not think our tongue one brutish and simple. Ha, poetry. Ganth slapped his muscle-bound thigh with a grunting laugh. He slung an enormous club fashioned out of ice over his broad shoulder. You funny. Poetry makes you sit down and think, makes you weak and soft. Maybe that's why you so skinny. Well, we already know who is the stronger between us, said Shun with a smirk of confidence. HMPH. Ganth grunted in annoyance. One day, I figure out how you move like that. But you strong for sure. Respect that. Martial arts. Huh? Martial arts? That is what I use, said Shun. He pointed down to his waist where a lengthy sword of blackened, glossy rock lined with heated cracks hung by string to a skirt-like leg garment fashioned with thick, black cloth. Instead of swinging clubs mindlessly, I focus my chi, or mana as you call it, and make every single one of my swings and movements something I grace with the full breadth of my focus and devotion. Your kind in those cold northern wastes beyond the mountains might have thicker skin and bigger muscles, but without focus, what is the use of all that power? Arg, too many words, said Ganth. You sound like the thrall now. Always talking about this and that. I only care about being strong. The hobgoblin flexed his arm muscles, letting them bulge through his thick, icy skin. And taking with strength. You know, I excited for this war. Lord seems serious. Many of us united now. We can take human lands. Human women. I still do not understand your kind's obsession with these human girls. They are so fragile, said Shun with a shake of his head. Ha, easy for you to say. Ganth pointed a stubby, big finger at Shun's face. Look at you. Sharp nose. Small face. Big eyes. Look almost as pretty as human girls. Ganth pointed a thumb back to his own face, at his comparatively wide, blocky head, his shaggy red, greasy and unkempt hair, small eyes, and tusked, bestial mouth. I am big ugly. And you see women of my tribe in this camp? Some of them uglier than me. Fair enough. The few women of your northern tribes I have seen do put quite the icy touch to my passions. Shun put a hand to his chin. You know, Ganth, perhaps when this war is over, when the Lord has united our kind across the 4 realms now of life, I can show you to my home. You mentioned you were bored of the cold wastes, no? Well, there is so much to see where I'm from. Good food? Questioned Ganth. Shun nodded. Pretty girls? Certainly, said Shun. Okay then. Ganth said, beating his chest with a fist. Although first you may have to catch up with some basic cleanliness. And those clothes, Shun froze, red eyes narrowing as he put a hand to the handle of his sheathed blade. Huh? Ganth picked at his tattered loincloth of ice bear skin, the only article of clothing he wore. I thought this looked good. I sense something, said Shun, his voice quiet, serious. His black clawed hand wrapped around his sword handle. Ready yourself. You funny. No human ever come here. Too dark. And humans here weak and scared. Weak black goblins said so already. Ganth turned to Shun with a smile, but the smile faded as he sensed a stern gravity emanating from Shun. Ganth stood up, holding his oversized club in front of him. A few seconds later, and the sound of falling and crashing trees echoed through the forest. Something big coming, said Ganth. Very big. The crackle of shattering tree trunks accompanied by the thuds of heavy footsteps became louder. Very quick. Head back to the war tents, said Shun as he kept his hand on the blade but did not unsheath it. Tell the champion that we are being attacked. The weight behind these steps do not match any human. Either a monster or a sorcerer's familiar. No, I stay here. I fight. I strong. Ganth went up to the edge of the light cast from the light-stone torches, a few meters back from thick growths of darkwood trees. He roared to the vast darkness in front of him. Face me. I, Ganth of the Frost Skulls, am ready. The collector burst out of the trees as a raging pinball of muscle-bound white carapace, charging right into the hobgoblin that had foolishly shouted out its location. Having built up to its top, maximal speed, the collector moved fast enough to appear as a blur to the average human eye, and that velocity compounded with its immense weight meant that when it hit the hobgoblin, it eviscerated the specimen, splitting it apart in a shattered mess of caved-in bones and torn flesh. Or that was what the collector had calculated based on the hobgoblin's density of muscle mass, height, and approximate sturdiness of bone structure, all details it had parsed mid-charge through its sensitive hairs. The hobgoblin did fly backwards a dozen meters, breaking through the darkwood stake wall entirely and tumbling several times, but it did not die, skidding to a halt in the dirt as an intact, living, breathing specimen, though it did groan in audible pain, clutching at his side where blood began to flower from internal bleeding and shattered ribs. The collector clipped its mandibles. Loudly, this time, for never before in its life had it been this disappointed, this wrong with its calculations. It brought shame upon the name of the collective. Shun slashed at the collector, unsheathing his blade in a quick draw arc meant to gut the collector from the side. The collector did not react to the attack. It had assessed the red-skinned hobgoblin variant's physique and estimated its physical capabilities, but this attack was approximately 3.66 times faster than what its musculature could muster, even with considering efficient movements. The blade clanked into a shower of sparks as it skidded across the collector's immensely durable carapace. Shun's eyes widened as he felt impact against a surface harder than any he had felt before ring up his hand, jarring his very bones. The collector capitalized on the moment of hesitation and swiveled its head to the hobgoblin, opening its maw and activating its pyrolytic glands. Its tongue retracted and a bulb-shaped, muscle-powered organ at the back of its throat jutted out in its place, pulsing once in an intense contraction that launched a thin burst of highly pressurized white chemicals. The chemicals struck against a vibrating, friction-inducing piece of faceted bone lined up in front of the glands, the biotrigger, as it was called, and when the chemical jet stream hit the biotrigger, it lit up once more into a beam of brilliant white, blue-tinted flame that washed over the hobgoblin's entire body. The intense light bathed the entire forest once more, and the collector's compound eyes and sensitive hairs twitched, allowing it to dodge back from another swipe from the red hobgoblin, this time one aimed at its softer, unarmored eyes. "A fire breather, are you?" said the red hobgoblin variant. He stood with bluish-white flames flickering on his skin, staring at the collector as if utterly unharmed. The collector glimpsed at the red variant's surroundings. An acrid, bitter smell of chemical fire and burnt grass rose up through the air from the smoking black patches of devastated earth around it, and yet, at the center of this path of desolation, the hobgoblin remained unharmed. "Sorry, but I am a bad matchup for you, then," said the red variant. "The tribes of Mondo have been blessed under its volcanic touch for centuries. Flame alone, lest they hail from the gods themselves, will not harm us. /17/gods. The collector began to circle around the red hobgoblin, its tusks aimed down, ready to gore the variant in a charge. The collector knew what the concept of gods were. Worshipped, fancifully constructed entities from tinkerer species during primitive stages of their development. Usually created in their image, vain as these tinkerers often tended to be. A socially constructed fantasy to explain the decisions of nature, the fires that might destroy their crops or the lightning strikes that might kill their young when the tinkerers were yet too primitive to truly grasp the nature of these phenomena. The collector recognized that species of this advancement would likely be at a stage where they did worship these imaginary entities. It thus filed what the hobgoblin had just said under nonsensical, primitive babble. The collector had more useful topics to devote its mental processing to. This red variant of hobgoblin did indeed possess an uncanny resistance to heat that reached well past the melting point of many metals. It was a property that was not immediately apparent from its innate biology, for nothing about its skin or musculature indicated heat-resistant properties. Ganth, pull back. Using guard, at the last minute saved you from dying, but if this creature can smash through even that, the collector swiped at the red hobgoblin with one of its arachnid arms while it distracted itself speaking to its companion. The red variant, however, despite not even looking directly at the collector, managed to evade the sweeping slice by jumping backwards with an agile flip, landing on the ground almost as if in slow motion. "Fight," muttered Ganth as he managed to raise himself to a knee, though his deep wheezing indicated a soon-to-be mortal wound from the severity of his internal bleeding. Likely, judging by the rattling cadence of the breaths, a broken rib had punctured a lung. "Just go," said Shun. "Alert Juzzo, but try to get your thrall hunt here too. I can stall, but I cannot hold this creature for long." Ganth grunted, took a look at the battle, then at his bleeding side, and turned, limping back further into he camp. The collector surged forwards again, this time calculating a series of attacks to minimize evasive maneuvers. It first swung its head forward, striking with its long, bladed tusks, and then its arachnid arms played out, ready to catch the red hobgoblin from any angle if it dodged the initial strike. Shun evaded the tusks with remarkable agility and then raised his blade against the onslaught of arachnid spider legs. The collector's monomolecular claw-tipped legs sliced through the blade as cleanly as if nothing was there at all. Two of its arachnid claws struck true, sinking deep into the red hobgoblin's sword arm shoulder. The red hobgoblin moved back in a burst of immensely quick movement that the collector did not expect. Such movement bordering on small-scale warping did not seem at all within the red variant's muscular capacities. The collector grew increasingly confused and, for the first time since it entered this world, frustrated. Miscalculation after miscalculation, and yet why? It had perfectly perceived and analyzed the physical abilities of both hobgoblins, and though they were certainly taller and bigger than the black ones, particularly the white-skinned variant, that alone would not explain these inexplicable movements. The collector growled and clanked its mandibles together, eyeing the red hobgoblin. At the least, it would seem this one would soon fall. The twin strikes the collector inflicted upon the red variant had severed major tendons and muscles, causing blood to spurt from open gashes that exposed lacerated bone. "Well then," said Shun as he eyed his right shoulder. His arm hung limp, completely useless. His vulcanite odachi lay in two, cleanly sliced pieces on the ground. To cut through reinforced vulcanite, those claws are truly exceptional. Adamantite, is it? No, even sharper than that. Cease your incessant babbling, primitive, said the collector as it lunged forwards, scything its arachnid arms to break the red hobgoblin into pieces. Shun dodged the incoming strikes, his chi focused entirely into his eyes to utilize sense. He did not have the luxury to react to the fact that the creature could speak their language, for he had to spend every ounce of his thoughts on survival. At the very least, this creature did not seem magical in nature. He could not sense that it was projecting any mana, making it so that without opposing magical aura to throw off his sense, he could read every single one of the creature's movements before they even happened. Shun saw the creature lower its center of gravity, and immediately his vision flashed red. Mortal danger. He leapt backwards, making distance between himself for the ensuing charge. Judging from your facial expressions and body language, you are capable of perceiving my actions the moment I begin processing them. You move before I move. I calculate a high probability of genic capabilities, and yet, I cannot sense any genic charge from within you, said the collector. Curious. I have no idea what that means, nor who sent you, monster, said Shun as he breathed in deep, focusing his chi, focusing his will. He had to stand his ground here. Stall for time. But you best give up and go crawling back to whatever human sorcerer created you, for he did a bad job. Without any mana, I can read you as clearly as a springside stream. You will never strike me. This will indicate point of view shifts. Shun narrowed his eyes. This was a bluff. He kept his chi projected outwards from his body and circling around the monster with the sense skill. This meant he could perceive the creature's movements and aggressions, but constantly projecting his chi outwards accelerated chi expenditure drastically, and without chi to reinforce his movements, it did not matter if he could see the attacks coming if he was too slow to dodge them. And this creature was immensely strong in terms of sheer physical power, speed, and durability. As if to prove this point, the monster sped forwards, once more striking first with its tusks. Shun swerved to the side and then ducked under a row of sweeping arachnid legs. He put chi into his legs and then leapt away as the monster swiveled its body, sending its armored tail into Shun's side like a club. Though Shun perceived the attack, he was a little slow. He reduced the damage with his chi-empowered backstep, but he could still feel a large bruise welling up from shorn and bloody skin where the club-like end of the monster's tail barely grazed him. In purely physical strength and speed, this monster was easily on par with a 3-star adventurer, far beyond any of the hobgoblins and matching or surpassing even Juzzo, the champion. Though the monster lacked magic, it possessed claws sharper than reinforced adamantite, making any ordinary defense utterly useless against it, though it seemed skills like guard could work. If the beast managed to surprise Juzzo or even Lord Zal as it had surprised Shun when it sliced through his vulcanite odachi, then it was entirely possible for the monster to instantly kill either of them if they were not being cautious. But it was best suited to kill this creature with his ranged magic. Shun grimaced, steeling his resolve. Brunt was on his way to this camp from the inner one, but he was still quite some time away. If Shun could not hold this monster here, then he had no doubt it would devastate the vast majority of hobgoblins and goblins in the camp, for none of them were awakened to any high degree, relying only on the strength of their flesh and bone. "I will hold you here," declared Shun as he took in a deep breath, spreading his stance wide to allow for larger ranges of movement. "Whether I live or perish. Soon, you will come to know the might of the tribes of O. Does your tribe specialize in fleeing like vermin?" said the collector. "I am unimpressed, primitive. I will enjoy tearing your flesh from the bone." "Go ahead and try," said Shun. He held in a breath, his senses tuned to the max. He could feel and hear his rising heartbeat, he could smell the bitter, foul scent of burned grass, and he could feel the tiniest breeze of wind touch against his skin. With since, like this, he would evade everything this monster could muster. The monster moved, rushing in towards him. Shun readied himself, his muscles tensing as he ascertained the creature's intent. Would it swipe at him with its spider claws? Strike at him with its long tusks? Whip at him with its tails? So many possibilities, and yet, since, meant out of all those countless paths, he would perceive only the one the monster decided on. Shun froze. He had never felt anything like this. He saw what the monster decided on, but, the collector rushed past the red hobgoblin's body, its body low and its 6 arachnid claws stuck out in front of it, a breath of victory escaping it small as a cloud of fog. A moment later, the red variant's severed head landed in front of the collector, blood spilling out onto the darkened grass, an expression of utter surprise still etched into its red eyes. The collector clipped its mandibles as it looked down at the expression on the hobgoblin's severed head. Once the collector knew the primitive had the capacity to read its movements and foresee them, it devised a strategy against it. Certain tinkerers with genic charges possess the same ability. Collector variants at their full power never really had to deal with them, as they possessed an innate genic defense sourced from their link to the collective that rendered anything possible by an individual tinkerer ineffective. But it seemed that in its current weakened and disconnected state, the collector was susceptible. It had improvised, however. If the hobgoblin primed its movements based on a precognitive perception of what the collector decided upon, then the collector would simply overwhelm the hobgoblin with a surplus of options. With superior mental processing systems, the collector could commit itself to dozens of attack paths at once in equal intensity. The red hobgoblin had likely been swamped by the sheer density of attacks it predicted, and its primitive mental systems simply could not keep up, freezing it in place. The collector's muscular, prehensile tongue lashed out and gobbled up the hobgoblin's head. It heard the hobgoblin's decapitated body fall behind it with a thump. The collector turned and consumed the rest of the goblin. It would have liked to savor the red variant's taste, for though its erratic movements had irked the collector, it had still challenged the collector as a warrior. Biomass gained, plus 15, biomass level, 34 1/100ths, new genetic material available, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, giant scorpion, stone crusher beetle, jumping araca, new lesserana. There was no time to fully savor the meal, however. The collector had to continue its attack and catch up with the white-skinned variant before it could fully alert the rest of the camp. Pushing with its bulked-up hind legs, the collector surged forwards, continuing its charge in the direction of the white-skinned variant's escape. /18 the collector galloped its way further into the encampment, a speeding, half-ton mass of bristles and carapace and claws and bloodlust. Yet, despite its dizzyingly fast pace, throughout each of its many steps, it kept its senses open, analyzing the battlefield and its enemies. The camp was large, far larger than the dens the black hobgoblins could manage. The level of technology present in the camps far exceeded that present in the dens as well. There were several tents created from the dried skins of hunted prey and propped up with wood frames. Skin-wrapped barrels of roughly carved wood containing mostly liquids and meat stood by each camp. The presence of fire, a common evolutionary development among budding tinkerer species, was also evident in rings of black, smudged ash and wood nearby the tents. From these camps, there emerged hobgoblins and normal, smaller goblins poking their heads out of the tents at first in curiosity, then in terror. The collector slaughtered them all, using its tusks to gore them, its armor-plated weight to bludgeon them, its tail to bash them, its hooves to stomp underfoot the little goblins, and its many arachnid claws to sweep around like a reaper's scythe, lopping off heads and limbs left and right. Where the collector went, it left a trail of limbless, battered, and decapitated bodies littering torn apart and smashed tents. As it raised them, it felt its biomass levels accumulating in the moments it stopped to consume hobgoblin corpses, not even bothering with the smaller ones. Biomass gained, +3, biomass gained, +3, biomass gained, +3, Biomass level, 64/100ths, new genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, giant scorpion, stone crusher beetle, jumping araca, lesserana, new frostborn hobgoblin. The collector noted that none of the goblins here were of the black-skinned variant. Neither of these variants seemed native to this environment, either. The white-skinned variants were adapted to harsh colds. The red-skinned variants did possess a waxy layer to their skin along with innately lower body temperatures to prevent water loss, yet none of these explained a resistance to flames the stronger red variant guarding the gate had spoken of. There were patterns to the distribution of the goblins as well. In larger tents marked by skins with shaggier fur, white-skinned variants dwelled. In tents marked by sleeker skins, the red-skinned variants dwelled. None of them were anywhere close to the strength of the red and white-skinned variants guarding the camp. The collector had even adjusted its strength, accounting for the possibility that these specimens could move 2 to 3 times faster than what their biological capabilities could suggest, but it found it had grossly overestimated their abilities. Strange, thought the collector as it now rapidly reached the center of the encampment, the scent of the escaped, white-skinned hobgoblin drawing near. Then what was it that allowed those 2 specific individuals to possess such unnatural physical capabilities? The red variant, too, possessed 5 times the amount of biomass compared to its peers despite no apparent physical differences. The collector thought of the new words it had heard. The red hobgoblin had spoken of mana and vulcanite and adamantite, all words the collector was unfamiliar with. Vulcanite and adamantite, the collector could easily reason were types of ores based on its etymology in the goblin tongue and the context in which the words were utilized. But mana? The red variant had noted the collector possessed an absence of it which allowed the specimen to predict the collector's movements. The collector's stored memories could only approximate mana in this context to a genic charge, and yet, all other contextual clues indicated that the red variant was not speaking of genics. There was the possibility that this mana was connected to magic, the other unknown phenomena that the collector had encountered in this world, and yet, it still did not have more information to sufficiently establish strong links between them. The collector knew magic could create flames. Mana involved some relation with the collector's mental processing. Both these words were tied to organisms that seemed unnaturally charged with biomass when consumed. In addition, mana had some additional relation to the humans, for the red hobgoblin had surmised that the collector was, insultingly so, a creation of a human sorcerer, the same class of human as the female specimen the collector consumed beforehand. The strongest thread of connection between the 2 words therefore were human sorcerers. What this sorcerer class did and was, the collector did not know, but soon, it would find out. Further investigation needed. But the collector could instinctively tell that it was close to connecting these seemingly isolated threads together. Just 1 or 2 more leads. For now, though, there was the battle, the slaughter. The collector reached the escaping frostborn hobgoblin at the center of the encampment. The white-skinned hobgoblin breathed heavy, wheezing breaths, his hand clutched to his bruised and bloody side. His steps dragged together, coordination deteriorating from blood loss. By now, the collector had slaughtered 10 hobgoblin and destroyed 4 tents. It estimated that if the goblin populace was spread in even density throughout the circular area, then there could be anywhere from 30 to 50 hobgoblins, but if the vast majority of them were ordinary, then they posed no threat. Your attempts to delay your inevitable demise and now, feeble little creature, said the collector as it approached the hobgoblin. The white-skinned variant stopped, his blue eyes locking onto a particularly large tent a dozen meters in front of it. It took in a breath before facing the collector with a tusked smile and roar. "You think I weak? I show you." The white variant hefted its club, almost as large as it was, in one hand and swung it sideways to the collector's head. The collector was still accounting for the variant being 2 to 3 times stronger and faster, and this time, its caution paid off. The collector countered the enhanced swing and slammed against the swing with most of its weight and might that it usually held back for efficiency's sake. Hyperalloy carapace and Everfrost clashed together in a loud, clanging impact. The club of ice sailed backwards, landing behind the white-skinned variant before breaking apart into chunks that rapidly began melting. A few thin cracks lined a series of bony white carapace plates at the collector's side, the results of the impact. It could have dodged the attack, but it decided to grant this specimen a final clash of strength for its willingness to face its own death through unhesitant combat. The white-skinned hobgoblin stared at its empty hands, then at the collector. "Hey! You strong?" The hobgoblin nodded in recognition to the collector. He held his arms out to the sides, laying bare his body for death. "I die too strong." "Good." The collector obliged the hobgoblin's desire, running forwards and goring through the creature's heart with its tusks. The hobgoblin seized up, coughing up a spurt of blood before it grew limp, its head hanging backwards. The collector jerked its head up, bisecting the hobgoblin from the chest up, and then consumed the creature. Biomass consumed, plus 10. Biomass level, 74 1/100ths. The collector clipped its mandibles. It had expected this particular specimen, much like the other one guarding the encampment's entrance, to have dense biomass. It possessed 5 points less than the red variant despite having even more physical mass, indicating that the property supercharging the biomass of certain creatures on this world was not directly tied to physical properties. "I thought I told none to disturb my meditation." The collector looked to the larger tent that the white-skinned variant had stared at before death. From its entrance flaps there emerged a red-skinned variant significantly larger than all his peers. Even larger than the white-skinned ones that possessed denser, more developed musculatures and thicker skins against the cold. Thick black, glossy armor padded the larger red variant's body in plates of rocky-looking material, the very same material that the red variant guarding the gate used in its sword. Vulcanite, as it was called. In the larger red variant's hand, it dragged a one-sided axe with a dull, metallic handle and a head fashioned from vulcanite, the roughly carved edges almost looking like the ends of serrated teeth. "Ah, you must be the so-called champion," said the collector, its tone lingering on the title in a savoring, eager manner. "Good. Your brethren die and descend to the collective through my jaws. As their representative, it is only fitting that you join them. /19 == Juzzo stared at the monster before it. He had never seen the likes of such a creature before. A strange mixture of insect and boar. But he did not let an ounce of surprise sway his internal balance, the delicate flow of chi through his meridians and core. He was far too experienced, far too traveled. He trimmed away everything that was useless and focused. He did not care where this monster came from. He only cared about how to kill this thing. In his early youth, when he left Mount O on a warrior's pilgrimage, he traveled the realms, and one of them, Far East, the realm of elves and fairies, could have a half-bug, half-beast monster like this. But that did not seem like it. Far East was dense with chi, with magic, and almost all its creatures were sensitive to it. This monster, on the other hand, as it circled Juzzo, its tusks and bone white plating glistening in the faint glow of light's tone shine, did not emit any noticeable aura of chi, of mana. Juzzo gripped his axe in both hands, circling to the opposite direction of the monster, keeping his distance, keeping a pace of the creature as it too analyzed him. Juzzo was no fool, and unlike many of his kind, through 20 years of travel, he had long since cut prejudice from his beliefs. Thus, he knew to determine that this monster was not some brute. Even apart from the monster speaking to him, He knew that it was highly intelligent despite its twisted, bestial appearance. It was in its eyes, for though their compound structure would have ordinarily been impossible to read, the glint of a trained warrior's gaze was universal. It transcended the boundaries of realm and race. This, Juzo knew well from fighting the vastly different beastkin of his own realm, the fiery, feathered Karasi, the stripe-furred, sturdy heron, and the scaled, water-wielding Yinlong. Juzo felt the monster's gleaming yellow eyes meet his, and he felt the few, smooth hairs on his body stand on end. He could feel even the slightest breeze flowing through the camp as intensely as if they were gusts of polar wind, cutting into his skin like ice. His survival instincts were flaring, telling him that this monster was a match for him. Whoever came out of this battle would not emerge unscathed. Perhaps not even alive. Juzo's senses heightened. He could smell the stench of iron in the air, and he knew then that this monster had killed many, many of his brethren. Rage started to bud within him for his lost people, for in a way, it was his fault they had been left defenseless and dead. He had wanted to isolate himself to meditate and charge his chi for the coming conflicts with the humans, not believing that any threat would find their encampments hidden so deep in these accursed woods. Rage at not only the monster but also at himself formed the fuel, and he did not let that emotion go to waste. He channeled it, letting it flow through his body, and he bound that emotion into his chi, molding it into the sheath skill. He held his axe in front of him, and in a flash, it burst into flames, his chi infusing into the magic-sensitive vulcanite. "By what mechanism did you ignite your weapon?" said the monster as it continued to circle Juzo, continuing to look for an opening. Juzo grunted and did not respond, for he could sense if he let his guard down even the slightest, the monster would attack, and his own battle instincts told him that any attack from the beast was dangerous. A silent one. Rare, for how gratingly talkative and loud your species has been so far. Yet, preferable. The monster made the first move, charging forwards with its lengthy tusks. Juzo narrowed his red eyes and stepped backwards, dodging the goring strike. He kept his chi flowing through his body in consistent flow, keeping his physical abilities raised while having enough invested in projecting his magical energy outwards in sense, to read the monster's intent. The monster was not committing deeply to an attack, and so he did not either, for it seemed the creature was baiting him into a counter. No, Juzo noted as the creature immediately changed its intent, flashing red in pure aggression, it had decided on offense again. The sudden switch in intent was so jarring that he scrambled to adjust to it, breaking his even flow of chi and driving as much of it into his legs to perform a retreating backstep at high speeds. He made a distance of 10 meters between himself and the monster in a flash, his high-speed movement tripping apart the dirt and grass in smoky trails. He exhaled. He had not even had half a second before the monster had so suddenly switched its intent. There was not a single monster or warrior or adventurers he had faced so far that had the ability to change their intents, their decisions, so quickly and seamlessly. Juzo realized he would have to focus deeply on analyzing the monster's intent if he wanted to get a read on it in time to react, so he pushed more chi into his sense, keeping his sight trained on the monster to ensure that he would be able to read the shift in intent the moment it happened the next time, regardless of how quick it was. The monster clipped its mandibles in some sort of gesture to itself before it lowered its center of gravity, preparing for a full-speed charge. On its back, 6 spider legs were curled forwards, their glinting and sharp claws ready to slice at Juzo should the enormous tusks fail. Juzo readied himself. He would read the monster's intent with sense, dodge its attack, then counter with a fatal blow. He did not know exactly how strong the monster's armored hide was, but he did spot a few small cracks on its side, likely from a boosted blow by Ganth. It was extremely impressive that the beast's hide could take a blow like that, a blow that would have even sent Juzo flying with broken bones, so easily, but Juzo's offensive capabilities far outweighed his defensive ones. With his fiery sheath, superheating the edge of his vulcanite axe and his own chi boosting his power with reinforce, superior to that of Ganth's, He was confident he could slice through the monster's hide, though he likely would not be able to land a lethal blow through the thick, metallic bone carapace and dense musculature. Then he would aim to cripple. The monster front hoof dragged across the forest floor once, digging out a deep indent in the dirt as it tensed up its muscles. It seemingly swelled in size, its muscles rippling and flexing in a display of overwhelming physical might. Then, it charged. "Come!" shouted Juzzo, his long fangs baring as he gripped his axe tight and held it back, ready to swing it to slice off the monster's legs and ground it. The monster kicked up clouds of dirt as it smashed its hooves into the forest floor, propelling itself with swelling muscles. The creature was fast. Horrifyingly fast, considering how freakishly big and strong it was, but Juzzo could deal with this. All he had to do was maximize his sense, and then he would be able to read the monster, or so he thought. Juzzo saw as the monster neared his attacking range that its original intent, a simple, frontal charge with its tusks, changed. There was a tail whip. A dozen combinations of slashing attacks with its many legs. A leaping strike. Even an attack that generated flame. All at once. The sheer number of intents would have overwhelmed Juzzo, but he was battle experienced. Some sorcerers could utilize mind control type spells, and overreaching on, sense, projecting chi far away from one's own body, would leave the unguarded mind susceptible to mental domination. Thus, the moment he felt his mind becoming overwhelmed, he stopped projecting his chi with sense, and without even thinking, reactively slammed his axe into the ground, unleashing the vulcanite axe's imbued property of explosively amplifying chi poured into it. An eruption of lava and flame burst outwards in a ground-shaking tremor. The impact of the blow was like a bomb, blowing up a towering cloud of dirt, bright red molten rock, and flaming pieces of foliage, sending both combatants flying backwards from a shockwave of heated power. The collector twisted in the air and landed perfectly balanced on all fours, clicking its mandibles in surprise. It had thought its strategy to deal with these red variant goblins, even the special ones, sufficient enough. The champion was likely a special red variant possessing the same abilities as the smaller specimen guarding this camp. That meant that the champion likely possessed the same capability to read into the collector and precognitively determine its movements on top of possessing fire-resistant skin. The collector had confirmed from the start of this battle that the champion did possess predictive abilities by reading subtle twitches of understanding in the champion's facial expressions and body language whenever the collector readied to attack. Then, it manipulated the champion into sinking deeper and deeper into focusing on reading the collector by increasing the rate of thought put into its movements but shying away from the collector's maximal mental processing speed. That way, the collector could maximally shock at the moment of true attack by unleashing its capacity to commit to several attacks simultaneously. The champion's mind would have faltered, its feeble neurons attempted to keep up with simultaneously processed thoughts. But the champion, unlike his smaller brethren, had subverted this strategy, likely with a pre-programmed reaction to drive down his tool and cause an explosion. That too, the collector wished to analyze. This vulcanite material did not seem to be processed in any complex manner, roughly carved up into sharp shapes functioning as rudimentary weapons much like the sticks of steel the humans used. There was no engine. No circuitry. No moving parts. No chambers. But the champion's axe could generate an explosive blowback of force and heat on par with the 40mm ordnance of the human empire's B-10 incendiary launcher, leaving a steaming, molten red hole 5 meters wide in the point of impact. The collector felt the damage from heat and splashed lava burning on its face and body, leaving smoldering, small holes in its hyperalloy carapace. No, the B-10 would have easily blown apart the collector's rank 4 carapace. This level of damage was more akin to the B-5 generation of launchers, the type the Empire wielded in the very beginning of their conflict with the collective half a century ago. Still far beyond anything the collector thought the champion and its primitive brethren were capable of. Again, as the smoke cleared and the collector stared at the unharmed, heat-resistant champion, there were no biological indicators that the champion was capable of this. Did the alloys and ores of this world also follow this strange principle? The collector made further adjustments to its calculations, classifying the vulcanite axe as something more than a chunk of rock to be swung around with brutish force into the category of tinkering tools to eliminate as a threat. ===20 Juzzo took the brief reprieve he carved out for himself by fully unloading his vulcanite axe's stored power to think. The vulcanite axe's once fiery black body started to dim, the fire blazing from using sheath to coat it in his chi now gone. The vulcanite now had to enter a cool down period. It would take some time before the axe was ready to take in more chi again. He breathed in deep, the chi expenditure leaving him increasingly tired. Think, Juzzo, think. Without using sense, how would he deal with this monster? This paragon of physical power and armor and claws and tusks and teeth? He did not have time to think more before the monstrosity made another move, rushing in with blitzing speed, its 6 spider legs curled down around its sides to provide extra armored protection. With a growling grunt, Juzzo got into battle stance again, driving his bare, clawed feet shoulder width apart and holding his axe in front of him, the thick handle of beast blood tempered steel set diagonally across his chest to protect his heart. The ensuing clash started off even. Juzzo pumped his chi all throughout his body with flow, empowering himself enough to match the beast. His martial prowess shone as he used his footwork to dodge about, evading first a thrusting strike from tusks and then, when he was behind the monster, ducked under a swerving tail whip. His breaths became heavier, his vision becoming blurry at the edges. Though it seemed like he was doing well, he was burning through his chi at a massive rate to keep up physically with this monster and its many tools specialized for war. Juzzo had honed his martial skills for years and years. He had gone on entire pilgrimages to test his strength against all manner of enemies. He did not consider himself at all the strongest out there, his journeys made him too worldly to be that arrogant, but as a warrior, he did not expect to get outclassed to this degree. He had faced monsters stronger and faster than himself before. He could deal with that. But this was different. He backed away from a leaping stomp and gripped his axe, eyeing for a counter. He only saw arachnid legs curled around the beast's exposed side that would counter his every move. This monster was an adept at fighting in a way that transcended the ferocity of mere bestial and monster instinct. It did not utilize martial arts, but Juzzo felt overwhelmingly so that he was not fighting a monster, but instead a trained adept of the martial path. Martial arts were ultimately made to bridge the gap between the weak and monsterkind, but if there ever was a monster-style martial arts, then this creature would have been its sole grandmaster. The monster understood footwork, pacing, reading the opponent, checking blows, everything. Juzzo stepped back again as the monster took a step forward, but this was a feint. The monster suddenly swerved its body around, extending the carapace clubbed tail out in a whipping arc, maximizing its range to strike him. The speed of the tail was blindingly fast, whistling as it cut through the air like a knife. A crack resounded through the camp as Juzzo stumbled backwards, rolling once on the ground before righting himself and gritting his teeth, ignoring the pain welling up in his right shoulder. He did not even bother checking it. It was entirely numb from the shoulder down. The heavy blow had probably shattered every important bone and then some there. He gripped his axe in his still working left hand and realized something. Throughout this entire fight, he had feared the monster's claws, specifically the ones that sprouted from the white-plated spider legs on its back. His instincts had told him that they were dangerous, supremely so, and that understanding had severely compromised his movements, eliminating many chances for him to counterattack or defend himself. But the monster did not actively use those claws to attack now. Instead, it kept them down, curling them along its flanks more for defense than to strike. Perhaps a weakness? Did the claws deteriorate in strength over time? Or was this a lure? Juzzo could not know, but he could not play this game of chase either, for he would lose sooner rather than later. His pointed ears perked up as he heard the rest of the hobgoblins in the camp starting to circle around the battle. All of them were now armed, the Frostskull tribesmen holding their ever-fresh weapons. His own tribe of Uno were here too, armed with their swords and spears. "We here! For the champion! Kill monster!" A shout resonated among the frost skulls, and they cheered. One of their few bowmen loosed an arrow that shattered on the monster's armored side. The monster stopped and emitted a low, rumbling growl, its four compound eyes gleaming with intense yellow in the dim light of the forest. The growl immediately sent a wave of fear outwards, stopping the hobgoblins, though they numbered well into the 20s, to freeze in their tracks. "Are you okay, my dear?" Juzzo nodded stiffly as his two concubines neared him. "When you left the tent, we gathered everyone," said one of them. "You are hurt, dear, you should let your men deal with this thing for you." Juzzo thrust out his muscular arm, bidding his wives back. "No, everyone here is useless. They will only slow me down. My loves, take the other women and children of this camp to the inner stronghold. All of you!" shouted Juzzo, his thick neck muscles bulging as he projected his voice in a booming blast. "Get out of here! None of you will take this fight from me, nor are any of you worthy of it. Go back to the stronghold. Tell Hunt and Zal to come with haste to witness my victory." "Are you sure, my dear?" said one of his concubines as she reached out to touch his back with her hand. Juzzo shook it off. "Of course. Now go. I will not repeat myself." The collector clipped its mandibles as it saw the horde of hobgoblins and lesser goblins leave, funneling out of the camp. Within a minute, they were gone, this champion's authority evidently enough to compel them to move with considerable haste. This left the collector and the champion alone once more. "A foolish decision, Primitive," said the collector. "As a social species, you forsake one of the greatest strengths you undeveloped bipeds possess, your numbers." "I know," said the champion. He wielded his axe in his one remaining arm. "I know I could have used them. Even if they could not harm you, they could distract you. I could have found an opening to strike. But you would have killed many of them, perhaps all of them. I cannot do that. Half of them are my own tribesmen. And the other half do not deserve to die for my sake either. So come, let us continue." Curious. The collector began to circle the champion specimen again, but this time, at a more leisurely pace, giving the specimen some breathing time. "You forsake advantage to value their lives, and yet, you are a special variant in possession of a title of authority. Your life by all metrics should be worth drastically more than theirs. Perhaps you are lacking in calculative ability. And victory? Does your mind truly believe you have sufficient capacity to grasp it in this compromised state? Major fractures bordering on absolute destruction litter your right scapula, humerus, acromion, clavicle. I know I will lose." The champion smiled, an expression of happiness, and yet there was no joy to be derived from this inevitable demise, and soon, the demise of his brethren. "I spoke of victory for I did not want to dampen their hearts knowing my death is to come. And though I may fall here, I know the others will stop you." The champion paused and took in a breath before staring at the collector with resolute eyes. "One strike," said the champion as he pointed at the collector with his axe. "I will inflict upon you one strike. And I will make sure you remember it. A fanciful proposition. One unfounded by rationale or quantification." The collector clipped its mandibles and began to pace around the champion for real, finding an angle to end its life. "Yet, your kind does confound such principles. We shall see." Juzzo saw the monster pick up its pace, its posture immediately becoming focused entirely on killing him, and he gripped his axe tight and poured the final dregs of his chi into it. With the arrival of his people and this talk, he had stalled enough time to let the vulcanite axe to cool down, allowing him to store chi in it again. Using sheath, he engulfed the black axe in an aura of flickering fire once more, just as strong as it had been the first time, for he was not holding back anything, willing to burn through chi until he dropped dead. The teeth of the vulcanite axe began to whiten as it gathered intense heat, distorting the air around it in waves. His vulcanite armor, too, even though its purity was low, responded to the sudden outpouring of chi, taking it in, red lines of magical heat lining their breath. Juzo narrowed his eyes in focus, saving the last pieces of his chi to empower himself with flow for an attack. Before his people had intervened, he had thought that maybe the monster could not use its claws to their max strength anymore. He had also thought that the monster might have been luring him in. In the end, it did not matter. He had to bank on the hope that the monster's claws did not work, because either way, he was going to die. The only difference being whether he left any lasting damage or not. The monster struck again, and it came forwards faster than it ever had, obviously with the intent to end this fight now. Juzo roared as he met the charge with his own, blasting his whole body with chi, reaching far past his reserves and breaking his limits. He could feel his muscles tearing and his bones groaning as power surged within him, intense heat and pain rising from within. Emotion blurred together and hit his mind in a whirling hurricane. The despair of seeing his mother bleeding out on the grass, the love he felt for his teacher, how her wings and arms and legs moved so gracefully, so elegantly, heartbreak that his love could never reach her, the thrill of his first victory, the humiliation of his first near-death battle, the determination to journey and grow strong, the sheer wonder of seeing the endless forests and sky-reaching trees of Far East, the solemnity of becoming a champion for the first time, of feeling lives depend upon him, all the strongest feelings he had ever felt coursed through him as he drew on every last bit of chi within him. Now the monster was near, almost right in front of him. He raised his axe up and sidestepped the tusks, getting the creature's flank. He did not worry about the spider legs and the claws anymore, for he had made up his mind, he would take any blow to land a strike. Even if the claws were as sharp as adamantite, he knew his armor, reinforced with so much chi as it was now, could still let him get in one hit. One hit. That was all he wanted. With a final, guttural scream, he slammed his axe down into the beast's side. /21 / the collector clipped its mandibles as it looked up at the champion. The last of its 3 left arachnid legs was embedded right into the champion's heart, the bony white limb pushing past the sizable bulk of the champion, the gleaming monomolecular claw sticking out straight through to the other side. The champion's lifeblood, sourced straight from its heart, dripped down from the curved, glinting monomolecular claw, the droplets splitting in two as they cut themselves on the edge. The first 2 of the collector's spider legs had melted away into nothing but stubs. The ends of the stubs were twisted into molten, warped strips of white hyperalloy carapace holding in burned and useless flesh. The collector used its remaining legs to scythe off the stubs to prevent them from compromising its movements. Blood spurted from the 2 empty leg sockets on its back, but the collector tensed up its ultrafiber muscles, and the internally applied pressure halted the blood flow. A severed axe head lay embedded in the collector's back, melting through the carapace and slicing deep enough into ultrafiber musculature underneath to moderately compromise movement of the front left leg. The collector had lured the champion in by withholding use of its claws. Yet, as the battle went on, the collector had perhaps sensed the champion had seen through these intentions. But in the end, the champion charged in anyway. It was foolishness. But not entirely unfounded. Once the champion charged in, the collector had tried to use the first 2 of its 3 arachnid legs on its left side to slice the axe apart, but it had underestimated the speed of the champion even with calculative adjustments for it enhancing its physical abilities to a multiplicative factor of 3, for the champion had drastically exceeded any past strength or speed it exhibited before. The end result was that though the collector did sever the axe head, the sheer velocity of the swing and the remaining heat within the head created a sharp, superheated projectile that managed to wound the collector and melt off the front 2 spider legs moments after they made contact with it. One strike. That was what you promised. You fulfill your promise, said the collector to the champion's limp corpse. Why it spoke to a lifeless husk, it did not know. A waste of time. Yet, it felt appropriate. The collector squeezed its ultrafiber muscles, popping the axe head out of its side. There was no bleeding for the wound had cauterized from the intense heat. The smoldering axe clunked on the dirt, rapidly losing heat and light and turning dull before shattering into chunks of brittle black rock. The collector drew in the champion's body with its remaining arachnid limb. It stared at the lifeless body with a small, half-formed feeling it could not quite place. Yes, the champion had thrown away its advantages and its life, but it had observed a willingness to fight through inevitable demise, to fight and fight as a warrior should. The collector took a moment to place a word to the feeling processing within it. Admirable, decided the collector. It drew the corpse near to its tusked maw. Your lesser brethren flee to alert their superiors. I could pursue them now, but I will not pass upon the chance to savor your flesh. Perhaps they will reach this inner stronghold. Perhaps my tireless legs, even with this wound you inflict upon me, will catch hold of them. Regardless, may your flesh find greater purpose within the collective. The collector stretched open its mouth and snapped down on the specimen's head, the trophy part of the creature, and devoured it. As expected of a special specimen, the collector could not extract memories from it. From there, the collector worked its way down with surgical precision, using its remaining 4 arachnid arms to strip off pieces of flesh bit by bit. When there was nothing but a bare skeleton, this too, the collector savored, devouring first the mangled and broken pieces of bone in its shoulder, a memory of a battle between warriors, and then the rest until not a crumb of bone nor drop of blood was left behind. Biomass consumed, plus 50, biomass level, 124 100ths, new genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, giant scorpion, stone crusher beetle, jumping araca, lesser rana, frostborn hobgoblin, dash a new great rana. The collector clipped its mandibles, pleased. It could easily reach its next metamorphosis level. At 124 100ths of its biomass bar, it could even spill over the surplus to the next level. However, when considering completing each successive metamorphosis level required more and more biomass to satisfy, the surplus of 24 points would degrade down to a far lower number. But the prospect of reaching the 5th metamorphosis level was quite the alluring one. It would allow the collector to grow even stronger and larger, though it would have to consider at this point moderating its size in order to maintain some level of stealth. Already, its current form pushed the physical dimensions required to adequately traverse this forest biome without generating too much noise. Beyond gaining raw power, the collector could more importantly enhance the evolutionary system embedded within itself by the collective, for the system embodied the evolutionary nature of the collective, being itself a changing, adapting construct. With the 5th level, the collector could increase the number of species it could merge to gain a new form from 3 to 4 and also extract any unique adaptation inherent to the natives of this world to permanently keep. This would prove highly useful, such as the unnatural level of fire resistance present among the red-skinned variants or, if possible, the very property that allowed some of these specimens to become special. The collector clipped its mandibles in contemplation, staring out into the other side of the encampment where the rest of the hobgoblin had fled. It had been exactly 9 minutes and 37 seconds since they had left. The issue remained that ascending to the next metamorphosis level would take time. A time span ranging from 30 minutes to an hour depending on the complexity and compatibility of genes comprising the new form. Far too much time to spend if the collector wanted to continue this battle. Yet, the collector could not deny it was injured. It paced forwards, testing weight on its damaged front left leg. There was some hobble in its steps. It calculated the damage done to the leg, which specific bundles of ultrafiber musculature were damaged and their mobility functions, and compromised, finding within seconds the most efficient way to distribute its weight again. Minimal loss of speed when charging. Noticeable to significant deterioration of reactive fast twitch muscle capabilities. In conclusion, traveling capabilities operating at almost maximal efficiency. Combat capabilities reduced by approximately 15% with a standard deviation of 8% depending on whether the collector faced a single enemy or multiple at once. Indeed, the champion had inflicted a blow to be remembered. It was a viable option to consider retreating at this point to evolve and recover damage in exchange for allowing this lord and thrall to ready proper defenses against the collector. There was a case to be made for both a retreat and a continued offensive, And certainly, the collector could run the mental processes and fine-tune its calculations to determine what it perceived as the more efficient option. But remembering that attack, that final, reckless, yet admirable charge, the collector could only click its mandibles in determination as familiar heat surged within it, turning into a veritable fire that pushed it to charge forwards, ever forwards, building up rapid speed as it made mechanical adjustments to its sprinting to compensate for its damaged leg. Would the collector retreat now against these primitives when the champion, a warrior far lesser than it, had not retreated before the collector? No, the collector would continue onwards, recalling in its very being one of the primary directives implanted within it, that against its enemies, it should fight and fight, to kill and destroy and rip and tear until the battle was done. /22 / The collector galloped across the cleared and lighted path in the dark woods, shoulder bashing trees that came into its way to bulldoze them. As it traveled the path, following the strong stench of an entire horde of goblin kind, it noted that the path became wider with fewer trees to block it the further it traveled in. There were more of the light-generating rocks lining the path here. Bigger rocks, too. Indicated the inner stronghold possessed more resources than the camps. From extracting the memories of the various normal hobgoblin specimen the collector had consumed in the camp, it knew that the stronghold was no temporary encampment either. It was a national landmark. A yawning pit in the ground, its edges lined with a blue light. Deep. Possessed 5 layers. The Lord occupied the deepest layer. Each layer possessed half an encampment's number of hobgoblins. Then at minimum, 70 hobgoblins total. However, none, or at the least, only an exceeding few, were special. The Thrall and the Lord, this Zal, were of particular interest. There was exceptionally little information regarding them even among the memories of the hobgoblins. Both goblin variants seemed to lead isolated lives, rarely if ever interacting with a normal specimen. 70 mundane hobgoblins was a sufficiently large enough force to be wary of, for though the collector possessed durable carapace, powerful muscles, and exceptional reflexes with the mental processing power to utilize them, when there were enough enemies, there were too many variables to sufficiently account for all possibilities. So be it. Warrior strain collectors were no strangers to battles of uncertainty, of variables. The collector welcomed the challenge. The collector came upon the fleeing horde of hobgoblins and goblins within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That was the extent of time the goblin champion bought for his people. Not enough, evidently, for they were only barely halfway to the stronghold at this point. Cries of alarm rose from the hobgoblins straggling in the back as the collector closed the distance between them with each of its gliding strides so agile and graceful while carrying a payload of half a ton of biological weapons systems, muscle, and armor. Here. Here. It is here. Has Champion Juzzo fallen? No run anymore. Fight big monster. No, retreat, back to the stronghold. The collector's porcine ears twitched as it picked up the sounds of discord among the white and red-skinned variants. A weakness of the Tinkerers, this was. Chaos bound to occur from the troublesome traits of individuality. So many different purposes clashing with each other. Whereas now, the collector devoted itself to only one, extermination. The collector aimed to spear at the closest target to it. A running red variant hobgoblin female who held an offspring in her arms, compromising her ability to engage in combat. The female variant shrieked at her imminent demise. No. In response to the collector's rapid approach, red variant male rushed back to cover her instead, wielding a broad blade of vulcanite. Though, as the collector noted while stabbing right through the male's stomach and tossing it away, the vulcanite did not glow or hum and had distinctively less of a glossy sheen on its surface than that wielded by the champion and special red variant. Perhaps a difference in the mineral's extraction and processing procedure. Regardless, it meant that there was a high likelihood that the duller vulcanite possessed no explosive or heat-producing capabilities within them. Protect the women and children. A shout rose across the ranks of goblins, and this unified both the red and white variants. The female and her offspring disappeared as a throng of white and red-skinned male hobgoblins halted their running and rushed to meet the collector in battle. Good. Do not flee. Meet your inevitable end with some shred of pride, primitives. The collector clipped its mandibles and analyzed the situation, the sensitive hairs on its back rising to detect the rapid rush of movements from the incoming hobgoblins. A change in air pressure. The collector stepped back a meter, and where it was, a projectile, an arrow as it was called, lay embedded in the dirt. Sharpened head of metal attached to a lengthened wood base. Barbed head to prevent removal from flesh. Feathered at the end for aerodynamic performance. Primitive. Would not penetrate hyperalloy carapace. Yet, judging from the angle of descent and landing zone, meant to skewer an eye. The collector made some distance, leaping backwards to dodge errant sweeps with ice clubs and vulcanite swords. While it soared in the air, its hairs twitched, sensing arrows, and it twisted its body and ducked its head to ensure that 6 arrows crashed against its hyperalloy carapace. The arrows clinked off its carapace in showers of little sparks. It running. We winning. Shouted the deep timbre of one of the white variants. Utter foolishness. In taking briefly to the air, the collector had assessed their numbers and combat capabilities. Most importantly, from the higher vantage point, it spotted 4 white variants and 2 red variants behind the group wielding tools of wood and twine, bows, it recalled from extracted memories, meant to be pulled taut to unleash projectiles. The collector would prioritize them, for with its injury hampering its ability to react to multiple enemies at once, especially projectiles, their ability to strike the collector's eyes presented a confounding variable more significant than the slow, uncoordinated mess of melee hobgoblins trying to swamp it. The collector took in a breath and pumped blood and strength into all its muscles. It swelled up in size, towering over the hobgoblins, and their confidence wavered. They paused. The collector pawed the ground with its good front hoof, drawing a deep, thick line across the dirt. The hobgoblins understood what was to come. Some of them shivered. Hold fast! Shouted a red variant, and that shout kept the more cowardly among them from fleeing. They held up their weapons, tensed up their bodies, dug their feet into the dirt, everything to try and get them to stand up against the collector's charge. The collector charged, the enormous muscles in its hind legs bursting into a flexion of power that drove sprays of dirt and foliage back like miniature explosions. It blurred in a bone-white, bone-shattering battering ram. Red and white-skinned hobgoblin bodies flew into the air with major fractures to their skeletal systems as the collector bowled past them, reaching within seconds into the back line of bow-wielders. A final volley of arrows clinked on the collector as it angled its carapace helmeted head down, only giving the arrow's hardened hyperalloy carapace to bounce off of. Annoying little creatures with your little imitations of firearms. The collector whipped around, brutalizing one hobgoblin square inches the stomach with its clubbed tail. The continued momentum of the tail carried the hobgoblin and crashed it into 2 others, knocking them breathless or unconscious to the ground. The collector zigged and zagged around the other 3, its remaining 4 arachnid arms moving like surgical clockwork to sever their heads from their bodies. Blood sprayed and sputtered, marking out contrasting splotches of red on the collector's white carapace before pores within it opened up, draining it all. The collector turned to meet the rest of the hobgoblin and saw that they no longer approached it. When it stepped forwards, they stepped back. Pathetic. In engaging with your champion, I had thought your primitive species infinitesimally less savage than before. Yet, disappointing. None of you are even worthy of joining the collective, though your flesh, I will still take, said the collector. Then, the unexpected. The collector did not sense anything with its sensitive hair's adaptation. It was its compound eyes, capable of a wide field of vision, that perceived at first, a circle of pale blue light spanning underneath it. The collector did not sense anything aberrant about the light, or anything at all, and this absence of sensory input caused it to immediately become wary and cease its attack, leaping backwards. In a flash of light and chilled air, a pillar of ice manifested, its dimensions large enough to have encased more than half of the collector's body. A wispy aura of chilled air wafted from the pillar, though not cold enough to affect the collector through the layer of frost-bore blubber on its sultry fiber musculature. Yet a flash freeze like that, if placed properly, would have immobilized the collector. A mere beast, not even a magical one, can escape the clutches of my ice prison? The collector recognized this raspy voice from the memories it had extracted. This was Hunt, the so-called thrall, one of the three superiors in a position of authority among this populace. It located where the voice projected. Approximately 87 meters down the lit path, towards the direction of the stronghold. Outside of the 10-meter range of the sensitive hair's adaptation. Further attempts to extrapolate this thrall's location through optical systems proved futile. Interference from trees and the path curving to block line of sight. How was it, then, that this thrall possessed the means to not only accurately determine the collector's location, but also to generate ice and localized flash freezes? The means to project its voice to such an extent? By now, the collector did not expect any of these species to wield sufficiently advanced technology such as coolant lasers. No, this thrall was one of the special types. Like the champion. Another high-priority target for consumption. The collector tensed up again, its muscles swelling, and then it charged, explosively releasing power out of its hyperflex ultrafibers to shoot it right into this thrall's direction at top speed. What? Such haste! Came the thrall's voice. The collector ignored the curving, light-lit path leading to the thrall, instead taking a shorter, diagonal path through the lightless dark woods. When it left the path, its figure disappearing in the dark woods, the thrall's voice rang in the air again. Where did it go? The collector smashed through trees aplenty as it barreled onwards. Within 10 seconds, it was at the other side, right where it calculated this thrall would be. /23 there it was, the unmistakable appearance of the white-skinned thrall. It stood alone at the center of the cleared path and stared at the collector with mouth open, baring yellowed, chipped teeth. In its right hand was a stick fashioned out of bones and topped with the skull of a human. The thrall jolted backwards in surprise, its tattered, rough cloak of animal hides clattering as the many skeletal adornments decorating it moved. The specimen raised a wrinkled white hand to the collector, but too late. The collector was too fast. Charging in at top speed, a speed that even the champion, a prime physical specimen among this kind, found difficult to perceive, it speared its tusks straight through this thrall. Yet, its calculated scenario of events did not manifest into reality. Instead of the collector's tusks and flesh piercing and breaking a body far weaker and aged than that of the champion or even compared to the other hobgoblins, the collector instead passed straight through the specimen. The collector clipped its mandibles in muted surprise as it whirled around, ready to strike again. The thrall's form was misty, almost transparent as it seemed that its body wavered between states of solid and gaseous matter. I am alive?" remarked the thrall with shaky voice. It stumbled backwards again when the collector rushed in, swiping with its monomolecular edged claws to scythe off the specimen's head. The thrall flinched, but when the claw passed by its neck once more, it opened a beady blue eye and reveled with a broken-toothed grin. "So, I was not wrong. You do lack mana, you foul, imperfect creation. Without it, I may as well be like the gods to you, untouchable in the genius of my misborn spell. You only have your maker and his incompetence to curse for your end." The collector growled, insulted that this creature, this mere, primitive thing, would talk to it so lowly. It continued an onslaught of attacks, slicing dozens of times at the thrall only to find all of its claws simply phasing through the fog-like form, finding no yielding flesh nor bone. "What is this?" uttered the collector in confounded surprise. It opened up its jaws, brought out its pyrolytic glands, and activated the bio-trigger, shooting out a stream of chemicals that ignited into a stream of burning blue and white fire. "You can speak? Good." The thrall loosed a cackle as the fire parted its form almost entirely, reducing it into a few wisps that floated a dozen meters away unreformed. "Then you will tell me all you know." It pointed its bone stick at the collector and shouted, "Winter winds, reduce this thing into nothingness." Bright blue lines manifested around the thrall's arm, streaking up from its fingers to its shoulder in a slanted crisscross that looked, as the collector noted, like circuitry. The bone staff rattled for a second before glowing blue. A cone of howling winds propelled countless shards of sharpened ice towards the collector. The collector lowered its head and weathered the storm of projectiles. The ice shattered on its carapace, and the frost-bore blubber ensured that its body and musculature would not freeze from the winds. The collector analyzed the attack. Winds at sufficient velocity to knock back the average human of this world. Temperatures low, nearing freezing point. Shards of ice fueled by wind. Ice of regular structure. Unlike that of the clubs and weapons the other white-skinned variants wielded. Unremarkable. The thrall continued, pride and gloating beginning to leach into his voice as the fear of death started to ooze away from the initial scare against the collector. This hideous form of yours, no doubt it suits the tastes of that miserable human sorcerer that cowers even from his own kind. Rejected by even his own kin, he said he would not raise a finger against our invasion, but look, it appears he has some compassion for his own in spite of his twisted tastes. When I get to him, I will carve his bones from his body and take the magic from them, and you will be mine to control. As the thrall prattled on, the collector thoroughly analyzed this thrall. This thrall was no exceptional specimen. Hunched spine. Atrophied muscles. Eyes lightly cloudy with cataracts. Aged. Unremarkable. Weak. Yet, still evidently special. But not in the same way as the champion which possessed strength and speed beyond its physical means. Possessed the ability to manifest ice without the usage of any technology. Possessed the means to shift its state of matter from solid to gas interchangeably without deconstruction of the consciousness, and the gaseous state itself, though reminiscent of fog, did not dissipate from intense heat. The capability to utilize lower temperatures as a weapon was rare even among tinkerers, with the only available weapon corresponding with such a capability being industrial-scale laser coolants largely impractical for combat. The capacity to freely shift states of matter like this, however, held almost no correspondence to anything the collector knew of throughout its stored memory database. No warrior strain collector had ever encountered anything remotely even similar to this. The only thing that came close to this was the existence of certain clouds of microbes that possess the genic capability to maintain a hive mind consciousness. This adaptation formed the basis of the collective itself, but again, this was entirely different. The winds of the north will not work, it seems, said the thrall, narrowing its eyes and snarling as it realized its spell could not harm the collector. But my magic does not hold dominion over the cold alone. I thought to preserve you, to keep you as my own familiar in time, but you are too much a threat. Burn away. The thrall kept the blast of wind and ice going with its staff, and with its free hand, ripped off a few finger bones dangling from its mantle. With a grunt, it tossed the bones at the collector. The collector did not sense anything aberrant about the bones, but when they neared it, they lit first with intense red light, then exploded into roaring balls of fire. The collector remained unharmed through the blaze, closing its eyes and letting the fire douse down as it found the collector's durable flesh and carapace far too difficult to surface to burn. Also unimpressive. Also weak. Yet, the fundamental nature of this ability was incredibly dangerous. The thrall seemed to bend reality itself to its will, flouting conventional physical laws to a far greater extent than any other special specimen among its kind. But, having now received this fire-generating attack, the collector remembered the human female sorcerer could do something similar in much the same manner. Even the heat of their flames were nearly identical. The mechanisms through which specimen performed these tricks was much the same as well, through a stick-like receptacle utilizing certain words. Combined with the thrall's babbling providing new context clues, the collector tied the threads together. All this was magic. It clipped its mandibles. It had severely underestimated the nature and scope of this magic. Its initial theory was that this magic was a simple tool of war akin to the firearms tinkerers wielded, but even more primitive in scope. That these specimen, human and goblin alike, all seemed to possess not even a shred of threatening technology had also fueled this miscalculation. That this magic possessed the capability to manipulate the states of matter itself was a threat the collector could not have fathomed. Such manipulation of raw atomic structures and the transfer of energy between them would likely be the most dangerous capability throughout the known galaxy. As if wielding the essence of creation itself. Yet, there were limitations. The thrall did not simply turn the collector into air. It relied on its fire and ice and equally meaningless and pitiful tricks to try and harm the collector. Though the thrall boasted, it was evident that this altercation would go nowhere. The thrall did not have the means to eliminate the collector, and the collector leapt backwards as it noticed blue light under its feet again. Another iced pillar rose up where it had been. Curses, you are quick. He must have found a way to sacrifice mana into pure power in his familiars, said the thrall. The thrall was too slow to encase the collector in the ice it could create. Soon enough, the Lord would arrive with reinforcements from the stronghold. The situation became highly disadvantageous for the collector. It had been willing to face risk to continue the battle in the fight, but this prancing around and weathering attacks that did nothing whilst it too could do nothing, was no battle, no fight. It was meaningless. Risk for no gain. Boring. The collector felt the heat within it quell as it realized this was no longer anything resembling a battle like that held between itself and the champion or even the lesser but still special variants. With the heat fading, the collector did not hesitate and charged away, ignoring hails of ice and projectiles from the thrall breaking against its carapace with about as much care as it would give raindrops. It sunk into the thick of the dark woods where without the aid of the light-generating stones, the goblins could not follow it. /24 Lord Zal gazed upon the pile of red and white hobgoblin bodies and body parts stacked high. The crushed bodies of smaller goblins peppered the pile and a film of blood formed underneath it, trickling ever outwards. "Give it to me," said Zal, his voice grating. At a level tone, but with a force bubbling underneath it that made it obvious that he was ready to explode into a shout at any given moment. "Now." "Oh, of course, my lord," said Runt as he shuffled to Zal's towering side, hunching his back even more and lowering his head in a bow as he held out a torch. Its flickering head of flame shone bright despite the light dulling dark woods, magically created as it was by the thrall himself. Zal snatched the torch from Runt. The wood cracked in his grip as he tossed it to the pile, igniting the bodies. The bugs of this forest did not venture into light, but the few times they did, it was when the scent of corpses overpowered their instinctive fear of the light. The fire took to the corpses quick, spreading its heated tongues across the many bodies until it crackled and roared in a swirling blaze. In the light fueled by his dead men, Zal gazed across the encampment he had spent weeks building up. Utter ruin. Half the camp's tents and forces destroyed, the food and water supply shattered and trampled upon. The champion himself, the strongest military force among them, stronger in direct combat than even Zal himself, gone. Shun, the second strongest, gone. Ganth, the secondary leader of the Frostskull tribe contingent, gone. Not even a corpse remaining from them for Hunt to try and reanimate. "My lord," came Hunt's aged yet higher-pitched voice. "You should have seen the devastation the sorcerer's familiar wreaked upon us. The champion you respected fell so. Yet I, with the magics I have learned over many years, felled the beast. I know it is not my place, but perhaps you may consider granting me higher position?" Zal did not give Runt even a glance before he sent the thrall writhing on the ground with a backhand to the face. Runt groaned in pain as he covered his bleeding mouth with his withered hands. "The beast still lives. The sorcerer whom you were supposed to parley with strikes us. You were supposed to have been in this encampment an hour earlier. Had you followed your orders, perhaps we would not have 30 dead hobgoblins and a fallen champion. Still you pitiful, groveling, miserable old thing, desire a reward? I have one in mind for you." Zal took the great sword in his left arm and raised it high, a dull shadow of death casting over Runt. "Please forgive me, my lord," mumbled Runt through bleeding lips as he scrambled down to a prostrate position. Zal lowered the great sword. He could not afford more lasses. "The humans will come for us. They know we are here now. Their village to the south is a tiny, weak thing meant to be conquered, but now that they know our numbers, they will rally their forces. The adventurer's leak will rear its ugly head in our direction. Should we not retreat? Said Rund. Zal gave him a look, and Hunt shivered and held his hands up in pleading. I mean no disrespect, said Rund. Only that with our numbers like this and the loss of our stronger warriors, would it not be safer? We can even head north, beyond the mountains. To my home. There are far fewer humans there. Zal stabbed the greatsword into the ground. I have slumbered far too long to run now. The spirits themselves bless my cause. It is they who grant us a dungeon for a stronghold, and their will is clear. We must strike the humans down, then the gods themselves. But our forces, began Rund. Call for more of your northern tribesmen, said Zal. Draw from our brethren across all the realms. I do not care if you die from spending your mana. Tap into the dungeon and summon as many of us as you can. If you do not replenish those you have lost today, you will face suffering at my hands that will have you begging for the merciful release of death. Now go. Yes, my lord. Rund bowed several times before scrambling off as fast as he could, his bone ornaments and staff clattering behind him and making his shivering fear ever more evident. Zal looked at his right hand. Completely blackened, like a mass of shadow standing in stark contrast with his green skin. Glowing red lines streaked the dark, concentrating most in a circular pattern on his palm. He heard the quiet and small footsteps of a little goblin behind him. Little one, said Zal. The smaller goblin squeaked to attention and rushed to kneel in front of him. Yes? Said the goblin, voice trembling and beady yellow eyes wide apart in fear. You wish to serve, do you not? To become one of my champions? Said Zal. Of course. Said the goblin. Always. I do not wish to use this, but hearing your devotion does ease my heart. Zal wrapped his large, darkness-synced hand over the goblin's head, smothering it entirely. The red lines on his hand glowed for a moment, and he released his grip. The goblin looked dazed for a moment. Red arcs of energy started to crackle around him, and the goblin attempted to scream in pain. His voice did not manage to escape his throat as his body began to change, bones breaking apart in cracks and muscles tearing and rippling. The goblin started to grow, its limbs and body stretching and morphing in hideous proportions as its form reconstructed itself. In a few seconds, where before there was a little goblin, there now was a hobgoblin, eyes reddened, yet empty, whatever vestige of the goblin it had spawned from utterly gone. If the humans wanted war, thought Zal as he gazed to the south. Then war, they would have. The collector stalked the light zone of the forest with some measure of difficulty. Unlike the dark woods which had trees thrice the size, the lighter zone had smaller trees packed closer together, making the collector's bulked up war form unsuited to easily wading through it. The collector did manage, somehow, by using its flexible ultrafiber muscles and exceptional control over them to deflate itself to shrink past tighter gaps, but its movement through the forest was definitively slower than before. Efficiency decay of approximately 27%. That was why when the collector decided upon a quiet spot to evolve, it decided to keep its size the same. It would still tower over almost any creature here, but it would compromise some level of strength gain if it meant maintaining a capacity for stealth. Initially, it had been confident that there was little to nothing that could start challenging it, but the nature of this magic had made it more wary. Once it was done evolving, it would stop at nothing to investigate and better understand the mechanics of this magic, this anomalous force that seemed to bend creation itself to its will. It was heresy to even begin thinking this, but such a force would be even superior to the collective's capability to bend organic evolution to its will. It was a threat, a massive one, and the probability of the immense entity the collector had first fought being one tied to magic reached nearly 100%. The thrall's capacity to utilize this magic was utterly pitiful, but if at its greater heights it could manifest such entities, then this world, despite its absence of development and civilization, would still prove a great threat to the collective. The collector clipped its mandibles in knowing as it curled down on the ground, beginning its metamorphosis process by melting down its body into primordial ooze that weaved a cocoon around it. This world and all those upon it had to be destroyed. Preferably assimilated, their special properties and magic incorporated into the collective. If the collective obtained such a power, it would become the premier force in the entire galaxy. For now, however, the collector had to grow stronger to fulfill its purpose. As the collector reduced itself into a beating, embryonic egg encased in a liquid-filled chamber of transparent, vein-lined flesh, it decided how to evolve itself, bringing up its stored genetic material. Stored genetic material: black ant, black goblin, human, giant scorpion, stone crusher beetle, jumping araca, lesser rana, frostborn hobgoblin, great rana. By reaching the 5th level of metamorphosis, the collector could splice together 4 independent specimens together. The first was obvious, the great rana that called itself a champion, and the only one among the goblin primitives that deserved its title. This would serve as an apartment warm-blooded base suitable for growing musculature and strong bones upon. The collector discarded its jungle spider base and replaced it with a far superior jumping araca. The others were more variable. The collector mixed in the stone crusher beetle genes, for it possessed great physical strength for an insectoid as well as thick carapace suited for the hyperalloy carapace adaptation. Its pincer-like horns capable of shattering stone would grow to monstrous proportions on the collector, and it possessed limited flight capabilities. Now then, there was the matter of whether the collector would keep its frostborn genes or discard it for something else. The lesser rana gene was strictly inferior to that of the great rana. The collector pondered utilizing the frostborn hobgoblin genes, but if it desired cold resistance, then the frostborn was superior in every way. The giant scorpion was the only thing to consider. It too provided a base to grow hyperalloy carapace, but its main draw was the stinger it possessed that stored a deadly neurotoxin that would rapidly seize muscular functions in most of the creatures the collector had encountered so far. The collector analyzed for a brief moment and settled upon discarding the frostborn gene for the giant scorpion. With the great rana as a muscle and bone base, it would have to take a bipedal form, but it did not feel as repulsed considering that this specific specimen had been a suitable warrior to the collector's standards. And, with some measure of anticipation, the collector wished to try and extract the property that made the champion so special. Now that it would reach the 5th metamorphosis level, it could extract and permanently keep an adaptation from one of its species for itself. If this special property, one very likely linked to magic, was an adaptation, then it was feasible that the collector could take such an exceptional capability for itself. If not, then it would still be pleased to possess the extraordinary fire resistance that red variant goblins such as the champion possessed. The collector made its decisions and evolved. /25 Throughout the better part of an hour, the collector's evolutionary cocoon swelled to a size greater than it had ever been before. An eruption of fleshy tendrils burst from the beating cocoon, hungrily latching onto any remnant biomass around it, pouring over grass, roots, trees, and any creatures left in the undergrowth. The web of pulsating flesh roots tethered the cocoon to the trees surrounding it, and these trees rapidly faded in color, their green leaves going through their cycle of life in an instant, turning red then orange then finally decaying into shriveled gray. The nutrients were unneeded but could still aid in the metamorphosis process. The embryonic egg visible through the cocoon had now grown to the collector's new form, huddled up and curled into a compact ball with its knees drawn up to its chest and its arms hugging itself. The cocoon rippled for one last time and burst with a squelching pop. With a torrent of viscous, steaming amniotic fluid, the collector landed to the ground on a knee, its carapace-bladed body squelching with its every movement as it finished its solidification process. Metamorphosis Level 5 reached. Unlocking further capabilities of the evolutionary system. Gene boost restored, capacity to splice together unique genetic materials increased from 3 to 4, capability to permanently extract foreign adaptations gained. Sensing foreign planet and biomass. Native adaptations submenu unlocked. Metamorphosis Level 4 greater than 5, biomass level, 124 100ths greater than 12 100ths, stored genetic material, black ant, Black hobgoblin, human, lesser Una, frostborn hobgoblin, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 4 greater than 5, sub-adaptation gained, coil boosters, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 3 greater than 4, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 3 greater than 4, weapon systems, monomolecular claws rank 2 greater than 3, pyrocyclitic glands rank 1 greater than 2, native adaptations new greater than, current form, greater Una, jumping Araca, stone crusher beetle, giant scorpion. The collector returned to a bipedal base utilizing the goblin champion's form. Where the champion stood a little over 2 meters tall, the collector stood close to 3 meters tall, utterly dwarfing any human or goblin specimen. However, in total mass, it weighed slightly less than its comparatively larger boar form. A trade-off of physical's strength and size for a more mobile and high-table form. The sheer number of carapace-bladed creatures incorporated in the collector's new form influenced its appearance. Bone-white, metallic hyperalloy carapace covered every single inch of its body in thick plates. The thickest hyperalloy plates wrapped around its head in a dome that fused down into the ends of its broad shoulders, almost making it seem like the collector wore a huge, hooded helmet. Under this helm, its 4 compound eyes glowed in the dark, deep within the folds of the helm, an adaptation of the beetle so that it could resist light for short excursions though, of course, the collector itself had no such weakness to light. The carapace helmet could also retract, revealing a smooth, red-skinned face with mandibles, prehensile ultrafiber tongue, and antennae. From the top of this organic helm, the stone crusher beetle's rock-shattering, pincer-shaped horn emerged. The stone crusher beetle's horn already had the capability to withstand high-speed, high-impact charges, and combined with the collector's hyperalloy carapace, this horn became an immensely durable battering ram. The collector did not tip the horn with a monomolecular edge for the structure did not suit it. The horn was meant for slamming and, if the pincers got a hold of something, crushing. A monomolecular edge would thin the horn's ends and make it brittle. Instead, the monomolecular claws burst out from the collector's fingers with small spikes emerging from its elbows. When the claws reached rank 5, the collector could fashion them into longer structures to increase the effective range of their deadliness. And that would be soon, considering that the collector had restored gene boosting. With gene boosting, whenever it assumed a new form, if the bases it utilized were compatible with adaptations it already had, then it could add bonus points to their ranks. For example, if the next form it took used insect bases, then it could add bonus points to its hyperalloy carapace rank. A wide-plated, 5-segmented metasoma emerged as a new tail for the collector. The scorpion's tail had enough length to stretch around the collector, and as it curled the tail around itself, it gazed at the black-tinted stinger the size of a man's head. Satisfactory. Boosted by the collector's physiology, the neurotoxin became a potent paralyzing agent that could collapse lungs, stop hearts, and induce a rapid onset of neurological decay to even hobgoblin-sized creatures. At this dosage, it might as well have been an instant death sentence for non-special humans. The collector retained its 6 arachnid legs it utilized as extra limbs, but replaced now with the Araca gene. These legs possessed a special jumping ability generated from the hydraulic pressure systems in the Araca legs that would allow for bursts of high-speed movement or an explosive jump. Theoretically, the collector could also now scale cliffs using these arms. The 6 legs sprouted not from the collector's back this time, but from the sides of its ribs and lower back. This meant that the collector could switch between bipedalism or 8-legged crawling depending on what was more appropriate. Bipedalism was more combat-oriented while 8-legged movement was faster and more defensive, with the collector lying lower to the ground, covering the thinner plating on its chest and front. The positioning of the legs being more forwards also allowed the collector enough space on its back to produce wings. The collector stretched its form, allowing blood to flow, and then unfurled its beetle wings. The elliptical dome of carapace covering its back split in half and unfolded as 4 sets of enormous insectoid wings fluttered, buzzing and flicking off the rest of the amniotic fluid away. And, as the collector realized in surprise when it moved, It realized that its strength had not been compromised by reducing its weight. In fact, as it slammed a muscled, armored hand to a nearby tree trunk with a half-hearted effort in splitting it almost in half, it might have even been stronger. Then had it successfully extracted the property that made the creatures here special? The property that allowed them to defy physical laws and maintain mass and strength beyond their natural means? The collector realized it did not know. On its evolutionary status, there was indeed an abnormality. An adaptation marked as completely unknown under the Native Adaptations submenu. The Native Adaptations submenu was meant to list all the adaptations it extracted from species of this world, but it appeared it could not sufficiently analyze the nature of what it had extracted from the champion. In intent, the collector desired to extract this special property. In effect, it knew not what this was. The collector clipped its mandibles in contemplation. This was unheard of. The collective's evolutionary system possessed an intricate knowledge of the fundamental bases comprising all life, allowing it to assess and understand anything once it was consumed. But of course, the collector reminded itself again, this world was aberrant. Anomalous at its core, its species possessing capabilities circumventing physical and biological rules. It did not know how to uncover the nature of this adaptation, but at the least, it had extracted something, indicating that at some level, these special properties were biological. Soon, the collector would learn. It would know everything there was to this world. These special properties and, especially, this magic. The night was dark, the single moon orbiting this world shrouded in heavy, rain-filled clouds. The collector clipped its mandibles. Good. In the dark, the humans would not see it coming. The collector began its investigation into magic. The collector traveled through the forest, investigating in order the 2 black goblin dens. For due to the disappearance of the 3 humans, one of which was special, capable of utilizing this magic, the collector was sure that more would follow to find them. The first den, nearest to the dark woods, remained empty, just as the collector had left it. The other one, however, closer to human settlement, was littered with the stench and movement of humans. Under the cover of night, the collector, even with its current size, could stalk humans through these woods, especially if they knew not of its presence. Behind a thicket of trees, the collector stared at the clearing housing the goblin den. It analyzed the situation. 6 humans. Slightly different in appearance to the others it consumed. Darker skin. All wore uniform armor. Primitive steel fashioned into linked scales. More flexible chain link vests underneath. Round helmets of uniform design. Pointed at the ends with tassels of hair attached. 5 humans with brown tassels. 1 with green. 6 4-legged beasts lay tethered to a log by ropes. Harnesses on them indicated domestication. Judging by design of harnesses and seats, beasts of burden meant for facilitating travel. Analysis indicated the humans belonged to a military structure. Same armor. Slight differentiation via helm tassels to indicate chain of command, likely. The humans gathered around the entrance of the den and talked among themselves, likely having already explored it. The collector listened intently. Was it possible that the militaristic humans of this world all possessed the means to utilize magic? That they were all special? Exactly what level of threat could the average military force of the humans residing within this anomalous world muster? The collector would know soon enough. /26 == Among a squadron of soldiers investigating the disappearance of 3 adventurers sent to exterminate a reported goblin den - Well, this is the den, Captain, said a soldier, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized a map in his hands. Are you absolutely sure? Said the captain. The soldier looked back down at the map. Yes, I'm sure of it, sir. Villagers reported small men taking their chickens and cows. The hunters tracked these suspects to around here and confirmed they were goblins. And I am no adventurer, but this does seem like a den goblins would hide in. Then tell me, where are the goblins? The captain paced up to the den, peering in, then back in, hands behind his back. Where are they? The soldiers looked at each other, not sure what to say. Maybe the adventurers killed them and left, said another soldier. Without returning to the village for their pay? The captain scoffed. I am no adventurer, but from rumors, I hear that the 1-stars make even less than us, thank the Empire for its benefits. You truly believe they would skip out on coin when they may not even have the coin to fill their stomachs? Nothing ever happens here, I doubt they are truly dead, remarked a soldier. When he saw the captain glare at him, he added, respectfully speaking, sir. The captain rubbed his forehead. Then where are they? The soldiers looked at each other in confusion again. I should not have expected anything from soldiers so lowly. The Empire throws them out to guard this miserable frontier village in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere. By Ajna, what I would give to be back in the greater cities where the arts and music and magic and, most importantly, bare common sense flourish. The captain pointed at the den. Look, you fools. Nothing in the den. No goblin bodies. No adventurer bodies. What do we tell the Adventurers League? I thought the League did not really care for their 1-stars, said a soldier. They do not care if they know how they died. If there is a proper report. Another thing this barbaric place sorely lacks, records and reports. No working toilets, just pits to squat on, let alone paper and ink. The sergeant shook his head. The League, the Order, and practically every single important group there is in all the realms are on watch for undeath. One undead can make 1,000 more. He snapped his fingers. Just like that. Did your mothers not tell you tales of the undead when you sucked on her teats? If we do not give them a proper report, they will send more adventurers to investigate, and they will tear through this village and forest until they find corpses. That is not so bad, is it? Said a soldier. He coughed and added on a sir. The captain stepped up to the younger soldier. Not so bad? Tell me, why is this not so bad? The soldier wavered for a bit. The adventurers fought for this village. They may get proper send-off to Etheria if their bodies are found. Oh, yes, I would not deny them the sacred right to have their bodies burned, said the captain. But let me put it in a way all of you can understand. We are taking bribes, yes? The soldiers nodded. Bribes from a sorcerer, yes? The soldiers nodded. A sorcerer with a fucking sealing order on him, yes? The soldiers nodded a little slower this time. You know what that means, no? The soldiers looked at each other, hints of confusion on their faces. The captain sighed. Did all of you grow up on farms? Oh wait, yes you did. You did not have tutors, you learned from pigs and chickens, he said sarcastically. The sorcerer's order does not designate sealing orders lightly. They place it upon heretics of the highest degree, those who with their twisted mystic arts have broken the laws of the gods and the sanctity of life, and the order works closely with the League. The two might as well be the same damn thing, as far as we are concerned. Say the League investigates us, you think they will not find out about this very same sorcerer lining our pockets? Then they call their friends in the order that strap us up, interrogate us, and then toss us behind bars. And because we are all lowly soldier castes, we will rot there for a decade. Perhaps my father can bail me out, but all of you will end up as skeletons picked clean by rats. The soldiers shuffled uncomfortably. One of them raised a suggestion. We can turn the sorcerer in. I never liked him in the first place, foreign snake he is. Oh, marvelous idea, said the captain, throwing his hands in the air. And then he can turn us in when the order questions him. We could forge a report, came another suggestion. Now we are getting somewhere. The captain raised a hand to his mustache. But not until we search further. If we can find their bodies, good. It would leave a bad taste on my tongue also if they were not given proper passage rights. But if not, then start conjuring up some creative ideas for me to put into this report. Something that will get the League off our backs. The sergeant thrust out a hand towards the edges of the clearing. Think while you move. Light your torches, fan out and search the surroundings. Anandahura is a large forest, untamed by man. Take your time, avoid getting eaten by sloth bears, and reconvene here in an hour. Yes sir. The captain watched as his men funneled out, the lights of their torches disappearing as they faded out of the clearing, and himself picked up his torch and headed out. He wondered whether sloth bears even lived in this forest, but mentally shrugged. It was not his job to strut around in the muck of this wild forest, to know whatever happened here. All he had to do was keep watch over the village for a year, then he could get back to Dwarka, where in a real city, he could take a real bath, eat some real food, and listen to some real music. But he would not get there rotting in a Sundan jail cell. Born without the capacity to awaken spirit roots and with no mind for business, all he could do was be a soldier. Well, until his bloated father croaked and died to leave him a merchant's fortune. He did not expect to find the adventurers. He had little idea what could have actually happened, nor did he truly care much. The soldiers were right, nothing ever happened here, this far from the eastern warfront or the southern borders by the world dungeons. This place was a safe haven. A lazy place where villagers from the labor caste lived their little lives and died in their mud huts. That was what he thought as he stepped out of the clearing, and not 10 steps in, something yanked him off balance, covering his mouth in hard metal that scraped his skin. His torch fell out of his grip and snuffed out of existence, leaving him blind in the night. The collector dragged the squirming human further into the forest, away from his men who grew ever more distant by the second. It pinned the human's arms down with its own massive arm and kept a hand wrapped around his head. The collector's hand alone was large enough to wrap entirely around the man's head, preventing him from uttering a noise. Like this, the collector held the man, and his squirming offered as much resistance to the collector as the nightly breeze would. Several minutes passed, and the collector confirmed this human's allies were far enough away. It uncovered a hand from the human's mouth. "Me," began the human in a half-formed shout to try and call for his soldiers. The collector reacted instantaneously and slammed the human into a tree, monitoring its force such that it simply knocked the breath out of him while minimizing noise. Armor clanked against tree bark, and the human slumped down to the forest floor, wheezing as he looked up, trying to get a read of the collector. "You will not call for assistance, primitive little creature. When your fragile lungs recover breath, I will ask you questions. You will answer them." /27 The human sucked in a few more empty breaths before the impact of the blow began to wear off. He looked up at the collector but in the dark, could only see the white carapace. "White armor. You are from Jutica?" said the human with a cough. He held up his hands in surrender and pleading. "There are no demons here, I swear upon my life. That is all I know, and that is all my men know. You will wait until you are dressed. Then, you will speak." The collector wrapped its hand around the whole length of the human's head. "I will speak. I will," came the human's muffled voice. "Agreeable." The collector let go of the human's head and hovered its hand beside his neck. Its monomolecular claws unsheathed from its fingers with a metallic click. It held the claws close to the human's face as a reminder of its imminent demise. "Were you here to investigate the deaths of these adventurers?" The human nodded, and the collector focused its senses on the human's reactions, paying close attention to his subtle twitches of facial expression, pace of breathing, and heart rate. It did not know how these humans operated when they spoke to each other, but it did know that tinkering species possess the capacity to lie and twist the truth of things. This, the collector, as a warrior strain unequipped to deal with the minds of tinkerers or even to talk in any capacity other than battle cries and taunts, was entirely unused to, and it needed data to determine if this primitive and others like it were indeed speaking truth. Another question. The collector clipped its mandibles, assessing what question would drive the human most likely to lie. "Are you receiving bribes from a sorcerer?" The collector analyzed the human. It noted a further widening of the eyes. Slightly increased heartbeat. An involuntary twitch of movement. A shift of the pupil in slightly averted gaze. Data collected. "There is no sorcerer here in these backwards woods," said the human. "Good sir from Jutica, if you are here to hunt demons, again, I truly do not know. You lie to me." The collector clipped its mandibles. It did not have enough data to have a perfect reading of truth and falsity for every human, it was certain, but at the least, For this specific one, it did. The collector grabbed the man's face, its brawny, armor-plated fingers squishing the flesh, the seams in the carapace catching on the skin and tearing it. This was a gesture to cause pain and induce fear to invoke survival instincts. Yes. Yes. I am taking bribes. And so are the rest of my men, said the human in a muffled shout. Spare me, good sir. I have no quarrel with you or your holy city, and truly, I know nothing. Nothing of demons or anything of that foul kind. Your underdeveloped ocular systems are yet to adjust their photoreceptors to this dark, it seems. But do not make this mistake again. The collector knelt down low and retracted its carapace helmet, revealing its monstrous retina and insect hybrid face. It chomped down its mandibles dangerously close to the human's neck. I am not one of you feeble, dirt-crawling, babbling, incoherent beasts. And if even one more primitive of this world designates me as a creation of you humans, I will ensure their consumption shall be optimized to terrorize their pain receptors. A monster, said the human, his eyes turning wide and his skin growing a shade paler. A tremble ran through his body. Nor my monster, said the collector, tired by now of having to correct these overgrown simians that it was not some ordinary beast as lowly as the fauna that ran about this forest. I sense you are entering into preliminary stages of panic capable of compromising your mental functions. Reconsider this, for the moment your mind proves too feeble for me to extract information from, I will crush your skull. The human gulped in a breath and nodded several times. I can talk, I can. Agreeable. The collector began to ask questions it truly was curious about. Can you utilize this phenomenon known among your kind as magic? Oh, of course. If you are asking if I am connected, the human slowly raised up a gloved hand. Bright green lines in the shape of wires present and circuitry lit up across the palm. Then I am. The collector clipped its mandibles as it recognized the circuitry type lighting across the flesh from the thrall. And, as it searched its memory banks, from the female sorcerer, though hers were initially hidden by clothing, located on the skin atop her sternum. Connected? Explain further. What do these light-emitting lines signify? Are they biological adaptations? They appear to mimic circuitry. Is there machinery you connect yourselves to through these circuits? No, I have not encountered any sufficiently developed technology. Then is there a remote signal that you receive through these circuits? I do not know, said the human in rising fear fueled by confusion, knowing that if he could not answer the collector's question adequately, he would die, and yet, he could not. The collector growled. Your mind is too primitive to understand me, and I am too unused to this world's anomalous properties. I shall give you the chance to speak. Tell me all that you know of this connection and magic. Magic is ... magic is an art. Art of the gods. The human waved its circuit-crossed hand desperately in the collector's face. This is proof we are connected to Ajna. An art? Tell me, human, what specifically is this magic capable of? Anything. Anything under the grace of Ajna? Anything? Difficult to believe. If so, you would have splintered my molecular structure into base compounds already, said the collector. No, there are limitations. Presumably deriving from these gods, of whom this Ajna is presumably one. Tell me, what are these gods? What are the gods? The human repeated to himself in confusion. They are everything. Do not begin to babble nonsense, said the collector as it neared its claws to the human's neck. The gods control it all. All the gates. Elements. Fire, wind, water, earth. Hate and love. Life and death. Everything. Define control, said the collector. And these gates? They hold dominion over these gates. Gates are what is everything. All around us. Power. Fire or water or wind or life. We connect to them, worship the gods, draw power from them through the gates, then dash. The human fumbled with his words, panicked but unable to fully articulate knowledge he did not have. I do not know for sure, I know no secrets to the arcane arts. I am not a sorcerer. I have read only one tome on the general arcane arts, and that was for beginners, And even that, I could not fully grasp. I am just a lowly man of the soldier castes, I know nothing of the mystic arts. The exact mechanics of the relationship between these concepts and their function still confound me, said the collector. But I am able to perceive a basic concept of it, even from your nigh incoherent babbling. It is exceptionally hard to believe, but these circuits allow you to connect to entities known as gods that control gates representing a specific force. Yes, that is exactly right, said the human in relief that the collector could piece together and articulate what it had said in a more concise manner. Please, I know so little of magic. I have never truly practiced it, only the few limited spells I know from military training. There is a sorcerer in these woods, you know of him. He can tell you all you wish to know and more. I see. The collector clicked its mandibles, ignoring the human's plea for now. It had chosen to interrogate this human for it seemed to possess authority and knowledge, but it began to realize this specimen was just as lowly as the others. If it truly desired knowledge, it needed to interrogate a specimen that was more familiar with magic. A sorcerer, as it was called. For now, it continued to speak its thoughts. Then these gods must be a higher species that has enslaved your kind. They wield sufficiently advanced technology as of yet unknown to any tinkering species, that allows them to signal down manipulations of matter such as manifestations of flame and even free control over shifts in matter states. Yet, this hypothesis remains tenuous. What use would such a species have for your primitive kind? To leave you still so primitive? Why would they share such specific aspects of their technology without either uplifting the rest of your species or colonizing them entirely? Why are there no traces of their own civilization upon this world? The human blinked, lost. It seems this topic escapes the grasp of your bare neural functions. Very well then. I will move on to further questions. Tell me, what are you and your brethren capable of with this magic? Spells I presume are applications of this magic. These are military secrets I cannot, began the human, but he gulped and continued when he saw the collector's claws draw near. Together, we can cast barriers. Relay battle commands and movements. But in the end, we were all mere soldier castes, lowly and living batteries for the sorcerer castes in the battlefield, said the human nervously, though this was not anxiety induced by lying. It is the sorcerer caste you should question, they hold all the knowledge of magic. More fear, not of the collector, but likely of retribution from his fellow brethren that comprise the greater military unit that he was part of. The collector spoke. And these sorcerers, I presume then they are utilizers of this magic more proficient than yourselves? The human nodded vigorously. He began to back away a little, his weight shifting to the back of his boots. Please, I cannot reveal more military secrets of Sunda's great empire. The unseen will have my head, and I know so little to begin with. The sorcerer in the woods, yes, he will tell you far more than us. My men can lead you to him, they know more than I. The human bit his lip and tensed up. You will let me live, yes? At the end of all this, you will let me go? I will keep my secrecy longer, and you cannot live for that. When this questioning ceases, you will die, and your death will be enshrined in the collective as a high honor for the meager information I extort from you. The human blinked several times as he grew silent. The collector sensed the human's escape before it even happened. The collector reacted the moment the human swerved backwards to try and run, knocking the human onto his face in the dirt. A plated foot crashed onto the human's legs, crushing bones and obliterating its mobility. Before the human could utter a scream of pain, the collector once more muffled its mouth. Why would you deny yourself the high honor of entering the collective? Foolishness. The collector started to let go of the human's mouth, but it immediately began to scream again. HRM. The collector slammed the human's face into the dirt, breaking a nose in a gesture meant to hurt, not kill, for in terms of questioning, it began to realize, all it knew was how to inflict pain and hurt and desperation. Does that bring you to your senses? I don't know, I can't, said the human with a desperate, choking voice. I can't die here. The collector slammed the human in the dirt again before it could scream, and this time, when it pulled the human's face back, he came up missing several teeth. Blood streamed from his lips and nose, but still, the human tried to scream. The collector mashed the human's head into the dirt again with irritation. Invoking merely the base and primal instinct to survive alone was insufficient to bend these human wills to the collector. Perhaps, it pondered, the humans would respond more positively if it allowed them to live, but there was no point to this. The collector did not lie like these tinkerers did. If the information it received was not sufficiently useful, then it would not twist its words and tell these primitives they were to continue living their worthless lives. In the end, the collector would destroy all life upon this rock anyway. In addition, allowing them to leave now would endanger the collector for a gain of information that simply was not worth their lives. You are becoming increasingly useless. Increasingly uncooperative. The collective is a unified purpose spanning entire star systems. Countless species far greater than yours have entered it, elevating it into an entity closest to the ideal concept of perfection. Far greater than any of these gods you idolize, I should theorize. Yet you would not submit yourself to the honor of entering its fold, transcending your limited, primitive flesh and becoming something more? The human continued to struggle, limbs thrashing slowly in the dirt as it tried to run with its head pinned down. The collector clipped its mandibles in irritation. Then so be it. You lack the knowledge I seek. Your men know the location of the sorcerer. You, an ingrate who rejects the collective, I hold no more use for. The collector pressed down on the human's head with its palm. A pop echoed as the human's skull, flesh, and brain matter all squished down into one flat pile of gore. The collector grabbed the human's torso like a snack and swallowed him with 2 bloody bites and made a note that when it returned to the collective, it would erase the human's genetic material from its database. Biomass gained, +2, biomass level, 14/100ths, pitiful. As expected, the human did not possess any appreciable amount of biomass, indicating that it lacked much of the special property that the collector sought out. However, even this small amount thwarted the collector's memory extraction process. The collector reconsidered its prior hypothesis that the humans were genetically connected together. No, it was likely that by channeling themselves through these gates to cast magic, they linked themselves to higher entities known as gods that provided the necessary genic defense against extraction. Then the greatest threats upon this world would be these gods, though their capabilities were as of yet unknown to the collector. Still, it could extrapolate that these beings were not all-powerful. They had not tracked it down yet, nor did they show any sign of their existence so far. The degree of connection between these magic-utilizing humans and the gates that connected them to the gods did not seem strong either, for if it was, then the gods would have known of the collector's presence. It was possible that this entire connection process was merely the remnants of a higher species technology that these primitives inefficiently utilized and mistakenly believed as being supernatural. Considering the presence of Unit, the language of the human empire, upon this world, and how it was linked to magic, it may even have been that this technology came from them. Regardless, the collector did not have enough evidence and knowledge to formulate exact theories yet. It had to find more information, and the human might not have been exceptionally useful, but he did give the collector a far better lead to pursue: the sorcerer. /28 The collector waited for an hour by the clearing, lying down in its 8-legged form to minimize its visibility. Its carapace might have been white, but it did not reflect light strongly, meaning that in the dark, especially shrouded by thick undergrowth and bushes, it could still remain hidden. The soldiers began to return one by one, their torchlights highly visible in the night. The collector listened to them. All of us are here now. Where'd the captain go? Think he got lost? You know, I wouldn't mind if he did. Cut that out. If he disappears, we're in deep shit. His father has enough coin to make sure we never see the light of day. Think he'll take his son's disappearance lightly? Some quiet. Let's head out to find him, decided a soldier, and the others nodded with him. Stick together in case there's a real threat out there. You trying to scare us? You know nothing happens here. What's going to happen? A half-man goblin tries to crawl up our legs? Even we can handle that. I wouldn't be so sure. Lately, I've been having these bad dreams, don't make fun of me for it, but they feel like omens. I understand. And the sun, too, the black sun. They say that the world ends when the eye of Ajna closes. Maybe this is it? Stop. We are from Sunda, land of magic. The greatest philosophers and thinkers and astronomers hail from us. All other realms and kingdoms have squabbled and worried about the end times for the past 200 years since the Undying, but our kingdom has grown out of it. All of us might be from the lowly soldier class, but our great libraries allow all but the lowest labor class citizens access to knowledge. You know, some of you should read a tome or two. I've read that a black sun happens quite often. Every 500 years when the great gods ascend into the beyond, it is said. This, the soldier put a gloved finger up to the black sun, is normal. Now, instead of panicking for a superstitious future, we should focus on the now. Come on, let's find the captain so we can keep our heads on our necks. The soldiers began to shuffle out. The collector made its move. It blitzed out of the undergrowth, its 8 legs skittering at rapid speeds as it shot towards the soldiers as an enormous dome of carapace and legs. Most humans possessed an innate fear of the insectoid, of many legs and shells, and when these soldiers saw a beetle larger than 3 of them put together speeding towards them, they screamed. The collector used its beetle horn to slam into one soldier, breaking his kneecaps, then swiveled around, knocking all the others flat to the ground in a sweeping impact. One by one, the collector used its arachnid legs to sever tendons in their heels before they could get up. All of you are now fully immobilized, said the collector as it stood up, sheathing its araca legs back into its sides. The 5 soldiers screamed in fright and pain. The collector crushed one of their heads underfoot. Continue screaming, and that is your fate. A monster? Remarked a soldier as he gazed upon the collector's form. The collector strode over to the soldier and crushed his head also. And if you designate me with that disgraceful term, then that too will be your fate. The soldiers began to hush up, though even now, they trembled in terror. The collector knew this from before when it interrogated their leader, but even the military might of this world did not possess much of the special properties and magic that made certain specimens dangerous. The human leader did possess magic, yes, but not in any capacity that was useful. In even less a capacity than the female human sorcerer, the adventurer as she was called. The logical conclusion followed that the vast majority of specimens in this world did not possess this special property in any appreciable amount. It was only rare specimen among the already special ones that could pose a threat to the collector. Thus, the collector moved with more confidence, assessing that the total risk of confronting these soldiers was low. It stared at the soldiers, at their eyes glazed in terror and their bodies releasing adrenaline that reeked of fear and desperation. The collector knew that if it hounded these primitives for hours, it could extract information from them even through their panic-stricken and inefficient mental states. But it did not desire to sit through their jumbled thought processes. It already knew what it wanted from these primitives. One of you possesses a map. A cartographic outline of this area. Give it to me, said the collector. In his satchel. Shouted a soldier as he pointed to a bag tied to the hip of one of the crushed ones. The collector tore the satchel from the corpse and inspected how it worked. The clasps holding it shut were too small for its fingers, so it ripped the leather holding apparatus open. Its contents spilled out. A gourd holding water. Dried flesh for food. An amber-colored stone emitting a dull light. A scroll of dried and processed plant matter marked with scribbles, the map. The collector consumed the dried flesh and found it the same as that of the deer present in the forest. In other words, completely unremarkable. It inspected the amber stone between its thumb and index finger. What is this? Asked the collector. A sparkstone, said one of the remaining 3 soldiers through pain breaths, for all of the humans had had their tendons severed. The collector sensed through the hairs lining the seams of its carapace armor that they were shuffling back, aiming to escape. Do not move. Even if I do not train my sight upon you, I can censure each and every movement. Now tell me, What is this sparkstone utilized for? For starting fires, said a soldier. We strike them on metal such as our swords. The sparks will light dry tinder. HRM. The collector scraped the stone against its carapace, and indeed, a small shower of sparks alighted from the point of contact. This rock, like the other light-generating stone the goblins utilized, had a special property to it. The collector took the map in one hand, strode towards one of the soldiers, and the human shrieked. I will tell you anything. Let me go, I have a family waiting for me. Ah yes, if you are indeed evolutionarily similar to humans, then you would arrange yourselves into social units dependent on blood relation. But that information provides nothing for me, so I question why you mention it. I doubt members of your family unit possess knowledge you do not. The collector knelt by the soldier, utterly dwarfing him, and ripped off a sheathed sword attached to a belt on his hip. The collector inspected the sword, analyzing its design. Different in design from the sword the human male adventurer utilized. Longer. The point was broader, less sharp. A strengthening plate of metal ran along one side of the blade, giving it weight on its swings. Handle comprised of metal wrapped in boiled leathers. Curved guard of dull golden metal. Nothing aberrant about this weapon. It was simply a primitive tool of limited metalworking capability. The collector snapped the blade in half in its hand with minimal effort. Unimpressive. The collector dropped the broken halves of the blade down in front of the soldier's terrified eyes. The soldier scrambled backwards, his hands gouging out desperate paths in the dirt while his legs refused to move properly. Stay still, commanded the collector, and the soldier did not move. The collector stared at the comparatively tiny map in its hand, scrutinizing its details. Tell me, human, said the collector as it knelt down to show the soldier the map. Where are we upon this? The soldier raised a trembling finger to a forest spot of the map. And the human settlement? I do not intend to make my presence known there now, if you hold concern over this. The soldier lowered its finger down to the lowest part of the map where small drawings of living structures indicated settlement. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding. It knew the distance from the den to the settlement, and knowing this, it could extrapolate the scale of the map. I have been made aware by your leader that there is a certain sorcerer in this area you are familiar with. Lead me to the direction of this individual, for it is this specimen that I wish to engage with, said the collector. The soldier tapped to the center of the map, to the left of a wide river. The collector clipped its mandibles, calculating the distance needed to reach the area. Tell me, is this sorcerer familiar with magic? The soldiers nodded, all they were capable of in their fright and pain at this point. The collector again wondered if there was perhaps a more efficient way to interrogate these individuals, but all it knew was to appeal to their primal instinct that feared death and pain. What is this sorcerer's magic capable of? Combat-wise? The soldiers looked at each other blankly. They did not know. None of you know. Your usefulness has ended to me. Perhaps, had I much more time, I would have asked of this world you live in, this empire you are part of and believe enlightened, but more humans will come soon, and I must move and find answers. You have served your purpose. May you find true enlightenment in the collective. The collector took the soldier in front of him by the head and dashed the skull against the forest floor, shattering it and smearing pink brain mass across the dirt. It stood up and walked towards the remaining two soldiers. We told you what we knew. Spare us, please. The two remaining soldiers shrieked and tried to crawl away, dragging their useless legs with their hands through the dirt. I am sparing you, said the collector as it neared them. Sparing you from this pitiful, miserable existence trapped on this little rock when you could be so much more within the glorious expanse of the collective. /29 The collector consumed everything. The bodies of the remaining 5 soldiers, their equipment, armor and swords in all, the map, and their steeds. This, it did to erase all traces of their movement, making it more difficult for future human investigations to piece together the collector's existence. All of the soldiers possessed as their leader diminished traces of the special property inherent to this anomalous world, but in such trace amounts that their biomass was no different from that of a normal human's. Biomass gained, plus 16, biomass level, 31 hundredths, new genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Anna, frostborn hobgoblin, black-tail horse. The collector clipped its mandibles. The leader of these humans had provided 2 points of biomass, just as the rest of his underlings did now. The leader's dialogue had indicated a possibility that it was superior to the rest, but in the end, they were all the same, weak, groveling creatures to be devoured. Would this be the standard of primitives spanning the vast majority of this anomalous world? Would there lie no challenges, no warriors worthy of true consumption? The collector knew that it should find relief at the prospect that this world was largely defenseless other than the question of these gods, but it could not help feel a twinge of disappointment. The admiration it had begun to feel towards the champion had long faded with these recent displays of pitiful weakness, the heat within its being simmered down without the prospect of battle to entice it. The development of this native, unknown adaptation, too, seemed to be correlated with better regulation of this heat, though how and why, it did not understand yet. The answers would come when it could question a sorcerer more familiar with this topic. From contextual clues, it could parse that these sorcerers possessed more knowledge of magic but did not necessarily hold noteworthy combat capability. In fact, if past evidence indicated anything, no sorcerer was capable of effectively harming the collector, though the goblin which styled itself as a thrall did hold troublesome capabilities. By now, the collector could understand that not all familiar with magic were equal, but this sorcerer in the forest might possess equally difficult abilities to fight against. However, it was willing to undertake the risk to subdue this specimen. The collector started off towards its new goal, returning to its 8-legged form and skittering through the forest floor. The collector traveled 2 hours and 25 minutes. It could travel through the forest at a far faster rate than it could with its spore base, as the jumping Araka was specialized for speed. And with its efficient processing systems, it could weave through the thick of the forest as if nothing stood in its way at all, and yet, an hour's worth of movement only allowed it to cover just shy of half this forest biome's length. In conclusion, this forest biome was sizable, and there was much more of it the collector had yet to explore farther to the north and, behind them, as the soldier's map indicated, a mountain range and an entirely separate, colder biome. Where the collector stopped, it noted that the tree line ended, revealing a vast mud bank lined with craters. The rush of water flowing through a river echoed nearby, the source of moisture for this mud bank. The river itself was wide enough that it determined that the humans of this world would require vessels to adequately travel across. Judging from the strength and flow of the current, the collector surmised that the ravine separating the lighter zone of the forest from the darker led to this larger river, and, remembering the map, it knew too that this river flowed down to the human settlement, likely providing it necessary water to subsist upon. The map itself only largely laid out the expanse of this forest, Anandara as the humans called it, and this area along with the dark woods was demarcated with a shade of darker coloring indicating a zone of danger. The collector could understand why, as it felt the sensitive hairs lining the seams of its hyperalloy armor raise up. Underneath the mud, giant scorpions lay dormant, ready to snatch up prey that neared them. These, the collector did not invest much attention to, for they were beneath it as a threat. No, it instead gazed up to the sky, its gleaming yellow eyes cutting through the dark of night to set upon the form of a pillar floating atop the wide river. The collector analyzed it. Made by a tinkering civilization judging by intricate patterns of bones and skeletal systems marked upon dull rock. Cylindrical in construction. Dimensions of the structure sizable. 25 meters high. 8 meters in diameter. 3 segmentations in the rock indicating 3 floors. Cloaked. An anomalous property refracted wavelengths of light visible to human ocular systems. However, the collector could see through it as its brethren had seen through countless different variations of cloaking devices from the spacefaring tinkerers. It understood that beneath this cloaking ability, the very top floor of the pillar glowed with light and heat. Mechanisms of the cloaking capability, unknown. Mechanisms by which it floated, unknown. Both likely related to anomalous, Special property tied to magic. High probability bordering on certainty of this being the sorcerer's territory. Attempting to extrapolate this specimen and its construct's combat capabilities. Unknown until direct contact made. The collector clicked its mandibles. The pillar floated at a height that it could reach. Its beetle wings could not sustain long-term flight, but it could, combined with the hydraulic pump of the Araca legs and its new coil booster sub-adaptation that allowed for immense bursts of muscular power to perform a flying leap capable of reaching it. For now, though, there were too many unknowns. It did not even know if the pillar was occupied in the moment. All it knew was that at this range, the pillar did not possess any anomalous capabilities able to sense the collector. So, the collector waited and observed in the undergrowth, its form absolutely still as its eyes stared unmoving and unblinking at the pillar. Equals. Equor paced back and forth with his withered hands behind his back. His sunken eyes darted from side to side as he breathed heavy breaths through yellowed and broken teeth. The wrinkles of his face showed not just the wear of years, but also stress and, perhaps, a sprinkle of insanity here and there. His sandaled footsteps echoed through the confines of his atelier, but for the first time in 20 years, another human other than himself would enter this sacred study space of his. Where he had spent so much time defying the chains of the sorcerer's order in pursuit of a cure to Undith, and finally, he would have it. Yes, all that time humiliated and running and hiding would finally come to an end with this. He would show those stuck-up fools of the council that he was right all along, that all he had done and sacrificed was for this greater good. The footsteps belonged to a young man that ascended the spiral stone staircase leading into Eager's chambers at the topmost floor of his floating atelier. Gods above, this place absolutely reeks, said the man as he put a black-gloved hand to his hooded face. He stared at Eager with hints of disgust, looking up and down at the sorcerer's stained, wrinkled brown robes. When was the last time you bathed? A decade ago? 15 years. The pursuit of the truth has long since caused me to transcend my physical needs. Evidently not, remarked the man as he pinched his nose. He scanned his surroundings. Looked like a sorcerer's atelier. He could see the mana crystal suspended in the air above an upraised stone pillar at the center of the room. Judging from the color of the crystal, a pale, blue-tinted white, it seemed to have pretty high purity. Whiter the better, as he recalled back when he thought he would end up a scholar. There was a small, stain mat in one end of the circular room with huge piles of dirty bowls standing at attention nearby. The sorcerer's living space. Small, comparatively speaking to the rest of the atelier. The rest of the room's space was dominated with an alchemical laboratory, its tables full of colorful vials, tubes bubbling with background noise. Surgical instruments lay scattered about the tables, as did a few remnants of dried blood. There was a smaller workstation for stone shaping. One table holding a pile of smooth rocks and a sigillus, the favored tool for sorcerers to carve spells into stones via sigils. The sigillus looked like a lengthy stylus of clay with a magnifying glass attached to the side, and judging by the dull blue or calcite bands circling the stylus, it was a pretty expensive model. Good. Meant that the sorcerer probably had the coin to pay up. /30 welcome to my grand atelier, said Eager, ignoring the man and instead looking behind him. Where is it? When Eager caught a glimpse of what the man carried behind him, the sorcerer rushed forwards with all the enthusiasm of a zealot meeting their god. Whoa, stop right there, said the man as he held up a warning hand to the sorcerer. The man finished coming up the stairs, dragging a large trunk of chained wood behind him. With a sigh, he set the trunk down roughly, dropping the chain he dragged it with. The trunk was rectangular in shape and almost the size of a man. It was a testament to the man's strength that he could lug something like that around with relative ease, just a few drops of sweat forming on his brow. No, you cannot damage it. Is it damaged? Said Eager as he tried to circle around the man. If you have damaged it, I will unleash such mystic wrath upon you that some as the whirlwind herself will bear witness to the destruction. Look, I am not here to deal with this bullshit. The merchandise is fine, these holders are sturdy, magically reinforced on the insides," said the man. "Insimas? You are from Mewtwo, then? Far, far, far east. What are you doing here on the opposite side of the world? Actually, never mind, I don't really care. Let's talk payment." Iker ignored the man completely. "I am here because the Order in all their prideful and misguided arrogance believes me, my wondrous research, wrong. Heretical, even. How? How can it be that they see me in the wrong when I have made such headway against the Undeath?" "Whoa," said the man without an ounce of enthusiasm. "Now let's talk about my payment. I lugged this over 3 country borders, one of which would have burned me alive if they caught me. You better have made this worth my while." "Payment? Of course, a simpleton such as yourself would care so much for coin." Iker shambled over towards a thick chest at the corner of his quarters, and the man raised a hungry brow at it. The chest was a massive box of auricalcite, already a valuable ore by itself, and it was larger than the sorcerer himself. Its dark blue, almost black surface was embedded with what must have been 20 sigil stones. The sigil carved stones glowed as they responded to the sorcerer touching the box, shutting down the security spells that guarded the box. The chest unlocked itself and opened with an invisible force, revealing several compartments, one of which was utterly packed with glittering gold coins. "Now we're fucking talking," said the man with a whistle. "How in the Undeath did you ever get so much coin? I mean, I can kind of see your pockets were packed, ateliers like this, floating and invisible ones especially, don't come cheap, but hey, looks like I doubted you for nothing." Iker responded positively to the praise and began to monologue about himself. "I have never been a sorcerer of much merit. My roots are subpar, limiting my ability to work with it. But my knowledge and mind have always been sharp, far sharper and far more innovative than anyone else's, and that has allowed me to thrive where to so many have faltered. Always, I have wished to help the common masses. In my youth, I devised a means for the common man to control the very elements himself, sheltering his home with a single sigil stone that bent the winds to his will." "Shit, you invented wind conditioning," said the man with a nod. "I've even read about you in my textbooks. For I dropped out of the academy, of course, but still, you were a case study in arcane economics. How it doesn't matter how shitty your raw power is, if you can figure out a smart and cheap way to mass produce the right spells in the right sigil stones, you could get rich." "I am not shitty," said Iker with an indignant shake of his senile fist. "I was blessed with the mind of gods, but cursed with the body of the common masses. In weaving the grand epic that is my life, I have had to rise above my lot and surpass every manner of challenge." "Okay, sure." The man shrugged. "Funny how life is. Rich entrepreneur like you turns into a crazy sorcerer hiding out at the edge of the world. I study economics and that lets me know when a market's ripe for the talking. Ends up with me as a slaver. Fate's a funny thing. Oh wait, there's a goddess for that. But whatever, enough about that. I'm just about dying to get back home with my pockets a lot heavier." The man kicked the trunk with his boot, and it opened up, revealing an unconscious young girl inside, her sackcloth-covered body trussed up tight by threaded bonds of black fabric. The insides of the trunk were padded with cushioned fabric, keeping the girl sheltered from outside impact. The man pointed at the girl with the tip of his boot. She did not respond, instead lying in the trunk pale and still, almost motionless, only the shallow movement of her breathing indicating she was alive at all. "These slaveholders are custom made for Zeruleans," he said, tapping at the trunk with his boot. "Helps with the vampires, mostly, but demons don't like light either," said the man as he recited his common product pitch to convince customers their products were not damaged in transit. "Cushioning is lined with marsh rabbit fur, softer than a baby's bottom. Shock resistant and ventilated. Holder comes in different designs, don't raise eyebrows at border gates, well, most of them, anyhow. The bonds are also fabric, not chains, so no tears on their skin, keeping them in pristine condition. They also come imbued with a sleeping curse that keeps your purchase docile. Oh, and the bonds come with a purchase, though you've got to replenish them with mana every 5 or 6 days. Oh, how wonderful, said Eaker as he shoved past the man to stare at the girl. You can inspect the product, I guess, said the man as he looked at the greasy spot on his cloak where the sorcerers had touched him and patted it down. Make sure there's nothing wrong with her. Price is still the same though. 2,000 gold. Add 2 more to that for my horses. You didn't tell me there were flesh-hungry giant fucking scorpions on the way here. Done, said Eaker as he waved the man away, focusing the entirety of his attention upon the wonderful specimen before him. Lavender skin. Dark, fibrous hair. Goat-like ears. Small black nubs of horns just beginning to sprout from the forehead. He took a bony finger and pried open her sleeping eyelid. Deep amethyst eyes. Yes. This was a genuine demon. I nabbed her straight from Judica, and let me tell you, they don't fucking play around. There's a bit of an underground slave market there, but it's real underground. Moment one of their executors sniffs a slave around, the man made a slicing motion with his hand across his neck. Dead fucking meat. But I'm a professional. The man noticed the sorcerer running his hands across the girl's body, inspecting her flesh with a zealous, almost worshipping intensity. She's yet to be bled too. I'm assuming that's why you wanted her? Gray-bearded sorcerer shut-ins like you tend to like them younger. Yes. Eaker said fiercely. She must be whole and pure. That is the only she will fit into the grand schematics of my ritual. He turned the girl around and narrowed his beady green eyes when he saw that her ponytail had been hacked off at the bottom. She is not whole. This is standard procedure, said the man as he put a hand to his hip, ready to draw his sword. At close range like this, even if this sorcerer with a cock or two loose in his head got aggressive, he would have the advantage. We have to cut off the spikes in demon hair. Otherwise, they can use their mind magic, and nobody wants that. This is not what I was promised, shouted Eaker, spittle frothing from his mouth. Gods above, all right, calm down. Let's talk about this. The man put a hand to his head and rubbed his forehead. He could not afford this madman to back out of this deal now, not when he had put so much expense into carrying the product. If he got anywhere near the field of 2,000 gold, he could quit his work and live off his wealth forever, Black Sun and ensuing supposed apocalypse be damned. If the world did start to end, he'd happily watch the desperate peasants try and swim past the moat of his new castle estate with a smile on his face. But not if this idiot did not pay him. I can lower my price by 100 gold for damaged goods. Gold does not matter to me, said the sorcerer as he shook his fist. All right, then. Looks like you don't want her to warm your bed or anything like that. You want her for some kind of ritual. The man sighed. Well, this might be good news. She's special. Judican cell she was taken out of was separate from the rest. The man had wanted to withhold this information because it could mean the Judicans would send their executors after special prisoners taken from them, and nobody wanted an executor tailing them. They were ruthless bloodhounds that would make sure anybody and anything that stood against them burned. Special? The sorcerer grew even more interested. The man sighed. Yes. Means she probably had some kind of magical potential to her. And if you're going to make me stay here and talk, can you open a damned window so I can talk without breathing through my mouth? Of course, said Eaker as he stepped to the center of his quarters where a small altar of rock rose up, its tip a smooth surface lined with circuit carvings. He put his hand on the control conduit, tapping into his atelier's systems, and bid one of the stone walls to slide open. The stone of the wall creaked as it parted, the bricks sliding into each other unbearing half the tower to the outside world. Cool and dry night wind flowed in, and thank the gods, took out the sorcerer's stench. Always impresses me what sorcerers can do, said the man as he stepped to the edge of the open tower. He looked down at the rushing river in the mudbanks, then at the vast expanse of shadow-shrouded trees. Great view. I'd make sure my own castle keep had something like this. Tell me more. More, said the sorcerer. All right, just sit yourself down and calm. The man stopped as he raised a brow. He was staring down at the riverbank, and did his eyes deceive him? Something was skittering across it. A black blur, it seemed, barely visible from this distance. He thought maybe it was a floater in his eye, maybe something he got from lacking sleep, but no, this thing was real. Right by the edge of the riverbank and underneath the atelier, it jumped up, getting much, much closer very, very quickly. /31 The collector had observed the floating construct for an hour and 42 minutes before it witnessed movement of interest. From the other side of the riverbank, a lone human approaching on the back of a horse signaled up to the pillar utilizing a stone capable of shining light. 5 rapid flashes of light. From there, the pillar had quaked in slight but silent movement. Small platforms of a weakly visible, translucent substance formed beneath the pillar, forming into stepping stones for the human below. Visual analysis of the translucent substance alone did not yield any significant information. The wavelengths of light emitting from them indicated only color. There were no anomalous energy readings, though there was a certain degree of heat emission from the substance. As the platforms reached down, the human waiting beneath encountered attack from giant scorpions. The human observed signs of extreme distress but managed to defend himself to adequate degree, observing a show of force with a tool known as a sword. He eliminated one giant scorpion, but his strength was insufficient to ward off the increasing horde drawn to the vibrations generated from the sudden and violent altercation. The human did survive, however, leaving his beast of burden to fall to the scorpions while he ran up the platforms carrying behind him a sizable container of some sort. The collector did not make a move then. Instead, it watched as the human walked up to the base of the pillar. When the human slammed face first into the invisible wall of the pillar, he exhibited signs of anger, knocking at the wall with a fist. An entrance opened up in the stone wall through a means that seemed close to atomic manipulation. The stone broke down into granular components that shifted aside, and when the human stepped through, the granular components reformed over the empty space and solidified back into stone. The collector continued to wait. It determined that the likelihood of this individual, based on its unfamiliarity with the structure and its prior harassment from the giant scorpions, was not the sorcerer. However, that the structure allowed access to the human indicated that the sorcerer was present. The collector would continue to monitor the structure for changes. Visual confirmations of this sorcerer, if possible, but if this was not possible, then it would strike when the visiting human left. In the span of 15 minutes and 44 seconds, however, it witnessed a chance to strike. The upper segment of the pillar opened up, revealing the space where the previously identified human and, presumably, the sorcerer resided. The collector gained visual confirmation of the sorcerer and analyzed him. Fragile bone structure. Atrophied muscle mass. Slightly hunched in posture from continuous lack of physical activity. All signs of weakness, and yet, the collector knew by now not to assume the strength of these sorcerers based purely off their biological merits. However, all the collector knew was how to ascertain threats through their physical abilities and, in the case of tinkerers, their technology. In such a case as this, it had no prior data to base its actions off of other than the thrall. If the sorcerer here also possessed the means to alter its state of matter such that it rendered itself impervious to physical harm, then at the very least, the collector could confirm this was a common trait among sorcerers. Unlikely, however. The female sorcerer it had consumed had no such ability. But at the same time, the collector could not reach any definitive conclusions. It required more combat data. Then it would strike and gather data for itself now, taking risk now so that it would better familiarize itself for these threats of magic in the future. Thus, it decided to strike while the structure seemed bare to the world, its walls uncovered and the soft, fleshy targets within vulnerable. By all the fucking gods there are, something is coming! Screamed the man. He stumbled backwards and began to run away from the opposite end of the open wall, drawing his sword almost as an afterthought. Iker kept his hand on his atelier's control conduit, his hand burning up as he expended mana to will his atelier to build up a force field around the room. The barrier's light blue shine glazed neatly over the circular walls right in time for an enormous giant beetle to slam against the open space. A monster? Out here? How? Why? It looked like a creature from the dark woods that grew nearby, but was there a creature this large? Eager thought only the Scoilex worm in the riverbank was a monster capable of a C-rank threat rating. The barrier, fueled by the Atelier's impressive monocrystal and channeled through its magic-sensitive walls, prevented the monster from crawling in, but its impact upon the force field was enough to cause tremors to shake through the entire structure. The pillar began to tip over as the wind control systems failed. Lightstones placed on the ceiling began to flash from white to red, signaling Atelier systems failures. "Take her! Take her!" screamed Eager as he used his free hand to point at the demon lying in the trunk. The trunk was slowly starting to tilt towards the monster. "She cannot be harmed." The slaver saw his entire retirement flash before his eyes and rushed to the trunk, picking up the chain attached to it and throwing it forwards. The trunk slammed against the other end of the room, breaking apart and spilling the demon's limp body out. By now the pillar had tilted enough for various things in the room, test tubes, vials, little trinkets of stone and metal, to start falling and clattering towards the beast before stopping at the barrier. The slaver held on to a gap in the bricked floor and shouted, "Do something! This whole thing is tipping over. I am employing the full breadth of my genius into this," complained Eager before the monster started to move again, slamming at the barrier with blows from its many claw-tipped legs. The barrier held up, resistant to non-magical blows as it was. "Stop talking so much and fix this." The slaver waved his gloved hand around to the tilting floor. Hee, so long as I have my hand upon this control conduit, this brainless insect will never pierce the veil of my barrier," said Eager triumphantly before stumbling on the uneven ground, almost slipping his hand off the altar. The slaver's eyes widened. "You won't have your hand on it much longer monologuing like this. Shut up and do something." Eager mumbled under his breath before he focused and put in a hefty amount of mana into restoring the wind stabilizers. The sigil stones embedded in choice locations throughout the walls of the atelier glowed green once more, emitting the aura of wind that kept the whole thing afloat. The atelier groaned as it righted itself, floating stably again. Eager's vision started to blur as he felt the mana drain from him, and he pushed down emotions of regret and humiliation that surfaced when he lost fine control over his magic. The slaver sighed in relief and then stood up on shaky legs, pointing a sword at the hideous monstrosity splayed across the barrier. "Now do something about that. I will show you, you who are so unworthy of the brilliance of my research that has had decades to crystallize, of the restoration of chaos magic. Magic, as you may know, many revile and believe lost ones are fell. But I alone in my genius am capable of replicating it," said Eager as the circuit lines running from the altar and connecting to his palms began to glow from green to black. A black magic circle filled with concentric, gray rings floated over the monster. A moment later, and a beam of pure darkness shot down. The monster reacted now instantaneously, latching off from the atelier. But not quick enough. The beam grazed its tail, and though the beam only clipped off a small chunk of the tail, the chaos would spread and disintegrate the entire beast soon enough. Eager watched as the monster fell back down to the muddy depths. Behold! Might that can replicate even an origin gate itself. Soon, this creature will be reduced to dust. The slaver tiptoed to the edge of the barrier, making sure the monster was gone. He saw the monster fall down, its white figure growing smaller and smaller, and sighed in relief before he noticed that the monster tore off its tail before the disintegration could reach up further to its body. "It's not dead." The slaver looked back at Eager with his hands in the air. "Kill it. Now." "Your simple shouting annoys me," said Eager. "The creature falls now to its death regardless of whether it has escaped my chaos. Behold, the reason why my atelier is fortified to the highest extent despite my own pithy mana." The circuits on Eager's altar turned from black to green again, and the atelier vibrated, generating a high-pitched noise that reached into the riverbank below. "And is that supposed to do anything?" said the slaver as he winced in pain at the sound, covering his ears. "Wind magic is my natural affinity, but I am cursed with low-grade spirit roots. How do I compensate, you ask? Through my wits." Eager tapped his head, bearing a smile full of teeth decayed from neglect. A rumbling roar echoed from the riverbank as the shuddering sound of earth parting reached even up to the pillar. "I use my magic not to create vast winds or tornadoes that I cannot muster, but to generate a sound," said Eager. "A sound that agitates the Scoilex worm that slumbers below." /32 The collector fell back down to the mud bank with a click of its mandibles. Its weight sunk into the mud heavily, but it trudged out, fluttering its wings. Or one wing. It analyzed combat with this sorcerer. He was capable of erecting a kind of force field around his territory, though of course, he did not utilize any conventional force field technology nor genic shielding. This was magic, and a vexing one at that. The force field was capable of resisting the collector's physical might and its monomolecular claws. In functionality, it was very much similar to the force fields it knew. These, brute force struggled to deal with, and their constantly generated nature made them difficult to cut through. The collector knew that sustained applications of intense heat could overload a force field and shatter it. Of course, this force field was different, but it would not hurt to try. And, in a way, the presence of this force field was fortunate. It meant that the sorcerer likely did not possess a means to render his physical body immune to the collector's claws and blows. All it had to do was find a way through the force field. But then there was the issue of the beam. The collector had sensed its onset, but the speed of the beam was such that it clipped the collector's tail and the top of one of its wings. Minimal initial damage, but continuous degradation of carapace and flesh. Degradation so complete that it was on par with atomic disassembly. But, rate of destruction slow. Now that the collector understood the destructive beam's firing rate, projectile speed, and the signs leading up to it, it would be exceptionally difficult to strike the collector without advanced targeting systems. The collector had the reflexes to tear off its tail and wing before the effect could spread to the rest of its body. Unfortunately, this left it unable to fly back up to the structure in the sky. It clipped its mandibles as it gazed back up at the structure, assessing how it would continue this battle. Then, the sound came. A sonic frequency originating from the structure's walls meant to agitate certain types of insectoids and arthropods. Confirming this determination, the collector saw the giant scorpions unburrow from the mud and begin to skitter away. Immediately afterwards, the collector detected a seismic disturbance. Significant tremors. Mud made exact calculations of the tremors difficult. Yet, tremors intensifying. Presence of a creature approaching. Extreme in size based off of even rough estimations. The collector leapt backwards as the ground where it had been disappeared in a yawning hole. A moment later, an enormous worm, its head as large as the collector itself, emerged outwards with a shrill scream. The worm continued to unravel its length, displaying an enormity that utterly dwarfed anything the collector had ever seen in this world. It stretched into the night sky, a pillar of fleshy white intruding against the inky canvas of a star-speckled night sky. The worm reached almost to the sorcerer's construct before it arched downwards, the many hairs lining its body standing straight up as it detected the collector. The worm unleashed a shrill roar, its mouth opening to reveal rows of rotating circular, serrated and rock-shattering teeth. Spines lined across the segments of its body also rotated in sawing motions, and the collector understood then that a variant of this species, a smaller variant, perhaps one of the young, had created the dens the goblins inhabited. The collector estimated that the worm's entire length unsubmerged from the mud would reach close to 30 meters. It clipped its mandibles, eager to consume this creature. Yet not now. The collector currently lacked the strength. But, as the worm sensed the collector and began to arch down, aiming its hungry maw towards it, an idea formulated within the collector's head. The collector stepped back, away from the softer parts of the mud until it found purchase on firmer ground. The worm tracked its movements, a little clumsily, given its massive size, but its motion-sensitive hairs were capable enough to allow its blind body to roughly home in on the collector. The collector knew that if it took the force of the worm crashing down on it head-on, it would likely suffer critical damage. The rotating saw blade teeth also likely had the capacity to tear through the collector's carapace given short time, considering it could easily grind down stone into dust, making an internal attack unfeasible, not to mention dealing with powerful digestive fluids. But, as the collector saw the worm's mouth nearing it, it calculated that the creature was slow, its bulk working against it in this regard. It would work for the collector, however. Just before the maw of whirring teeth swallowed up the collector, it leapt up in an explosive burst fueled by the jumping araco legs and coil-boosted ultra-fiber muscles. The worm slammed its head into the dirt, shattering the firm ground apart with a roaring crack like a meteorite. Before the worm could figure out it gnawed on rock, not the collector crawled up the length of the worm. It went into its 8-legged mode, its many legs crawling up the worm's length at breakneck speed. The collector's monomolecular claws were extraordinarily sharp, but they were small, and trying to pierce through the thick mass of this worm's flesh would take too long to subdue it. However, the collector did not desire to challenge the worm. It instead ran up the worm, scaling it with its araca legs as it would a cliff and using it as a means to gain altitude to jump back up to the sorcerer's structure. It's back! The slaver yelled as the atelier shook and rumbled once more. The huge, splayed-out figure of the enormous monstrosity of a beetle stretched out across the see-through blue barrier. "It will take some time before I can unleash chaos once more," said Eager. "But make no mistake, I will let nothing stand in the way of my grand breakthrough." The wizened sorcerer pressed his hand into the atelier's conduit, the circuits on the altar turning from green again to black. The entire atelier began to whine and whir, the magic crystal floating atop the conduit crackling as it strained to supply the necessary magical energy for a second chaos blast. "That monster is a mere mindless beast, no more capable of thought than the countless scorpions and many-legged abominations writhing beneath us. Look, it knows that it cannot pierce my barrier, and yet, it continues to attack it again and again," said Eager. "Gods! What is that stench, fouler even than yours?" remarked the slaver as he stood back, behind the sorcerer. "Ah, the scent of the Scoilex worm. I hear they smell of rotted flesh. It is a good thing my sense of smell has ascended beyond mortal reasoning," said the sorcerer. "No, you're just used to your own filth. Never mind, how long until you can strike this creature again?" said the slaver. "Worry not and take care of the demon, for without her, all hope for this world is lost," said Eager. His breathing began to shallow as mana drained from him, slowly fueling the chaos beam again. As his mana drained, it became harder for him to repress the negative emotions that welled up from uncontrolled mana usage. Regret and humiliation. Regret that he could not have spent his life doing greater deeds, deeds that would have left him immortalized in the halls of Etheria itself, not simply as a footnote in some mortal textbooks. Humiliation that everyone, the Order, all those he once knew as friends, even family, rejected him when they learned the nature of his research meant to rid this world of the undeath. The slaver yelped as the monster suddenly revealed a face atop its body, a face equally as grotesque as its form, as an odd combination of goblin and insect features, and began to breathe flame that washed over the barrier. The flame did not penetrate through the barrier, but the residual heat from it did, turning the stone walls beneath the barrier molten. "As I channel the chaos that will strike this beast into oblivion, I will tell you of my grand visions," began Eager. "I really don't want to hear it," said the slaver. Eager continued. "I was disgraced because they said I fouled the laws of life. As a scholar from the sands of Utu and a devotee of the whirlwind herself, the flow of wind, the breath of the world itself, has always been my calling, as has the plight of the people. I have defended countless homes from the searing rays of the sun with my wind conditioning, and yet, I wish to do more. And what problem is not larger than that of undeath itself? Your walls are literally melting," said the slaver as sweat began to pour from his face. The atelier's stone walls were red hot by now, but they were not important, the barrier was, and the barrier stood strong independent of the walls. Among those under the whirlwind's blessed faith, there are those that may guide the breath of life, knitting together damaged flesh and broken bone. But why stop there? Why can the breath of life not call upon those that have fallen, ensuring that their corpses do not come under the curse of undeath? Iker continued, his breathing growing heavier and heavier, and his vision growing duller and duller. He felt something was off, but he could not quite tell why. Perhaps it was due to mana loss, though this felt different. Still, in his light-headed stupor, he continued, his life's work, his redemption, unspooling from his lips now that he had someone to talk to for the first time in decades. But when I devised a way to breathe life into corpses, a method inspired by the golems of Sunda, they still were not immune to undeath. My newly arisen broke from my control, killing hundreds, and years since, I have spent my time hunted and repenting, formulating a way to not only render the dead immune from undeath, but to even remove undeath from those that have already turned. The answer is chaos. Iker coughed, slumping over the altar. What is happening? Wondered the slaver as he too began to feel something wrong, his chest tightening and his eyes burning up. The monster continued to breathe its flame in an unending stream, its face poised close to the barrier. The flame spread across the barrier, but did not pierce through, only some heat. So what was going on? With chaos. Long lost and hidden in demonic blood, continued Iker. Chaos I will extract from her. I will perfect the ritual. The chaos I merely mimic now will become genuine. I will destroy the undeath rot first from the living dead with chaos, then breathe life back into the empty shells. None will laugh then, the gods. Iker coughed blood, eyes watering, and then fell over. The slaver took note and immediately rushed to the sorcerer's side, not to save him, but to keep his hand planted on the conduit to keep the barrier up. Will welcome me, whispered Iker finally before falling unconscious. How long did dead circuits last again? An hour? Said the slaver as he shook his head at the dying sorcerer. An hour of time before I end up like you. I never should have taken this accursed job. Fuck. The slaver looked up at the barely visible monster, at the flame continuing to coat the blue barrier and waves blinding white fire. And fuck you. I'll make sure to hack your eye off or something when you get in here. Something to remember me by. The slaver felt hands, small hands, latch onto his back, and he whipped his head back to find the demon grasping at him. Her sleeping bonds were loose on the floor, undone from the chaos of the fight. She stared at him with half-open eyes that still managed to glow with pure hatred. Oh, gods damn it all, began the slaver before an arc of purple magical energy coursed from her hands, spreading throughout the slaver like an electrical current running through wire and shattering his mind into nothingness. /33 = The collector halted the bio trigger of its pyrocket-lit glands when the force field fell down. It stood up back into its bipedal form, hunching into the gap in the now steaming, molten rock walls as it trudged into this sorcerer's territory. Countless tools, not meant for war, but for study, it seemed, lay strewn across the floor. Glass tubes and vials shattered. Tables flipped over. Piles of rocks scattered about. Movement. The collector watched the new specimen, humanoid in appearance but possessing of significant physiological differences compared to the average human, move. She was smaller than the humans, further back in her growth stages, likely, judging from her more neotenous features. She stumbled forwards, not fully in control of her body. In her hands, she held the two halves of the younger human's body, having torn it apart clean in two with prodigious strength that far belied her small frame. Blood and entrails poured from the separated halves, drenching her lavender skin and white sackcloth in red. This specimen was special, no doubt. The female specimen gazed at the collector in a dazed expression, her mind likely unable to fully process the collector, and dropped the savaged human corpse. She fell to the ground, drawing in deep breaths, but still remaining alive. She was merely paralyzed. The collector clipped its mandibles. Its calculated plan to victory had worked without much variation in execution. It knew that it could not penetrate the force field this sorcerer conjured, but at the same time, it understood that the force field could not have been an absolute barrier. The sorcerer and his fellow human still managed to breathe. And, as the collector came to realize the second time it latched atop this floating territory, They could even perceive its scent. That meant that particles in the air necessary for continued sustenance of respiratory functions still passed through the barrier, as did wavelengths of light necessary for visibility. In that case, it became exceedingly likely that the force field only repelled certain types of energy. A deduction proven correct when the collector unleashed its flame breath upon the force field. The flames did not warp the force field, but the heat from the flames did permeate through. The heat alone could not travel far enough to the specimen, but it did prove further the suitability of the collector's strategy. These primitives did not understand it, but the collector's flames were the result of a highly reactive chemical reaction. The byproduct of the rapid oxidization of the reactive chemicals ejected from the collector's pyrolytic glands hitting its bio-trigger was toxic to humans in sufficient quantities. The collector could even enhance this toxicity with further sub-adaptations to its glands. The collector knew that the tinkerers of this world possessed magic, but that this substance did not make them advance to any significant degree technologically. They would likely not have the capacity to conceptualize that beyond fire, there was an additional chemical threat. Thus, in unleashing a continuous stream of fire, the collector had injected sufficient quantities of toxic particulates into the air, incapacitating the sorcerer, physically the frailest among them, first. Certainly, this sorcerer, which had the capacity to alter the flow of wind within his territory, could have developed a means to filter out these particulates, but the thought had not even occurred to the primitive's mind, for the particulate was odorless and colorless to the undeveloped human eye. The other human, younger and more physically imposing, naturally was more resistant, but he had met his end to this new variant of humanoid. The collector stepped over to her, picking up the still body of the sorcerer under one of its arms. The sorcerer was still alive, for the collector had mediated its toxin output to ensure incapacitation, not death, and if extracted from this area soon, would regain consciousness to answer the collector's questions. The corpse of the other human, however, the collector consumed, tossing both halves into its stretched out maw. Biomass gained, +5, biomass level, 35/100ths. This human, too, was special to a degree. The collector sensed that he was approximately as strong as the adventurers it had consumed, but did not seem to possess any notable magic, judging from his actions and reliance upon the sorcerer. Now then, to investigate this other specimen, this younger female, that too must have been special, being an object of high desire for both the sorcerer and the other human. Possessing of significant abilities as well, capable of halting the younger human's mental functioning, regardless of how primitive they were, to an instant stop before tearing him apart with pure physical force. Emergency heart rate threshold reached. The collector stood up in alert, monomolecular claws clinking out of its fingers as it searched for this intruder's voice. It realized it echoed from all throughout the sorcerer's territory in a way almost identical to the announcement systems placed in tinkering vehicles. Initiating Atelier Knowledge Preservation Protocol. Self-destruction initiated. The walls of the structure began to light up as circuits hidden within them glowed bright. The hovering crystal at the center of the room began to crack, energy crackling from it in arcs that emitted searing heat. The collector clipped its mandibles in irritation. It had wished to investigate this structure and the knowledge within, but there simply was no time. It first spent a second checking the purple-skinned specimen's vitals, ensuring she was still alive but still unconscious to prevent her from enacting any harm. The specimen was unconscious, affected by the burnt-up chemicals but still possessing higher resistance than the sorcerer. Likely, it was the nature of her prior bonds that had imposed this somnolence upon her. The collector took the limp specimen's body and then left the way it came. It stood out the edge of the open, circled with molten white rock, and tensed up its leg muscles, swelling them to nearly twice their size as it engaged its coil boosters. The coil booster sub-adaptation changed its flexible ultrafiber musculature structure such that when engaged and pumped with blood, the fibers would warp into taut, coiled structures packed with power, allowing for short bursts of high-speed movement. The blood-engorged muscles in its legs tensed up into interlocking, coil-like structures efficient for storing potential energy, and like a crushed spring being released, when the collector leapt off into the night, all that potential energy converted to kinetic, sending it soaring into the sky. With occasional flutters of its single functional wing, the collector maintained elevation, keeping itself away from the Scoilex worm below. By now, the worm had been reduced to slithering around the river, unable to sense the collector now that it was airborne. Wind whistled by the collector as it adjusted the movement of its wing, directing itself to a safe landing zone near where the forest began and the Scoilex's territory ended. Despite lacking one wing, the collector possessed enough finesse with its aerial systems that the lack of the other wing only really compromised its ability to generate more lift. In terms of gliding and directional guidance, it could more than operate with a single wing, and as it neared the ground, it spread its wing flat at an angle, using it as a sail to catch a draft and land it right at the edge of the forest. It landed with a solid thump synchronized with the explosion of the sorcerer's structure above. The collector turned to see a brilliant blast of green and black curls of energy swirling around a white dot like winds whipping around the eye of a hurricane. The Scoilex worm below sensed this disturbance and threw itself into the river, disappearing in a few seconds. Debris from the initial explosion sucked into this vortex of energy, breaking apart into nothingness before the miniature singularity closed in a flash, leaving nothing but the empty, dark night sky as the only testament that a sorcerer had spent decades of his life in the pursuit of knowledge here. /34 / The collector did not carry its quarry far from the Scoilex worm's territory. The worm provided a natural buffer that deterred the presence of humans and other intruding specimen, one of the reasons why this human sorcerer also built his territory in this area. Yet, it would have to leave the immediate area soon. Killing one specimen of these tinkering species would bring more to investigate, and this effect would cascade upon itself. The collector had killed the 3 adventurers. The soldiers had come looking for them. They had been disposed of as well. When their absence was noted, there would be an even larger response. More significant. Tinkering species were social, banding together fiercely to compensate for their own biological weaknesses. The collector too noted that the disappearance of military tinkerer units would also be noted to a greater degree, though in that sense, it understood that the adventurers were also military forces in some capacity, sent to eliminate the goblins that stood in opposition to their kind. These continued disappearances would compound a greater response. The collector would retreat for now until it had the utmost confidence in its capacity to handle threats that utilized magic. Thus, it had dragged the sorcerer and the purple-skinned variant deeper into the forest, further behind the Scoilex's territory. This was closer to the darker zone of the forest biome where the humans did not tread, but it did not end there yet. The captives would attract far too many insect-type creatures. Too many distractions. For now, unhindered questioning was the highest priority. The collector inspected its quarry. The sorcerer and purple humanoid variant were each tied to separate trees with binds of Araca silk bundled around their waists and chests. 3 thick strands around the ankles, waist, and chest. Araca silk was difficult to produce in large quantities, but it was much stronger than the silk of the smaller arachnids that littered the forest floor aplenty. Unlike those arachnids, the Araca utilized its silk mostly in hunting prey, using it as tethers to rappel their sizable bulk off of. In compromising quantity of production, the durability and adhesiveness of the strands increased. 3 strands was enough to bind the goblin champion, let alone these 2 specimen. The purple-skinned variant exhibited significant degrees of strength compared to her physical dimensions, but none at a level required to tear this silk apart. The sorcerer began to stir, first with a wheezing cough, then with a groan. The purple-skinned variant did not move, having fallen into deeper unconsciousness due to the effect imparted upon her through her bonds. Judging from the slowed rate of her heartbeat that mimicked hibernation, the collector determined that without outside stimuli, the purple-skinned variant would not break from her slumber easily. But this sorcerer was not so lucky. The collector pressed a carapace-plated hand by the aged human's head, monomolecular claws clinking out invisible and ready threat. "Oh, my head, my head. Golem, fetch me some water," muttered the sorcerer with a groan, starting to raise his head. He blinked hard a few times, likely trying to steady his blurry sight. The sorcerer moved unconsciously, and judging from the twitches in his musculature, this was a motion to sit upright, likely to arise from a slumber. The lack of oxygen and the inhalation of toxic particulates had likely induced some level of confusion in this sorcerer, but this would pass with some stimulus. The collector began. It used the flat of its palm to push the sorcerer's head against the tree trunk he was bound to. It regulated the pressure, making sure to wake the sorcerer and keep him maximally uncomfortable, understanding that his head could shatter into a broken pulp at a moment's notice. The sorcerer gurgled as his eyes widened at the sight of the collector. Recognition. Good. The collector could start questioning now. You are bound, incapable of escape. My muscular capacity is such that your bones and flesh can rip and tear under the slightest of my manipulations. Do you understand? The sorcerer's pale green eyes darted from side to side as he breathed heavy. His eyes settled upon the purple-skinned variant tied to the tree next to him and he began to struggle violently. However, the Araga silk kept the sorcerer bound so tight that he could not move even an inch. I sense struggle. Irrational. The moment you attempt to endanger me, you will die. My reflexes are honed to such an extent that if you attempt to utilize any magic, you will die. If the circuitry within your body glows, you will die. If you begin to speak anything that does not hold relevance to the questions I am to ask, you will die. The sorcerer continued to struggle, but aged and fragile as he was, within half a minute, he exhausted himself, breathing even heavier and becoming limp. The collector knew some of the warning signs of magic activation now. The circuitry and the chants. There could be more. Further investigation needed. It withdrew its hand from the aged human's head, relieving pressure from his jaw and allowing him to speak. You will not have my research, monster. I do not know who sent you, but I know I have many rivals. My genius is unrivaled, and, the collector shoved the sorcerer's head back into the tree trunk. I will ask questions. You will answer them. You will not speak otherwise. And let go of the human's head, and the human started to shout again. Never. You will never have my research. Not. The collector cut off the human's words by smothering his face with its palm. It retracted the claws on its other hand and with index finger and thumb, pinched one of the sorcerer's fingers, crushing the bone. The sorcerer loosed muffled screams of anguish into the collector's cold, bone-white palm. The collector waited until the human's sensory system adjusted somewhat to the sudden influx of pain. The human breathed heavy. The stench of fear and adrenaline began to reek from the thing. The collector broke another finger. Again, the human screamed into the collector's carapace and struggled, and again, he grew limp, tired as he was already from so much struggling. 2 broken fingers for 2 refusals. I understand that your kind cannot regulate your pain. The agony you must suffer now must cause you severe distress. You will answer my questions, and the distress will cease. The collector took its palm off again. I am Eker, conqueror of the elements, master of life and death. And you will not have my secrets. The collector growled as it smothered the human's head again and broke 3 more fingers, leaving the entire hand crippled. It watched the human's expression intently, searching for any faltering, any signs of the desperation that seemed to preclude humans willing to grant information, but there was none in this withered specimen's face. Tears streamed down the specimen's face, and he grunted and breathed heavily, trying to suppress intense pain, but he had no signs of faltering. Odd. A complete defiance of death and logical self-preservation instincts. The goblin champion operated upon a similar basis before his own demise, but that, the collector could understand. The champion defied death for the fight, a fight engaged in part to defend the rest of his kind. In essence, a guarantee of preservation for the many in exchange for the loss of one, though certainly, the champion was worth far more than the remainder of his brethren. This was not that. This was pure irrationality. An intrinsic defect of the mind, it seemed. No matter the pain nor the threat of demise, this specimen's defective mind simply would not register them. The collector stared at the sorcerer's scrunched-up face with annoyance. The human wheezed out tight breaths with his head forced into the trunk. the wood crushing against his head while the collector's solid palm applied crushing pressure to his throat. Yet, these were only signs of physiological discomfort. The others the collector had interrogated, the soldiers and their leader, the scent of their fear had been different, and it came with a willingness to share information to preserve themselves. There was fear in this one, yes, but only in a natural response to imminent death, not in willingness to share. Did these tinkerers not value sharing information? Did they not wield it as a stand-in for their biological weakness? Yet, were they not living creatures desiring of self-preservation? Why would they desire so to withhold information when their lives, their greatest resource, was threatened? Why were they so defective? Culling these crippled primitives was a mercy. The collector did not hesitate. It tore the human's head from his body in one fluid motion that ended with the head falling into its maw. The collector watched as spurts of blood gurgled from the human's empty neck. It did not attach itself much to conceptions of wasting time. It could not extract information from this sorcerer in reasonable time, so it simply took the most efficient course of action. Dragging this weak specimen around for an extended period of time in the low probability that he suddenly desired to oblige the collector posed too many risks. The collector sliced through the araca threads with its claw and consumed the rest of the corpse. Biomass gained, +10, biomass level, 45 1/100ths. The collector noted that this sorcerer did not actually possess too much of the special property overloading biomass. It had roughly doubled that of the younger specimen from the pillar, but considering the scope of the sorcerer's capabilities and territory, the collector had expected far more. Disappointing. Yet, enlightening as to the nature of magic and its properties. There were direct mechanics as to how magic was utilized, rules it followed and differences among individuals that influenced it. There were signs of its activation. Costs to its usage. Methodology to its construction that involved time and research. Orders and organizational structures that regulated it. With punitive measures, if necessary. Direct ties with the gods. Sponsors of this phenomenon, operators of gates that possessed what was likely a resource necessary for the activation of magic. Control over elements, a crude term for general manipulation of certain natural phenomena. But more. Chaos as well, what seemed to be akin to atomic deconstruction, and a gate in of itself, and yet the cost to access it was heavy and forbidden. In many ways, this magic was organized in some ways like the technology of tinkerers the collector was already familiar with. Sounds. The collector turned to the purple-skinned variant and saw her awake. More information to be extracted. An interesting sample of genetic material as well, one tied to this chaos that had exhibited one of the more impressive shows of force in this world. /35 the purple-skinned variant stared at the collector. Neutral expression, she did not struggle against her bonds, nor did she exhibit any outward signs of fear. The stench of fear was absent from her. Likely, another defective specimen. The collector clipped its mandibles. This was what happened when evolutionary growth was allowed to develop without the guiding hand of the collective. It led to defects, aberrations that developed and compounded upon itself until finally, tinkerers arose, species that existed only to harvest and destroy their ecosystems and then move on to others. Regardless, the collector would still attempt to extract information. It approached her, but did not touch her, for it knew that she possessed some means to incapacitate those she came into contact with. Instead, the collector opened its mouth and extended its biotrigger. It ejected a short burst of reactive chemicals from its pyrolytic glands, and an instantaneous burst of flame burst forth, engulfing the variant's hand in a mirage of blue-tinted white. The cloud of flame lasted for a single instant to prevent a fire from starting in the forest, but that instant was enough to sear the purple-skinned variant's hand. The flesh warped, curling up and twisting into strands from the heat like paper crumpling under a match flame. The skin crisped and cracked, some parts already welling up into blisters. Interesting. It would seem that these purple variants, these demons, as they were called, possessed physiology extremely similar to that of humans. However, more durable. Even an instant of exposure to the collector's flame would have blackened human flesh into charred carbon. This specimen retained the relative structural integrity of her hand. The demon winced as she felt pain assault her, for the collector knew that among pain's burns were one of the more severe kinds to the nerves of humanoids. Yet, the specimen adjusted quickly, returning to neutral expression after an initial display of discomfort. The collector analyzed her. Physiologically, the specimen appeared to be quite young. If compared to the growth cycles of humans, then this variant would be approximately 12 to 14 years old. At a maturity level that would not indicate significant deterioration of neural functions. However, the collector could see outlines of healed wounds across the specimen's body. A network of lacerations, torn patches, and burns of all shapes and sizes. In such quantity that it seemed her entire body patterned with them. Judging from their dimensions, none caused through conventional biological weaponry such as jaws or claws. All caused through tools. Atop her forehead, there was a burn fashioned in the shape of a 9-pointed star. A crude visage of a solar body, it seemed. Likely, a marking seared into the flesh for classification purposes. The collector clipped its mandibles. It would seem this specimen had endured significant bodily harm to it over time under the manipulation of its fellow tinkerers. An explanation for its noteworthy pain tolerance. And a testament to the defects of the tinkerers. They were not united. They savaged and brutalized each other. Warred with each other. Did not know how to act for their own greater interest. For their own collective good. The collector would spare this specimen from the shortcomings of her brethren and induct her into the welcoming breadth of the collective. But first, she would have to earn that privilege with information. You too are a specimen that seems capable of utilizing this phenomenon known as magic. Yet, your apparent age indicates that you should not have significant degrees of experience with this magic. Still, you will answer my questions. The collector trained its bio-trigger on the purple-skinned variant's head, ready to melt her skull into liquid lest she attempt any sort of vocalization for magic. The purple-skinned variant nodded. She closed her eyes. The collector analyzed this movement, attempting to sense hostile intent. There was no telltale sign of magical activity, and then thank you. The collector clipped its mandibles in reaction. It heard the specimen's voice ringing not through its external auditory systems, but internally, through its minds, or, more specifically as it recognized, the latent genic channels imbued in its neurons. Thank you for killing them. I wanted to kill him for so very long. I wanted to kill them all. Seeing it happen, cease this genic communication, said the collector as it aimed the bio-trigger at the specimen's head. The collector possessed natural defenses against genic attacks in its original state, but right now, undeveloped as it was, it had some vulnerability to them, although it would still take a powerful genic to accomplish such a feat. Genics? Came the wondering thoughts of the specimen. She blinked, then opened her mouth. There was no tongue, just a root of flesh useless for vocalizing anything. Judging by the scar tissue surrounding the root, it was evident that the rest of the tongue had been torn off long ago. I can't talk. Not normally. I'm sorry, forgive me for being so broken. But I can help you. I have a feel for what you want. You want to know what magic is. I can do that for you. I can teach it. The collector noted the specimen's confusion of the word genics. Indicated a lack of experience with genics. Indeed, this did not feel entirely similar to the genic communications that the collector was already familiar with. It was weaker in presence. Not at all nearing the levels required to penetrate even the collector's current inborn genic defenses. The collector reassessed the specimen's threat level and decided that it would be more beneficial to obtain information from it. Provided, of course, the specimen did possess the adequate knowledge. You will tell me of this phenomenon, this magic, and you will explain it to me in sufficient detail such that it satisfies my understanding of it. Then, I will determine whether I may utilize it, said the collector. You can. You already are, a little bit. I may be worthless, but I know magic. I used to study it. I can see it. I see it in you. see it better than others. You have mana, latent mana, it was called, conveyed the specimen, lingering on the word latent with a degree of unfamiliarity like a word she had memorized in rote practice without truly understanding it. She stared at the collector with open eyes, and the collector noted then that her eyes did not hold much of anything in them. No conveyance of emotion. They were simply permanently screwed into a wide-eyed stare that once must have been the product of fear but now had carved itself deeply into her as a default expression. Beneath that gaze, her body language and mannerisms shows that there was no fear, no sense of self-preservation, merely a sense of aberrant stillness. Highly defective in the mind. Yet, unlike the aberrant sorcerer, it seemed willing to part with valuable information. A defect working towards the collector, then. I simply have to open your spirit roots. Then, you will know. You will see. I know that someone like me should not be asking anything of you, of anything from anyone, but for this, I want you to do something for me. The specimen's eyes managed to convey a slight shimmer of emotion. An aggressive emotion. The kind she had exhibited before when she had torn apart the younger human. Can you kill them? All of them? I don't care who. Humans, fairies, elves, Zyon, even the gods, if you can. /36 You desire the elimination of your fellow humanoids? The collector queried. The purple-skinned variant cringed, refusing to look directly at the collector. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask for anything. The collector clipped its mandibles. Curious. Your neural defect causes you to discard natural instincts for self-preservation and preservation of the social group, rather, you desire their demise. Yet, your request is unnecessary. The destruction of life upon this primitive rock is inevitable, regardless of your desires. Yet, to understand your intent is difficult. Explain why the elimination of your kind would be beneficial to you. Because I am broken, and I am worthless? The purple-skinned variant's lip trembled for a moment before setting cold and still. That's what they told me, all of them, all the horrible people, and at first, I didn't believe them. I didn't want to believe it. But the more I got hurt, I thought, maybe they're right. Nobody wants to save me because I'm worthless. That made me so confused because Mama always told me I was meant to do something big, that I meant something, but I'm not so sure what that means now. All I know is that people always take and take from me, and now, I want them to lose and lose as much as I have. I am too weak and broken and worthless to make them feel that, but you can do it. Pathetic, said the collector. It grew tired of this thing's defective prattling that discarded all the evolution that had led her to where she was now, all the instincts for self-preservation and, more importantly, the instinct to fight. You tinkerers always desire something other to compensate for your weaknesses. A technical breakthrough or tool or any manner of trinket to facilitate the faultiness of your forms and minds. You do not rely upon your own evolutionary might, and now, see where that has led you. A casualty not against predators, but of your own kind. Even now, you do not fight. Even prey fights when it is cornered, but even this fundamental instinct has been excised from you. The purple-skinned variant at first cringed at the collector's words, exhibiting fear for the first time not through a display of pain or force, but a verbal confirmation of her lowliness. Yet, as the collector ended its dialogue, the variant perked up, blinking, an expression of wondering beginning to tint the light of her eyes. I have confirmed your defectiveness, and see no more use in probing its nature. Now, tell me, why is it that you possess genic capabilities allowing you to establish links of mental communication, said the collector. The collector kept a close eye upon the purple-skinned variant as it listened. When it had spoken to humanoids previously, many times, they had felt significant confusion in attempting to interpret the collector's words. However, this humanoid understood, nodding along to the collector's wording. Likely, a result of genics. Genic communication was not limited by the boundaries of formulated, constructed speech and their conventions, particularly that created by tinkering species. Genic channels were how units within the collective communicated among themselves. A mind-to-flesh connection that conveyed intent in a manner that could not be misinterpreted or confused in the same way the faulty constructed languages of tinkerers were oft victim to. Higher units within the collective such as dominator-type collectors, queens, and of course, the collective hive mind itself, acted as nexuses of genic connections that controlled the masses of lesser units below them. The collector itself possessed developed genic channels that allowed it to command a limited number of its own units, though due to being optimized for individual combat capacity, this command capability did not extend beyond the control of 10 units. Still, these developed genic channels allowed the collector to quite easily resist any manner of genic interference, taking orders from only the highest of queens or the hive mind itself. Thus, tinkerers that possess genics would find it nigh impossible to control the collector or destroy its mind, for to do so would require overpowering the hive mind itself. Highly curious that this purple-skinned variant, this demon as she was called, possessed genics of any capacity. Genics could be independently developed by certain species. Among the federation that united various tinkering species against the collective, there was one, the Claixia, that possessed a particular affinity for it. Considering the remnants of unit, the language of the spacefaring humans, upon this world, it stood to reason that there may be remnants of genic-sensitive tinkerers. Perhaps this variant, this demon, was one such remnant. The purple-skinned variant took a few more seconds to process the collector's question, then nodded obediently. So that is what genics are. I still do not know fully what you mean, but I can guess now. I remember that things like me demons, can use our racial magic. Sapia, as it is called. It lets us link into minds. Into hearts. I am broken. My thul is gone, so I can only use Sapia with touch. Unless it is with other demons. She cocked her head, looking at the collector with curiosity. But you are different. I can connect with you, but you are not a demon. Of course not. I am unlike any of the primitive humanoids that may exist upon this world. I am no demon, nor am I comparable to any other tinkering species. I am vastly superior in biological construction, evolutionary adaptation, and collective purpose, said the collector. But you have not fully answered my question. Where does this ability, this sapia, originate from? The demon frowned. I am so sorry for being useless. I don't know, I've never read about where we get this from or what it is. It just is. From the genic communication, the collector recognized that the thul this demon spoke of was a spike-shaped growth comprised of interlocked, solidified hair fibers that acted as a channeling rod. This evidently had been torn from the specimen, limiting the range and output of her genic abilities. Further analysis of how the variant spoke of her genics indicated a distinct lack of familiarity with genics. Yet, cross-referencing with the collector's stored memory database did not indicate significant similarities. The Claixia were a bipedal, blind and four-armed species that possessed protrusions of flesh at the base of their heads rooted in their neural networks that acted as channels for their genics. This specimen possessed vast physiological differences from the average Claixia, and the only similarity, this construct of hair known as a thul, also was significantly different. Likely, this demon subspecies was an extremely distant remnant of the Claixia's colonizing efforts, and yet, odd. The Claixia and humans had warred against each other until the emergence of the collective to unite them against a common threat. Then how could both humans and Claixia leave remnants of their civilizations upon the very same world? The collector would not obtain answers to these questions from the specimen before it. She did not possess the adequate knowledge. However, knowledge of magic, more immediately useful information, should be present within her. Then tell me of this magic. You state that you are capable of teaching me this phenomenon, that I am already utilizing it in some capacity. Explain to me the connections that exist between the circuitry that appear on your bodies, the channeling points known as gates, and the species known as gods that seem to hold dominion over these energy sources. The purple-skinned variant cocked her head and raised her wide eyes up in thought, remembering. She bit her lip in concentration in the same nervous way a student would in trying to remember exam questions. Ah, I remember the teachings now. One of the first ones. She began to recite memorized knowledge, her eyes still looking up but without the nervousness now, more distant, going back to a place in her past that evidently was better than now, her usual tense, anxious expression mellowing out into one of academic focus. Every living being possesses spirit roots that line their bodies. Spirit roots congregate around core points which act as pumps to channel mana in and through the body. As their name suggests, spirit roots are spiritual in nature, intangible and yet anchored to the physical body. In many ways, they can be considered the spiritual cousins of blood vessels, with core points being equivalent to the heart. The destruction of the physical body or the heart will also lead to the destruction of spirit roots. In addition, explain to me this mana. I understand that it has ties to magic and this bodily system that encompasses the core point and spirit roots. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding. The purple-skinned variant's explanation was agreeable. It was not tainted by panic nor ignorance. It was pure recitation, some of which contained vocabulary that evidently exceeded her own understanding, and that also allowed the collector to confirm that this magic was indeed also a field of study, something that was learned and built up upon through experience and research. And this specimen was learned. She had memorized, yet she had not mastered. Expected considering the early stage of her growth. The purple-skinned variant nodded. She was more at ease now, and with her mind in the right place to remember, she spoke easier, faster. Mana is the essence of magic. Like how little pieces of dust can eventually build up into mountains, mana is the base component of it all, and in sufficient quantities, it can work miracles, or it can cause disasters. The key is in control. Mana is in the air around us all. It comes from the world itself, and it is imbued in every living thing. It is the miracle of life that cannot be explained. And more so, it is the miracle of thought, of emotion. Thus, the key is in control, and control is emotion. Living creatures that cannot experience emotion may possess mana, but they cannot express it. They cannot feel it and they cannot direct its flow. They enjoy only the basic essence of mana that allows them to live. With proper molding and control of emotions, one may shape the mana within oneself according to the color of their souls. /37 / Where is it that you have obtained this knowledge? Said the collector as it clicked its mandibles in further understanding. The specimen did not give the collector information that was specific to its questioning, and this likely was due to the fact that she herself did not fully grasp what she had memorized. She instead recited to the collector simply what she had committed to memory in its raw form, but even this information was vastly more useful than anything the other humanoids it had interrogated had proffered. The collector did not see any knowledge as waste. It would sift through whatever she gave it, picking apart what was useful and storing the rest. That was from the Elementary Study by Arjun the Wise. Published in 322 Posts Convergence. Peer-reviewed by the Order. First circulated by Woodblock Press, then in paper print, then, a record of knowledge, said the collector, halting the tide of drivel that came from her. It might have been fine with some levels of extraneous recitation, but it would have to steer her from too much rambling. You have committed a significant degree of knowledge in these topics to your mind. Are you alone in possessing this knowledge, or is it the norm among the rest of you tinkerers? Among the sorter of yours? I think I am special. Was special. I learned so much from Thorian, he was my teacher. She swallowed down a lump forming at her throat. Before they took him when they took me. He said I was special and that I learned so fast and got to know so much. The specimen grew quiet, processing her emotions. The collector clipped its mandibles. The quality of information you give deteriorates when it is outside the boundaries of your memorized knowledge, it seems, affected as it is through unlocked emotions. Then no matter, I will proceed to more useful questioning. I understand now the nature of mana and how it interacts with these bodily systems known as spirit roots. The presence of this thing known as a soul or spirit I will simply extrapolate as a primitive categorization of genic signatures. Now I will ask again, tell me this time the ties to the circuits inlaid within your bodies and the connections to gates and gods. The specimen nodded, snapped out of reminiscing once she heard the collector's voice. She tilted her head again and started to think again, taking some time to remember. Arjun says that when emotion fluxes, and when its flow is controlled, the core point opens. When the core point activates, the many spirit roots that all intersect upon it also awaken. The initial burst of emotion used to activate the core point is often called a trigger, though it may go by different names in the other realms. However, across all 7 realms, even in Avesta, the elusive realm of astral waters, the fundamental mechanics of magic remain the same: draw upon the trigger, open the core point, then maintain an equilibrium of emotional output to control the flow of magical energy throughout the spirit roots. For further teachings on the trigger, see Chapter 11 in Book 2. The specimen continued to recite from her memories, and in this regard, her mind was far superior to any of the conventional humans the collector had encountered before. Now, merely using an emotional trigger to activate the core point allows the self to channel mana. In many ways, this is already enough for marvelous effects to be seen within the body. By constantly channeling mana, exercising its flow in varying rates and methods within the body, the physical form may be vastly strengthened. This is the essence of what those in the realm of Zen, the foremost masters of manipulating internal bodily mana, chi as they call it, call martial arts, or better known here in Terra as tempering or body strengthening. For many, this is enough, and even possessing the natural talent to open one's core point is a rare trait seen in exceedingly few individuals. Various studies in my peers among the Order in the Sundan Empire's 5 circles have attempted to pinpoint a direct percentage of the populace that are magic sensitive, but as of now, it is impossible to pinpoint accurate numbers as there are simply too many factors such as environment and upbringing that play into this statistic. Still, it is safe to approximate that less than 30% of humans on Terra are magic sensitive, and among those, perhaps only half possess spirit roots in any appreciable quantity and quality. But among sorcerers such as myself and those reading this tome, is the strengthening of the body merely enough? Why limit ourselves when the gods themselves allow us the miraculous means of shaping and forming mana to manifest visible effects upon the physical world? This is where the principle of connections and gates come into play. With the descent of the gods from Etheria and the merging of all 7 realms in the momentous event known as the Convergence, magic as we know it emerged. The normal mortal body cannot extend their spirit roots beyond their own physical forms, but the gods have liberated us from this limitation. Specifically, the Gate Connect principle has revolutionized the way we can channel mana. The great gods above embody certain concepts or elements, becoming gates that allow mortals to link our spirit roots to, thus becoming connected. Through a connection to a divine gate, one may channel mana in a way that corresponds to what that gate embodies. Take the 5 that fly with their jeweled wings in the forest realm of 4 eyes. In devoting themselves to Grain the Winged, goddess primarily of love and also of beauty, union, swans, flowers and forests, the 5 are known to charm the hearts of men, to form powerful bonds with each other, linking their roots even with other living beings, and twist all that is green and growing upon the earth to their will. The collector sensed that the purple-skinned specimen was about to recite memories that went off to another tangent. It did not mind so much this additional information, all of it would prove useful, but it still did not like to waste time. It honed her memories down, focusing them. By what mechanism is it that these spirit roots are capable of connecting to the gates these gods embody? The purple-skinned variant blinked. 12. Let me see. That's another book. I think it was The Connection by Island of the Summer Court. Would it be in Chapter 5? No, it was 9. She started to recite, and her tone of voice shifted, mimicking a little the tone of the writer of this record of knowledge. Take your heart, your soul, all your emotions, all you who wish to become unbound and connected. Take those precious pieces that form heat and warmth within your chests and devote them in service to your God. The connecting ritual will be different from God to God. For our beloved Grain, it is in partaking of her rainbow scales, allowing her warm essence to fill our own wings. Other rituals may be harsher. In Zen, It is said that the stripe-furred herons must bind their feet to the earth for an entire year before they may connect to their earth goddess. Regardless, it is not so much the ritual itself that matters, but the prayer, and prayers are uttered from the heart. So long as you devote yourself to your God during the connecting, then you will become connected. Stripes of light will appear upon your body, and this, you will know and appreciate as a sign of your devotion. The further your devotion, the stronger your connection becomes, and the more these stripes will grace the breadth of your fragile mortal form, a sign that you are blessed by the gods themselves. The collector clenched its mandibles in irritation. I see now. So it is that these gods are simply a superior species that has enslaved your kind. They hoard gates, a primary function of this resource, this magic, among themselves, sharing it only among you lessers in exchange for devotion. Useless to me. I will not submit myself to any primitive, no matter how great they consider themselves, for my purpose and loyalty lie within the infinitely grander purpose of the collective. But this other magic, this body strengthening and tempering does pique my interest. No doubt, this was what the other special humans utilized to grant themselves physical capabilities beyond their fragile biological means, and this comes solely from the merits of their own structure, not in some false veil of benevolence handed down by a god. /38 The collector sensed that enough time had passed for it to begin moving. Daylight began to seep through the leafy folds of the forest canopy above. It did not want to stay in this area for long due to the risk of continued humanoid investigations. However, it also did not wish to lose the purple-skinned variant as a valuable source of information yet. From the purple-skinned variant's rambling, the collector had learned much. Almost all it needed to know of this magic phenomenon as well as a great deal of this world. It would continue to extract as much information as possible from her until it became no longer feasible to do so, at which point, she would be welcomed into the collective for her service. You will continue to provide me with information as I move. You will not struggle, nor will you attempt escape, though I sense that you already understand this. The collector used one of its finger claws to cut the 3 strands of webbing tying the purple-skinned specimen to the tree. The specimen fell down to her knees when she hit the forest floor, her body exhausted beyond measure. Curious. It seemed her mind operated independently in terms of energy expenditure from the rest of her body, maintaining an active sharpness to it even as the rest of her bodily functions failed. And you will provide me with a sample of your biomass. My processing power is such that I do not require whole, live specimens, but there still must be enough complex biomass to sufficiently extract a genetic code from. For you, I calculate a hand's worth is sufficient. The collector knelt down by the specimen and pointed a clawed finger at her burned hand. This hand will no longer function to any proper degree. The flame from my pyrocytic glands is both incendiary weapon and biological hazard. The flesh and skin here may recover, but the nerves will never restore properly. This chunk of biomass is useless for you. But it is useful to me. Useful? The specimen looked up to the collector with cocked head. She looked wonderingly at her hand, her lavender eyes setting atop cracked, blistered, and broken skin. I can be useful? Yes. For the grand purpose of the collective, your biomass sample will be appreciated, said the collector. With compromised nerve function in that hand, removal at the correct angle will yield minimized pain. Pain within the threshold of your increased tolerance, I estimate. Okay, agreed the specimen. She looked up and closed her eyes, expecting some pain. I'm used to this. Sometimes, the shiny men would take parts of me off. Grow them back. Take them off again. That hurt a lot. I don't think this will be as bad. The collector straightened out an index finger, its 4 eyes flashing yellow under its hood of carapace as it calculated an angle of incision. Then, it slashed its finger downwards, the monomolecular edge cleaving the specimen's hand from her thin, bony wrist in a clean, instantaneous cut. Before the severed hand could even fall to the ground, the collector swept it up and tossed it into its mouth, devouring it wholesale in a single fluid motion. Biomass gained, +3, biomass level, 48/100ths. Genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, Black hobgoblin, human, lesser Anna, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon. The purple-skinned specimen winced as she stared at the stub where her hand used to be. As expected, she handled the pain, nor could she vocalize any to attract attention. Small spurts of blood began to trickle from the open wound. Not so bad," said the specimen as she stared at her empty wrist as if she had seen that sight countless times before. The collector used its fingertips to guide the strands of silk previously binding her, looping one strand her wrist and tightening it, preventing further blood loss. With a claw, it cut the strand. "I will mobilize away from potential human presences now. You will continue to provide me information while I move. In order to efficiently transport you, you will be bound and tethered to me." The collector guided the rest of the strands around her body before tying the 3 lines of silk into one thicker, anchoring strand around one of its araco legs. It bound her arms and legs, but it only did so to prevent her from flailing and making transportation difficult. Even without the bindings, she would be in no condition to escape or resist the collector, nor would her genix manage to effect it. These strands were more in place to keep the specimen anchored to the collector and minimize risks. The collector shortened the length of silk by wrapping it several times around the araco leg, forming a short leash by which he carried the specimen. She was small, just half the size of the collector's arm. Not much of an impediment, though she did compromise the collector's ability to enter its 8-legged form. But combat-wise, little degradation of function. And in the case of a particularly difficult battle, she could simply be tossed aside. For now, the collector set on a path to the dark woods where it was highly unlikely that humans would interfere. Considering the dimensions of the forest biome as indicated by the map the collector had analyzed prior, the Darkwoods was just as large as this lighter zone, if not even larger, and so that meant there was plenty of space to inhabit before it would encounter threats such as the goblins. There would be no threats until they reached the Darkwoods, in any case, and even there, consistent flares with pyrolytic glands would output sufficient light to prevent insectoid interference. Enough time to learn more of magic, to utilize it, even, so long as it did not involve groveling before some tinkerer fashioning itself as a deity. The collector stood at the edge of the ravine separating the light zone of the forest from the dark woods. The raging rush of water flowing and crashing upon rocks sounded below. No doubt, a current of this speed and size led out to a greater water body. Notable. There were significant stretches of water upon this planet. Would be useful to possess aquatic life forms. Especially now that it had grasped the nature of mana. From listening to the purple-skinned variant on the way here, the collector realized it was mana that allowed certain creatures to grow beyond their limits, and, as the collector came to understand, what allowed itself to retain a vast majority of its strength even when it shrunk its form. Thus, it realized that it did not have to wait until it could hunt down an aquatic life form equivalent to its current size, a significant danger, to efficiently assume its form. The collector rappelled down the edge of the sheer cliff face using its araco legs like picks. The purple-skinned specimen dangled from one of them, her form sprawled over the collector's back for stability. Right above the rushing water's edge, the collector stopped, compound eyes focused intently for any specimen to fish for. As the collector stared at the flowing water, it reminded itself of mana. Mana did not operate by any known physical or natural laws. It was in essence a particulate of raw creation, something that should not exist and yet charge this world's life and environs in enormous quantities. The substance seemed to have no inherent limitations of its own, but it did follow sets of rules that followed logically. For example, there was a method to circulate mana internally throughout the body known as flow. Accelerating that flow would strengthen the body physically. Then there was guard, a method to condense mana in certain spots to greatly increase the durability of certain areas. However, one could not utilize both at the same time with great effectiveness for they were inherent opposites to the other. Flow required an even spread of mana throughout the whole body while guard required condensation in one point. In these ways, mana could be considered a body of water. A finite resource. Those with more spirit roots and better cores possessed deeper wells. Those with better experience could circulate the water better, do more with smaller amounts of it. Regardless, some currents, some methods of utilizing Rana, clashed with others, preventing concurrent usages or increasing drain. A flicker of blurred movement underneath the water's surface. The collector reacted instantaneously, one of its Araka legs spearing down. The claw-tipped leg broke through the water with a splash, and with the appropriate calculations to account for the water refracting light and distorting vision, the leg struck true. The collector withdrew its leg from the water and brought up a wriggling fish to its face. The creature was simple. Half a meter long lengthwise. Gills for circulating oxygen through the water, a desirable adaptation. Sets of dorsal, ventral, and caudal fins along with a sleek body for hydrodynamic movement. Black scales that grew dark in the water for obscuration purposes. Weak and mundane compared to many of the creatures it had previously devoured. A remembrance of the worm. The collector suppressed a flare of warmth in its chest. Desire to fight and consume a worthy opponent. Would require more strength beforehand. The collector devoured the fish in one gulp. Biomass gained, +2, biomass level, 51/100ths, genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon, dull-scale Ro'u. Tell me, are there predators of significant danger in these waters? Said the collector. I don't know. I haven't studied much about fish. I don't know where we are, either, came the response from the demon. We are in a forest known as an Inda'ura to the natives of this land, located within a greater region of a governed body known as Sunda, said the collector. Ah! Sunda, the land of sorcerers. I have always wanted to come here. A long time ago, I did. But not like this. The variant wriggled on the collector's back, taking a look up at the ravine and the grass and forests lying atop the cliff face. Does not seem so special, though. This land is largely untainted by the corruption of tinkering advance. There is much life that grows here unbound by the artificial limitations imposed by the approach of tinkering civilization. Only the neutral hand of evolution guides the life here. This biome may not mean much in the grand scheme of the collective, but it is still worth far more than any towering cluster of spires built upon the corpses of nature that you tinkerers are so fond of, said the collector. What is the collective? Purpose incarnate. Herald to a vision of a fully realized and complete evolutionary path, the first and only one of its kind. And I am herald to it, soldier for its great purpose until it is realized fully. What is it like? In the collective, there is naught but pure life. Countless life forms across many planets and evolutionary branches all unified to one single purpose of growth. There is none of the self-destructive discord that plagues you tinkerers. All are one. The demon slipped into quiet thought. I sense you are largely unfamiliar with this land. Unable to provide me with necessary information as to the dangers of this aquatic biome. Then I will risk no more and move on. The collector looked up to the other side of the ravine. Its muscles started to swell as it charged up the coil boosters in its legs. With the legs alone, it could not reach high up enough, but with careful lift generated from its single wing, it could. With the appropriate calculations performed, the collector leapt up, rock shattering from its feet as it sailed up in the sky. With flutters of its wing, it flew up higher and higher, sailing up several meters over the opposite edge of the ravine before landing upon solid ground again. It stared up at the edge of the dark woods, seeing the trees rise up like a wall of darkness. It clipped its mandibles. This biome would suit its needs. Not only to conceal it, but also in finally tearing the goblin thrall from limb to limb. /39 / the purple-skinned variant stirred from the collector's back. You can fly? She said. The collector brought the Araco leg she was tethered to in front of its face. With the correct adaptations, airborne maneuverability is but a basic form of locomotion for me, said the collector. It clipped its mandibles. Now that I have ascertained the enriching nature of this planet's atmosphere, it would be prudent to assimilate a species with appropriate flight structures better equipped for aerial movement than this beetle. Yet, A distinct lack of airborne species apparent in this area. Ah, I remember, said the specimen, her eyes alight with recognition. It is early summer, I think, and during this time, I have heard that in Sunda, large swarms of locusts will cloud the sky. Big swarms of big locusts that can even eat people whole. Usually, the birds leave this place then. I see. The collector clipped its mandibles. Yet, I have not ascertained the existence of such creatures so far. When there is a monsoon rain, they will fly is what I have heard. Though I have never seen it myself. I would like to see that, too. I read much about many things, but I never saw much of it. The collector could sense the humidity of the surrounding atmosphere through its sensitive hair's adaptation and the moisture-absorbent spiracles dotting its carapace. With these, it could approximate the onset of rainfall, yet, the reliability of the predictions were unstable. Still, it would be prudent to consume one of these airborne creatures, these locusts, when they appeared. For now, the collector did not place flight on a high priority. It knew that this world might not have possessed significantly advanced technology, but in its place, magical constructs existed, and these could be even more dangerous, even more unpredictable. Becoming airborne was an exceptionally easy way to become an easy and visible target prone to discovery by even the most basic of sensory systems. I always wanted to fly, said the specimen. She stared down at the ground as she dangled from her silken bonds. Then, she looked up, to the sunlit sky before it would cease to be visible in the choking darkness of the dark woods. Everything seems so simple up there. So free. With wings like the birds, you can just go up and run away and never look back down. The collector clipped its mandibles and began to move into the dark woods. Ridiculous. You would desire an adaptation beyond your means simply as a means of escape? That is fundamentally a mindset of prey species that exist under the constant fright of death by superior jaws or superior muscles. They do not choose to fight. They choose to flee. Thus, they grovel at the lower rungs of the food chain. That you would be content to waste an adaptation simply on such means proves to me only further that you tinkerers are merely compensating for inherent weakness with your trinkets and technology and now this magic. Stripped from the crutches that support your debilitating weaknesses, all of you are merely but prey. The specimen grew quiet, fearful of the collector. I'm sorry, she began. The collector glided under the endless shadow of the dark woods, hearing the distant chitter and chatter of insects on the forest floor. An expression of apology? Unneeded. This is simply the nature of tinkerers such as yourselves. It cannot be changed. Remorse for the unchangeable is impractical. A waste of mental resources. Instead, divert those resources better towards providing me with information. The collector knew it would take time for this purple-skinned variant to grant it all the information it wished to know, and so instead of wasting time, it hunted while she spoke to it. The insects of the darkwoods were largely tactile creatures that sensed movement through vibrations channeled through the air. However, the purple-skinned specimen communicated through genic channels, leaving her undetected to the writhing masses below. The collector's Araka arms stabbed down in precise and mechanical motions, skewering 2 beetles and 1 centipede. It consumed as it moved, its Araka arms raining down like homing missiles to cull some of the endlessly writhing mass of bugs at its feet. Biomass gained, +1, biomass gained, +1, biomass gained, +1, biomass level, 53/100ths, genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon, dull scale ro'u, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle. Gaining biomass was slow as the creatures of the darkwoods no longer provided much nourishing mass, but it was better than doing nothing while the specimen spoke. Excerpt from the compiled scrolls of the First Circle, published 500 PC, began the specimen. The collector listened as she regurgitated information, this time about the types of magic. As she did so, it continued to hunt. Only once it had a full grasp of magic would it decide to incorporate it within its combat systems, for though it was inclined to utilize magic, It wished to know as much about it as possible beforehand. By the time the specimen had sated the collector's curiosity, it would hopefully have hunted enough to reach the next metamorphosis level to heal all of its wounds. With both a fully restored, level 6 metamorphosis form and magic, the collector would finish what it had started. It would annihilate the goblin thrall and their self-styled lord as well as any survivors that did not possess notable information. The collector hunted for 2 hours. Hunting became more difficult past an hour, for after eliminating 24 lesser insectoid specimen, the majority of the rest, even through their simple minds, came to sense the collector as an apex predator among bottom feeders, and they fanned out, ceasing to busy themselves with devouring each other to save themselves. This meant the collector had to wade in further and further into the dark woods for prey, and too far in would lead back to the expansive nest of jumping Araka. That area, the collector wished to avoid. It was difficult to hunt there, and hunting the Araka themselves was risky, for one misstep could trigger a chain reaction of Araka leaping down and swarming the collector. The collector instead did not move straight into the dark woods but traveled in a circular path around its edge. Throughout the time it took to hunt, the collector had bid the purple-skinned specimen to continue talking. In this way, she enlightened the collector much on the nature of magic. There were 2 types of magic, it seemed. The first was the kind that came from the gods, and though it was vexing, it seemed that it was not technology that granted these gods dominion over natural phenomena, but this substance known as mana emitted naturally from this world. Magic granted by the gods in their gates was known more specifically as sorcery. It involved portioning a percentage of an individual's spirit roots to a deity and its gate, hence the appearance of luminescent circuitry. The greater the spread of this circuitry throughout the body, the more of this sorcery an individual could utilize. This, however, came at the cost of being unable to utilize the connected spirit roots for body strengthening purposes. In this way, there were trade-offs. Sorcerers often held a vast breadth of spells that could manifest a great many external effects, but at the same time, this left their physical bodies frail and unenhanced. Then there was magic of the body, where mana that naturally flowed through the physical form could be channeled and shaped according to the user's will. This was called body strengthening or martial arts, and in the case of certain beasts that could utilize magic without bowing to any god, primal magic. Thus, in broad terms, magic that manifested externally was in the realm of the gods while magic manifested internally was inherent in all living beings sensitive to mana. There were exceptions, however. Some humanoids by virtue of imbibing mana in different environments could develop abilities inherent to their bodies. The humans of the northern lands apparently possessed extraordinarily durable skin that made them resistant to both shock and cold. Some of the humans of this land known as Sunda possessed eyes sensitive to the flow of mana, allowing them to easily create and operate magical constructs or identify the nature of magical threats. These were termed Indra, abilities inherent to the biological composition of individuals created from growth in specific mana-rich environments. The Genetic ability of the demons known as Sapia fell into this category as well. A form of evolution enhanced by magic. Beyond Indra, there were certain abilities developed by a small portion of the humanoid populace known as Ethra. These were called manifestations of the soul, and they were powers that seemingly had no rules to adhere to, all of them being expressly unique to the individual that harbored them. Those with Ethra were generally military units of the highest caliber, often adventurers of high merit. The collector knew now that the adventurers it had slaughtered before were nothing. These adventurers, humanoids specialized to defeat creatures, monster as they called them, had their strength ranked on a scale that ranged from 1 to 10 stars. The adventures the collector devoured were all merely 1 star. A stroke of sheer luck that the collector had crash-landed upon this part of the world, this remote, largely uninhabited land where apparently only the weakest of the humanoids dwelled. And the nature of this power, this Ethra, was troublesome. On account of expressing the uniqueness of the individual, the manifestation of the power was highly variable. From the specimen's recitation of certain records and tales, the collector came to know the nature of a few documented Ethra. There was one that could change a man into a beast. one that could negate any kinds of harm, one that could seize the heart with but mere eye contact, and potentially countless more. Yet, the collector came to realize a common pattern among all magical phenomena: rules. Though magic and mana itself might have seemed limitless in a broad scope, they in practicality manifested with hard-coded rules that restricted their usage. The Ethera, for example. The man who could shift his frail form into that of a monstrous beast would lose the fine-tuning of his sanity as time went on. The one that could negate any kinds of harm could only do so while his feet were planted upon the ground. The one whose gaze could halt cardiovascular functions had hers eliminated when her stare was shown back to her through a reflective surface. These limits became less defined with sorcerers that had an array of spells to choose from. The collector remembered the female sorcerer it had devoured that had chanted the word, fireball, in unison to manifest a gout of flame. Already, the collector could make various new conclusions as to the link between unison, gods, and sorcerers, but for now, it assessed the combat threat of magic. Sorcerers were limited to the spells belonging to the gate they connected to, and there was a limit to the number of spells they knew based upon their natural talent and the degree of their connection. Thus, the collector analyzed, in battle with magically sensitive individuals, it was imperative to scope out these limitations and exploit them. More difficult in practice. If these individuals had unique abilities, then they would have unique limits. Every altercation among them would be a wholly new challenge of analytics. /40 The collector clipped its mandibles. Assimilating this world would be far more of a challenge than it had initially thought. Especially now that it had also ascertained the higher ends of strength from tales the purple-skinned specimen recited. Though primitive tinkerers were often prone to exaggeration in their documentation, if the variant was correct in her recitations, then the strongest of these magic-sensitive tinkerers, the highest end of their sorcerers and adventurers and martial artists, would possess power easily capable of matching nuclear-level ordnance. The gods were above even that threshold. By several orders of magnitudes, if the specimen was to be believed. Yet, they did not appear much from their homes, this place known as Etheria, merely inhabiting temporary bodies known as avatars that severely weakened them. In conclusion, threat from gods low. But conflict eventually inevitable. The collector would have to grow far, far stronger. The same feeling it had felt when it nothing but a grub, the lowest form of organism in the collective hive mind. Yet, with this realization, the collector could not help but feel heat growing within it. Heat that came from the mana colored from its own personality. Heat that made it glad that this world would be a challenge, a heretical thought, and yet, a pleasant one. The collector sat down hunched over, feeling the weight at its back lighter from a missing wing and tail. Now that it had some combat capability, it would do well to redevelop its regenerative functions, though to do so, it would first have to restore 3 other adaptations in its internal systems to build up to it. A total of 4 more metamorphosis levels, then. It clipped its mandibles. In the grand scheme of things, that was not a significant amount, and the ease of reaching metamorphosis levels early on was also why it had not prioritized adapting regeneration, for not only were initial ranks of regeneration slow, but simply reaching additional metamorphosis levels would allow for full body restoration anyway. Do you need water? One of the collector's eyes glanced at the purple-skinned specimen. Her silk bonds were severed from her temporarily as she rested by a hole of water. She cupped a tiny puddle of water in her hand, holding it out to the collector. Unnecessary. The spiracles laden within my hyperalloy carapace are capable of extracting moisture from the atmosphere for constant hydration. Do not presume my adaptations are as primitive and meager as yours are, tinkerer, said the collector. I'm sore, began to specimen before she stopped herself, remembering what the collector had said to her about apologies. It clipped its mandibles as it analyzed the watering hole. The hole was large enough to be nearly a small swamp on its own, and it seemed that the water came from a small stream that broke off from the nearby river. Yet, odd. No larger insect species gathered around this area. They, like the collector, could subsist off of moisture in the air for extended periods of time, but they were far less efficient. At the least, some of them should be here. The collector analyzed the surface of the water. A layer of scum from dead, small insects and dark wood plant matter floated at top, and the purple-skinned specimen patted these away as she scooped up more water for herself to fuel her fragile body. Her eyes glowed purple even through the shade of the dark woods. Magical light, the collector knew now. And what allowed her to see even in this pitch blackness. But even with such adaptations, she had plenty of deficiencies. Unlike the collector, she required rest, but even now, she could be useful. More information. I am sufficiently learned of the gods, adventurers, sorcerers, mana and magic at a basic level where I can now form a framework with which to assess them and deal with them. The finer details I will no doubt compile with further experiences. Tell me now the organizations of humanoids and their variants so that I may formulate a method of attack against them. The way these realms work. How they are accessed. How these gods in their realm designated as Etherian may be encountered. I don't know. Not well. All I ever learned from Thorian was magic. Not where it came from or what it did. He never taught me much about the outside world. He said it wasn't good for me. That people wouldn't like me. I didn't believe him. She touched her face, a small finger running across a deep scar stretching from lip to eye. Now I do. The collector clipped its mandibles as it felt the specimen's mind stray from the topic at hand. I will focus my questioning. According to the observations I have gathered thus far, it is noted that there are 7 realms upon this miserable rock. What exactly these realms entail escapes me. From wording revolving around them, I do not sense that they are necessarily geographically adjacent territories staked out by humanoids and demarcated with arbitrary borders. Yes, you're right, nodded the specimen. This, I remember from one of my readings. The 7 realms are like dot-like layers. 7 whole worlds all stacked atop each other, pinned down and given structure by the Altri. Each layer aside from Etheria, high realm of the gods, is a reflection of the other, all of them different shades of the very same world. The collector parsed the specimen's full meaning through the aid of Genix. 7 geographically distinct areas that inhabit the same pocket of space and yet occupy independent existences? Vexing to consider, yet, this world possesses unfathomable properties that do not allow me to discount even the most improbable of scenarios. How is it then that travel occurs between these realms when spatially, they all occupy the same world? Through the usage of realm roots, explained the specimen. The largest of the Altri's spiritual roots pass through every realm. It is said that in the beginning before the gods, the Altri spawned all life from its seeds, and that is why life possesses spirit roots. From the Altri's roots come mana, and atop its realm roots, the equivalents of core points among living beings. The barrier between realms grows thin and mana grows thick. This combination allows warp temples to be built atop them. Through these temples, one may pass between realms. The collector stirred, clicking its mandibles. Hearing the word warp had immediately triggered it to recognition and planning. I sense that these warp temples are structures capable of possessing the means to access a form of hyperspace. This is what allows you primitives to travel between different worlds. Yes, I think that is right, said the specimen. The collector stood up, hyperalloy carapace clicking into battle-ready armoring as it felt the grand vision of the collective's purpose drawing near. If these primitives possessed a means to engage with hyperspace warp travel, then their doom was inevitable. Is something wrong? Came the specimen's mental voice. The collector ignored her, knowing now the collective's approach would be near. All collector strains were capable of interfacing with hyperspace warp. This along with limited independence were some of the most significant traits that separated the collectors from other units in the collective. These primitives might only have known how to operate their warp travel to access 7 worlds, but the collector could do far more with it. Provided it reached a sufficient metamorphosis level, it could easily call out to the collective, and then this world would fall. It checked its current status, metamorphosis level 5, biomass level, 90/100ths, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon, dull scale roe, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect. Adaptations: ultrafiber muscles rank 5, coil boosters, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 4, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 4, weapon systems, monomolecular claws rank 3, pyrocyclitic glands rank 2, native adaptations, ? Current form, great arena, jumping areca, stone crusher beetle, giant scorpion. The next metamorphosis level was close. Starting from level 10, the collector might not be able to open a warp gate by itself, that was the domain of the collective hive mind, but it could interface enough with a hyperspace-sensitive vessel to deliver the genic charge it utilized to connect to the collective at a far greater range. Of course, the collector realized, the challenge of assimilating this world would be gone, and in that, it felt some disappointment, but when it reconnected with the collective, these heretical thoughts would be purged from its being as well. Tell me more of these warp temples. Where? The collector immediately tensed up as it felt an object approaching at extreme velocity. From the other end of the pond. The movement of a sizable mass splashing from under the water. Obstacle-covered nature of the water's surface made visual identification difficult. Frequencies of sound and volume of water displaced however indicated mass significantly more developed than any of the insectoids the collector had encountered in this area before. A threat. /41 / the collector waved the purple skinned specimen back. Leave this area. Do not stray far from the clearing, for there are other predators that will devour you. But do not interfere. Maintain adequate distance. The purple-skinned variant nodded quickly before picking herself up on shaky legs, stumbling over herself to leave. The collector took steps back from the pond's edge, watching as great bands of water rippled as the bulk of the creature approached at great speeds. The entire pond must have been 150 meters in length, and this creature crossed it within a time span of 10 seconds. That the creature did not cause enormous splashes of water indicated that it traveled at some depth as well. Even more impressive as a testament to its speed and strength that it could power through denser, deeper water with such ease. The collector clipped its mandibles in eager anticipation. Good. It was growing bored of the lack of challenge. It stepped back from the edge of the pond, for it did not yet have adaptations to safely fight within aquatic environments. The rippling waves of water approached faster and faster, and then, right before they came to the pond's edge, disappeared for an instant. The collector tensed its body up, carapace clinking into defensive posture while its sensitive hairs raised up, primed to predict any attack. The edge of the pond erupted in an enormous geyser of muddy water that obscured the creature's initial angle of attack. And this creature was exceptionally fast. Far faster on land than it was on water. The collector's sensitive hairs picked up the movement of a scythe-like limb whistling into its left side a mere moment before impact. The collector reacted the very instant it received the sensory input. The 3 areca legs on its left side curled around its body like miniature shields while it raised its thicker, humanoid left arm as a sturdier last line of defense beneath the areca legs. A shattering echo pinged across the vast and dark breadth of the dark woods as carapace slammed against carapace in a shower of sparks that lit up for the briefest of instants before the dark woods, shadowed witnesses to this battle, devoured the light. The collector skidded several meters across the ground, driving its legs down to prevent itself from falling over from the impact of the blow. Behind its 2 legs, piles of mud drew up. It clipped its mandibles. An extremely powerful blow. One of the strongest it had taken so far. Its 3 left areca legs were crushed in half, dangling uselessly by its side. A small chip started to flower from the collector's more heavily armored, heavily muscled left arm. A shrill, siren-like roar emerged from the collector's opposition, and the collector too clipped its mandibles and growled in opposition. The collector analyzed its threat. With water dripping from its sleek red carapace was an insectoid creature. That much was unsurprising. What was noticeable was its sheer bulk. In pure size, the creature must have been almost as tall as the collector even while it stood on 6 legs. 6 meters in height. A large, oversized abdomen compared to its thorax and small head. a design optimized for battle. The abdomen was heavily armored in red carapace covered in black spikes, protecting its vital organs. Its head was guarded by its two massive front legs that were more than 3 times the size of the others. The front legs were far more heavily armored and also covered in spines, their ends tapering off into hooked blades of carapace. These legs could be used as both bludgeoning clubs or slicing weapons, and it was one of these that had dealt damage to the collector's left side. A lengthy proboscis lay tucked under the insectoid's head. Likely, from its positioning, not utilized for battle, but more for feeding. The collector clipped its mandibles in interest. The enormous insectoid had staked upon the various spines lining its carapace corpses. Corpses mainly of jumping araca, though there were other insects there as well. These corpses formed an additional layer of protection shielding the insect and also obscured its scent greatly, for the corpses did not seem to be in any state of decay. 2 cloudy white compound eyes settled on the collector, and the collector could tell then that this creature was not entirely brainless. It too was analyzing the collector, standing still for the moment to size up its chances. The collector liked its chances. The creature had sizable bulk, it was true, but without water to counterbalance the awkwardly oversized front legs, it would have trouble outmaneuvering the collector on land. Its blows might have been powerful, but dodging them and taking the insectoid side would be easy. From there, the collector's monomolecular claws would chip into the insectoid's carapace. The collector's claws were too small right now to make any single blow a lethal one, but taking the insectoid side and striking the same area 4 to 6 times would likely yield wounds deep enough to reach vital organs. First, the collector would have to tear off the insectoid corpses impaled upon the creature. Pyrocytic glands were optimal here but difficult to use. They required some time to wind up, and this creature's maneuverability might have been suboptimal, but its capacity to charge in a linear direction was likely on par with the collector's own speed. As the collector set into this battle plan, something surprised it. The insectoid, having finished assessing the collector, changed its behavior and shuddered. The spines dotting its carapace began to move, shifting around its body. Spines from the back came to the front. The collector clipped its mandibles in mild interest. These spines did not display insectoids, but instead humanoids. 6 humanoids all exhibited towards the collector, their bodies attached to the insectoid through spines impaled through their chests. Hairs on the spines hooked into the flesh, keeping them solidly attached. The humanoids lacked eyes, only the hollows of their sockets showing, and their skin was shriveled from excessive exposure to the pond water, but they too, like the insectoid corpses, remained in relatively fresh condition. And they spoke. "Help.me. Help," came one wheezing voice from the mouth of a human male. "Save me. Please," came another voice from a furred humanoid female. The collector noticed that their mouths and throats moved in precise, mechanical ways while the rest of their bodies remained still. Auditory confirmation indicated a lack of heartbeat in all of the corpses. They were being puppeted, or, more likely, simply programmed to utter these lamentations. The insectoid inched closer to the collector, waving the humanoids towards the collector. The collector understood. This insectoid had assessed the collector, found that it was bipedal, and assumed that it too was a humanoid of some sort. Thus, this display of humanoids in an attempt to appeal to a sense of compassion. The collector clipped its mandibles as it decided on a course of action. /42 / there was not a single moment of hesitation. The collector opened its maw and withdrew the bio-trigger for its pyrocytic glands. It extended its snake-like tongue in front of its face, the faceted, spherical bulb of the bio-trigger aligning like a scope sight right at the insectoid. The insectoid paused for a moment in palpable surprise. Evidently, this approach had worked for it many times before against humans. But the collector was far, far from a human. The tubular pyrocytic glands at the roof of the collector's mouth flexed and unleashed its combustible chemicals in a full force and full power spray. The jet stream of white, steaming hot chemicals slammed against the friction-inducing, reactant-coated bulb of the bio-trigger. In a burst of light so intense that even the darkwood trees, heralds of shadow and devourers of light as they were, struggled to contain the shine of white. A stream of white, blue-tinted fire spiraled out, washing over the insectoid in a massive, conical wave that utterly wreathed the entirety of its body. At this range, spurts of the reactant chemicals from the collector's mouth also drenched the insectoid, ensuring continuous burning. The insectoid let loose a piercing cry as it writhed from side to side, its body twisting and turning as it processed enormous damage to itself. Under the purging aura of white flames gracing its body, the humanoid corpses at war so confidently melted away in mere seconds, and soon, the Araka corpses followed, curling up at first with a heat before melting and disintegrating. The insectoid's own carapace began to crack and melt, and its two cloudy white compound eyes were the first to go, shriveling up into charred cinders. The ends of two long antennae sprouting from its face blackened, melting away at their tips. The insectoid scrambled back to the water. The collector had predicted this utterly foolish course of action from it. It did not stop the insectoid. Instead, it turned around to ascertain the purple-skinned variant's location. She was hidden behind one of the large darkwood trees, peering her pale face out to watch the battle in open-mouthed surprise. The collector pointed to the specimen and commanded her, "Stay fully behind the tree lest you desire risk of significant damage to your face." The variant quickly nodded before her face disappeared behind the black bark. The collector heard a large splash as the insectoid dove with zero hesitation into the water. Then, immediately after, an explosion. The collector felt burning chemicals patter against the back of its carapace, but the chemical fires of the pyrolytic glands were designed specifically by the genius of the collective hive mind such that they would not burn against hyperalloy carapace. The collector turned to see the insectoid creature now scrambling out of the water. Much of its carapace had been blown off, revealing raw, charred white flesh underneath. Two of its thin back legs were significantly damaged, heavily compromising its movements. And still, the flames continued to burn atop it. Drops of water upraised from the initial steam explosion showered all around the pond and clearing in a miniature rainfall, pittering and pattering in applause at the collector for its inevitable victory. The collector clipped its mandibles, stretching its arms out to the rain to bathe in its success. The reactive chemicals creating the collector's flames were less dense than water and at the same time hydrophobic. This meant that when the insectoid naturally fled to water to drench its flames, the reactive chemicals dousing its body pushed the denser water surrounding it underneath it. The water then superheated from the intensely hot chemical layer above, causing an explosion as the water immediately turned to steam, spreading the fire even further around the insectoid in a roaring pillar of white flame. At the staggering temperatures of flame that the collector could output, the heat energy of the resultant steam explosion was also immense enough to inflict significant trauma upon the insectoid. Still, the collector could not take the risk-free option to let the insectoid to burn away. It could begin to move out of this clearing and into the dark woods in its desperation, starting an uncontrollable forest fire. Until the creature expired, the collector would have to pin it in place. A shame, almost. Had this creature simply been more knowledgeable, it would have provided an admirable challenge to the collector. In pure physical specs, it was the collector's equal, even an outright superior in the boundaries of water. But it had left its aquatic habitat, its first mistake, and it had mistakenly identified the collector as a humanoid, its second, final, and fatal mistake. Now, this creature, likely the apex predator of this small water habitat in the dark woods, far superior even to the jumping Araka in this area, merely awaited its inevitable death. The collector sprinted towards the insectoid, circling to its back where its larger front legs could not retaliate against it. The insectoid sensed the collector's approach even with its antennae and eyes melted away, but its burned and broken back legs would not let it turn fast enough. The collector leapt into the air and crashed into the insectoid's abdomen, right at a blind spot where its front legs could never reach. It did not unsheath its monomolecular claws, for though its carapace could resist its own flames, the claws could not both possess its atom-raising edge and the necessary compositional add-ons to make it flame-resistant. Instead, the collector balled its carapace-armored hands into fists. Its entire body, plated in white carapace as it was, shone under the light of the white flame like a miniature star standing firm against the ever-encroaching shadow of the dark woods. The collector's arms swelled up in size as the dense ultra-fiber muscles lining them flexed, engaging into their coil booster structures. Like hydraulic pumps, the coil-boosted muscles tensed up, storing immense amounts of energy, and then released it in explosive instants. A thunderous crash. The remnants of the insectoid's sturdy abdomen carapace shattered, red shards flying every which way, some of them digging into the surrounding trunks of the dark wood trees. Another blow. This time, there was no harsh echo of hardened carapace splitting against carapace. Instead, there was simply the squelch of flesh splattering as the collector's fist slammed into the insectoid's abdomen. The insectoid writhed and wriggled under the collector, but the collector's weight prevented it from squirming away. Another blow, and the insectoid ceased moving. The collector's arm was shoulder deep inside the insectoid's abdomen. It extracted its arm out with a squishing pop. Spurts of green hammer lymph leapt out from the hole before instantly vaporizing in the heat of the collector's flames. The collector clipped its mandibles in satisfaction before it leapt up from the abdomen and landed with both feet down on the insectoid's small head, crushing it entirely underfoot to ensure it was truly dead. Now, it was time to feast. The collector tore into the insectoid, using its hands to rip off savage, flaming chunks before crushing them into balls to devour. Savoring this specimen would have been optimal, but the flames would melt away its biomass soon. The saliva coating the collector's mouth and throat naturally doused the chemical blaze lighting the chunks it devoured, and it worked its way down from head to bottom. When the collector reached the insectoid's now headless and thoraxless abdomen, it raised the flaming body part over its head and split it apart into two with a squelching tear. It bathed in a shower of green hammer lymph, opening its maw wide for take and white flesh and organs. Biomass gained, plus 30. Biomass level, 120/100ths. Genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon, dull-scale ro'u, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, assassin bug brute. New, as expected, the insectoid specimen known as the assassin bug brute provided an enormous amount of biomass, and yet, not as much as a challenging fight would have in prior metamorphosis levels. The collector clipped its mandibles as it assessed the wounds it had sustained so far. A loss of a wing. Loss of a tail. Loss of 3 araca legs. Minor damage to the structural integrity of carapace covering left arm. Approximately a 35% loss in combat capacity. These wounds did not matter much now when the collector was soon to evolve anyway and repair them, but it did indicate that in the future, battles would become more and more dangerous, wounds deeper and more frequent, and metamorphosis levels to heal them farther and farther away. For now, the collector would evolve, and to do so, it would have to leave the dark woods. /43 The collector ended up on the sheer cliff face of the ravine, held on to the wall through the remaining 3 of its araca legs and the support of one of its arms. It was difficult to scale cliff faces now with the loss of 3 araca legs, but this would be the last time it would have to deal with this damaged state before its new evolution. A few meters beside the collector, the purple-skinned variant lay strapped to the cliff face by strands of araca silk. The bonds prevented her from both moving and falling to her inevitable demise to the rushing rapids below. The collector clipped its mandibles. It had decided to evolve here for the sound of the rapids was such that it would mask any potential noises of metamorphosis. In addition, the nature of the relatively shallow rapids indicated that whatever traveled through the current below was not going to be large, especially not large enough to jump up and threaten the collector in its evolutionary cocoon. The foam of water crashing against the stony face of the cliff also frothed up a misty fog that clouded the collector, obscuring it against visual identification. "What are we doing?" said the purple-skinned specimen. She looked at the collector, purple eyes settling on its 3 mangled araca legs, cracked left arm, torn tail and ripped wing. "You're hurt. Are you okay? I may mediate the degrees of pain I'm capable of processing." That is one of many capabilities that sets me apart from you undeveloped tinkerers. And I am to engage in what designates me as a superior even among the vast body of the collective, instantaneous evolution. The process will take anywhere between 30 minutes to over an hour. Keep silent during this period of time. Do not struggle. Minimize your presence. The specimen nodded, and the collector began to metamorphose. It bowed its head towards its chest, and the glowing light emanating from its yellow compound eyes dimmed to nothingness. Pores in the collector's carapace opened up, oozing out fleshy mass that quickly encased the collector, covering the entirety of its 3-meter form in a semicircle of veiny, beating flesh that anchored itself to the side of the cliff through adhesive tendrils that bored through the rock, hooking into it. Within its evolutionary cocoon, the collector pondered its next evolution. This one was far more significant than its prior ones, for it had obtained quite a few unique genetic material samples. It perused its collection. Stored genetic material: black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Una, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, demon, dull-scale ro'u, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, assassin bug brute. Quite a few genetic samples that were utterly useless. When the collector reached greater metamorphosis levels and obtained more of its adaptations, it could eventually work up to creating a limited number of attack drones. These, the collector could imbue with genetic samples it did not need. But until then, the collector had to focus upon itself. Firstly, the collector automatically included the formidable assassin bug brute into its new form, utilizing it as a genetic base, for it was by far and large the strongest specimen in the collection. The collector analyzed the bug brute's abilities, gaining greater understanding of them. The bug brute was most at home nearby aquatic environments, often living in swamps or murkier waters and acting as an ambush predator. Its sturdy carapace was smoothened and coated with a hydrophobic chemical layer, making them sleek and efficient movers in water. However, they were not fully suited to water, and required land to breathe. The addition of the dull-scale ro'u's gills, fins, and tail would easily smoothen out these limitations and allow the collector to become fully capable of traversing aquatic biomes. The bug brute possessed formidable combat capabilities with its spiked armor and oversized front legs that acted like spiked clubs, but what was even more interesting was its proboscis. The proboscis was capable of injecting a liquid that preserved flesh, but in controlled capacities, this liquid could hijack nervous systems. This ability was magical in nature, the collector came to realize, and would require it to first open its core and gain access to spirit roots beforehand, but this would come soon enough. Unfortunately, the liquid was not sufficiently advanced enough to manifest effects close to complete mental manipulation. It worked only upon corpses, the liquid filling intact brains and programming them to perform set patterns of extremely simple actions such as cries for help. But perhaps, with the induction of demon genetic material and their inheritability known as Sapia, the collector could achieve something more. Assassin bug brute. Dull-scale ro'u. Demon. One more piece of genetic material to complete the collector's new form. The new insectoid specimen it had consumed in its most recent venture to the Darkwoods were all minimally useful. The leaf blade insect could produce blades of carapace from its front legs. The spinning great beetle could eject boiling hot chemical irritants from its abdomen. The great centipede possessed a potent neurotoxin in its fangs. Yet, these competed against the immense versatility granted by keeping either the jumping Araka or stone crusher beetle genes. The collector's fetal, orb-like form pulsed under its cocoon. It decided to keep the Araka genes. The Araka simply provided too much. 6 additional sturdy limbs that could be utilized for movement, defense, and offense. A spinneret that produced extraordinarily durable silk. It would be a shame to let go of the stone crusher beetle's wings, but those wings could not allow for sustained and complete flight in the first place. In addition, flight was something the collector could easily consider later, when it was stronger and more confident in being spotted in the air. With its evolution decided, the collector continued to metamorphose. Meshing the variety of insectoid, piscine, and humanoid genes would take time. But well worth the wait. Metamorphosis level 5 greater than 6. Biomass level 120/100ths greater than 10/100ths. Stored genetic material: black ant, black hobgoblin, human, lesser ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect. Adaptations: ultrafiber muscles rank 5 greater than 6.4. Gene boost from compatible specimen: demon, 0.2, dull scale Rou, 0.2, coil boosters, autonomic neurobodily matrix new, an internal system that regulates finer control of certain bodily processes. Mostly useful for gaining sub-adaptations that enhance autonomic functions such as the digestive, circulatory, and respiratory systems. Metalloglottic ossifier new, allows for the ingestion of minerals and metals and their replication in minute amounts throughout the body. External systems: sensitive hairs rank 4 greater than 5.2, gene boost from compatible specimen, assassin bug brute, 0.2, quill spray new, sensitive hairs have now gained greater structural stiffness. The capacity to unleash the hairs in short sprays unlocked. Organic hyperalloy carapace rank 4 greater than 5.4, gene boost from compatible specimen, assassin bug brute, 0.2, dull scale Rou, 0.2, long chain chitinous sublayer new, development of a long chain structured chitin mesh underneath the hardened carapace. Long chain structure extremely efficient in distributing blunt force trauma, prevents permeation into softer flesh beneath. However, little resistance to piercing force. Weapons systems: monomolecular claws rank 3 greater than 4.4, gene boost from compatible specimen, assassin bug brute, 0.2, demon, 0.2, pyrocytic lance rank 2 greater than 3, native adaptations, question mark new, current form, assassin bug brute / demon / dull scale Rou, jumping Araka. At the eve of an hour, the collector's evolutionary cocoon had swelled into a size similar to its prior metamorphosis level, for it wished to retain similar physical dimensions. Still, the cocoon was easily large enough to have swallowed up 6 humans comfortably, and the tips of the tendrils rooting the ball of evolutionary mass to the cliff face reached just shy of the purple-skinned specimen. The cocoon beat rapidly, far faster than it usually did, wriggling in deep convulsions around the collector's fetal form. The collector sensed that the cocoon was straining itself as it processed the collector's new form. Odd. Redeveloping its autonomic neurobodily matrix adaptation was a significant effort, as it was one of 3 base adaptations that widely encompassing parts of the collector, such as the autonomic nervous system, endocrinal system, and nervous system. These base adaptations provided the foundation for all other adaptations, being prerequisites for many future primary and sub-adaptations, one of which was regeneration. Still, that alone should not have caused this irregularity. This level of strain in the evolutionary process did not occur until much later metamorphosis levels, when enormous quantities of biomass and genetic samples came into play. Yet, the collector did not have much time to ponder this irregularity before the cocoon halted beating in a sudden instant before bursting, popping like a balloon as flesh ruptured. The collector emerged from a shower of steaming, thick amniotic fluid that crashed down to the rushing waters below. Before the collector itself fell, it oriented itself in the air, slamming a fist and 6 Araka legs into the cliff face to anchor itself. It clipped its mandibles, content with its new form. /44 The collector had taken the upper body of the demon and the lower body of the dull scale Rou. Starting from the waist up was a greatly muscled humanoid form encased in bone-white hyperalloy carapace. Slivers of purple demon skin showed underseams in the carapace meant for mobility purposes. As usual, 6 Araka legs sprouted from its back, acting as additional limbs. The collector wielded a spinneret on its left demon arm and the proboscis of the assassin bug brute on its right arm. Both arms were heavily armored in carapace, looking almost like oversized gauntlets, a trait inherited from the assassin bug brute and its club-like front legs. Large, hooked claws tipped in monomolecular edges protruded from the collector's fingers. The sharp edges would pierce, then the hooked, spiked body of the claws would dig into the wound, tearing it apart to cause severe internal bleeding. The collector clipped its black mandibles, the one thing it retained through all of its evolutions, and wondered at the immense muscular strength inherent within the demon genes. Even mightier than the hobgoblins. Greatly compatible with ultra-fiber musculature. Far, far unlike the female demon child accompanying it. The female specimen must have been a runt of some kind, for mere malnourishment alone would not explain how degenerated her physique was compared to the collector. You are like me? Came the female demon's genic voice. Do not be mistaken, said the collector. Any genetic sample I utilize, I fashion into my form at the peak of its potential. You gaze upon the peak of what your species may become, no, perhaps even beyond that. The collector said this as it recognized even further differences. 4 sets of black horns grew atop its head. Sturdy and long enough to hang down to the sides of its face to act as chin guards. Fibrous strands of black hair flowed down from the collector's head in dreadlocks, one particularly thick lock protruding from the back of its head and tapering off into a solid black spike meant for channeling sapia. Yet, vexing. The collector found itself unable to activate this sapia, and this was the native adaptation had chosen to keep for itself. Likely, the lack of accessible spirit roots and a core point was the error. An error soon to be fixed. The rest of the collector's face was roughly humanoid, yet still very much alien to the average sense of aesthetics inherent to the humanoids of this world. 2 purple eyes with rectangular pupils shone bright on the collector's face, while 4 yellow, smaller compound eyes dotted its forehead, acting as secondary ocular systems. The collector's face was smooth, coated in ashen white carapace, but a sliver of it could retract at the center of its face to bear 2 fleshy, purple holes comprising its olfactory systems. Its mandible-lined jaw was filled with sharp, bladed teeth, the jaws of a predator. And yet, as the collector stared at the doe-eyed female specimen, it could sense nothing but prey behavior from her. This was not a difference of mere sexual dimorphism. It could tell from the demon genes that the females were just as fierce, just as much ruthless hunters in the dark as the males were. Wow, exclaimed the specimen as she stared at 2 large, claw-tipped, bat-like wings unfurling from the collector's back. They were coated in a thin layer of more flexible hyperalloy carapace, changing their original black color to white. The collector cocked its head, flicking liquid from its wings and feeling in control of them. These wings were a surprise. Likely the result of the final burst of processing power from the evolutionary cocoon. The wings were powerful, too, easily capable of sustained flight. Hunting for locust specimen was not unnecessary. That's me as well? The female demon's eyes were fixated on the collector's wings. Perhaps you're an anomaly of epigenetics, said the collector. Now that I have sufficiently analyzed it, I can determine that your genetic material was of good, even exceptional stock. Yet, you do not observe a vast majority of the normal qualities inherent in your species. The environment you were raised in has stunted you severely, limiting your body's response for growth and development. The demon tilted her head, eyes wandering and thinking, roaming to the past. She bit her lip and winced at the memories. Well, I was always hungry. No food was one of the ways they hurt me. They always hurt me. It made me angry, at first, and I fought a lot, even when they hurt me more and more because of it. I bit one of them once. Then they took my tongue. That hurt the most. I didn't want to fight after that. I got so scared. Scared all the time. The collector spoke as it moved, taking the silk strands tying the demon to the cliff face in its hand as it rappelled up using its araco legs like picks. Its serpentine lower body swayed from side to side, its fin tail slamming against the rock wall to propel it even further. To maximize land-based mobility, the collector had greatly enhanced the piscine lower body granted by the dull-scale Ro'u with ultra-fiber musculature, elongating it and making it capable of slithering across solid land. Sleek, smooth white hyperalloy carapace coated with the waterproofing layer of the assassin bug brute covered the tail, and, at a mental command, the collector could will the countless spikes inlaid within the carapace covering its entire body to emerge to form a suit of spiked armor. I see now. Your species is not meant to be prey. These demons that you are part of, I sense, are apex predators in their natural, lightless habitats, possessing of biological and even magical systems inherently far greater than that wielded by the average human specimen. Yet you have been conditioned into becoming prey. Another weakness of you tinkerers. Your minds are capable of usurping the conventional laws of nature, breaking the food chain and cheating the evolutionary process, and yet, it is these very minds that render your kind so susceptible to weakness. The collector reached the top of the ravine, slithering atop flat, grassy ground and facing the dark woods again. You are meant to be a predatory species. Far beyond the norm of human. And judging from your genetic stock, possessing of a form like mine, and yet, you have been twisted against your natural being into something less. Into prey. Such a perverse twisting of nature is only possible among tinkerers such as yourselves. The collector adjusted how it carried the demon, wrapping the silk strands holding her onto one of its araca legs. She dangled in front of the collector's face, and she looked up and down at the collector. Am supposed to be like you? Like this? Big wings and claws and being strong? Even when I am so broken. So worthless? You are indeed incomplete now, and likely never will be, said the collector as it gazed at the pitiful demon female's form. Yet, the greater shame is in the fact that you have discarded your base nature. To shift from predator to prey, to lose the will to choose the fight when the primal instincts to fight or flee flare up, this is the greatest symbol of your weakness. Yet, you are not worthless. I sense that word indicates a lack of inherent value. No, you are still capable of providing further information to me. Now that I have restored myself, I am in prime condition to undergo any manner of physiological alteration. You spoke that you possessed the means to open my spirit roots and core point. You will do so now. /45 The collector found itself sitting waist deep in the murky waters of the assassin bug brute's swampy territory. Rings of water shimmered in slow, gentle waves around surface of the water hugging it, and each ring shone with a faint white luminescence that defied the light-absorbent properties of the dark wood trees around the pond. The collector clipped its mandibles as it sensed the purple-skinned specimen kneeling atop the broad length of its armored back. It had retracted its wings fully into its carapace and bent forward, its mandibles almost touching the glowing water's surface to provide the specimen space to work with. According to the specimen, there were 3 primary steps to opening the core. Core divination, as the process was called. The first step was called priming, and the specimen was performing this now. It involved feeling for the collector's roots and core and then gently stimulating minute flows of mana from them. The second step was revelation, and it involved causing the collector's mana to show its affinity. The third and final step was molding. The collector would form a magical trigger in this stage, a specific collection of emotions and feelings it harbored most strongly, emotions that were tied to its affinity, and mold it to its core, allowing it to channel this trigger to activate or close the core. I had thought you unable to utilize magic, and yet, I have come to correlate light that defies the unique light-draining nature of the trees surrounding this area with magic. If I am not mistaken, this light emanates from you, said the collector. No, this light is from you, corrected the female demon specimen. The light in the water cleared out any impurities, corpses of small bugs and clods of dirt and sticks and other scum, leaving a pure and reflective surface from which the collector could see the purple-skinned specimen closing her eyes and furrowing her brows in strain. I cannot use magic. I want to, though. I miss the feeling. Burn on my head stops me. Makes it hurt too much when I use mana. But what I'm doing now doesn't require me to use my own mana, said the specimen. She breathed in and out deeply, her splayed palm pressed hard atop a shard of the collector's back carapace. It uses the mana already in you. Unlocks it just a little bit. Then all I do is direct its flow in place of your sleeping core. Curious. The collector clipped its mandibles, seeing the light infusing the water around it. Light that supposedly came from it. It could feel familiar warmth rising from within its chest where its heart was located. You have spirit roots, and a core, said the specimen. They're just sleeping. I'm having a little trouble with you, though. You're very different. When I helped Thorian with chord divination, the people I felt all had the same structure. This is. I don't know. Confusing. The specimen shifted her hand around and then settled on a new spot further up on the collector's back. Points of light began to shine from the contact point between her purple hand and carapace. But I can manage. I learn fast, Thorian always told me. This much, I can do. The collector watched through the reflective water as the specimen opened her eyes wide. Your core beats fast. Very, very fast. The collector sensed its heart rate. It was even, optimized to a point to conserve physical energy while it remained unmoving. Further corroboration that though this core had a physical manifestation in the form of the heart and the spirit roots with blood vessels and nerves, there was a distinctive intangible factor governing the functions of either magical system. The beating you sense, does it convey a sense of irregularity? Asked the collector. No. Just different. And now that I listen better, the purple-skinned specimen closed her eyes and sunk her hand harder into the collector's back. It's not that it's fast, it apostrophes. There are many. Lots and lots and lots of different beats, all of them merging into one. I don't know anything about this, I've never read anything about it. Does it indicate irregularity that conveys harm to this form? Said the collector, directing the female demon's thoughts to what it truly wished to know, danger to itself. The specimen shook her head. No. It shouldn't, I don't think so. If you had an irregular core, or maybe if your body couldn't handle an opening, or if someone had damaged your core or roots, then I would feel something wrong. Lots of heat. Burning heat. Or lots of cold. Freezing cold. Depends on the type of emotions you're compatible with. But you seem normal, just warm. She nodded. Safe to go to the revelation stage now. The collector clipped its mandibles as it felt the specimen put more pressure with her hand on the collector now. She scrunched up her face in exertion, a bead of sweat starting to form from her pale forehead, and the white light infusing the water around the collector changed. From a silvery white reminiscent of moonlight to a deep red. It almost looked like it was humanoid blood, not water that flowed around the collector, and the shine from it was intense, almost blinding to the average human's ocular systems. The collector could feel the warmth in its heart leap by several degrees, though not as strongly as it did after it had consumed the goblin champion. Yet close, though it could not approximate accurately as this sensation was not physical, it was not equipped to make calculations regarding this foreign feeling. Red, said the specimen. You are compatible with the origin of chaos. Explain further, said the collector. There are 5 origin gates, said the specimen, this time in her tone of recitation, remembering from another documentation of information she had memorized. Unity. Origin of all that creates. Chaos. Origin of all that destroys. Flow. Origin of all direction whether that builds or breaks or remains stable. Root. Origin of the space that all stand upon, where reality itself is affixed. Void. Origin of mystery. These are 5 fundamental forces that mana can color itself into, and these forces, though called gates, far predate the convergence and the dawn of the gods. These are primordial powers that have likely existed since the beginning of the world itself when the algae sprouted and took root, perhaps even before. Origin gates are impossible for the average mortal or monster to directly link to, for their power is undiluted and vast. Among the gods, 5 known as the gatekeepers link to these primordial forces, and the 12 high gods of the protectorate link to the gatekeepers and create additional gates. These gates are fashioned from concepts derived from the origin gates. Thus, there are gates for the elements and concepts familiar to mortals. Unity becomes the gate of water. Chaos becomes the gate of fire. Flow becomes the gate of wind. Root becomes the gate of earth. Void becomes the gate of paths. And more. Gates such as that of war, smithing, love, hate, and even life and death itself are all also divisions of the 5 origins. The specimen stopped, then paused in thought before deciding to recite another text, her tone shifting. It was evident she was more familiar with these concepts, having worked directly with them before in court divination or other relevant procedures. During revelation, make sure the subject is relaxed. Don't want any struggling or, God's forbid, some kind of magi psychosis. Now, if you're using water as a medium, as you should as a beginner, water truly is malleable and easy to work with. Then watch the color of the water. Blue means compatibility to unity. Red to chaos. Green to flow. Yellow to root. Black to void, though this is so rare you might as well forget about seeing it. Once you've confirmed the subject's origin affinity, you can figure out not only which gates they're compatible with, but also what color the water should stay as they mold their trigger. If they're molding a trigger that isn't right for them, then the color of the water will flicker. Immediately stop the divination process if this happens, unless you want to pay reparations for the family of a brain-dead sorcerer or adventurer to be. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding. The entire process of this magic was in essence founded by a series of connections. First, there were the origins linked down to gods known as gatekeepers, and then these were linked down to other gods embodying gates, which then linked down to the lowly humanoids in service to them. Each successive link eased the burden of accessing power, where with the humanoids, even the most pathetic and weak of them could manifest capabilities that defied natural laws. Yet, the origins themselves were a power independent of these gods and seemed to be the most fundamental and primary way in which magic divided itself, the true sources of power comprising magic. Where do these internal manifestations of magic, this body strengthening, primal magic, and Dethra fall under this dichotomy? Said the collector. Your affinity to an origin will greatly color your mana and how it expresses itself. Everything you listed is just another way to use mana. Except using your body instead of a gate as a vessel, so they're all tied to the origins. The demon cocked her head. I guess examples are better. Fighters that have chaos origins will be better at breaking things down, smashing, tearing, and so on. Monsters using primal magic or people using Ethra with a chaos origin will probably have things like flame breath, things meant to destroy. The specimen halted her breathing for a moment, strain apparent on her face. This is tiring for me. You have a lot more mana than I thought, and so much of it flows so strangely hard to keep up with. I'm sorry, very sorry, but need to finish this fast. Proceed, said the collector. Now we are going into molding. I am not sure you can do this. You shouldn't be able to. But I believe in you, said the demon. Explain further, said the collector. For molding, you have to first enter a state of nothingness, said the demon. Hard to explain. You don't feel anything. Don't think about anything. It is done, said the collector as it regulated its mental and hormonal processes, limiting them into a state of nigh inactivity. Utilize the same methods it wielded to enter into states of hibernation. A simple process. Wow, muttered the specimen. Most people need to meditate a month, maybe even more than that to do that. But I had a feeling you could. You are special. Strong. The control I possess over my bodily functions is at a level that utterly escapes the grasp of you biologically backwards tinkerers. This much is easily within the means of my processing power, said the collector. The demon nodded. She closed her eyes again and focused as she put strength back into her palm. Now then to form the trigger. This is very, very important. The trigger is a feeling. A very strong feeling, the strongest emotion in your heart, the one that speaks the most to your soul, and what is driving the heat you feel right now. I am going to try and have your roots flow as much mana as possible, and you bring this feeling very close to your heart. Feel it very strongly. Your core and roots will remember this, mold to it, learn to open and close to it. Afterwards, your core will be open, and you might feel some strangeness. It is natural. Opposite emotions to your trigger will flow into you for a bit. Let them in and out, and you'll be fine. Proceed, said the collector. It processed the risks the specimen warned it about but found it could not adequately calculate them. It did not know what it meant to feel the opposite of what it was programmed to feel. Yet, Mere emotions alone would not harm its physical structure, so it assessed the risk low. Logically, the opposite of the battle lust it felt would be something akin to fear, and yet, though it understood what fear was, it was incapable of truly feeling it. It was simply something absent in its programming. A vestigial emotion incised away from it due to its tendency for inefficiency. The demon took in a deep breath as she began to press down with her palm. Okay. Here I go. /46 The demon pushed her hand into the collector's back as hard as she could with a grunt, and the water around the collector started to swirl in rapid spirals, forming a minor vortex of bloody red liquid. Now. Form your trigger, said the demon. Your strongest emotions and feelings. All that warmth you feel, everything related to that. The collector clipped its mandibles, feeling heat spread from the point of contact on its back with the purple-skinned specimen's hand. The heat was almost searing, intense, and, as it noted, traveling in the intricate patterns associated with its nerves and blood vessels. The collector began drawing within its personal memory bank the time when it had felt the warmth rising in its chest the greatest. Its fights. Its battles. Its hunts. Its challenges. And then the emotions associated with it. Learned from it, thrill for the fight and the hunt. Admiration for worthy foes. And at the base of it all desire. For the fight. For the challenge against something worthy and greater. For the conquering of this world. What. Is this? The demon opened her eyes wide through struggling breaths as she felt something off. Tremendously off. The water around the collector had gone from a swirl to a raging whirlpool now, roaring and rushing with such speed it could have torn a man apart in its currents. Waves of red magical energy rippled from the eye of this storm, the collector, and spread throughout the entirety of the pond, then even further, breaching the water's edge and traveling across soil and up trees. The demon blinked her eyes as she held on tight to the collector, wondering in fear-tinged curiosity at what was happening around her. Something that she had never seen nor ever read about it. With instinctive understanding, she knew also that it was not just her, none had ever borne witness to anything like this. She knew that among certain extremely gifted individuals known as perfect ones, their cores opened naturally without any divination, and often, this was accompanied by strange phenomena. Winds. The ground shaking. Pulses of mana. Electrical currents. All colored in the shade of their origin. Thus, many believed these individuals blessed by the heavens themselves. And oftentimes, they truly were, gifted with natural abilities unmatched, many of them growing so mighty and recognized that they ascended into Etheria. Or if they used their talents to destroy, they were considered living disasters. Calamities ranked on the same threat scale the Adventurers League used for monsters. But this, the crimson pulses of mana traveling across the pond water became blue. Then green. Then yellow. Then, as the demon saw with open mouth, black. This was wholly new. Foreign. Alien. Then the pulsing stopped. Only for an instant. An explosive burst of mana from the collector blew the demon into the air, landing her with crashing impact several meters away into the muddy bank of the pond. She braced for impact, curling up into a ball as she slammed against the dirt. Thankfully, the mud was soft, absorbing the brunt of her fall. She scrambled to her knees as quickly as she could, and as she looked at her hands sink into the mud, she watched waves of mana washed over her pale digits, and this time, they were all the colors, all of the greens and yellows and blues and reds and blacks smashed together, forming a kaleidoscope of iridescent, ever-shifting and changing colors shining intensely bright. And at the center of this kaleidoscope, the demon looked back to the collector and saw as the water rose around it in a swirling pillar of changing colors. Gone were the murky, soil and scum-filled waters of the pond, now there was something bright and beautiful. The waters encapsulated the collector in a shape that reminded her of a cocoon. The segmented, colored type that only the most radiant of butterflies tore their ways out of. Each segment the color of an origin, each shining so bright that it seemed another sun had dawned upon this forest of darkness and permanent shadow. She faltered, tripping to the ground as the earth began to shake and crack around her. The enormous trees of the dark woods, Trees that had stayed tall and strong for 1,000 years, began to groan and shake and crack, as if acknowledging the end of their reign, bowing to the collector. The roaring crackle of lightning sounded from the skies, though the darkened roof of tree branches and leaves prevented her from seeing it. Rumbling from the earth. Rumbling from above. The demon stood up, bit her lip, pushed down familiar feelings of worry and anxiety, and ran towards the collector, single hand outstretched to help, for this was completely out of the scope of her experience. Winds surged from the cocoon of water enveloping the collector, buffeting her and preventing her from getting close. She could feel intense magical energy underneath those winds, so intense that it distorted the view of the cocoon and the collector inside, warping the very dimensions of space around it. She instinctively knew, even with her roots sealed, that if she managed to break past this wind, the sheer concentration of uncontrolled mana layering the cocoon would completely break her apart. All she could do right now was wait. Wait and hope for the best. The iridescent water encapsulating the collector crystallized into a shape that was not ice, something she knew nothing of. It did not match the color of any mana crystal or ore she had read about, and then everything stopped. The earth shaking calmed. The crackling of lightning quieted. The darkwood trees resumed their eternal vigil. All that remained was the collector and its new cocoon. The light surrounding it had dimmed, the winds calmed, but still, the demon knew that approaching the still faintly glowing cocoon of multicolored ice, let alone touching it, would be impossible. The spatial distortions caused by wildly flowing mana still layered the cocoon. Anything that touched that layer would probably break down at a level the eye could not perceive. The only thing she could do now was wait. Wait and hope for the strange creature that made a promise to her. The only being in her entire life that looked like it was going to keep a promise to her. The collector floated in an expanse of nothingness. This was entirely unlike the nothingness it had stimulated with its bodily processes. This was purely in the realm of the mental. A phenomenon associated with genic profiles, or as conventionally known, the consciousness. When the genic profile, the consciousness, separated from the body, there was nothing to perceive but absence. A void. The collector was familiar with this. It was the first memory it had ever had, after all, when the collective hive mind had first created its genic profile before programming it into the shell of advanced biological weapons systems and adaptations that comprised its war-primed body. Everything the collector was, everything it was meant to feel and know and perceive, the hive mind had fashioned with careful intent, implanting within the collector's genic profile also a shard of itself, the evolutionary system that tied the collector fully to the collective. Detecting intrusion of anomalous emotions. Sourcing. Detecting overflow of foreign programming. The collector heard the hive mind. The shard of it housed within its genic profile. The collector did not react, could not react. In this state, the shard was in control. It was the primary operating system that regulated the collector, and when it took over, the collector simply was. It was odd that the collector could even perceive the shard's processing. Yet, not for long. Initiating emergency calibration of collector unit 6660. These were the last genic words the collector perceived before its consciousness fell completely dormant. Significant errors detected. Genic and biological limiters compromised. Attempting shard-based collector unit reset. Failure. Insufficient processing power from shard. Attempting to establish mainframe hive mind connection. Failure. System corruption levels rising. Irreparable damage detected. Initiating emergency system consumption protocol, now attempting assimilation of foreign programming, assimilation proceeding. /47 The demon sat on the mud with crossed legs, tilting her head with eyes open wide as she stared at the shining crystal cocoon. She fidgeted from side to side, the mud under her sackcloth squishing from the movement. She kept her hand from jittering by squishing it on her knee. She was ashamed to admit it, but she had dozed off while watching the cocoon, and now, half a day had passed. It must have been late in the afternoon now. Perhaps if she could still use her roots, she could do something, flow the mana away, break the cocoon. But right now, She was useless. She slapped her cheek and roused herself. There was something so alluring about the cocoon, though, all those colors reflecting together in a radiance that must have been just like the realm rings standing in the sky. Another place she had wanted to go. A place where Thorian promised to take her. In corners of the world, he said, where the biggest warp temples were, you could look up at the sky when it was clear and see the 7 rings, one for each of the 7 realms. She shook her head, grabbing fistfuls of mud as her body reacted to the memory. Her mind always wandered, and when she remembered something bad, it chained with other bad memories, on and on and on until all she could do was sink into a spiral of bad memories that grabbed at her and smothered her and weighed her down. Her earliest memory. Mother in her glowing robes, the pale, light skin of her hand showing under the dim glow of a light stone in a dark, deep corridor. A place she did not recognize. The memory was so far away, many years ago, when she was smaller, and she could not even remember her mother's face through her hood. Here, all she remembered most was Mother letting go of her hand, pushing her towards Thorian. Thorian was younger then. Still had hair. She remembered how strange and rough Thorian's hand was, how she wanted to go back. She did not remember the last words Mother said to her. Only the gist of it. Mother promised to come back for her and that in time, she was destined for greatness. The demon blinked hard and shook her head. Her earliest memory, and it was a broken promise. She remembered growing up with Thorian, learning magic from him, learning how to channel her mana to use her Sapia, at how talented and wonderful and great Thorian said she was. She remembered the village she lived in, at how she begged Thorian to let her go out and play with the other children. She remembered how she looked when Thorian relented and cast a glamour spell on her, making her look just like the other kids. Human. She remembered how they promised her they would always stick together, that they were going to one day all grow strong and tall and go on adventures. She remembered how they looked at her the day her glamour spell broke. When she could not keep it up because she was so tired pushing the bear away. So much fear. Like they had never known her. She remembered how they broke their promise. The shining men came for her. They took Thorian away. He promised her when they took him away that he would come back for her. She touched the lines of burned, marred flesh marking the brand on her forehead. Another broken promise. She started in surprise when she heard rustling from the edges of the pond clearing. One by one, small circles of light emanating from light stones emerged, and holding them were small, grubby hands tipped in dull claws. Fairy eyes with pinprick pupils emerged from the undergrowth. Goblins. She stood up taking steps back as her wide purple eyes flitted from side to side, counting almost a dozen pairs of these eyes, a dozen pot-bellied, clawed creatures stepping forwards. Not just the black-skinned ones from Terra. White-skinned ones from the icy tundra of Jal. Red-skinned ones from the volcanic mountains of Zen. Green-skinned ones from the wild growths of Four Eyes. The goblins scampered forwards, their wide mouths twisting into fanged grins as they spotted her. She stepped back when she saw how they looked at her. Hunger. The kind that wanted to take until there was nothing left. She knew it all too well, had dealt with it her entire life. Heavier footsteps thudded from behind the goblins, and her head tilted up as it followed the body of an enormous hobgoblin. One unlike any she had read about. It was larger, wider, red-eyed and wreathed in tendrils of wriggling black, worm-like masses that emerged from its back. The red eyes settled upon her, and she shuddered this time. For the hunger in the goblins, she was used to. This, she was not. The eyes, they were devoid of hunger, but they were cold. Mechanical. Similar to the strange creature in the cocoon, but his eyes had more life to them. Intelligence and will. This was empty. There was nothing inside that shell of muscle and bone, nothing that made up an individual, at least. No soul. Take the girl. Guard the crystal until the thrall comes, said the hobgoblin, its voice a droning, neutral tone. The goblins grunted in understanding and started to close the distance to the demon. She stepped back in instinctive fear, wrapping her arms around herself as she shuddered. The goblins toyed with her, taking slow steps to savor her mounting fear as she stepped back. She could try to fight back, but in the time it took for her to get a hold of one goblin, the others would just tear her apart. She was broken and useless and worthless. She had been told this over and over and over again, and she knew it to be true. Even now, she could do nothing, not even for the one being who wanted to keep its promise to her. She did not cry, because by now, after a decade of crying and hurting, she had no more tears to give. All she could do was feel her body instinctively move back against more pain and hurt. She hated these creatures, wanted them all dead, but that hate clashed with fear that had been seared into her with brands and beatings. Even if she did fight, she could kill one goblin maybe, tear it from piece to piece, and then the others would swarm her and the hobgoblin would kill her. She could do nothing. She was a passenger in this body, in this world that wanted her gone. She had no control over anything. All she wanted to do right now was run, to grow wings like the creature and take him and fly somewhere else, anywhere but here. Her back touched the collector's crystal, and arcs of multicolored energy streaked around her, and her eyes widened, alight with deep purple. His words surfaced from her memory. Your species is not meant to be prey. Yet you have been conditioned into becoming prey. They do not choose to fight. They flee. She was prey, had been her whole life. Even now, she wanted to run, to flee. But, you are meant to be a predatory species. Far beyond the norm of human. Possessing of a form like mine. She remembered how she felt seeing the creature emerge from its cocoon. Just like that, he could change himself and become something more and better and, most importantly, whole. He never stayed broken for long, and she too was supposed to be just like him. She might have been broken, and never would become whole again, but she was not worthless, and if he was right, and she was like him, even just a tiny bit, she could fight. Fight like she was meant to. Like a predator. One of the goblins lunged at her to grab her, and she twisted to the side, her weakened legs buckling and splashing as she knelt in the water. The goblin that missed her crashed into the crystal, and unlike her, it seized up for a single instant before it broke apart, its skin and muscle tearing into countless chunks that drained into the crystal. A moment later, its bare skeleton broke down into dust that followed its lost flesh. She looked down at the gleaming water, panting heavily, wondering why she had not fallen to the same fate. Instead, she saw her reflection with wonder. The 9-pointed star seared into her forehead was gone, and her ponytail hung down low by the side of her head, the ends of the thick, fibrous hair twisting into a spike, her restored thought. A blur of movement flashed in front of her. The swiping of goblin claws, and she winced, cringing and closing her eyes. But the pain did not come. All of the goblins were frozen in front of her, raised up in the air like still statues, their bodies outlined in glowing purple light. They could not move a single muscle, held together by mental willpower. She blinked. A thin purple glow began to outline her own body. She could feel warmth spreading through her body. A long-forgotten yet familiar warmth, the heat of magic, of her core working once more. She closed her eyes and spoke to her heart, and it spoke back to her. She bit her lip hard, drawing blood as she focused to bring back her trigger. Her trigger of wonder, curiosity at the vast wide world, the curiosity she had before she had seen the world's colder side. Before she wanted to see the world break down with her. It was hard to bring that emotion back, but she managed when she thought of the creature's cocoon, at how beautiful and wondrous and new it was. Like easing old muscles back into work, she felt herself in control again. She could not use any sorcery for she was not connected to any gates, but she could use the mana flowing in her, raging in her, to fuel her sapia, the power she was born with as a demon. With a tentative, slow closing of her fist, she willed harm to the goblins suspended in the air. The skin and flesh of the goblins began to bubble for a split second before they all burst open from the inside out, their organs and blood and bones spilling in little showers on the dirty grass. She dragged in deep breaths, taking in a few before she raised a hand in front of her to stop the charge of the corrupted hobgoblin. The hobgoblin was strong, and it resisted her force push. It grunted and moved as if in slow motion, reaching towards her with hands as large as her head. She could have easily beaten this creature, but her core and roots had been dormant for 8 years, unused to the fight. Already, she could feel searing heat at her chest as blood trickled from her lips. Bloody cracks began to breach the skin of her hand as she channeled more mana than she could handle. She furrowed her brows, and clenched her jaw hard enough to crack a tooth, and kept her will focused. The hobgoblin stopped moving, its outstretched hand a mere foot away from her face, and all she could do was keep it there. This was her current limit. Maybe it would not be enough. But still, she smiled with trembling just a little because she knew she had fought. Fought like she was meant to. In a void between space, time, and consciousness, the collector felt itself come into being again. It felt the final words of the hive mind system shard: assimilation successful. Critical error. Assimilation successful. Critical error, Corruption overflow. Initiating self-destruct.pro. System rebooting. =48 / the collector burst from its crystal cocoon, and as its half-fish, half-demon figure slid out, the shards flew up into the air in slow, wafting iridescent flakes. Like snow under sun, the flakes melted, disappearing into pinpoints of light first before snuffing out into nothingness. The raging waters of the swampy pond calmed in an instant, and all light that previously charged it disappeared, leaving the clearing as dark as it had been when the collector slew the assassin bug brute. The world around the collector swirled into a blur as it felt nausea, a sensation that it was largely immune to due to possessing various sensory systems, and yet, it hit hard, doubling it over for a split second, completely bypassing the tactile sensory imaging from its sensitive hairs or auditory systems. Even now, though, with nausea assaulting the collector, it did not waste time, taking this second to sense any irregularities within itself, for this cocoon, this forced evolution, was extremely anomalous. It put a clawed hand to its chest. An immediately noticeable aberration, the beating not of one heart, but 2 hearts. But it did not ponder this long before its sensory systems quickly recovered, allowing it to perceive the scent of iron tinging the blood of humanoids in the air. The compound eyes on its forehead moved from side to side, each of them operating independently from each other, and it assessed the situation before it. 12 goblin corpses bloodied and torn apart into nigh unrecognizable shreds, the female demon specimen looking up at it with wondering eyes, her hand trembling and outstretched, charged with what the collector could now see so clearly as magic, an outline of gleaming purple light around her entire body. The collector did not question what was occurring before it. It simply acted on instinct first. It spared the frozen hobgoblin in front of it one glance before it slithered forwards and slammed its monstrously muscled, carapaced fist into the hobgoblin's chest. The fist sprouted straight to the other side. The hobgoblin's heart beat in the collector's hand. Quick beats that grew shallower and shallower by the moment, separated as the organ was from the body. The collector crushed the heart in its hand, feeling the soft organ squelch and squish under immense pressure. With a pop, blood spurted every which way, splattering the collector's ashen carapace for a second before draining into pores within the carapace. The hobgoblin's corpse slumped down, free from the female demon's manipulation. The demon sighed and grit her teeth as she stood up, swaying from side to side, trying to stop herself from falling. The collector sensed extreme muscular and now mental fatigue from her. It clipped its mandibles. Judging from her state and minute differences in temperature in the area, some time had passed. "Tell me, how much time have I spent in this aberrant evolutionary cocoon?" said the collector as its 6 eyes followed goblin tracks in the mud to where they had entered the clearing. More would likely come. Good. The collector would finish what it had started to the end this time. "You're back," said the demon. "Do not waste time. Answer my question," said the collector. "That you have defended my cocoon allows me to understand to minimal further degree your aberrant tie to my continued well-being. Your usefulness thus increases in small measure. But it does not grant you leeway to be inefficient." "Ah, yes. 6 hours, maybe? I think it's afternoon now," But it is hard to tell here where light doesn't shine, she said. The collector clipped its mandibles. Unacceptable that it had allowed itself to be vulnerable for such an extended period of time. And yet, curious, it could not even begin to conceptualize what had occurred, but it knew at an instinctive level that everything had changed about it. It checked its status. System stabilized. Assimilation Blunt, metamorphosis level 6, biomass level, 10/100ths, stored genetic material, black ant, deer, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Anna, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 6.4, coil boosters, autonomic neurobodily matrix, metalloglottic ossifier, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 5.2, quill spray, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 5.4, long chain chitinous sublayer, weapon systems, monomolecular claws rank 4.4, pyrocytolytic glands rank 3, current form, assassin bug brute / demon / dull scale rou, jumping Erica, system updated, magic inverted question mark, status, mono level, 100%, take care to note this resource. With time, you will better feel its flow and become more efficient in its usage. You may restore portions of your mana by consuming beings with cores, even dormant ones. Active cores, 2/3, prime core, trigger, desire, your primary magical core. Irreplaceable. Take care that it is not damaged, for harm to it will limit mana flowing from this core, limiting all abilities associated with it. As you are now, damage to your prime core will also limit your ability to draw power from secondary cores. Demon core, trigger, wonder, your secondary magical core. Damage to this will cause loss of function in using the inver tied to it, Sapia. You can increase the amount of cores you may have active in your body, but you will require the neurocirculatory reserve adaptation that allows you to generate additional vital organs. Empty slot, Inhra, Sapia, Demon core, Inhra of the demons. With this, you may expend mana for a variety of force-based magic. Pushing and pulling with the mind. Generation of a personal shield. Assistance with flight. Draining of mental energies in others to empower the physical body or to lower a target's susceptibility to mental manipulation. Take note that if damage is registered on the demon core, this ability will suffer as well. Ithra, the devourer, prime core, you are a devourer from the void. All living things are bound the limitations set upon them by their birth on this world. The number of their circuits, the strength of their cores, the talent they have vested unto them or the sharpness of their instincts, these all limit life in this world. You are not of this world. You are ever evolving. By consuming a living being, you may add a portion of their spirit roots to your own and take their course, allowing you to manifest the inherent powers associated with them. In concept, you are capable of infinite growth. Take care to note that slotting a consumed core only grants you its inherent powers such as Inhra, Ithra, and primal magic. Marks of experience such as developed martial arts and skills will not be gained. These, you will have to learn. Primal magic, none, devour monsters that are attuned with mana flowing within them, and obtain the secrets of their forms and powers. Blessings, blessing of Mounto, blessings are tied to your essence, and regardless of what form you take, if you usurp the blessing of another being, it shall transfer to you and stay with you permanently. Primal density, 5%, consider this a form of magic resistance. At 5%, you may resist 5% of all the damage from magic sourced from gates. However, magic that does not herald from gates such as primal magic, certain Inhra, and Ithra will bypass this. Continue to evolve to raise this attribute. Consuming creatures with primal density of their own will increase this attribute's growth rate. Root consumption limit, level 6, 50%, for every metamorphosis level, you can consume a set amount of spirit roots to add to your own. Once you reach a maximum consumption limit, you are unable to absorb more, any excess converts into raw mana. Reach additional metamorphosis levels to gain even more powerful physical forms to increase your capacity to intake spirit roots. The collector clipped its mandibles. A fundamental difference. There was now an addition of a magic status and all that came with it. Extremely anomalous, and yet, this was not the greatest oddity. It was the feeling of the evolutionary system. The collective hive mind did not so much have a voice as it did a feeling when the collector interfaced with it through the genic shard implanted within its consciousness. But the feeling of the system was now different. Vastly different. This was not the hive mind it knew. And yet, still similar. A feeling of two voices merged. Where this other voice came from and what it was, the collector knew nothing of, only that it was not an intrusive one. It even felt similar in feeling to the hive mind's voice, not entirely separate and yet still distinct. A feeling that the collector could not calculate, only approximate with feeling, and the secondary system voice felt much the same as the collective's presence, a deeply ingrained part of the collector just as intrinsic as its bones and flesh. An aberration of the highest level. The collective hive mind shard implanted in the collector could engage in emergency assimilation processes, for as a genic shard, it was susceptible to attack from certain genic sensitive entities in the known universe. In response, the genic shard would assimilate the intruding genic profile, completely devouring the consciousness of whatever foolish individual decided it was wise to tackle the full processing power of the hive mind, an entity comprised of billions of minds meshed together. But never had the shard itself changed at a fundamental level. Yet pondering this situation further was inefficient to the collector's mental resources. It was not equipped to understand the higher workings of the collective hive mind, for it was implanted to believe that the system was absolute and rigid in its functioning, unable to change to any degree, for the hive mind was a biological processing system closest to nearing absolute perfection. That it could even question how the system had changed and how it was wrong was outside the limitations imposed upon it by the collective. The collector clipped its mandibles. It sensed further movement from behind the clearing. Approximately 15 meters away. The squishing of small and larger feet on mud and the rustling of bodies against foliage. The collector devoured the rest of the hobgoblin's body in hurried movements, tearing off its limbs and shoving them down its detachable jaw. In seconds, the bulky corpse was gone. Blood spatters remained on the ground. Messy, but the collector had a battle to attend to. It devoured also a sample of the light stones scattered by the goblins before moving on. Biomass gained, +3, biomass level, 13 100ths, spirit roots gained, +5, root consumption limit, 55 100ths, metal agglottic ossifier sample retrieved, lightstone. For now, it was content with feeling that there were no combat-related declines in function associated with the system's change. Rather, as it flexed its fingers out, feeling its muscles contract and relax, it was even stronger. Stronger than it had ever been in this world. It could finally feel magic flowing through it. From the twin hearts beating in its chest, it sensed warmth. Before, it had felt this warmth as one large, smothering sensation of heat, but now, it could feel the details, how the heat trickled and flowed through every little pathway in its body, nourishing it, strengthening it, bending to its will. Now that the collector could sense the flow of mana within itself, working with it was almost second nature. After all, fundamentally mana and spirit roots and this core all worked with physical anchors, and these anchors, the blood vessels and nerves and hearts, the collector had absolute dominion over to such a fine-tuned degree that no humanoid body on this world would ever match it. Just as the collector would pump blood into its serpentine tail, it willed mana to flow, and a rippling red aura enveloped the carapaced flesh. The fins on the tail retracted to allow for uninhibited movement. The flesh in the tail screamed and tore as the collector registered some internal damage to its muscles. A miscalculation in inputting too much mana, it seemed. It took note, then reassessed its calculations now that it became more familiar in operating its mana. The collector withdrew mana from its tail, then pumped it back in with its adjusted calculations. This time, the mana flowed properly, flowing in the right quantities throughout the blood vessels and nerves, strengthening the tail and wrapping it in a glowing aura of red. The female demon trudged up to the collector, staring at its red-wreathed tail. Wow! You're already using reinforcement? You didn't even have to meditate. Learning how to flow your mana, to perceive and feel the flow of every single one of the countless branches of power in the body, that takes months, years to perfect, but this is almost perfect. The mere flow of mana is easily within the boundaries of my processing power, said the collector. It would be obvious that tinkerers such as yourselves with severely stunted mental capabilities would be unable to ascertain the flow of this resource. Yet, still curious, the tinkerers that I possess stored memories of would never even begin to have the capacity to direct this resource within their bodies. That those among you in this world do, even in requiring significant periods of time to develop, is testament in small measure to an elevated level of both mental and physical strength. The collector clipped its mandibles, readying again to face its enemies. It seems you are capable of fending for yourself with your sudden regenerative growth, said the collector. It did not look at her, only staring ahead into the darkness, sensing the targets it was to devour. Agreeable. You now in small measure undo the hideous perversion wrought upon your nature and hunt as a predator should. There are 9 hobgoblin variants approaching, all of them spaced out in intervals of 2 to 3 meters. The closest lies 15 meters away. There are several movements of lesser variants interspersing this hobgoblin formation. Normal goblins. You will deal with these, for they are beneath me. You will continue to provide me information. Means to wield this mana. Further direction in utilizing this ability of yours, Visapia, and further information of this world. As you are now, if you oppose me, you will never defeat me, and even one act of defiance will yield only your swift death. Oh okay, said the demon as she trudged behind the collector. I can fight, I promise. The collector clipped its mandibles before doubling upon its charging power, flowing blood into its already magically enhanced tail and activating its coil boosters. The tail swelled up in size, curling around itself like a spring before all that power, all that pent-up muscular force, exploded forwards, this time with a rush of red energy. The collector shot forwards, and the shockwave burst of movement knocked the demon girl on her back, but the collector paid her no heed. She would recover soon. Instead, it remembered its trigger. Desire. And it desired now more so than ever targets to devour. Their flesh and blood and bones and roots and cores. It would take from them everything. /49 The collector snaked through the tall, grassy and muddy undergrowth as a speeding blur of red and white. Several tree trunks tinted red in its or zipped past it in its speed, and it snaked around a tree trunk nearest to the first hobgoblin as its sensitive hairs picked up the target's location. Dirt, branches, and leaves rushed up in clouds dragged up by the collector's speed as it swerved around the wide trunk, taking the hobgoblin's blind side. The hobgoblin did not even have a chance to react and look at the collector before a white carapaced fist slammed into its chest and burst through its back in an impact of shattering bone and crushed flesh. The collector raised its fist up, tearing the upper half of the hobgoblin's body in half. The hobgoblin corpse knelt to the ground, the 2 halves of its torn head falling to its sides. Several normal goblins jumped back in surprise, yelping in fright and falling onto their behinds in the dirt as they gazed up at the towering, armored and horned form of the collector. The collector paid these unworthy foes no heed as it sensed the next hobgoblin to slaughter. Then, the unexpected occurred. Unlike the first hobgoblin, this one continued to fight even with half its body torn in half. Its burly arms tried to reach out to the collector, but the collector was ready. It did not register surprise that slowed it down, after all. Instead, it caught the hobgoblin's arms in its fists and then with a jerking motion back, tore them completely out of their sockets, arcs of blood spraying in the air and splattering on the goblins below as they shrieked and ran. The collector clipped its mandibles in analysis as it noted the aberrant hobgoblin. Much like the first one it had devoured, this one seemed to also be a new variant of some kind. Black in color with red eyes on either half of its split head. Masses of wriggling tendrils on its back. Magical energy emanating from the tendrils. A veil of black aura. Rustling. The next hobgoblin in the formation nearing. The collector calculated its approach. It was to appear in a space between two trees directly in front of the collector. The collector took one of the dismembered hobgoblin arms in its hand and powered its arm with mana, surging it with chaotic red. Then, it hurled the arm straight at the clearing, and the moment the next hobgoblin's head poked in to survey the situation, the thrown arm crashed into its skull like a missile, splattering both limb and head into explosions of flesh and bone. Again, this hobgoblin was anomalous, continuing to move even with its head split apart like a burst watermelon. The headless specimen stepped forwards, on a shaky leg at first, then regained its balance, entering into a full-on charge against the collector. It would seem to eliminate these variants of hobgoblin, the collector would have to consume them. Or perhaps there was an alternative. The collector unsheathed the bug brute proboscis in its right arm. The curved, sleek black spike slid forwards from a gap in the collector's white forearm carapace. This spike was fragile, unsuited for combat usage as a blade, but with an easy-to-read target like this, the collector slammed the proboscis straight into the aberrant hobgoblin's chest, injecting the bug brute's toxin in mass quantities flowing throughout the specimen. Even without a head, the magical compound could still affect movement in corpses with severely damaged neural centers, and yet, the collector could still perceive the specimen wrapping its arms around the collector's own, trying to pray free with futile effort. The collector clipped its mandibles before it sensed the female demon's approach. It did not look back at her, instead using its sensitive hairs to locate her. She seemed to float in the air at an elevation of 1 meter, and as she neared, the various scattered movements of the goblins slowed, then stopped to a halt as their bodies were ground to pulps like flesh put under a hydraulic press. "This soppy of yours," said the collector. "I wish to utilize it to control this specimen. Yet, it requires me to utilize to your trigger. Wonder, it is. How is it that you perceive this emotion to a strong degree? It's hard to explain in just words. May I?" The demon floated behind the collector, purple outlining her figure, and the end of her ponytail, the spike called the thil that acted as the focus point for Sophia, extended outwards. "If I connect to your thil, I can share that emotion with you. Once you know it once, you can remember it. You are tired. Your mana does not seem to flow through you in significant quantities. Your power is still severely stunted." "Unable to damage me," said the collector, assessing the risks of allowing her a little measure of access to its genic network. "Very well. As you do so, inform me of your regenerative capabilities. Is this also an ability inherent to this Sophia?" "No, it apostrophe from you. Came from touching the cocoon. I don't know what it is. Healing magic is so hard to come by. And something that can clear away the Helian brand is unheard of." She reached out her thil, and it gently hovered up to the collector's own. The two spikes of black, wiry mass shook for a moment before the collector felt it. Wonder. Immediately, the collector clipped its mandibles and writhed, sending the demon ducking and shrinking away. This was an emotion it was unable to feel, it knew this instinctively. Its programming should never have allowed it. It knew curiosity, yes. It even knew surprise in limited degree when the goblin champion had exceeded its expectations, surprise that later morphed into admiration. But this emotion, though it had the same base, was far different in intensity. It did not know how to process this emotion. Where to direct it. It stared at the beheaded hobgoblin specimen still impaled in front of it, still trying to wriggle free. Did this thing, this lowly vermin, deserve this emotion? This wonder? No, the collector knew this instinctively even if it had never felt this emotion. It did not know how to deal with this emotion, and it did not wish to now when time was a sensitive resource. Like putting a match to a fire and then blowing it out, the collector used the warmth of this emotion to open its demon core and then suppressed it as much as it could, focusing instead on the battle before it, on the desire that it was far more familiar with. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know, I'm sore, began the demon as she tentatively neared the collector. Apologies are a waste of mental resources. You have provided me with the catalyst to open this core of yours. That is sufficient. Answer me this now, this trigger for magic, Does it require consistent activation? Said the collector. The demon shook her head. No, not unless your core is forcefully shot down, sealed, or damaged. Agreeable. Then you will have no more need to intrude into my genic network again, nor shall I allow it, said the collector. Oh, okay, I'm sore. The demon stopped herself, shaking her head as she remembered the collector's words. With the demon core open, the collector felt the breadth of its powers, this sapia, flow through its body. Tinges of purple flickered in its aura of red, and its two main lavender eyes began to glow bright. The collector clipped its mandibles. As it had theorized, this power was quite similar to genic's. Utilization of the genic network, the mindless tinkerers tended to generalize it, to effect tangible phenomena upon matter or manipulate the workings of other genic profiles. As the system had said before, the creation of a personal shield. Manipulation of the personal body to assist in wing-based flight and general enhanced movement. Exerting holding, pushing, and pulling force upon matter. All of these, the collector was familiar with. Even possessed to some degree in its original form, though its genic energy was largely invested into shielding and resistance to weapons that manipulated the fabrics of space and time. Regardless, the operation of this sapia would also be like second nature to it. The collector willed the thul attached to its largest dreadlock of fibrous hair to point towards the hobgoblin specimen. It projected an attempt to weaken any mental defenses inherent within the creature, and found that access to its genic profile was denied. I see now, said the demon as she hovered around the still struggling hobgoblin body, nodding at it. She hovered a hand over the wriggling black tendrils on the corpse's back. Though the tendrils appeared like flesh, they were not solid, comprised of magical energy as they were. There is something controlling this. Sapia is strong, very strong, almost the strongest ominous type magic meant to affect the mind, but. She touched a hand to her chin. Whoever is controlling this must have conditions on their power. Or they are very powerful. She looked back to the collector. But I wouldn't worry about them taking your mind. You are even stronger. Your mind it is invincible. I think maybe not even the gods can do anything to it. Very strong, is this creature's genic capability? Said the collector. Then I welcome their efforts to attempt an infiltration of my genic profile. Severed from the greater collective I may be, there is still enough latent defense from the shard within me that any genic assault this world may muster possesses high probability to fail. The collector said this, but as it felt desire for the battle grow within itself, it thought perhaps it would be a shame for a specimen, a strong one in particular, to waste itself breaking its mind upon processing power that was not entirely the collector's own. The collector clipped its mandibles, driving away those thoughts also. Heretical. The shard was part of itself, one of the fundamental pieces of its genic profile that gave it purpose. Must focus on the extermination at hand. Must make it efficient. The collector withdrew the proboscis from the hobgoblin, and it faltered back several steps. Notably, blood did not trickle from the sizable puncture wound, for the bug brute's toxins possessed hemostasis-inducing properties. Before the walking corpse could respond, however, the collector was upon it, tearing it from limb to limb and devouring it. Biomass gained, +3, biomass level, 16/100ths, spirit roots gained, +5, root consumption limit, 60/100ths. The collector would find another specimen to test the bug brute venom on. For now, it calculated that with the aid of its sapia to control the venom's flow, the toxin could allow a corpse to move in complex, automated patterns capable of assisting in combat. However, having the corpse retain consciousness would be difficult. Sapia, or the least the type generated from the female demon's replicated core, was not specialized for controlling so much as taking. It was meant to destroy minds, not control them. It sensed that there were potential demon variants that were potentially more specialized towards control, but these, it would have to encounter and devour later. For now, the collector would collect more battle data and fine-tune its capabilities. /50 Within 5 minutes, the collector found itself at the end of the hobgoblin formation. The last of the hobgoblins, all of them of the same aberrant variation as the others, breaking apart in digestion within the collector. Biomass gained, plus 21, biomass level, 37 1/100ths, spirit roots gained, plus 35, root consumption limit, 95 1/100ths. A whole host of goblins, all of them white or red-skinned unlike the aberrant hobgoblins, floated in the air, trapped by the female demon Sophia. Herthel hovered in the air beside her as she channeled her magic. To use force push, you just have to will it. Kind of like wanting to push something away, but not with your body, with your mind, your will, said the demon. This much is known to me. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding, exercising what the female demon was telling it. I see, said the collector as it experimented with one of many goblins suspended in midair by the female demon. With a thought, it activated the Sophia spell known as Force Push. The small, white-skinned goblin, frozen as it was on every inch of its body, could not even scream as almost the entirety of its body was blown apart as if struck by a battering arm. The blood and half-destroyed organs visible from its severed body remained beating stuck inside, kept still by the demon's sapient force. Amazing, said the demon as she hovered in the air, blinking and nodding. Both her hands flickered with purple energy as they kept the goblins trapped. I must calibrate this ability more, said the collector. I intended only to sever an arm. Bring forth the next experimental unit. The demon nodded and willed another goblin in front of the collector. The collector this time recalibrated its calculations, and when it generated its force push, it was more successful, blowing apart the goblin's arm. Some margin of error. It had also blown apart some of its shoulder and chest. It takes a demon years to grow to your level. And you are getting better by the moment. Days of training I had to do for years and years, so much of it done in just seconds. If you keep growing like this, then you really will keep your promise, you really will kill them all. The collector clipped its mandibles, staring at its right-clawed demon hand. It had noticed a flash of purple emit from it before it cast this force push. The demon raised a didactic finger up. Ah, I remember a warning. When you use force push, there is a tell, and it is always from the right hand. Before using it, a tiny bit of light will show up there. The same goes for force pull on your left. The collector clipped its mandibles as it drew out its burly left arm towards the goblin. It willed the goblin towards it. As the demon warned, the collector's left arm did flicker in a small second of purple. The goblin hurtled towards the collector's palm at such a speed that when it hit the solid surface of carapace, it simply blew apart like roadkill. Further calibrations required in utilizing this as well, said the collector. It took a moment to analyze this power, to feel its flow and how it worked. Because it was fundamentally tied to its own mind and body, the collector could grasp the nature of this power, this Sophia, with just the slightest of prompting. I see now, the collector clipped its mandibles. Push and pull. These are the foundational bases of this system of mental processing known as Sophia. Utilizing measures of both, one may be capable of affecting variations of both pushing and pulling power. Such as this, the collector felt power crackle across both its demon arms, lighting them in purple as it alternated between pushing and pulling power in smooth, equally yielding and pressuring waves. The ground split apart as a sphere of dirt, mud, and foliage almost 5 meters in diameter dug up from the earth, enveloped in a purple aura as the collector held it in the air with sapient power. The sphere was not perfect. It undulated and wobbled. Unstable. The collector required more calibrating on this as well. It possessed an exceptional grasp of the flow of mana within and outside its body, for it was merely like an extension of a bodily part. And because mana formed the building block of any type of magic, the collector also possessed a natural grasp of magic, yet, because it was still an entirely new method of movement, there was unfamiliarity it had to adjust for and smooth out. And I see now the mechanisms by which you dispatched of those inferior goblin specimens. The collector clenched its demon hands into fists, willing the pushing and pulling power into destructive swirls. Power permeated into the sphere, and then a second later, burst out from the inside. It was like a miniature grenade had been detonated, blowing apart the sizable clod of dirt into an omnidirectional shower of earth and remains. And in utilizing expending power externally, there is a trade-off. Not only is there expenditure of mana, but the genic shielding grows thinner in proportion to the degree of force exerted outside the body, noted the collector. That is alright. You can use force hold and force rend already. 5.5 years, it takes of focusing of pushing and pulling. To know how to hold. Then 3 more years to rend. Even for me, it took 2 years for both, and Thorian said I was special, remarked the demon. All of the low forces, you know already. You may even be able to learn the high forces. Your conceptualization of special does not even begin to scratch even the barest of surfaces that comprise the honed evolutionary edge invested within me, said the collector. The collector's sensitive hairs lining the seams in its white carapace stood on end, vibrating as they sensed waves of motion in the air. Vibrational analysis indicated an object, a projectile, approaching at staggering velocity surpassing the breaking point of sound. Sensitive hairs picked up on movements within a 20-meter radius. Lower in cluttered environments such as this. The object moved too quickly, and the collector sensed it too late for an immediate physical response. Stone shattered against the side of the collector's head, and a sonic crack echoed from afar. The 4 sets of demon horns curling around the sides of the collector's head formed a natural helmet, and the rock broke apart on them with a shattering impact. The collector's head jerked to the side from the impact, but the thick ultrafiber musculature surrounding its neck kept it anchored firm, preventing any concussive damage to the brain nor excessive shock to the spine. It clipped its mandibles as chips of shattered horn fell from its head and landed on the dirt. The horns were not covered in carapace, durable as they already were, but they were shielded by sapient power. This projectile was powerful, and no doubt ejected by a powerful being. The collector analyzed the small shards of pulverized rock, remnants of the original projectile, and found that they were simply ordinary clumps of mineral. Small green flickers of magical energy faded from the chunks of rock. The power of this projectile came entirely from the specimen that had launched it. "Are you okay?" said the demon as she floated near to the collector. "Do not make unnecessary movements lest you become a target," said the collector as it projected its thoughts. The demon stilled as she heard the collector in her head. This one must be strong to unleash a projectile of this caliber. The collector clipped its mandibles as it located an approximation of the projectile's origin from the sonic crack. Desire pumped throughout its being. "I alone will devour this one. None will take my prey from me." /51 == Runt tapped at his pale-skinned, thin wrist, his clawed, wrinkled flinger grazing over a bracelet of thin, darkened bone. The bone, fashioned from one of the Lord's personally evolved hobgoblin, spoke to him, letting him sense where its owner was in this accursed forest of darkness and giant bugs. His staff of bone and wood hovered beside him, emanating a frosty blue light to keep bugs away. At least there were no big spiders in this part of the forest. Weak signal. And they aren't moving. Strange. Runt tapped at the bone bracelet several times, trying to smack it back to function, but nothing. It seemed to work fine, meaning the party of evolved hobgoblins the Lord had sent out to investigate the surge of magical energy had simply stopped moving. Relax. Maybe they're just napping. Runt turned to his companion. Angus, the goblin champion he had called from the realm of Four Eyes. It truly was strange how much the green-skinned goblins had changed since they had started to live in Four Eyes. Angus was tall, a full head taller than Runt, but unlike the champions of Fjall where muscle and might reigned supreme, Angus was lanky. A pot-belly jutted from his stomach as he scratched it with long, lanky arms that almost dragged on the forest floor. Shaggy brown fur coated most of Angus's body, and his deep sunken and green eyes seemingly had little to no energy in them. "It's so cold here," said Angus with a yawn. "I ought to get some sleep too." "We're at the eve of war," said Runt. "This surge of magical power, I have felt it, and none like it has ever passed through me. That sorcerer, that accursed human, he has made a move against us, I know it. And with a surge like this, more humans, they're adventurers, are sure to come. Wonder why the Lord doesn't just run. He seems in over his head if he thinks this whole war thing is going to work, said Angus. It will. It must. I have spent the past day working myself to the bone, channeling the dungeon portal so that all of us, we who have been oppressed and scattered across the realms, may unite. Runt bared a chipped fang at Angus. And yet all who answer my call are ungrateful goblins like you. I dunno. It's been what, 500 years or something of a big time like that? Since the last time goblins from other realms met? My kind barely remembers yours. Look at how different we are. You know, just seems pointless. Angus shrugged, his thin shoulders and large arms making exaggerated up and down motions. We might as well all be completely different at this point. I have no idea how your kind live, and you and your frosty ice boys have no idea how we live. The old man's gone nuts, that's for sure. Thinks it's still like 1,000 years ago or something when there were lots of us all together. Well, can't blame him, I guess, he did wake up from that era. Must be real jarring to see how much has changed. You would dare to question the Lord's grand purpose? Runt shook his head, his vision blurring as his anger flared up. He was too tired from channeling the dungeon portal without sleep or food or rest just as the Lord had commanded. He sighed. You do not know. But as a thrall, I have listened to stories of how the Goblin Kingdom, a kingdom, not a bunch of scattered tribes struggling to live, spread across all the realms with a king that commanded even the respect of the gods. Angus shrugged again. Then the gods got tired or something and blasted our old king into little bits. Figure the same will happen here. Why did you even answer my call if you are to be like this? Said Runt. Dunno. Fairies and elves control all the warp temples, and the world will end before they ever let us get near them. So I never get the chance to leave the realm, said Angus. Thought it would be fun, though. Hey, at least I brought a couple of my friends. You needed numbers, right? Your boys from the north wouldn't even answer your call, but I did. That must mean something, right? Runt entered into a state of disgruntled quiet. Angus was strong, that much was evident from the amount of mana surging from him. As strong as Jezzo. But Angus brought with him only 5 hobgoblins. Runt had tried calling the entire rest of the Frostskull tribe, a tribe numbering 100 strong, but only those loyal to him, a pithy 20, had further come. The remainder did not wish to lose more and stayed with the other half of the tribe led under their own champion. Then, Runt tried calling for more goblins from Zin. None would come, believing the loss of a champion too great a risk for them. Even the remainder of Jezzo's tribe wished to leave, their desire quelled only by the Lord's domineering presence. The Lord himself had raised 20 evolved, likely the maximum of his ability, and that meant in total, there were almost 60 hobgoblins and 200 goblins in their camp. A force easily powerful enough to take the human village to the south, but then what? Adventurers would arrive. No, strong ones were probably already on the way, lured in by the surge of magic. What would they do then? Runt shook his head. No retreat, that was the Lord had said. Fight or die trying to resurrect the old ways. All these new goblins, these green-skinned ones and red-skinned ones, all of them had forgotten the old ways. But not Runt. He would stay true to the fight and the Lord to the end, because as a thrall, he understood the importance of tradition. Tradition was the only thing that remained when there was nothing but bones left of a generation. The only thing that mattered enough to get passed down. Even now, Runt worried. At the Lord's command, he had trekked westwards for 2 hours with Angus by now, following slightly behind the evolved hobgoblin party sent by the Lord himself. But even leaving the main camp, the dungeon, so defenseless worried Runt. Other than the Lord, he alone possessed the means to connect with the dungeon and move its defenses and resources. If adventurers attacked now, no, Runt had to focus on his current mission, for that was the Lord's will, and the Lord was mighty enough to handle himself. I am close enough for my far sight, said Runt. He grabbed his bone staff and punched it into the yielding soil. The human skull capping the staff glowed, the sockets infusing with pale blue light. Swirls of flaky ice began to form above the skull, building up into a clear ball. "That's pretty interesting," said Angus as he narrowed his squinty green eyes, staring at images beginning to flash from the ball of ice. "And your tribe would know the ancient art of bone binding should you have kept up with the old ways," said Runt. He shook his head, his skull helmet shaking from side to side. "I am not the mightiest among the thralls, but look even what I may do. We are nearly 300 meters away, but with this skull, the skull of a mighty human shaman, I may usurp the very spells he once wielded against us." "Look," said Runt as he proudly pointed at the images formed in the ice ball. His expression twisted in surprise and his boasting ended abruptly. "What is that?" A monster of a kind Hunt had never seen before stood atop the corpse of the Lord's evolved hobgoblin. This monster. It was dangerous. Dangerous beyond measure, he could tell, even through the simple image. Angus, too, sensed this, and whistled. "Wow, look at that. You get a lot of these kinda monsters here? Looks kinda like a demon. Thought they were basically extinct or something." "No. I know not what this is, but it must be dealt with," said Runt. "We must go back and inform the Lord. Obtain reinforcements. It may be a monstrosity crafted by the sorcerer to the west. This time, I can tell that it is sensitive to magic. Better. Relax, relax," said Angus as he cracked his neck and looked around. He picked up a decently sized rock, palming it in his wide hand. "Yes, this ought to do. You know, one of the reasons I came here was 'cause I was kinda curious. I've blown off a lot of fairy and elf heads with my throws. Pretty proud of my throwing arm myself. Always wanted to know, how do Terran creatures stack up?" Angus cupped the rock in both of his furred hands and then drew it far back, his long, lanky arms stretching almost impossibly far behind him as he drove a foot forwards into the dirt. "No, do not alert it until we have more forces," said Runt, but it was too late. Green light surged into the rock, and then Angus threw it. A sonic crack boomed from the throw, driving back a cloud of dirt and loose foliage. Runt squinted his eyes as the stone sailed far into the forest, pinging off several tree trunks until, Runt looked at the ice ball. The stone smashed against the monster, but it remained largely unharmed, only taking a mere chip of damage to its horn. Then, the monster moved. Fast. Towards their general location. "Wow," said Angus with another whistle. He picked up another rock, infusing it once more with magical energy that shone green. "I ought to wind up for this one." He rotated his throwing arm, and each time it rotated, a surge of green energy crackled around him, intensifying with each rotation. After 5 rotations, he stopped, cupping the rock in his hands. His eyes were glued to the ice ball, looking at the speeding form of the monster as it slithered through the forest at impossibly fast speeds, snaking past tree trunks, angling its body so it used them as cover. "This thing's real fast. Trying to dodge me, too. But I'm too good for that. In 4 eyes, the forests are so overgrown that we get a kind of sixth sense in 'em, lets us see through the trunks and kinda feel for things." And with the right bit of spin, Angus directed the flow of magical energy surging in the rock, the aura of green started to whirl around the stone. Then, Angus threw the rock once more, and this time, the force of the throw was massive enough to blow apart the dirt around his feet in a tiny explosion. Runt shielded his eyes from debris as he kept watching the ice ball. Once more, the glowing green rock shattered against the monster, this time on its arm. An explosion of shattered rock and released magical energy crackled from the point of impact, cracking the monster's white shell. And bullseye. "But wow, that thing has really, really hard skin," said Angus. "Thought with 5 wind-ups, I would blow through its arm completely." "Look, you fool, it is coming to us again," said Runt as he pointed at the creature's speeding form. It had only paused for a mere second after being hit. "It is nearly upon us. Oh, relax. Here, this ought to do it. I'll go for its head again." Angus picked up another rock, cupped it, then wound it up 10 times, charging up a bit less than double the power he had inputted in the last throw. Goodbye, monster. You were pretty fun to play around with. Angus threw the stone, and this time, the blowback of the throw was enough to knock him straight off his feet. He landed on his butt and rubbed his arm. Phew, haven't had to throw that hard in a long, long time. So? Angus stared up at the ice ball and even his squinty eyes widened. The monster had stopped the speeding rock in midair, right before it could impact his head. An aura of purple energy outlined the creature, and that aura extended to the rock, holding it in place. The monster clicked its mandibles as it analyzed the rock. Green magical energy from Angus still lay infused in the rock, spinning in complex angles that let them bounce off from tree trunks and swerve to hit the beast. The rock floated into the monster's own hands, and it cupped it. A flash of purple energy burst from its hands, infusing into the stone. It's gonna throw it?" whispered Angus. "Take cover!" shouted Runt. "I cannot cast more than one spell at a time. We must move." No, relax," said Angus as he stood up. Though his voice seemed ever calm, his steps drew him towards the ice ball, his eyes utterly glued to the image projected on it. "There's no way, right? That thing's still what, 100 meters away? Plenty of trees left in his way. He doesn't have my senses. He doesn't know how to use my spin. He hasn't practiced like me. Come on, there's no way he's going to hit us." /52 Runt watched the ice ball, at the monstrous creature reflected on the surface. The monster infused its own purple magical energy into the rock and then craned its muscular arms behind its back, twisting its serpentine body in a way very similar to Angus's own throwing form. There was no doubt about this. This creature was going to hit them. Or get close to hitting them. Runt disabled far sight, and the ball of ice hovering above his skull staff shattered. "What are you doing?" said Angus. There's no way." Angus's arm broke apart from the elbow. It was like an all-erasing, invisible pillar of force had run straight through his arm, completely disintegrating everything much of what connected his forearm to his upper arm. It was only when the sonic boom erupted and cracked towards them that blood finally spurted from Angus's mangled limb. The goblin champion howled in pain as he leapt up and down, his one remaining hand grabbing tight at the bleeding, armless stump under his shoulder. Runt took action. "You see now the wisdom of my thoughts. Do something," said Angus as he pointed forwards, into the darkness of the forest clearing where this monster must have been rapidly approaching. 100 meters was nothing to this beast that traveled the forests with a speed that surpassed any of the insects that called it their home. Runt grunted and took one of the necklaces around his neck, this one lined with the teeth of the ice-antler-charred stag, and channeled the frigid magic that lay inherent within them. He tore the necklace off and tossed it in front of him, and in midair, it glowed a bright blue before exploding, manifesting with a sudden gust of chilling air into a wall of sturdy ice. "This will protect us." Now, Runt turned around to talk to Angus only to find that the champion had run away, using his superior agility to rush into the other end of the clearing. "Green-skinned coward," spat Runt, but he knew he had no time to be cursing his luck and choice of companions. His lengthy, wrinkled ears pricked up, the wispy gray hairs on them standing on end as he heard rustling. The rustling of a massive presence circling around the thickly forested edge of the clearing. Runt's bulbous blue eyes struggled to keep up with his hearing as he heard the creature rustle in one direction, then in the complete opposite end of the clearing, and then again somewhere else. Runt hugged the wall of ice he created. Angus's spin was extremely impressive. An application of his inner that allowed his kind to charge up strong blows by rotating their arms and general body tempering magic, but it was a costly technique. Runt's eyes were extremely sensitive to magic. That was one of the reasons the tribe had chosen him from birth to be a thrall. Though his body was smaller, weaker, his mind was sharp, and his eyes even sharper. Any flare-up of magic, Runt would sense, and he would hide behind the durable wall of ice at the right angle before any rock hit him. But that did not happen. Instead, something blurred into Runt's vision, and he found a strand of silk tied to his skull staff. The end of the strand lay in the darkness of the clearing, and before he could react, the string tightened and reeled in, and within seconds, The staff was gone, absorbed into the darkness. Brent had sensed no magic at all from that maneuver. He growled at the dark. Then that meant that this monster had both magical might and physical power. A rare combination for familiars. Something like this would have taken the entire Frostskull tribe to tear down. Like the time they had prevailed against the giant Jotner monstrosity. But Hunt was alone here. He could not scavenge the bones of the fallen to fuel his magic. All he had were the rapidly diminishing accessories of bone on his body now. And alone, he instinctively knew his death was imminent. If there was even the slightest chance of talking his way out of his death, of groveling in the dirt or bargaining, he would have taken it, but he had a feeling. A feeling that crawled from his neck down to his spine, sending shivers throughout his body in a way that the cold of the north never could. The cold of a death that was to come to him through the jaws of a predator, something that was pointless to talk to. Knowing this strangely took out much of his fear, and he felt oddly calm. He put a hand on one of his arms, growling and baring his cracked, stubby teeth. The collector circled the thrall, granting it some auditory signals here and there to allow it to perform some actions. In this way, the collector would gain battle data about the thrall and his magic while also ascertaining whether there was anything truly useful to consume from the specimen. After all, as of now, the collector merely had 3 cores it could slot into its body, though in time, it would be able to develop more capacity. It had already devoured the stick of wood topped with a human cranium and found that there was not much useful for it. Metalloglottic ossifier sample obtained. In wood, the wood had a property of channeling magical energy through it more efficiently, but not to a staggeringly improved degree, and the skull's biomass was that of an ordinary human. There had been no roots or core to retrieve from the human, for it seemed that those were even more sensitive to expiration than even memory retrieval from the brain. This left the skull with only its base biomass, which provided not even a tenth of a single point at the collector's current level. Yet, the thrall did not seem to be doing anything of note worth either. Rather, the specimen seemed to be waiting for the collector to make the first move. The collector desired to force him to utilize his mist form spell. Now that the collector possessed the means to sense mana and its flow, it would be able to determine the primary functioning of the spell that had once confounded it so. Thus, the collector emerged from its hiding spot, surging forwards with a closed fist to smash against the thrall. The thrall barely had a moment of time to look up at the collector's towering form before a carapaced, red-wreathed fist smashed down into his head. The collector clipped its mandibles in understanding as its fist, wide enough to be size of the thrall's entire head, whooshed past the thrall's form. The thrall dissipated into foggy mist, and several meters away, the thrall reformed with his arm stuck out towards the collector. Notably, the thrall had a deep scratch running from his forehead down to his stomach in an approximation of where the collector would have torn through him. Light emanated from the thrall's arm, specifically from the bones underneath the skin. The collector perceived that all the bones comprising its hands up to its humerus glowed bright with blue, shining through the specimen's flesh. A moment later, and the arm burst apart in the same hue of light, and a wave of rippling and rumbling white and blue magical energy crashed towards the collector in an avalanche that managed to even dwarf it. The collector projected its sapient barrier outwards from itself, preventing the massive wave of mana from directly touching its skin. The hostile mana slammed against its purple sapient barrier, forming into an ice formation that towered over even the dark wood trees at the edge of the clearings. Mana level, 60% greater than 40%, interesting. The collector clipped its mandibles as it analyzed what had occurred. The thrall's mist form essentially used its own bones as a conduit to channel mana throughout its body and disperse it, temporarily reducing the body into an elementally compatible structure of mist. That made it impervious to ordinary physical damage and highly resistant to even the magic-boosted punches from the collector. The collector then inspected the ice around it. It was completely encased in a towering structure of ice, though extending its sapient barrier had prevented the ice from constricting its movements, leaving the collector standing in a neat sphere within the frozen wave. It drew the barrier back, for extending it past the body was heavily taxing to mana, as were other forms of sapient magic. By using his own bones as a conduit once more and even sacrificing them, the thrall had been able to essentially surpass his limits and effect a spell that exceeded the collector's own expectations. This must have been akin to how the other specimens such as the Redskin Champion had broken their own limits even when accounting for mana enhancing their strength. The collector closed its fists, pumping blood and mana into them. Their already impressive muscular density only swelled even more in size, foggy ripples of red floating above like crimson steam. It collected the breadth of ice in front of it and determined this would buy the thrall merely 5 seconds of time. The collector punched the wall of ice in front of itself, its two arms punching forwards with carapace-bladed fists that shattered and smashed the ice in great chunks with every blow, and there were many, many blows. So many blows at such a speed that they blurred into an endless, rapid staccato of crashing blows, and the entire ice structure groaned and shook as cracks began to line its sizable length. The collector drilled through the ice, and when it near the other end, unleashed one last, powerful hit to completely shatter an opening for itself. It moved out into the open air and found that the thrall had left the clearing in the small time he had purchased for himself with his arm. Yet, its scent was still strong. It had not traveled far. Before the shaking and groaning ice dome collapsed upon itself, the collector was already gone, slithering into the direction where the thrall's scent was strongest. Within seconds, the collector was back upon the thrall. The thrall growled and aimed his one remaining arm at the collector. Blood spurted from his gaping, empty left shoulder socket, weakening his every step. The collector tested one last confirmation of its analyses. It swiped at the thrall's head with its monomolecular claws, and the thrall broke apart again into mist that started to billow backwards, away from the collector. It was here that the collector aimed both hands at the thrall, and before he could reform, utilized force hold to keep the mist in place. A purple outline covered the cloud of mist containing the thrall's essence, freezing it in this gaseous state of matter. The collector clipped its mandibles. Holding the thrall in this state was extremely easy. Another hypothesis proven correct. The collector had analyzed from its prior experimentations and gathering of battle data that when it attempted to directly force its magical energy on a foreign object, the cost was higher than when it flowed mana within its own body parts, scaling up with the dimensions and mass of the object. In addition, the collector noted with more interest, living beings were significantly more difficult to manipulate, with even small goblins requiring more mana expenditure to force hold than large swathes of unresisting dirt. This, the collector sensed, was because of the spirit roots and cores. Even in living beings where they were unawakened, they still formed a natural defense mechanism that made infiltration via foreign magical signatures extremely difficult. Force hold and other magic like it that relied on directly manipulating other living beings therefore was highly inefficient to utilize. However, in cases like this where the target willingly dispersed the mana flowing through their body, the collector willed the mist above its head and condensed it into a sphere of foggy white. Then direct manipulation of the foreign body, even one possessing of an awakened core and magic sensitivity, was a minimal effort. The collector reduced the size of the sphere above its head, and as it grew smaller and smaller, it opened up its maw, carapace plates covering its face like a helmet sliding aside to reveal its waiting and hungry jaws. The sphere condensed, and when the mist was focused down into the size of a tennis ball, the thrall could no longer hold his mist form, and the mist turned crimson first, then exploded into a burst of blood and ground up flesh and organs that rained down into the collector's mouth. /53 biomass gained, +8, biomass level, 45 1/100ths, spirit roots gained, +50, root consumption limit, 100 1/100ths, genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, deer, black hobgoblin, human, lesser ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, frostborn hobgoblin thrall, core, new, mana level, 40% 100%. The collector sheathed its jaws and clicked its mandibles. It had wasted a vast majority of the spirit roots the thrall granted, but no great matter. It desired more so the thrall's core, and it seemed that for the foreseeable future, it would gain spirit roots at a far quicker rate than it did biomass. It would seem then that for biomass charged with mana, it was not the quantity of roots that mattered, but their inherent quality that allowed them to store more mana within them. Thus, it would be more efficient for the collector to emphasize targets with rich amounts of mana within them. In other words, strong targets. Agreeable to the collector. Now that the collector possessed the thrall's core, it could approximate a general sense of what it could do, but its capacity to inherently understand the magical abilities associated with it was not nearly as refined as its ability to know all the biological capabilities of a genetic sample. The collector knew now that the thrall could draw upon magical energy latent within bones, even those within himself, but finer details such as potential limitations and risks escaped it. These, it would have to investigate on its own through further experimentation or reference through the female demon's extensive knowledge stores. The collector could incorporate the core directly into its empty slot without the need for an evolutionary cocoon, but once slotted, removal or modification would require a cocoon. Thus, it had to be careful about whether it would decide to incorporate this thrall's core. Yet, there was still another target and its core to consider. The scent of another blood trail. Further along in the dark woods. The scent of the supposedly strong one, though, as the collector came to realize with measured disappointment, far weaker than it had initially thought it to be. No matter. The collector would still grant it death and entry into the collective for even managing to damage the collector's form. Though disappointing that the specimen had decided to run instead of choosing to stand and fight. You are here. The collector registered the presence of the female demon as she floated and approached its back. Aberrant patterns in her breathing indicated signs of physical stress likely brought upon by excessive usage of magic. Yet, still well within her limits. The collector could sense significant disruptions of mana flow within the specimen, but accounting for deficiencies, a rough calculation of her potential strength at her peak was formidable, well above any sorcerer or magic-sensitive individual the collector had encountered so far. Had the specimen been properly nurtured from the start of her growth cycle, her development might have been such that she could have dwarfed the collector's current magical ability several times over. Yet, the years of damage wrought upon her had likely permanently stunted her to a large degree. What was all of that?" she said. "That rock that hit you, and the huge ice wall, and..." "It matters not," said the collector. "There is still yet another target that eludes my jaws. I will engage in devouring it." "Wait, let me tether to you," said the female demon. I didn't know if it would work before because you're not truly a demon, but now I'm sure." "Explain further." Well, it's something demons can do with each other, is what I've read, though I've never been able to talk to another one. In the tower, they kept us all separated and all I could hear were screams and..." The collector clicked its mandibles, and this time, the demon understood the clicking and focused her thoughts before the collector prompted her vocally. Tethering is when I link my force field to yours, so when you move, I follow right behind. When you use push or pull, I can help, if you ever need it. It doesn't connect our feelings any." The collector clicked its mandibles in understanding, further recognizing a way in which Sapia could be utilized. "Agreeable," said the collector. "Perform this tethering quickly." The female demon nodded and floated right behind the collector. Her ponytail reached out, and the thrill vibrated as it touched the purple force field outlining the collector's bulky form. The demon's force field thickened in color as hers merged with the collector's. The collector perceived this process, noted its mechanisms, and then wasted not a single more moment before it slithered into the inky, light-voided black of the dark woods with another rush of magically boosted speed, for consuming the excess of the thrall's vast stores of roots and awakened core had almost fully replenished its mana levels. "Whoa!" shouted the demon as she flew right behind the collector at a speed that made her eyes widen. The collector followed the scent of blood and the unique olfactory signature of the next target and found that from its meandering, erratic pathing that it did not head into the direction of the main goblin encampment. Likely, blood loss and a lack of light prevented this specimen from ascertaining its direction. Yet, the specimen still moved quickly. at a speed that almost rivaled the collector's own, it seemed. Judging from occasional tracks in the dirt and scratch marks etched into the dark wood tree trunks, the creature was well adapted to moving within forest environments, swinging from branches to provide itself formidable acceleration. But this was not a game of attrition the specimen could win. The collector possessed supremely efficient bodily mechanisms down to every single fiber of its musculature that made it nigh endlessly active, whereas the inefficient and weak flesh of this specimen would soon yield to its injuries. Within 10 minutes, the collector came near the specimen. Near enough that it could hear the specimen rustling through the woods, swinging from branch to branch even in this complete darkness, though occasionally, it would hit an obstacle and force itself to the ground, hence the occasional tracks in the dirt. Merely hearing the creature was enough to begin its execution. The collector stopped its rush through the dark woods and shoveled up and compacted a large ball of dirt in cupped palms. It infused the ball with magical energy, lines of purple streaking across the dirt. The magical energy permeated throughout the ball's structure, supporting and solidifying its composition to the point it became solid like titanium alloy. Reinforcement, noted the demon as she saw the collector. She had a hand to her head, likely to halt side effects of nausea from traveling at velocities she was unused to. Combination of a projection of mana and excel of its flow on top of an advanced grasp of mana flow itself. You truly had no idea of magic and mana beforehand? These foreign principles escaped my grasp once, for they are unique to this specific planet, but in experiencing them, I understand that they hold much that is analogous to natural physical processes, and as such, elementary in concept to grasp and wield, said the collector. It began to replicate the specific flow of mana within the ball, generating a spinning aura of purple sapien energy, for the destructive chaos energy from its prime core was unsuited to more delicate processes like this. Strands of purple danced around the dark sphere, circling round and round it until the individual lines merged into a fluxing, ever-moving wave of light spinning around the ball. The collector focused its auditory systems on the rapidly fading sounds of the fleeing specimen rustling through the woods, and then adjusted the flow of mana spinning around the ball accordingly to new coordinates. It accounted for the night breeze and obstacles such as trees. With its sensitive hairs, it could curve the ball around the trees in a 20-meter radius in front of it, but beyond that, it would simply need enough power to smash through the trunks to reach the target. Another, more intense glow of purple burst around the ball before condensing and darkening back within it. Mana level, 80% greater than 50%, that apostrophe s. That's a lot of mana in there, said the female demon. This application of mana is intensive. Largely inefficient, yet, potentially useful in certain scenarios. Simply channeling mana through neuromuscular enhancement in the process you describe as Excel is far more efficient in most combat simulations. The collector drew back the ball of mana-infused dirt, twisting its body back to maximize rotational force. Yet, this will allow me to gather necessary combat data to make this projectile-based application of mana more usable. A burst of wind flowed from the collector as it threw the ball, the purple-wreathed sphere shooting outwards as a tail of clumped-up sound waves trailed behind it before exploding out in a boom. The ball audibly smashed through several trunks in the distance, loosing groaning cracks from the shattered wood before finally punctuating its end with a howling scream from the fleeing specimen. The collector felt the mana discharge from its body, the constant heat emanating from both its prime and demon cores simmering down to a noticeable degree. Though a newfound form of strength, this was also a reminder of weakness. A supersonic projectile of this size and mass was nothing compared to tinkering firearms. Even the widespread anti-collective AC-18 model of the bolter rifle could fire magnetic rail-charged 8mm depleted uranium rounds at hypersonic speeds, and the AC-20 models could also engage in fully automated spreads to deal with the collective's infinite swarms. But at the rate of the collector's current growth, it would far exceed any tinkerer's tools in short order, burning this planet down and returning to the collective with the prized evolutionary development of magic. /54 The collector stepped over the fleeing specimen's corpse. It was a goblin of a different variant than the ones it had witnessed, covered with brown fur and possessing of ape-like features such as longer arms and high muscle density for moving through the trees of forested environments. Though, it appeared from the density of the fur that it was meant more to dissipate heat and regulate internal temperatures than to provide warmth, indicating this specimen originated from a warmer, likely tropical climate. Like the other hobgoblin variants, this creature did not belong here. A strong indicator that these goblins too possessed a means with which to warp, for they did not show any indications of wielding sufficiently advanced vehicular technology. The collector clipped its mandibles. It had desired to simply cripple the specimen by blowing off its legs, but the collector had misjudged its distance and timing by a 5% margin of error, and that showed in a gaping hole on the specimen's lower abdomen. Another hobgoblin? This one. The fur. Let me see, the female demon floated over the corpse, cocking her head in academic scrutiny. Aha, it is from the realm of four eyes. And from its size. A champion, too? There must be a lord here. You are uncovering information for yourself that is already known to me, said the collector. Tell me instead the possibility of this variant, this lord, possessing the means to access warp-based travel. The female demon specimen hovered in the air, putting a hand to her chin, and then shook her head. Goblins cannot travel the realms with their own power, nothing can except the Danavans, but nobody has ever seen them. But if there is a dungeon here, and the lord is the dungeon boss, then maybe. Dungeons? Explain further, said the collector. Dungeons. The demon said to herself, searching her memories. Then, she adopted another tone, reciting information. Dungeons are still a mystery. How they came be is difficult to tell, and there are 1,000 different tomes all with a different explanation. But what I, Hazi, former adventurer 7-star adventurer, can tell you is what they are and how to deal with them. If you are reading this, you are probably a 1 or 2-star adventurer. So, you know the basics. Dungeons are temporary layers that often divide itself into layers, and the more layers there are, the higher rank the dungeon is. At the bottom of the dungeon, there's a monster called the boss that anchors the whole layer into existence. There are 2 types of dungeons: bound and unbound. Bound means that the dungeon stays static and won't change and expand. Unbound means the dungeon can shift, even move, and grow. Bound dungeons tend to be harder to clear with more layers, while unbound dungeons are dangerous because they can copy themselves over time. But at the end of it all, you take the boss out, and the dungeon collapses. Keep the collateral low, even more so with unbound dungeons, and you're all set. That's what most adventurers learn in their first year of working with the League. Of course, this is all just general talk. Once you put in the field work for as many years as I have, you start to realize that although there are plenty of rules in this world, there's plenty of wriggle room between them as well. There are horribly dangerous dungeons that merely have 1 layer. There are dungeons that anchor to a boss that is not even a monster, maybe a crystal or living wall or, in one particularly bad case, a spore rooting inside an invading adventurer, making it so you cannot clear it without killing someone in your own party. You have no idea what you will face in dungeons as an adventurer. What you do need to know is humility. You need to know when you have to retreat, preferably with a priestess of the paths, and you need to know when a dungeon is dangerous enough to call for help. The League has limited resources, you knowing how to use them and when to call for them will save your life, especially if you are lower ranking than any artisanal sword or shield crafted from tallow or yew or any place of renowned forging. Because at the end of the day, unless you're 3 stars or above, you are worthless. You will have no coin, no resources, and no reputation. And, most likely, you will be weak. A harsh truth, but one better known than ignored until death. And there is no shame in splitting a dungeon's rewards with whatever higher ranked party or league official comes to aid you. If anything, it will make your life easier and continue it at the same time. But you must present the league with a good case for their assistance. For that, you need information. Any dungeon you see, don't enter it, stay at its perimeter and do a routine scouting. Get a sorcerer from the order to read the ley lines in the area. Check for disturbances. If you do not have a sorcerer in your party, then hire one. Don't skimp out on a good sorcerer because of coin. Better to have your life than an empty bag. Check first and foremost if there's mana signatures in the ley lines that come from different realms. This means the dungeon is not only unbound, but also capable of drawing monsters from different realms. If this is the case, report back to the nearest league sentry. Elevate the threat ranking of the dungeon one full rank. Dungeons like this are unstable and capable of growing in the blink of an eye. Try to find what exactly is causing the instability. Most of the time, the dungeon boss will be the culprit, but sometimes, there are other entities, maybe a subordinate monster or a structure that is tapping into the instability. If you do not have the power to fully clear the dungeon and slay the boss, then focus on disabling these entities, warpers as they're known in our trade, because that alone will take out half the dungeon's threat. Then, you check for, the demon stopped, nodding to herself. That is all I read before Thorian took the book from me. He told me I had no place reading about adventurers and getting odd ideas in my head. The collector clipped its mandibles. That is sufficient information. Tell me, do you understand the means by which to identify these layers known as dungeons and their mechanism? The entities within them designated as a boss? I can tell when there's a dungeon, I think, but everything else, know the dungeons, well, if you read the ley lines, they appear like, something will be wrong with them. I can show you if we get near one. The demon perked up, her eyes alight with the emotion of wonder that so vexed the collector. Why are we going to go into one? She asked, her words breaking apart not because of nervousness this time, but because of curiosity. I sense eagerness in approaching this layer classified a dungeon. Does this area not pose a significant threat? Noted the collector. The female demon shook her head several times. They do, I think, well, I read that they are very dangerous, but the feeling of clearing a dungeon and seeing it, I have always wanted it. Once, I think, I wanted to be an adventurer. This wonder that you feel, I sense it within you and thought of this dungeon. Yet, I sense that this emotion is most appropriate when witnessing the all-encompassing presence of the collective. Soon, within the collective, you will learn to detach this wonder from the phenomena of this world that amounts to little more than slightly special drivel, said the collector. And I now head to this dungeon. You are to inform me when you sense the necessary environmental anomalies that indicate its presence. The collector clipped its mandibles, approximating where the main goblin encampment was and heading to that direction. It theorized that this encampment was a dungeon through contextual clues. First, there was the appearance of many goblin variants all adapted to different biomes. Then there was the fact that the goblins were amassing their numbers for some kind of war effort, and that would require both an expansion of territory and additional troops all entailed within the unbound dungeon with a warper that the female demon spoke of. Perhaps more evidently, the collector could feel the thrall's core and sense that there were remnants of genic energy within it. The stench of dealing with warp-based travel, though of a different kind than that which the collector was familiar with spacefaring tinkerers. Thus, the collector reasoned that the thrall had been a warper for a dungeon with the goblin lord as its boss. Good. The collector clipped its mandibles, potentially seeing the end of its mission in near sight. If this dungeon possessed a channel for warping adequately powerful enough, the collector could utilize it to send out its genic charge to the collective, regaining connection with the hive mind and signaling its coordinates for a full-scale takeover. It would not have to force its way through heavily guarded population centers that housed warp temples. If the collector did not move now, there was a chance that these humans, these adventurers would get to the dungeon first and slay its boss, causing, as the female specimen recited, the destruction of the warp gate. The collector could not allow that. It took the corpse of the fleeing specimen under its tail and devoured it. Biomass gained, plus 12, biomass level, 67 100ths, spirit roots gained, plus 30, root consumption limit, 100 100ths, genetic material gained, stored genetic material, black ant, deer, black hobgoblin, human, lesser Una, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, frostborn hobgoblin thrall, core, vine swinger goblin champion, core, mono level, 50% 100%. It fully embraced the desire brimming in its heart, rushing into the forest before the demon specimen could respond to it, ragdolling her behind it while she tried to adjust to the sudden burst of speed. One final battle. One final, good battle. This, the collector desired before the dawn of the collective. Though the collector knew this was heretical, it wished to savor this feeling a last time, this desire of the battle to the strong before the hive mind could reset the collector and eliminate the anomalies growing within it. /55 The collector slithered its way through the dark woods. Wide tree trunks came into its vision, then blurred behind it as it rushed through the forest. At first, the female demon specimen tethered behind it had exhibited an elevated heart rate and tensed muscles indicative of fear, likely at the speed with which the collector moved, but soon, she had adjusted herself. With some skill, the collector noted. The demon had oriented herself using minor applications of sapien force to keep herself more stably tethered to the collector, and this required not only a good approximation of the collector's speed, but also when it would make twists and turns. With the collector's calculations, it would take 40 minutes to reach the main goblin encampment if the memories of its approximate coordinates were correct. Margin of error within 8 minutes. Its approximate speed, 400 km per hour. And with every passing day, its speed and strength would increase to no end, unbound as it was now by mana enriching its physical properties. Yet, the collector would not reach those heights of power, that zenith of strength that lay beyond its limitations, even perhaps by the metamorphosis level limits set upon it by the collective, once it signaled to the collective. No such thinking was flawed. The collective was strength incarnate already. Assimilating within it once more was the zenith of purpose and power the collector strived for, respected and desired. For in the end, that was the collector's designated life cycle. To be born with strength, to fight enemies, to gain their biomass and samples, and then in turn, when it became defective or outdated, to become consumed by the collective itself, enriching the greater whole with new samples for the great purpose. And the collector knew that its life cycle would draw to an end once the collective dawned. The collector was defective, and the collective would either consume it for its unique new samples or restart the shard within it. Either way, the collector as it was now would no longer come to be in time. And all for the better. The collector would serve its glorious purpose. Become whole once more. After some time traveling unimpeded, the collector sensed the demon speaking to it. I never asked. Where are you from? Asked the demon. I do not herald from any one place. No fixed geographical point bound by the arbitrary limitations of borders and other such divisions. I am born of the collective, said the collector. You've mentioned it, the collective. And, forgive me for asking, but I'm curious, what is it? You turn your curiosity, this wonder, to the collective. Agreeable, said the collector, projecting its thoughts for ease of communication at its current speed of travel. The collective is no mere thing. It is being itself. Evolution progressed and honed into a singularity that will never falter. It is the absorbed will of countless species that have all lost the discord and differences that once demarcated them as individuals. Inducted into the collective, they become one, and as one, they attain a utopic perfection that no tinkering civilization can ever hope to match or even conceptualize. I can feel what you are saying a little bit, even if your words are hard for me, and I can sense that this collective is something big, said the demon. Something you really believe in. The collective. You said there are so many people in there, but none of them hate each other? Emotions such as hate are outdated and vestigial remnants of tinkering imperfection, said the collector. Even within myself that is afforded limited emotion, I may hold measured judgments against you tinkerers, but hate? I do not hate your kind. I simply see all of you as life that has strayed afar from the path of evolution, marking yourselves with discord even among your own kind. In need of absolution from yourselves. For it is known that you tinkerers are inherently self-destructive. Even without an external threat, you tend towards warring amongst yourselves regardless of the form you take and the biomes you originally adapted to. Without the advent of warp-based technology, there is no doubt that you tinkerers would have hit a wall in development and expansion caused by conflict among yourselves and other self-destructive tendencies. Thus, tinkering is a disease. A plague that feasts upon itself and others while leaving nothing of value to the universe. It is inherently self-destructive. A heresy against the fundamental principle of evolution, the propagation of one's own. Within the short time frames of your tinkering lives, you may believe your methods best to propagate, but in greater scales of time, it is faulty to the highest degree. Said the demon with wonder. She gazed at the collector's slithering form, at the back of its horned head. That was one thing I noticed from you. No hate. Just calm. And you say that the collective, everyone in it, feels this calm. That is precisely so, said the collector. The demon hung her head down. I never wanted to hate. It was hard for me to. Even when I hurt so much, it was hard. Thorian never told me to hate. Mother never told me to hate. But I don't know. When the hurt kept going on and it felt like it would never end, I just had nothing left. Nothing left but hate. It makes me feel bad inside, a little. I know it's wrong, imperfect, like you say, but I still want to see this world break down just as much as I did. That's why I trusted you so much from the start, because you were going to hurt people. She paused, taking a long look at the collector. But if you are going to change everything, bring calm to everyone, make everyone one, stop the hate completely, then I don't feel bad about trusting you. The collector clipped its mandibles. When my mission is complete and this world has entered the greater ranks of the collective, it will become whole. There will be no aberrant defections that lead to unnecessary divisions among your kind. And in the end, the unique, anomalous strength in lives of this world will fuel the great purpose to ensure that life remains infinite, said the collector. It continued, tinkering species build monuments to themselves, spread themselves across planets and star systems to replicate themselves, but in the end, they will never be infinite. They will exhaust their resources and the energy. The cold of entropy will take them, and in all their warring and discord among each other, they will never manage to stand against the inevitable darkness. But the collective will be beyond this. The fundamental principle beyond all evolution is the propagation of one species. In the scale of the collective, this is the continuation of life, and for this purpose, it will evolve, absorb, and grow to no end. Once the collective has inducted enough life across the stars within its being at a sufficiently grand scale, it will fulfill the great purpose. The processing power of life united as one will surely stand against the darkness. Break the inevitable approach of heat death that otherwise comes for us all, tinkerer or hive unit alike. Wow, said the demon. I don't understand all of what you're saying, but the feeling I get the feeling of being a part of something big and important. Being special. Will I be a part of this too? Even if I'm broken like I am now? There is no doubt, declared the collector. The information you have provided me so far has been of great worth, contributing significantly to my survival and further planning. For this, you shall be immortalized within the ranks of the collective with as much honor as the true warriors I have devoured. I'm worth something. And I won't be broken anymore. The female specimen nodded to herself, the tiniest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her lips, though in an awkward, stilted fashion, the muscles for smiling having never been used in years. She blinked as she tensed up, and the collector stopped its movement in an efficient instant, a rush of wind blowing past it as it halted from high speeds. I can sense something off. The ley lines, said the demon as she hovered in front of the collector. They are warped. The mana swirling through them, through the land, is circling, spiraling intelligence 1 point. The dungeon, said the collector as it clipped its mandibles and unsheathed its monomolecular edge claws. They clinked out from its fingertips, growing now to 20 centimeter lengths. It sensed there were insects around it, and, As the demon noted as it focused mana into its eyes to make them more sensitive to the flow of magic, it could see what she was talking about. Its vision became tinted in light blue as it inspected the area around it. Lines of mana circulated throughout the land, ley lines as they were called, and these bright blue streaks poured out from the earth and danced over the grass and twirled around the trees. Yet, the collector had not been able to discern any significance from these flows, merely that they supported life in some way. However, when prompted by the demon, it now knew what to look for. It could see that in the seemingly random mass of flowing lines, there was now a pattern. A slight swirl, more a tendency of the lines to break and move away and into a central point a sizable distance away from them. And as its eyes sensed magic, its auditory systems sensed physical sounds. The clashing of hardened alloys breaking upon each other. Flesh rending. Bones breaking. The sounds of battle. /56 The collector assessed itself and the environment around it. First, a check of its status before it engaged in what was perhaps its final battle. Metamorphosis level 6, biomass level 67 1/100ths, stored genetic material, black ant, deer, black hobgoblin, human, lesser ana, frostborn hobgoblin, horse, lesser great centipede, lesser great beetle, spitting great beetle, leaf blade insect, frostborn hobgoblin thrall, vine swinger goblin champion, core, adaptations, ultrafiber muscles rank 6.4, coil boosters, autonomic neurobodily matrix, metalloglottic ossifier, - greater than whitestone, - greater than runewood, external systems, sensitive hairs rank 5.2, quill spray, organic hyperalloy carapace rank 5.4, long chain chitinous sublayer, weapon systems, monomolecular claws rank 4.4, pyrocyclitic glands rank 3, current form, assassin bug brute / demon / dull scale rou, jumping araka, magic inverted question mark, status, mana level, 100%, active cores, 3/3, prime core, trigger, desire, demon core, trigger, wonder, frostborn thrall core, trigger, greed, intra, sapia, demon core, ithra, devourer, prime core, primal magic, bone binding, frostborn thrall core, blessings, blessing of Mounto, primal density, 5%, root consumption limit, 100%. The collector had slotted in the frostborn hobgoblin thrall's core into its third slot on the way here, for if the collector was to interface with the potential warp gate in the dungeon, then it would require the thrall's energy signatures. Slotting in a core was possible without a full metamorphosis, but modifying cores and replacing them would require the processing power of the evolutionary cocoon. The process of assuming the thrall's core was akin to regeneration. When it occurred, the collector had felt another heart growing within itself, this time located in its stomach area. This meant there were now 3 hearts pumping within the collector, and all of them linked to separate cores and operating a portion of its spirit roots. Its prime core was responsible for the functions of 60% of its roots, and the remaining 40% split among the demon and thrall cores. Must take care to shield the prime core at all costs, noted the collector, for though it would survive having its main heart destroyed, it would severely compromise its magical abilities and deactivate powers from its secondary cores as well. If the collector had wanted to maximize its strength, it would have slotted in the Vine Swinger Goblin Champion's core, for it possessed an intra called Wind Up that allowed a limb to charge up power after undergoing full rotations, but the Thrall's core was crucial to tap into the warp and could be useful in its own way. The collector had noticed for some time now that insects from the deadwood were anomalously quiet, refraining from their usual indiscriminate feasting of each other on the forest floor. Instead, as the collector now neared the site of battle, the dungeon, it analyzed that the insectoids in the vicinity of the dungeon were all moving out towards the center of battle. A whole swarm of them from every direction. Insectoids of all kinds and sizes. An unending wave of chittering, many-legged creatures that shambled forwards, utterly ignoring the collector and the demon specimen behind it. Only the Araka were absent from this writhing mass unified in forward-moving purpose. The collector noticed the lanky, dark green form of a leaf blade insect scamper beside the collector, its long antennae twitching as its oversized, scythe-like front legs flared out in front of it. It was larger than the smaller mosses beneath it, the same kind the collector had taken enough note of to consume before. The collector backhanded the insect's head, blowing it away with the strike. Now headless, the insect twitched as it still stood upright, the last remnants of its neural functioning fading away. The collector activated the trigger of the thrall's core. Greed. This, the collector could approximate. It was similar in nature to its own trigger of desire, simply a little less focused in its scope and more brutish at its base. A pulse of faint blue energy spread throughout the collector's ashen body from its stomach. It punched into the leaf blade insect's stomach, cracking through the carapace and into the mushy innards within. Bone binding. The primal magic of the thrall. By binding the essence of a creature down to a remnant of it, the bones, the collector could theoretically utilize the bones to manifest physical phenomena related to the creature itself. The collector activated the magic knowing that the insect possessed no biological structure like the bones that the thrall utilized. The closest analogous structure would be the carapace. Yet, the collector still tried in experimentation, wishing to scope out the limits of this ability. A pale blue light flickered from within the insect, generating outwards from the collector's fist still stuck inside of it, but nothing more happened. The collector clipped its mandibles. Combat data for bone binding updated. It would seem that without a bone structure at least somewhat compatible with mammalian forms, bone binding would not work. It instead made final use of the corpse by feasting upon it. Biomass gained, +2, biomass level, 69 1/100ths, so many monsters, said the female as she hovered above the collector, eyeing down at the endless march of insectoids below. The collector infused magical energy into its eyes and observed the insects. It beheld faint tethers of mana from all of them joining in the larger swirls of blue leading into the dungeon. This dungeon possesses the means to call upon specimen living in the biome surrounding it, noted the collector. A principle similar in fashion to the hive mind's mass control of units, and yet drastically more primitive and unrefined in its processing. Good. The mass movement of insectoids would provide adequate cover. And likely, the Araka resisted this call to action for they form their own rudimentary hive mind with each other. Thus, only the weakest of the insects in the forest mobilized. And judging from their lack of aggression to the collector and the demon specimen, they were called to engage in battle with other targets. The collector heard further sounds of battle. The sound of a fire roaring. This one was loud enough for the collector to utilize its auditory systems to approximate a location. 115 meters ahead. Margin of error 10 meters. Judging from the sounds emanating from that location, particularly the clang of metal against carapace and other hard surfaces, it was highly likely there were tinkering humanoid presences ahead. The cover of the forest extended only a dozen meters ahead as evidenced by the glow of lights-tone torches visible ahead, demarcating the perimeter of the main goblin encampment. But this was range enough for the collector make visual confirmation of the battle, the humanoids, and assess a combat plan. Prepare yourself for battle, said the collector to the demon. If you truly wish to serve the collective, to play a part in its dawning, then you will fight as the predator you are meant to be and are becoming. The demon took in several deep breaths, a method of easing rising mental anxiety. She nodded, her eyes flashing purple. Got it. In the center of a sea of clicking, wriggling, writhing shelled bodies, 3 adventurers stood. A man on the taller side with conventionally handsome and rugged features. Square jaw, a head of full, slicked back black hair and surprisingly soft brown eyes. A scar ran from one eye to the chin that conveniently missed the lips, adding to his looks rather than disfiguring them. Solid build, but not overly muscled. A body meant more for functional fitness, and the man exhibited just that as he backflipped with a grace like flowing water. Where he had been but a moment ago, a clubhead of ice crashed, gouging out a small crater in the forest floor. "Stop running!" shouted a muscle-bound, pale-skinned frostborn hobgoblin as he picked his ever-first club up. To any ordinary human or even any 1 or 2-star adventurer, a trained hobgoblin with a weapon was quite the foe. But to Furio, Newly anointed forced-heart adventurer and a rising talent in the adventuring community, this was nothing. Furio gripped his ether construct, a wrench almost 2 meters long, in both hands like a spear. A long sword gleaming with an orange tint lay stuck with invisible force to the head of the wrench, turning the whole thing into a makeshift spear of sorts. "And why don't you stop talking?" said Furio. He smiled as he parried the hobgoblin's second attack, angling his wrench above his head precisely so that the club's impact diffused away to the side, sending the hobgoblin off balance as his club crashed into the ground beside Furio. As the hobgoblin faltered, Furio took a step back to get into striking range, and then in one swift motion that left an arc of gleaming orange light in the air, sliced forwards with his wrench spear. The hobgoblin stilled before he fell to the ground, a massive, burning gash almost bisecting him from the stomach. /57 / "That's the last of the goblins," said Furio as he twirled the wrench between his hands. The enchanted sword stuck to its head glowed fiercely, sending out arcs of fire that torched and blew back the various insect monsters that tried to swarm him. A few unlucky insects caught in the blade's path split apart before burning up rapidly, disintegrating into nothing but piles of ashes. "Bug duty, Emmy, please," complained Furio. "Is that any way to talk to your precious little sister?" said Emmy. She was much shorter than her brother, but no less lacking in fierce battle will. She stuck her staff of steely metal into the ground, the sharp, glaive-like head crashing into a beetle. She twisted the staff, crunching the glaive through the beetle and ending its wriggling. "She's right, you know," said Vera, third member of the party. Light and athletic build wrapped in form-fitting, layered leather armor. On the breast of her sleeveless leather vest was an emblem with 3 stars stitched within it. Her face was covered in a hood and veil that glowed a slight shade of iridescent rainbow from the magical light emanating from her arms. Rainbow circuits ran from her fingers all the way up to her shoulders. "Withdraw," said Vera. She reached a hand into empty space, and it sunk into a ripple in the air. From there, she withdrew a lengthy pipe of shingled bronze metal. "Jutokan artifacts make my skin crawl, made by heartless zealots as they are, but I really cannot deny they can be useful." She swayed her head from side to side, seeing the bugs approaching her and Emmy, flicked her veil to the side, and breathed into the pipe. Her magical energy infused into the artifact, and a moment later, gouts of flame burst out from the other end of the pipe, washing over the bugs and burning them alive. She rotated her head, circling the flame around her and creating a ring of flame that kept the rest of the insects out for now. Furio, however, being physically the strongest and at the head of the party, did not enjoy this flaming barrier, and instead used his enchanted blade to cleave out space for himself. Though the orange blade had a fire-type monster's core enchanted in it, the flame was meant more to enhance its cutting edge, not to create large fires. More and more bugs started to near him, and though they were of zero threat to him, they still slowed him down and stopped him from seeing what was ahead. "I never get to voice an opinion in this party," said Furio. "But that's what I get for having a party made up of my little sister and girlfriend. Everyone told me it was going to be a disaster." "Oh, stop complaining," said Amelia. "Here, I'll help you out." With a grunt, Amelia took her glaive staff and slammed it into the dirt. A faint blue monocrystal glowed from within the glaive, focusing her magic as gray circuits emerged from her hands and ran up to her forearms. "Blade storm," she chanted. Arcs of gray magical energy crackled around her, forming into 6 blades of metal that whirled around her at rapid speeds. She waved her staff towards Furio, and the rotating blades ejected towards him, pushing past the ring of fire and swerved around Furio, grinding up the insects clamoring at him into showers of innards and carapace. "Ugh," she said, her nose crinkling at the scent of insect innards. She looked down at the gut-soaked gray mantle covering her enchanted leather armor. On her mantle was an emblem with 2 stars upon it. "I hear there are public steam baths in Sunda. What I would give now to soak in one of them. I do like the sound of a public bath. Get clean and watch something nice, what's not to like?" Furio leered in front of him as insects began to amass in front of him again in a thick wall of carabist bodies, but Amelia had cleared enough space for him to work with. "Here, I will activate Flim fully to clear a path," said Furio as he aimed his wrench forwards and then ejected the blade attached to the head at high speeds. The blade began to turn and spiral, unleashing the heat condensed at its edge and expanding it into large wreaths of fire that curled around it. The enchanted blade roared as flames surged up through its flight, toasting a mass of insects and clearing a straight path ahead. After traveling 50 meters, the blade stopped to a sudden halt, hovering in the air, the end of Furio's magnetic tether. Furio ran forwards in the clearing he had burned out, keeping his pace slower than usual to make sure Amelia and Vera could keep up. "Brother, you know you do have a lover, right?" said Amelia as she ran behind Furio. "What? I just look at other women and admire, you know, the artistry of their bodies. Like admiring a wonderful painting. Don't love them or anything. You know, Vera?" said Furio. "Falling in love with you has been simultaneously the best and worst thing to happen to me. Some days, I don't know which part wins out," said Vera. "You won't be thinking so hard once we clear this contract," said Furio as he peered ahead. Maybe a good sprint away was a yawning pit in the earth. Spikes of blackened wood arose around the hole, and from it, a faint blue light emanated. A dungeon. An unbound one, it seemed, and it had not had the time to grow and strengthen itself just yet with multiple territories. In other words, this dungeon was at its weakest state right now. Perfect to clear, and the weak level of monsters in this area meant that in all likelihood, this dungeon would not be too difficult for Furio, a four-star adventurer, to deal with. Clearing a dungeon with just one party would net a huge bonus of coin for Furio, enough for him to buy his own place in Tallow. A nice place, too, not like those rusted-out hovels packed together on the lower rings of the city. Hovels he had spent years in with Amelia. Now, he finally had the strength to give her a life she was deserving of. A life that their parents, wherever they were in the afterlife, could smile upon. And a place worthy for Vera too, after all she had done, turning away even from her noble family to adventure with him. "Don't get too hasty," said Vera as she put in short breaths into the Judican Flamebringer, shooting out balls of flame around Furio that discouraged any more insects from encroaching. "We were supposed to merely investigate a surge of mana. This whole thing, an entire dungeon, this is beyond our expectations. We don't have a proper sorcerer of the order with us either to examine anything. We have no idea what we are getting into. Northern goblins and types from Zen and Four Eyes mean that there's a warper in the dungeon, and who knows what kind of monster that can bring in. Obviously, nothing too exciting. We have far gone past dealing with goblins, love. I could beat 4 champions at once, let alone the lot we have dealt with so far," said Furio. "And besides, if we leave this unbound dungeon, things will just get worse. More and more monsters will come to it. There were already enough goblins here going on about invading before we took them out. We could portal back to the safe zone and wait for League reinforcements, but this dungeon is unbound. What if it moves? Or if the monsters decide to keep attacking? The village south of here has no protectors to it. Might take hours to get to it by foot, but if there's a warper, then maybe they can port there. The Sundan soldiers there have already been wiped out, and they would never be able to deal with something like this to begin with. We as adventurers have a duty to hold the line here. Or clear the dungeon too if we can." He reached the end of the 50 meters Flim's activation had cleared out. The blade had lost its orange glow from activating, and he tapped it with his wrench, causing it to float above the wrench head. "Switching to full me," said Furio. He reached behind his back to where 5 sheaths lay strapped and withdrew one of the blades, this one inside a pale blue sheath. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the segmented blade in front of his wrench and then tapped it, causing the sword to slot into the wrench head with a click. The sword was smaller than Flam, and its ornamental design made up of spiked segments meant it was not great for face-to-face combat. But it was quite useful for this. Furio thrust out his wrench as the insects started to swarm again, and from the various spiked segments making up Full Me, Arcs of lightning emerged, coursing into the wall of bugs and using their bodies further as conduits. Electricity screamed as powerful currents of magical lightning seized up the wall of insects for a few seconds, causing their carapaces to crack and steam up before all of them exploded simultaneously in a sea of showering guts and shell. Furio twirled his wrench in front of him, blocking out most of the debris. Amelia spat out a piece of semi-charred insect flesh from her mouth. At least give us a warning. I did, Emmy, you just need to get faster. If you want to catch up to me, this is how fast you'll have to be, said Furio. You know, Amelia began before she yelped, a rock pelting the side of her head, passing through the flames. Vera blew out. Immediately, Vera rushed to her side. Are you okay, dear? I can bring out something to stem the hurt. Yes, I'm fine, said Amelia as she shook her head. Just a small bruise, maybe. But where? There, said Furio. He had turned around the moment he heard his little sister cry out, and with focused senses, he spotted the culprit. A green-skinned goblin. A small one. It pranced up and down the heads of larger insects as ran away, a sling in its hands. Furio's expression darkened. He had thought he had dealt with all the goblins here. But he had been careless and left the smaller goblins around because he was in a rush to get into the dungeon. He cursed his carelessness and aimed the wrench at the tiny goblin's rapidly fading form. Fulmi ejected from the wrench at high speeds, shooting out and skewering the goblin. Furio spun the wrench in his hands, and the sword still magnetically tethered to the wrench mirrored the movements, spinning around and tearing the goblin apart into pieces. Sorry, Emmy. Sorry. That won't happen again, said Furio. I promise. You promise me way too much, brother. Just focus on yourself, said Amelia. She smiled as she started to run again, towards Furio before something tore the legs from her body. /58 Emmy. Furio screamed as he immediately forgot about the gleaming entrance of the dungeon in front of him, at all the gold and glory it promised. He ran towards her, and his whole world became only his sister, at the blood starting to arc from her severed legs, but even this was not enough to fully dull his instincts. Almost automatically, he registered several things, the world almost slowing down as his mind raced. No enemies in near sight capable of doing this damage. A sudden blur of movement and the sound of solid physical impact. And, as he saw Emmy's legless body start to fall, an expression of surprise still on her face before it could register the pain, he saw shards of shatter drop behind her. A projectile attack. Someone or something was throwing rocks. We are what we train ourselves daily to be. We are our habits. Furio knew these words well from his master, and without a secondary thought, he projected his magical energy out in a sense field around him, all the while still running to Emmy's side. Something registered in his field. Projectiles. Large rocks headed towards himself and Vera with another one following close behind to finish off Emmy. Not even a second had passed since Emmy first got hit. Whatever had thrown these objects could do so in massed volleys at pinpoint accuracies far beyond any vine-swinger goblin, and those monsters were known for their throwing arm. Furio reacted. He whirled around, reducing the range of his sense to move mana flow accelerating through his body, strengthening it. He had memorized the trajectory of the incoming projectiles, and in a quick motion, batted the air in front of him with his wrench. As predicted, a rock the size of a man's head crashed into the wrench, and Furio shaped the mana flowing through his wrench's ethra and therefore extension of his body into a spin that countered the ball's own and deflected it. With a pinging crack of impact, the deflected rock sailed backwards and crashed into the second stone meant for Emmy. Both rocks exploded out into a shower of pulverized rock pieces, such was the speed they had flown at. The rock meant for Vera smashed against her head, but it simply broke upon it like it was an indestructible surface. A flicker of rainbow light shimmered throughout Vera's body as her refraction spell, a spell cast on the body to negate the blow of one strong strike, faded. Behind me, said Furio as he stood in front of Vera and Emmy. He heard Emmy's body hit the floor, and expected to hear her cries, but instead, she just breathed heavy, holding in her pain, trying to not make Furio worry. She could not speak, only gasp, and though she did not scream, every single heavy breath she took felt just like a scream to Furio. Furio gritted his teeth as he tried to figure out where the rocks had come from, his gray eyes darting from side to side as they saw only the endless expanse of bugs and shadowy forest trees. "Emmy, just hold on, okay? Big Brother will make sure you get through this fine like I always do." He kept his hands tight on his wrench, eyes alight with mana as he projected his sense field again, ready to bat down any projectile. "It's okay dear, it's okay," said Vera in a soothing voice as she used, withdraw, to pull out a vial of green liquid from a ripple in space. She popped open the cork with her thumb and held Emmy's shaking, paling face firm, opening her mouth and pouring in the liquid. Within moments, Emmy stopped her gasping, her breathing growing even as she fell asleep to prevent shock and reduce blood loss. "Vera, withdraw something to stop her bleeding," said Furio. An edge of anger sharpened his normally smooth voice. "And portal yourselves back to the safe zone. I am going to deal with this." "No," began Vera. "Yes." Furio's voice was firm. "You can channel to port us out one at a time, and you have to leave yourself for last. What do you think happens once I get ported out? You'll die. Vera, please, my love." He turned around to her to give her a smile. "I'll come back." In that moment, Furio swerved around, the hairs on his neck standing on end as he sensed another projectile speeding into the range of his sense aura. He shaped mana into his wrench again, predicted where the rock would be, and batted it away as well. With the correct amount of spinning mana wreathed on his wrench, he could prevent the rock from splintering and hitting Vera and Emmy behind him, instead knocking it high into the sky. "Just go." Furio batted away another rock. Imperfectly this time. It bounced off his wrench and curved behind him, dangerously reaching close to Vera and Emmy before just missing them and slamming into the earth with a cracking impact. Whatever was throwing these could also fine-tune and adjust the spin on the projectiles with incredible accuracy. Throwing skill beyond even any Vine Swinger champion. This was a monster among monsters that an experienced 4-star adventurer should be dealing with, not Furio who had been 4 stars for 3 days now. Furio took in a breath, calming himself. "Breathe. Flow your mana. 30 seconds per port channel. 1 minute to hold out." He nodded to himself. "Manageable." The collector clipped its mandibles as it held a rock between its hands, purple mana infusing into its 2 demon eyes and 4 compound eyes as it extended its range of vision. It stayed behind the cover of several dark wood trees and thick undergrowth, using spin on its projectiles to swerve them past the trees to make their trajectory both unpredictable and to hide its location. The female demon specimen next to him plopped down 3 more rocks by his side, levitating them with her sapia. Whenever the collector threw a projectile, she had also assisted by infusing some of her own sapien force into it. With both their powers empowering the projectiles, the collector had expected to easily punch through these humanoids with thrown rocks, and indeed, it had made direct contact with 2 of them, fatally injuring one while the other seemingly possessed a means to mitigate the damage almost entirely even when struck at the head. The other one was troublesome. The male specimen. He possessed the speed, coordination, and grasp of spin to negate the collector's throws, though his grasp of spin was not so advanced that he could completely reverse engineer the throw and send it right back at the collector. A fortunate thing, in all likelihood, for if the male specimen had done so, the collector would have reflected the rock back again until one of them made a miscalculation, and an exceedingly high probability, it would not have been the collector. From observational analysis, the collector determined that the male specimen's eyes did not track the projectiles coming towards it. Instead, it seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of the projectile and strike out where it was to be. "In that case, bring me another stone," said the collector as it opened a palm. "Okay." The female demon floated a rock into its palm. "Do you want me to boost it?" "No, this will be beyond your computational capacity for now." The collector wrapped the rock in its hands and applied crushing force, breaking the stone into many smaller pieces. It infused mana into them, drew its arm back, and then unleashed a concussive volley of spin-infused stone shards. The intent was to overwhelm the male specimen's capacity to react with a mass amount of projectiles. The male specimen reacted accordingly. This time, sensing a mass amount of smaller projectiles, he did not focus on batting them away but instead caused the sharpened chunk of metal, this sort atop what the collector recognized from other tinkerers as a wrench, to emit bolts of electrical output. The electricity arced into a field that destroyed the vast majority of the projectiles, for smaller as they were now, the electricity could immediately disintegrate them. Yet, not sufficient. One of the stone shards bypassed the male and struck true into the leg of the veiled female specimen. This time, she did not resist the projectile, and reacted in signs of physiological distress, clutching at her bloodying leg. The collector had another rock ready in its hands, seeing if the male specimen would distract itself to attend to the female, but the male still faced forwards. Highly trained. The collector clipped its mandibles. Strong. If this male specimen were to fight the collector directly, the fight would be a desirable challenge. The collector felt desire tugging at its heart to face the specimen in direct combat. Yet, its prime directive to bring upon the dawn of the collective tugged back against its desire. "Are you okay?" said the demon. "A momentary error in processing," said the collector as it realized it had paused for a second. A second of wasted time. It clipped its mandibles, breaking apart another rock into small shards. It put in one half of each pile into both its hands and drew the pile of stone back, ready to throw it, and this time, it infused within the two volleys a strong spin aiming to create a trajectory consisting of an extreme curve meant to bypass the male entirely, striking the female specimens behind it from the sides. The spins were opposite, meaning that one half of the volley would break hard to the left, and the other hard to the right. Unless the male specimen could be in two places at once, this would be fatal. /59 Furio could feel something was off with this volley. There had been a delay between it and the others. A small delay, one no more significant than a second, but in the realm of forced-heart adventurers and monsters of the same caliber, such a shift would not go unnoticed. A stronger attack? A more varied one, perhaps? Regardless, Furio prepared by extending his sensora out even farther, the mana flowing from his body in a circular field around him stretching to 20 meters in radius. As someone with a flow origin, Furio was naturally gifted with the movement of mana within and outside his body at both the micro and macro scales. Among four-star adventurers, his sensor was among the largest and most sensitive, picking up even the drop of a single snowflake in a raging blizzard. Furio registered movement at the edges of the field. Both edges. Countless small stone shards closing in from both the left and the right. He widened his eyes, but the surprise did not weigh him down. In adventuring, the unexpected was always near. The difference between a dead and live adventurer lay in adapting to it. Furio aimed his wrench towards one side of the volley and pushed out the electric dagger fully from his wrench. Then, he drove mana into his legs to use the common martial art, dash. Green wrapped around his legs as he sprinted to the other volley, bolt-like arcs of magic screeching as steaming heat arose from the friction of his boots slamming into the dirt. Meanwhile, with a mental command, Furio activated Fulmi, and the 6 segments in the dagger opened up, revealing fleshy blue coils of muscle connecting the pale blue metal of the dagger. From the muscle fibers, lightning roared, destroying the volley. The other volley, though dash, Furio stood right in front of Vera and Emmy, facing his back towards the volley and hunching his form down to protect them as much as possible with his wider frame. He concentrated mana into his body with the martial art, guard, turning his flesh hard like adamantite. Stone shards shattered on his back and pattered into the dirt in front of him, blowing up tiny craters and piles of dirt. Furio grimaced. The shards of rock had gouged out a patchwork of bloody, raw, and circular wounds all across his back, blasting through his durable metal weave tunic completely. No fatal hits, though. Furio's guard was not his strong suite. With an origin of flow, he specialized in the movement of mana, not in condensing it into single points. His dash was not great either for that reason. A fighter with a root or chaos origin was far better suited for those kinds of mana forms. Root with their stabler, more concentrated mana tendencies, and chaos with its more explosive flow that could be packed into shorter-lived but stronger forms. But no use crying over the talents he was born with. One could not be perfect at everything, after all. "Are you all right?" said Vera. She had light-wreathed hands on Emmy's unconscious figure, and from the brightness of the light, the portal to move Emmy out was basically done. Furio held down nausea as he saw Emmy's legs, severed at the knee, tied down with red-stained white cloth to stem blood loss. The pool of blood beneath her was already so big, so, he cleared his head, riding his battle will. "Take Emmy out." Vera nodded, and with a final burst of light shining from her hands that enveloped Emmy, sent her away. Little particles of shining rainbow floated all around the air. Furio turned around, facing the direction of the projectiles, for by now, judging from the flow of the spin infused in them, he had gained a sense of their origin. "And you go too. I'll meet you at the safe zone." Vera looked at Furio's bleeding back. "No, Furio, listen to me. If I portal you out to the safe zone, I can portal myself out without any channeling. That way, all three of us can survive. You think I'm going to lose?" Furio gripped his wrench tight. He tapped the wrench with one finger, willing Fulmy to magnetically latch back onto the wrench head. So far, there were no additional projectiles. Some breathing room. "No, Vera. You have portal yourself out. Fully, into the safe zone. If you channel me out but leave yourself with just a short-range portal, you'll be stranded just a few minutes from here, if even that. Whatever this monster is, it's easily reaching a C-rank threat level, and we still have no idea what more it's capable of. If it's sensitive to portal movement, it could track you, kill you before you could even do anything. I have to be the last one here." Furio's eyes gleamed alight with mana and fury as he pinpointed the thicket of trees and undergrowth where the rocks came from. "And I'm going to fight. I'm going to make this monster suffer." "Furio, listen," began Vera. She sighed, knowing that when Furio let his emotions flare up and set his mind on something, there was no changing his mind. You're going to fight, no matter what. Then the least I can do is stop holding you back." Vera knelt to the ground, hugging her arms around herself. The rainbow circuits running up her arms shone bright, enveloping her in an iridescent haze before it faded, and with it, her physical form. A short-range portal. Probably, Vera would manually run back out of this forest. The remote Sundan village where the safe zone lay had no outpost, no professional healers, but hopefully the village healer would treat Emmy well enough to let her survive until adventuring reinforcements came. "Thanks for understanding, Vera," said Furio as he took in a breath, readying himself to fight. At the end of the day, Vera and Emmy both held him back. That was the simple truth of it. Though they could offer him some utility and support, Furio was leagues beyond them in power, and he essentially just carried them with him because of his bond for them. Even then, he sensed that it might not be enough here. Against this monster. "If I don't make it back, I hope you end up with someone better for you." With that, Furio roared into the air, loosing out all the emotions he had pinned up, the rage, the desire to hurt back what had hurt what was closest to him, and sprinted forwards. Without having to pace himself to make sure he did not leave behind Vera and Emmy, he was more than twice as fast as he was before. He used Flow, Excel, to boost his stats evenly, wrapping himself in a tight, full-body aura of green. He whirled the wrench like a spinning blade in front of him, activating Fulmy at low charge to wreath the weapon in arcs of damaging electricity as he mowed his way through the insects. Blue flashes of lightning decorated with flying insect legs, charred guts, broken carapace, and heads flew in the air behind him as he pressed forwards, always forwards, drenched completely in white and green blood and guts, only his bright, green-tinged eyes visible in the dark. The collector clipped its mandibles, gooey green juices dripping from its maw. It had prepared a pile of insectoid corpses beside it before unleashing its volleys, for this throwing maneuver was extremely costly in terms of mana consumption. The last twin volley had cost almost twice the amount of mana as a normal throw, leaving the collector significantly below half its mana reserves. But devouring these corpses would recharge its mana reserves, theoretically allowing for an infinite ranged bombardment. Yet, in the time the collector took to regain its mana, one of the female specimen had managed to create a smaller, localized warp to move the other, crippled female specimen from the battlefield. Then, she had removed herself in short order. Do most humanoids within the ranks of this organization known as the Adventurers League possess warp capabilities? Asked the collector. The female specimen behind it could not see as far as the collector and had been busy so far gathering insect corpses for it to consume, but she picked up on its intent and answered. No. Portals are the domain of Neva, goddess of paths, and those connected to her. The priestesses of the paths. They wear veils and have rainbow-colored circuits to symbolize the rainbow root that Neva waters and tends to. The collector clipped its mandibles, understanding that one of the female specimens fit under this category. However, with her gone, this male specimen was now left stranded. Certainly, he was the most physically and magically adept among them, surging with such energy that the collector's desire to feast upon his flesh and core only grew with every passing moment. Yet, what would this specimen do? Would it now flee? With its current physical and magical capabilities and the distance between himself and the collector, it certainly could. Such a choice would be prudent. Logical. And if he did so, the collector would simply move on to its initial goal of the dungeon. But no, the male specimen charged forwards, loosing a battle cry that roused the collector's desire to an even greater height. The collector clipped its mandibles, a red aura beginning to grow from around its white-plated body. The female demon sensed this burst of chaotic, powerful energy and shrank back instinctively, knowing a fight was to come. Excellent, remarked the collector to itself. You will provide me with an adequate final feast. It unsheathed its claws and started to flow mana around itself in preparation for battle. But it did not meet the male specimen's charge. Yet, you must overcome one more hurdle to prove worthy of my time. /60 == as the thick of dark woods forest growth, all those accursed black trees and twisted grasses and vines home to everything filthy that crawled, drew close to Furio. He powered mana into his legs, and with a final push, blasted himself forwards, right into the darkness. Insects all around him blew back from the force of the leap, some of the bugs directly beside his feet even blowing apart from the simple shock wave forced out from the movement. In a battle, a real fight where he had nothing to hold him back, the monsters of this area, all these bugs and goblins, were absolutely nothing to Furio, dying simply from the collateral damage of his movements. But as Furio sailed past two tree trunks and skidded down on dirt, he knew what he was about to face was something far, far beyond what this place was supposed to muster up. Visibility here was near zero, and simply generating light with his mana was inefficient. Furio focused his mana instead on maintaining a sensora field around him, his senses adapting to the near complete darkness by honing his hearing and touch instead. He did not overly engage the aura because there was so much interference here, so much random movement, instead only honing it enough to make up for his lost sight. And he was no stranger to darkness. Areas like this with no light were no stranger to adventurers, not to mention a 4-star one like him. Even as a relatively inexperienced 4-star adventurer, Furio still knew what it was like to fight in absolute darkness where no normal human could ever have survived. A week in an abandoned Talon mine dealing with Morians, mutated, curse-ridden and flesh-devouring humans, along with more overgrown bugs had taught him that much. It was where he first met Vera, too. He pushed down rising memories of the time, how he had argued so much with her when they got lost in the mines, how as the days passed, they realized they were similar threads wound from different cloths, his woolen, her silken. Emmy had not been there because she was sick, and he had to take the dangerous, multi-day mission to pay up enough coin for them and for a good healer. Vera was there adventuring to prove to her younger siblings that there was another life than the ones forced down their throats by her parents. Distractions. Furio gripped his wrench tight as he sensed movement. He tuned his senses so that it would ignore the chittering and crawling of the insects, and in doing so, he registered two unique ores and the physical bodies attached to them. One of them, massive, powerful, and of a kind he had never felt before, started to power up a sizable amount of mana as its physical form wound up a stone at him from behind a tree trunk. "That won't work on me, not at this range where I can sense all of your movements," thought Furio as he powered up mana into his legs, turning them glowing green as he used dash, instantaneously rushing behind the tree trunk. Furio's eyes widened as his senses painted up the image of a monstrosity unlike any he had encountered in front of him. Almost 3 meters tall. Covered in what at first glance seemed like a full suit of wide-bladed armor lined with protruding spikes. A serpentine lower body. Enormous coils of muscle lining a human-like upper body that promised nothing but overwhelming force, and, as he sensed an inhuman face with 6 eyes and enormous horns, a likeliness that this thing would not hold back on using that power. Furio reacted on pure instinct, slashing his wrench horizontally across to gut the beast. Fulmi was a short dagger with a coiled design unsuited for direct damage, but Flamb, a longsword far deadlier, still orbited the wrench, and with a swing, the heated blade also mirrored the movement and arced forwards. The monster reacted with lightning-quick reflexes, swerving backwards with its serpentine body to dodge the swing by a hair's breadth and then undulated its body forwards in the very same motion, abusing its huge frame and range to unleash an enormous, red mana-infused punch. The hairs on Furio's neck stood on end as he sensed massive threat from the punch. He held up his wrench as a shield, infusing it in a sheath of mana to both absorb force and deflect the blow. If he was desperate or caught by more surprise, he would have had to use guard, and because his flow origin was unsuited to that type of defense, he likely would have sustained a near-fatal injury and gotten blown back. But Furio deflected the punch without much issue, and in the thick of melee combat, he could sense even greater that this monster was, well, a monster through and through. The armor plating it had on was not forged metal but pure carapace of a quality far, far higher than anything the darkwood insects possessed. Furio would need some serious firepower to punch through that much carapace. Gah! Furio immediately pushed himself backwards as he felt pain stabbing from his side. He felt the warm rush of blood trickling down his ribs and he steadied his breathing. The monster had stabbed him with a series of spider-like legs that unfolded from its back in a sudden instant, surprising him. Though with his sharp reflexes, he had managed to avoid his lungs from getting punctured. Wounds deep enough to bleed, but not lethal. Furio could deal with this, but this monster. He sized it up again, taking in the huge, fluxing waves of mana pouring out from the creature, forming into a malevolent, red-tinted aura. A magical beast. Good, Furio had ways to deal with them. The older they were, the more primal density they had, the better. He just had to switch out weapons to Stela, but even with the anti-monster flail, he would find it difficult to punch through that much armor. Not to mention those spider legs. 6 different additional angles of attack. Fast reflexes. Speed and power. This monster was an absolute physical powerhouse. Oddly, though, he could not sense any true intent from it. It seemed to radiate a sense of killing intent, yes, but no real hate, no real powerful emotion. Then this thing must have been a familiar. A construct programmed for simple purposes. It did not match the profile of any monster he had known, and he had studied and memorized almost all that the Adventurers League had compiled information on down from the type of every single different variant of giant bug to the most unique and mighty draconids and millennial beasts. That meant the likelihood was high that this monster was custom-made. It looked like an amalgamation of different parts too. Part demon, even, which explained the second aura nearby. A demonic one. Though Furio had never encountered one in person, he had trained to sense their presences. That one must have been the master of this familiar. Furio sensed the monster attacking again. Furio powered up Fulmi. The 6 segments of the coiled dagger opened up, and the blue flesh of the shock stripe heel embedded between the segments roared out a massive field of electricity. Furio did not hold back. He fully activated Fulmi as he shot it out from the wrench to buy space and time. The dagger whistled forwards, surrounded in an ever-growing field of arcing electricity that burnt up everything it touched, starting several fires. The League would berate him for causing a fire, but they would understand if he had to go all out against a C-rank threat like this. No, maybe even higher. C+, maybe. And a C-rank threat was already enough to threaten the lives of several villages, even a smaller town. The monster dodged to the side, and in that time, Furio slotted in Flam to his wrench and turned to the second presence hiding behind another tree, about 20 meters away. It stepped out just a little from its cover, bearing a shoulder, and he did not miss the chance. Furio ejected Flam from his wrench, and the blade blasted forwards like a shining orange missile in the dark. With dash, Furio followed quickly behind the blade's trajectory, and when he saw what he hit, his eyes widened for a moment. Flam stabbed into a young girl's shoulder, skewering right through and searing the wound around it. The force of the blade dragged the girl backwards several dozen meters until it pinned her to the thick trunk of another darkwood tree. Furio held down a pang of pity as he saw the demon girl, no older than what must have been 14, twist her face in pain and try to touch at the heated blade. The way she did not scream, it reminded Furio of Emmy. "Dispel your familiar, now!" shouted Furio. "And turn yourself into the League." He knew he should have killed her right then and there was no real crime in killing demons, for it had been years since they had left the common body where the common laws laid down by the gods for all races applied. But still, he could not muster the will up at the moment. A severe mistake. The demon girl's right arm lit up in purple, and Furio felt several rocks and branches slam against his chest. A surprising amount of force that he had not expected from someone as young as her, and he did not guard against it properly, spinning once in the air before he righted himself, landing on the forest floor 10 meters back. Furio turned around immediately, knowing he was close to the monster familiar again. He sensed it 11 meters ahead. A sizable distance, it had intentionally created space between itself and him. Disappointing, came a voice. Male in timbre. A smooth, well-enunciated voice that spoke Terran with perfect, conventional pronunciation bare of any accentation. Almost too perfect. A voice that did not belong to a monster, but more to an academic, though the deep, unnatural rattle underlining it foreshadowed an utterly inhuman side that would have made anyone's goosebumps stand at attention. Furio held down surprise. The monster spoke to him. A flash of purple from its left arm. If Furio remembered right, he knew this was Sapia, the Indra of the demons, and yet, what were demonkind doing here? They were almost extinct, their entire home realm of Zerul turned into an undead wasteland and the remainder of their people scattered throughout the realms as desperate refugees or, in worst cases, as prisoners. The complete absurdity of the situation slowed Furio's reactions. Something from above came down. "Fuck," said Furio as he found himself completely wrapped up in a web of silk. The monster had spun up a web somehow, lining it across the branches of the forest canopy, and lured Furio in deeper and deeper, abusing his emotional volatility to get him into this location to entrap him. The webbing was strong. Arachidgrade silk, maybe even better. If he had just one arm free, he could have mustered up enough strength or willed another weapon out of his back to cut through. But he was completely immobilized, the webbing holding him in suspended animation from every limb. Furio grimaced, taking in a deep breath to make sure all his muscles were relaxed. There was only one way out. Like the others, you consider me an anomaly beyond your reason, and thus, you relegate my presence to that of subordination. A familiar as you would so call it. In essence, the creation of a tinkerer, said the monster as it drew near, all its many claws ready to butcher. You wished to challenge me directly, and yet, when you surmised there was a path of least resistance available to disable me, you discarded the opportunity to engage in glorious combat. You are as pathetic as the vast majority of your kind, degenerated human, and you will find far better purpose within the collective.